Our story begins with a boy who was once a 35-year-old salaryman with no girlfriend. It has been 5 years since he was reincarnated into this world, and his old life is now a distant memory. Here, he is only a farmhand, and their work is restricted to the forest. Despite the humble life, he is happy. He offers to help his mother, who praises him as a gentle boy. He has gotten used to being a child now. His little brother also calls out to him. He keeps his reincarnation a secret to not cause his family distress. He then thinks about the grimoire, a book that holds his power. He is a summoner, a class that uses magic to create cards and summon monsters from them. He summons an H-ranked insect named Denka. However, he still hasn't reached the required level to fight demons, and the divine protection of summoned beasts is the most important thing to him. In his card holder, he has 20 cards. The divine protections from his summoned beasts increase his personal stats, making his strength equal to an adult's. He knows that an early increase in stats means control over the game, and he's good at grinding. Suddenly, a girl steps on his summoned insect, killing it instantly. She cheerfully asks Alan to spar with her. The girl, Karina, is his beast-hunting training partner. She's excited to play, and they prepare to spar with wooden swords. They playfully declare themselves as Knight Alan and Knight Karina, ready to begin their duel. Despite his mind of a 35-year-old, Alan finds the fight embarrassing. Karina is incredibly strong and fast, and he can't lower his guard. Karina relentlessly attacks, her speed and power overwhelming Alan as they exchange blows with their wooden swords. Alan struggles to keep up. Although his strength and speed were enhanced by his summons, his body isn't used to it yet. Karina, on the other hand, is enjoying the fight immensely. Karina happily exclaims that playing with Alan is more fun than playing with her own father. Alan, however, is frustrated that even after 5 years of training, he still can't win against her. Alan's dad comforts him, explaining that Karina is a sword master, a talent discovered during the judgment ceremony. He thought it was strange she was going to serve nobles one day, but Karina tells him to stop looking at her like that, claiming she's just a normal swordsman. His family discusses talents. His mother asks if Alan has one too, and Karina says it's pretty cool. But his father says that farmers can't read, and the priest had told them he didn't have any talent. Alan thinks to himself that it wouldn't make a difference even if they could read. He remembers the ceremony where all his stats were ranked and his talent was revealed to be crawling. Feeling dejected, Alan curses the gods of this world. His family, however, comforts him, saying they will raise him well, talent or not. He reflects that even though they aren't rich and his parents are younger than him, he's happy to be in this family. Sometime later, Karina's father, whom Alan calls Uncle Gorilla, is proud that she wants to be a knight. Today, the knights are coming to their village to test her ability. As they walk through the town, Alan notices the commoners looking down on them as farmhands, questioning if a farmhand's kid could truly be a swordmaster. A boy with the talent of axe wielder taunts Alan, calling him a talentless brat. Karina quickly defends him, but Alan tells her to ignore them. His father asks if he's all right. Just then, the knights arrive. A troop of knights on horseback makes their grand entrance into the village, their presence commanding attention. The villagers are in awe, especially of the chief. Karina, unintimidated, steps forward and introduces herself to the stern-looking knight leader. The chief announces that they will spar to test if she truly has the talent of a swordmaster. He warns that if she lied, she will be executed, shocking her father and Alan. Karina's father protests, but the knight insists that disobedience will result in death. Karina, however, confidently accepts the challenge, eager to fight. A knight named Raybrand, a spearmaster, steps up to face her. The two talented warriors prepare to duel, spearmaster versus swordmaster. Karina's father watches with a worried expression as she charges fearlessly towards the seasoned knight, beginning their intense battle. To the crowd's amazement, Karina is getting the upper hand against the knight. Alan muses that since she's been practicing since she was 3, Her sword skill might be better than his even if he hadn't chosen Hell mode. The knight cries out as he is pushed back, but the knight retaliates, sending Karina flying into a wall, which shatters on impact. Her father and Alan cry out her name in terror. The guards restrain Karina's furious father. Alan feels a surge of helplessness, realizing he's not strong enough to fight soldiers, and worries about what will happen to Karina's family. The knight notes that Karina used an extra skill. From the rubble, she launches a powerful spinning attack that sends the knight's weapon flying. The knight declares the fight is over, but Karina is ecstatic. She exclaims how fun the fight was and thanks him, genuinely impressed by his strength. The knight, Ray, admits his defeat. The crowd erupts in cheers, proclaiming that the village has given birth to a true swordmaster. Alan admits he's even jealous. Karina's father rushes to her side, checking for injuries. The knight chief confirms there is no doubt about her talent. He tells Karina that when she turns 12, she will go to a school for the gifted. Until then, he will send a teacher for her. Alan wonders if he can study too. Alan analyzes the talents of those around him, noticing the star ratings. Karina is a 3-star swordmaster, while the others are only 1 star. He realizes that at 3 stars, she is higher level than anyone else here and that the number of stars is related to their stats. He reflects on his own progress. He is still at level 1 after 5 years. He understands that in Hell mode, his stats need to be 100 times higher than in normal mode. Seeing how strong a 3-star is, he wonders how far he is from his goal. Time passes and fall has come. Alan is now 6 years old, yet still at level 1. After the discovery of the Swordmaster, his nameless village was renamed Karina Village. He continues to practice, honing his throwing skill after 200,000 throws, but he knows he needs another 5 years to reach Hell mode. While eating, his mother notes that his dad is late. Alan explains that since farmers aren't allowed to do business, his dad leads a beast hunter team in the fall and winter to earn extra income. Just then, his mother calls out as a group of men arrives. His father, Rodden, has been brought back gravely injured and covered in blood. His mother, Teresia, screams in horror while Alan calls out to his dad. At his father's bedside, a fellow villager explains they were lucky to find a rare murres flower in the woods, and that the knights had given the money to buy the expensive medicine. Karina's father explains what happened. Rodden usually fights and defeats giant boars, but this year, a directive allowed commoners to participate. They thought it was easy money, but they panicked, broke formation, and Rodden was injured protecting them. After some time, Rodden recovers. He wakes up and is tearfully reunited with his relieved family. Despite the happy reunion, Alan feels a strange sense of detachment. He feels an invisible wall between him and his family, recognizing that with his memories of a past life, he is technically the oldest one here. Alan steps forward and tells Karina's father, Gelda, to let his own dad rest. He declares that he will take over his dad's business and take care of him, his pregnant mother, and the unborn child until he is completely healed. His parents are stunned by his sudden maturity. With a look of pure determination, Alan declares that he will not allow anyone to harm his family. It's time to quit pretending to be a kid. The next morning, Alan proves he was serious. Gelda is shocked to see the young boy effortlessly carrying 2 large buckets of water, starting his work early. He diligently works the fields, harvesting potatoes. He knows that farmers have to give 60% of their harvested crops to the landlords, so he is determined to store up enough food to ensure his family gets through the winter. 2 days later, he has harvested an enormous amount of food. Gelda is amazed at how quick he was. With that done, Alan decides the next thing to get his meat and clears a patch of tall grass. It has been a fruitful day. The experience he has accumulated is finally enough to open a new skill, Card Enhancement, which allows him to increase his summon stats. He has also acquired several new summon cards. Using his grimoire, Alan summons a new creature, a G-rank insect named Bionta, which has the skill Provoke. Alan commands his new summon, Bionta, to use its Provoke skill. He hopes to attract about 50 birds to hunt for the winter. He waits, but at first, nothing happens, and he wonders if the skill failed or if the sound was too low. His question is answered when a giant, terrifying bird-like monster descends from the sky with a screech. Alan instantly recognizes it as an albaheron, the very monster his dad named him after, a name that means to fly freely in the sky. The albaheron is huge, at least 2 meters tall, and this is Alan's first time hunting a demon beast. He didn't expect this, but he recognizes it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He puts his highly practiced throwing skill to the test, successfully landing a stone against the monster's head. Realizing one hit won't be enough, he opens his grimoire and summons a pack of his animal-type summons, a group of dog-like creatures. He commands his dogs, Pochi, to attack. They swarm the D-rank beast, but even with 15 of them, they are not strong enough and are violently thrown back. The albaheron's massive claw descends upon him. Believing he's about to die, Alan desperately tries to think of another way to survive. He quickly summons a new creature, an F-rank insect named Chew, which has the skill Suck. He commands it to suck the monster's blood, a strategy he calls energy drain. His plan works. With the albaheron weakened, the pressure lessens. He has tired out his opponent and now has a chance to win. He seizes the opportunity and charges forward. A notification declares the albaheron is defeated and that he has received 100 experience points. Surrounded by his summons, Alan raises his sword in triumph, screaming that he really won. Exhausted but victorious, he hugs one of his dog summons, admitting to himself that the feeling of winning is even more awesome than he had imagined. He brings the colossal beast back to the village. His family is stunned, and Karina calls him cool, though she is also frightened. Gelda informs him that the village chief will let him have the rest of the monster after refining the wings and magic stones. Alan gives a sinister smile and thanks him. As he recovers, Alan realizes that his summons provoke skill works on demon beasts. He grimly decides to hunt an albaheron every 3 days, knowing he would have died if a second one had appeared during his last fight. Suddenly, a notification appears. His experience points have reached the threshold, and he has leveled up to level 2, receiving a massive boost to all his stats. Alan is ecstatic. After 6 long years in this world, he has finally leveled up. He examines his new stats, noting the significant increase in strength and magic. With his dad's injuries likely healed by now, he decides it's time to talk with his parents. He finds his parents at home and tells them that he needs to talk with them about something important. He begins to reveal his secret, explaining that when he was 1 year old, someone named Alina told him he would need to overcome many challenges and that he was given special knowledge to do so. He wonders if they're going to panic. To his utter shock, his father isn't surprised. He says he believes everything Alan is saying, explaining that Alan was always an incredible child with a different hair color, which is why he never believed the results of the talent ceremony. He then asks if Alan has just gone through his first challenge. Alan asks how he knew. His father points to a small scar on his body that has now disappeared, revealing he understands the concept of leveling up and healing. He reminds Alan that his family is always with him. When Alan asks if Gelda knows, his father laughs, saying this is payback for Gelda always being so proud of his own daughter. In December, Alan begins the final step to ensure his family's survival through the winter. He asks Gelda for a secret favor, to exchange the meat he has gathered for firewood and salt, but not to tell his parents. Alan then asks Gelda a critical question. How can a farmer become a commoner? Gelda explains that you need 10 coins, and the landlord will grant the promotion. Alan calculates that with the unborn baby, his family has 5 members, meaning he will need 50 coins. He makes a solemn vow. Before he leaves Karina village, he will help his family become commoners. While on his way, he runs into the leader of the brats who bullied him before, recognizing him as the son of the weapon shop owner. The bully, Dagora, tries to pick a fight, but Alan is merely annoyed, seeing it as a useless battle that gives no experience points, just like in a game. Fed up, Alan draws his sword and challenges the axe user, Dagora, directly, declaring he will knock down anyone who stands in his way. Dagora charges forward, swinging his weapon, but Alan effortlessly parries the attack. He notes to himself that compared to the 3-star talent Karina, this bully is no threat at all. Holding his sword to the terrified bully, Alan coldly asks if he wants to go again. Dagora can only stammer that he'll win next time. Alan walks away, leaving him trembling. As he walks off, Alan tells the still trembling Dagora that he'll buy something from his shop next time. 9 months later, a new member has joined the family. Karina is overjoyed to have a little sister, fawning over the cute baby Mayuri-chan. Alan now finds himself playing knights with his former bully, Dagora. As they spar, Alan easily critiques Dagora's technique, telling him his movements are too obvious. He now regularly practices with his little brother Mashu, who is 3, and Dagora. Dagora is fired up, looking forward to the talent assessment in 2 years, hoping to prove himself. One night, Alan returns home to find Gelda there with his father. They bear bad news. The village chief summoned them because the Lord has increased the boar hunting target by 5, requiring them to kill 15 boars in total this year. This means more civilians will have to participate in the dangerous hunt, just like last year. Rodden explains he tried to object, but it's an order directly from the Lord. Teresia is distraught at the news. The situation is grim. They cannot defy a direct order, and there's a possibility the quota will increase to 20 next year. Alan realizes that for some reason, the Lord is actively promoting monster hunting. Seeing his family's despair, Alan steps forward. He confidently tells them to leave it to him, explaining that the Creator has given him wisdom and that he will figure something out. In October, the hunting party gathers at the village gate. The men are glad to see Rodden has fully recovered and is ready to lead them again. Alan joins his father, who seems to have made a full recovery. Rodden tells Alan to stay back, watch, and learn, but not to get close to the actual fight. 2 new civilians join the hunt this year. One of them is worried, but his friend tells him to stay focused. Rodden addresses the group, confirming their increased target number means 20 people will be hunting this time. Alan realizes his job is to assist these 2 new guys. This marks the first time in his 7 years as a farmhand that Alan has left the village. He's filled with excitement as he walks down the same road the knights once took. The Great Boar hunting group makes its way towards Hakuryu Mountain. Alan learns that, as the name indicates, a white dragon lives on its peak, and the great boars leave the mountains in autumn. He quietly vows that one day, that dragon will become his quarry. A lookout screams that a beast is coming. A massive, terrifying great boar with a single large horn charges out from the foliage. The newcomers are frozen in fear at the sight of the terrifyingly powerful beast. The veteran hunters, however, stand their ground, ready to intercept its charge. With a mighty roar, Rodden and his men brace their spears, successfully stopping the great boar's furious charge. The hunters hold the beast at bay, and Rodden commands the others to charge forward. Alan analyzes the tactic. Lure the prey, hold it down, then attack its key points. A strategy his dad and the others have used for 10 years without fail. Alan recalls last year's disaster. The civilians were ordered to hold the boars down, a task that seemed simple, but they weren't strong enough, which led to his father's injuries. He turns to the 2 new recruits and tells them it's their turn. He knows it was a mistake to let the newcomers charge ahead from the start. Instead, he tells them to hide and wait for the right opportunity to strike. From his hiding spot, Alan secretly opens his grimoire and summons Denka, the insect, commanding it to spit a substance at the boar's face, blinding it. With the great boar blinded and disoriented, Rodden and another hunter successfully land a powerful strike. Alan watches in awe, thinking how cool his dad is. The newcomer is shocked to feel his power increasing, exclaiming that this must be God's trial. Alan smirks, his plan working perfectly. By letting the civilians gain real combat experience, their experience points have greatly increased. Now, they should be able to kill all 15 boars quickly. A notification appears for Alan as well. For defeating one great boar, he gained 400 experience points, allowing him to reach level 3. His stats increase once again, and he celebrates leveling up. filled with new resolve. Alan knows his life will change once his level is high enough. He decides he will hunt more boars and albaherons to gain experience until he finally earns the 50 coins his family needs. 5 months of relentless hunting and training pass. Finally, in June, after a year and 10 months of dedication, a notification appears. His enhancing and summoning skills have both reached level 4, unlocking grade 3 skills in his grimoire and granting him a brand new ability, the storage skill. He eagerly pulls up his status screen to see the full extent of his growth. He's now level 6 at age 7. More importantly, he can now summon E-rank animals, a significant step up. As he takes in all the changes, his mind immediately begins to strategize, focusing on the new possibilities this will open up. He notes 2 major changes from his level up. He has gained the storage skill, which creates a black hole in his grimoire that can store infinite tools. He also realizes that to create or enhance E-rank animals, he needs E-rank magic stones. He recalls hunting a horned rabbit before, but can't remember finding a stone, as they're the lowest rank and have no tax. He quickly learns that E-rank stones are considered worthless and can be found plentifully throughout the forest. The task of gathering enough stones seems tiring, but he is thankful for his new storage skill, which will make it much easier. 3 months later, he can summon E-rank animals. As he looks at his grimoire, surrounded by his summons, he has an epiphany. He finally understands the intention of the game maker, the creator of this world. After wondering how a summoner is supposed to fight, he now sees his path clearly. A strategic combination of attack, defense, and healing summons is the key to mastering his role. Baron Granville arrives in the village with his entourage, not just to watch the boar hunt, but to enforce a quota. The village chief apologizes, explaining it's a difficult task, but the Baron states it's a direct order from His Majesty, the King. Hearing this, a young boy named Alan realizes the situation is becoming far more serious than he anticipated. The Baron notices Alan and asks whose son he is. The village chief introduces him as the child of Rodden the Hunter and their deputy guide for the hunt. The Baron's daughter, Cecil, scoffs at the idea of a serf's child leading them, but her father quickly reprimands her, stating that the serfs are still his people. Cecil apologizes to her father, but not before shooting a glare at Alan. Alan, however, remains composed, thinking to himself that her anger won't change a thing. Having settled the matter, Baron Granville turns his attention back to the mission. He formally commands Alan, as Rodden's child, to lead his strongest knights to fulfill the royal order. Alan recalls what his father said. If the villagers work together, they can reach the quota of 20 boars. As he contemplates this, a lookout suddenly announces the return of the boar hunting group. Baron Granville looks on, intrigued by this unexpected development. A massive haul of boars is brought forth, carried by a group of determined hunters. The sheer size and number of the catch are impressive. The Baron and his advisor are stunned. They can't believe the villagers killed 3 boars in a single trip. Alan explains that they also recruited 20 more hunters and are equipped with armor made from the boar skins the Baron had given them the previous year. The Baron, trying to calculate their progress, figures they have 17 boars left. Alan corrects him, stating it's only 10 left to meet the quota. The Baron is astonished at how well the hunt is going, especially since they only started half a month ago. With newfound confidence, Alan stands before the Baron and the villagers, declaring that with their increased numbers and equipment, they can handle this year's quota all by themselves. The Baron looks visibly relieved. A hint of a smile appears on his face as he realizes he doesn't need to worry about the quota being met anymore. Alan, speaking on his father's behalf, requests permission to keep the boar skins for future hunts. The Baron's advisor is skeptical, suggesting they shouldn't take a child's word for it. However, the Baron overrules him, stating that a serf's child has no reason to lie and that having an understanding lord is a good thing. Later, inside the village chief's house, Alan and 2 other hunters kneel before the Baron. The Baron praises Karina village's success, noting that the territory reclamation order has been active for 15 years, and their village's contribution is wonderful. The Baron specifically addresses the two men kneeling with Alan. He calls them out by name, Boar Hunter Rodden and Gelda. He acknowledges their hard work, noting he heard they have been leading the hunts for the past 10 years to contribute to the village's development. He declares that they deserve to be rewarded for their bravery. As their reward, the Baron declares that both Rodden, Gelda, and their families are now promoted to the status of commoners. The two men are left in stunned silence by this life-changing news. Alan, however, can't contain his joy. He exclaims in delight, realizing that as a commoner, he's now free to leave the village and go hunting whenever he wants. This has been his dream since he first heard of this reward. The Baron adds that all other serfs who have hunted for over 10 years will also be rewarded. He then asks a curious question. Why did they decide to start hunting the dangerous C-rank great boars? Rodden seems hesitant to answer, and Alan looks to his father, who never mentioned this part of the story. Rodden begins his tale. 13 years ago, they started exploring the land with other serfs out of desperation for food. But that fall, great boars attacked, stealing their winter supplies. It was then that a younger Rodden declared they would hunt the boars. They succeeded in killing one, but tragically lost a friend in the fight. Gelda tells Rodden to stop blaming himself for what happened. The Baron, having listened intently, trusts the story. He decides that as the Lord, it's his duty to reward his people's hard work and bravery, even from the past, and offers Rodden another reward. When asked what he desires, Rodden makes a surprising request. He asks the Baron to please allow his son, Alan, to work at his house. Rodden proclaims that his son is much smarter than him and will surely be of great use. Alan is completely shocked by his father's words. Alan tries to object, but his father insists, even suggesting Alan can be used as an errand boy. The Baron's advisors agree that there's no doubt Alan is a smart child, and the Baron himself voices no objection to the proposal. Alan's mind races in panic. His dream of monster hunting feels like it's slipping away. If he works at the Baron's house, it will be even more inconvenient than before. He desperately searches for a breakthrough, a way out of this situation. But the Baron's next words change everything. He announces that he will make Alan an official servant of the Granville house. Alan is stunned, realizing the vast difference between a simple errand boy and a formal servant. He needs a reason to refuse, but his father calls his name, stopping him. Rodden, overwhelmed with tears of joy, pats his stunned son on the head. He sees this not as servitude, but as a priceless opportunity for Alan's future, a step up in the world he could only dream of providing. Understanding the weight of his father's actions, Alan's resistance fades. Alongside his father and Gelda, he bows deeply before Baron Granville and formally accepts the position, stating, "I am in your care." His life in the village is now over, and a new chapter as a servant in a noble house is about to begin. Alan feels the weight of his father's decision. It's an opportunity he can't possibly refuse. He later explains to his sister, Karina, that he'll be leaving the village in a few days to become a servant at the Baron's house. To say goodbye, Alan asks Karina to play knights one last time. She happily agrees. The villagers, including their parents, watch fondly, remarking on their goodbye knight play. They square off for their mock battle. Karina introduces herself as Knight Karina, a holy sword user. Alan declares himself Baron Granville's servant, Alan, a summoner, and challenges her to come at him. With a determined look, Karina shouts that she's coming, and the two children charge at each other, their wooden swords clashing in a flurry of strikes. The onlookers are stunned by their speed. Alan is actually pushing Karina, who is known for her talent, back. A look at Alan's stats shows he has reached level 7. Fueled by determination, he thinks to himself that he will win today. The duel ends. Alan calls it a draw, but Karina, exhausted and out of breath, feels that she has lost. Alan extends a hand to Karina, telling her their match isn't settled yet and they should fight again. Karina takes his hand, smiling, and promises she'll be even stronger the next time they meet. Alan knows that Karina will soon be going to the academy to serve the royal family, so their chances of meeting again are slim. He's just glad he got to see her smile one last time, even though he knows she held back her best move. As he prepares to leave, Alan struggles to hold back his tears. He hugs his little brother Mashu, telling him to be strong and protect their baby sister, Miura. His friend, Dogora, gives him a dagger from his family shop as a parting gift. They exchange a simple bye as Alan prepares to leave his friend behind. Finally, the day of his departure arrives. As Alan stands before the carriage, his father, Rodin, kneels down and tells him that his life won't end as a servant forever, urging him to make the most of this opportunity. Alan waves goodbye to his family and his entire village. Inside the carriage, seated across from Cecil, Alan takes one last look at his village disappearing in the distance. He quietly promises to do his best. And so, upon arriving at the Baron's house, Alan became the personal servant of Cecil, just as she requested. The new role is clearly a struggle for him. His new life is demanding. Cecil, unhappy with the taste of a fruit, orders Alan to go to the market and buy her a pawpaw. Day by day, Alan finds himself constantly ordered around by another 8-year-old, with no chance to go monster hunting. While on an errand, Alan is amazed to see an airship, thinking it's a flying city. Cecil calls him a dummy, explaining it's a magic ship. She mentions her brother will be returning from the academy in the spring and tells Alan to hurry up. After a long day of servitude, Alan has found his own sanctuary. He returns to a small, dusty loft located behind the main mansion. In his loft, Alan tends to a special plant whose aroma helps restore his magical energy. He thinks about how this small, private space is perfect for practicing his skills: create, combine, and enhance. The next morning, in the servants' hall, Alan carries a tray as another servant, Riskel, cheerfully greets him. Riskel asks if he's doing all right as Miss Cecil's personal servant, a hint of pity in his voice. Alan learns that in the vast Granville house, there are a total of 30 servants, not including those who only work for a short time. Alan's life settles into a routine. He has two main duties in the house: taking care of the sleepy, yawning Cecil in the morning and serving meals to the entire Granville family. During a meal, Lady Granville observes that Alan seems to have gotten used to working there. She also notices that the family's meals are quite simple, much like the servants, and wonders if the Baron is trying to be frugal. Lady Granville compliments Alan, saying she can't even tell he was a serf. The Baron casually mentions that Alan doesn't have any talent. Cecil overhears this, a knowing smile on her face, thinking it's understandable that Alan knows a lot about her talent now. Cecil proudly puffs out her chest and declares her talent. She is a sorcerer. She also boasts that her older brother, Mihi, is a swordsman. While the Baron immediately scolds Cecil for revealing her talents so carelessly, Alan is privately impressed, noting that sorcerer is a good 2-star talent. The Baron then shifts the focus, turning to his other son, Thomas, to ask about his. The atmosphere at the table grows heavy. With a somber expression, Thomas apologizes to his father, confessing that he doesn't have a talent and expressing his deep desire to study at the academy, just like his older brother and Cecil. Alan reflects on the scene, realizing that even nobles have their own worries. He finds it rare that 2 out of 3 children have talents, as talents are more likely to appear among commoners and serfs. Meanwhile, Lady Granville comforts her son, telling Thomas he doesn't need to apologize. Lady Granville continues to console Thomas, reminding him that he's been accepted into the House of Lords, where he'll meet many other great people without talents. She fondly recalls meeting the Baron at a ball there. This news excites the other young lady at the table, though Cecil looks less than pleased. Alan processes this information. Cecil will start at the academy when she turns 12, the same as his sister Karina and his friend Dogora. He smirks to himself, thinking that with Cecil's personality, she probably won't get along with them. On his first day off, Alan heads into the city to gather information. As a servant, he has no curfew, so he just needs to return by the next morning. He walks 2 hours to the market at the North Gate, a much shorter trip than from the south. There, he spots his destination, the Adventurers Guild. He stands before the impressive building. This is the Adventurers Guild, an organization of monster hunters, just as his fellow servant Riskel had told him. This is exactly what he's been looking for, a way to earn both experience points and money. He eagerly approaches the counter, but his hopes are quickly dashed. The receptionist informs him that he's only 8, and adventurers must be at least 12 years old to sign up. He's frustrated to learn that he's underage. Though he plans to work as a servant for a few more years to make his father proud, he is determined not to give up on monster hunting. Alan notices a bulletin board for mission requests. Using his gamer-like interface, he takes note of the available quests. He sees missions for various monsters, but notices a crucial piece of information is missing: their habitats. Spotting a tough-looking adventurer, Alan decides to ask for information directly. The adventurer, annoyed at being bothered by a child in what he considers not a playground, asks why he should tell him anything. The adventurer, Levin, surprisingly begins to share information. He explains that high-level monsters appear closer to the White Dragon Mountain, a place that takes 7 days to reach. It's where the great boars come from. He then slyly asks if a kid like Alan is familiar with the roads. Alan notices a rank B quest for a beast called a Muttergalsch in the Ramba Forest. He has a sudden realization. His father named his younger brother, Mashu, after these very monsters. Levin dismisses it as a job for knights, not adventurers like him. Levin then points out the rank A quest for the White Dragon, a monster shrouded in mystery on the White Dragon Mountain, a place no one can currently exploit. Alan is amazed that even for a reward of 1,000 copper pieces, no one dares to fight the White Dragon. Just then, Levin's party members, Marushi and a hooded woman, call him over to celebrate. Having gotten the information he needed, Alan thanks Levin and decides his next steps. It is now mid-November, and the air is cold enough for snow. Alan makes his way to Granbeel's North Gate. A guard stops him, asking for a pass. Alan presents the Baron's crest, which the guard immediately recognizes. The guard apologizes and lets him pass. Alan realizes the crest is more useful than he thought. He's been preparing for this day, his summons at the ready. Finally, he steps outside the towering city walls, a smile spreading across his face as he takes in the open road and the freedom it represents. He has a whole day off. Now that his family are commoners, they can move freely. With a shout of excitement, he declares, "Let's go hunt." The gate guard can only watch as he sprints off, shouting a warning about the dangers of going alone. Alan consults his mental map of the area. He knows that getting too close to the White Dragon Mountain is dangerous due to the high-ranked monsters that reside there. After running about 10 kilometers into the forest, he decides to aim for D-rank monsters, confident that he can handle them. He prepares to summon his bird, Hook. Alan tests Hook's intelligence, which has improved after enhancement. It's the only summon that can understand all his orders. Pleased, he pets Hook and then sends his flock of birds into the sky, using their Hawkeye skill to scout for monsters. An hour passes with no sign of monsters, leading Alan to believe the random encounter rate is low. He takes a moment to check his inventory, which includes some coins, a few magic stones, and the dagger he got from Dagora. Suddenly, Hook flies down, chirping. It's found something. Realizing it's much faster to search from the sky, Alan thanks his summon and draws his sword, ready for whatever lies ahead. Hook leads him deeper into the woods. Alan proceeds with caution, unsure of what kind of monster awaits. The area seems quiet, and he wonders if this is really the right place. His question is answered abruptly as several beast-like figures emerge from the trees, brandishing crude weapons. He quickly finds himself surrounded by a small horde. He identifies them instantly. They're D-rank goblins, about 1.5 meters tall. Recognizing the threat, he prepares for the impending battle. As the 5 goblins charge, Alan calmly opens his grimoire and summons his own reinforcements. "Come, Thomas," he commands. 5 ferocious, cat-like creatures, his E-rank summons named Tama, appear around him, growling and ready to fight. Their stats show they are formidable fighters. The goblins hesitate, intimidated by the sudden appearance of the beasts. Alan smirks, confident in the power of his E-rank summons. It's an even match, 5 of his Tamas against the 5 goblins. The beasts let out a collective growl, eager for battle. Knowing he can summon his animals within a 50-meter radius, Alan strategically surrounds the goblins, cutting off their escape. With a grin, he declares, "Now, let the hunt start." The Tamas leap into action, tearing into the goblins with their claws and fangs in a chaotic frenzy of battle. One of his Tamas successfully defeats a goblin, earning Alan 200 experience points. He's pleased his summons can handle the fight. However, the victory is short-lived as another Tama is struck down. Seeing one of his summons get defeated in a single hit, Alan realizes this won't be an easy victory. He quickly changes tactics and summons his E-rank insect, a Jiha. A large, beautiful butterfly named a Jiha emerges. Its status screen appears, highlighting its high endurance and agility, as well as its special skill, Scales. A nearby goblin looks on in confusion. Alan knows he can use a Jiha's skill to put the enemies to sleep. As the goblins become drowsy from the butterfly's scales, he prepares to strike with a stone. He throws a stone, but, just as he expected, it has no effect on a D-rank monster. Frustrated, he commands his remaining Tama to attack the sleeping goblin. In less than 2 hours, the battle is over. Alan has defeated 5 goblins and gained 1,000 experience points. He grins, realizing this hunt is far more efficient than he could have ever expected. Alan gets to the grim task of harvesting the magic stones from the defeated goblins. He dislikes doing it, but for a summoner, magic stones are a lifeline that he must collect. Looking up at the sky, he sees his bird summon, Hook, has already located another group of 5 goblins within 3 kilometers. It seems goblins are a plentiful resource. It turns out to be the best day off ever. In total, he defeated 80 goblins and 5 horned rabbits, earning over 16,000 experience points and leveling up from 7 to 9. He also learned more about his insect summon skill, Scales. It has a high success rate on goblins, but he notes that to use debuffs on opponents 2 or more ranks higher, he would need to use multiple insect-type summons at once. As evening approaches, he notices he lost a few Tamas during the fights. He'll need to collect more E-rank stones to create new ones. He calls to his birds, telling them it's time to go. He notices his birds are acting strange and asks what's wrong. To his dismay, he realizes that since they have normal bird eyes, they can't see well in the dark. His first hunt is cut short, and to make matters worse, he's lost. A month passes. Alan establishes a routine, going out to hunt every 6 days. He reaches level 15. The cycle of hunting monsters for experience, money, and better equipment feels easy, but he still hasn't saved enough to buy good gear. As Alan worries about his low servant salary of 50 silver coins a month, he is suddenly summoned by the head butler. Alan is brought before Baron Granville, who sits at his desk with the butler standing by. The Baron informs Alan that the butler's performance reports have been nothing but praise. The Baron's expression turns serious. He asks Alan what he has been doing on his days off, noting that he was seen trying to sneak out before sunrise again. Alan realizes they are suspicious and knows he must be careful with his lies. To the surprise of the Baron and the butler, Alan confesses the truth. He goes monster hunting outside the city. He explains that he is the son of the hunter Rodden and that hunting is simply his family's way of life. The butler looks shocked. The Baron's stern face softens into a smile. He remembers Rodden's bravery and calls Alan the child of a hero. Alan feels relieved that his story, which was mostly true, sounded natural and believable. Alan explains that he sells the meat to a butcher for pocket money. The butler advises against it, warning of rumors. Instead, the Baron offers to buy the meat himself, paying 1 silver coin for each monster part. Alan is overjoyed, realizing he can now hunt proudly without wasting time. 5 days later, on another day off, Alan is back in the snowy forest. He gives a kiss to his butterfly summon, a Jiha, for good luck before setting his goal for the day: kill 100 goblins and 5 horned rabbits. While he's taking a break to eat a Mortimo fruit, his bird summon, Hook, suddenly lands and starts chirping frantically. Alan asks what's wrong. Hook takes off abruptly, flying far beyond the 3-kilometer search radius Alan had instructed it to stay within. Puzzled and a bit annoyed, Alan follows. He's led to the scene of a battle. He sees a group of adventurers being overwhelmed by goblins. One of the adventurers desperately yells for his companion, Mihi, to run. Alan immediately recognizes the group from the Adventurers Guild, Levin, Mihi, and their hooded companion. They are surrounded, and Mihi stands her ground, determined not to let the goblins pass. Deciding to intervene, Alan reaches into his inventory. He pulls out 3 custom-made iron balls he had acquired from a weapon shop. He hurls the first iron ball with surprising force, striking a goblin square in the head and sending it flying. Mihi is stunned by the unexpected and powerful intervention. Appearing seemingly out of nowhere, Alan grabs a stunned Mihi and declares that he's here to help. He quickly dispatches his other 2 iron balls, taking out 2 more goblins with precise and deadly aim. The remaining goblins, enraged by the sudden loss of their comrades, turn their attention towards the new threat. Alan realizes his iron balls aren't enough to kill them. Not wanting to reveal his summoning abilities, he decides to fight them directly. He tells a hesitant Mihi that he'll take care of the goblins on the right. He had been avoiding direct combat to keep his borrowed servant clothes clean, but now he has no choice. He charges in, sword drawn, and swiftly cuts down a goblin, moving on to the next. One of the adventurers manages to kill a goblin, but the fight is taking its toll. The hooded woman is almost out of mana. Mihi cries out in despair, seeing that Levin is gravely injured and won't make it. The battle ends. Alan stands alone amidst the fallen goblins, having saved the adventurers from certain death. Mihi and her companion are amazed that Alan killed 3 goblins by himself. They tell him Levin's wound is too serious and they won't reach the city in time. Alan offers them some herbs he has. Alan pulls out a recovery herb he obtained from Summon. He's never used it before, but deducing its purpose from a name, he decides to use the injured Levin as a test subject. He applies the herb, and to everyone's astonishment, Levin's grievous wound begins to magically heal and close up before their eyes. Levin is saved. The party is overjoyed and amazed by the mysterious kid's abilities, with one even wondering if he passed the trial of a god. Alan is just glad the herb worked. Alan then tends to Mihi's injured arm, this time using an even more precious item, a Mangaerecap flower. The party is shocked that he possesses 2 different kinds of rare herbs. The healing is so fast that Alan recalls his own father didn't recover this quickly from a similar injury. Alan explains that a recovery herb only heals to some extent, while the Mangaerecap flower can restore one's maximum physical strength. Levin, now fully recovered, finally recognizes Alan from the guild and asks what his incredible talent is. Alan simply states that he was told he doesn't have one. The adventurers are in awe of Alan, calling him cool and insisting they must pay him back for saving all of them. Alan, however, just wants to get back to his hunt and asks them not to tell anyone about him. But Levin persists, asking if there's anything else they can do. Alan pauses, considering their offer. An idea strikes him. As repayment, he asks for all the magic stones from the goblins they defeated, as well as 100 of their own E-rank stones. He declares that this will be enough. After the grateful adventurers depart, Levin vowing not to lose to goblins again, Alan is finally alone. But before he can resume his hunt, there's something he needs to check. He summons his bird, Hook. Alan tries to process what happened. He always believed that summons were supposed to simply follow their master's orders, and that their stats and skills were tools for the summoner to command. Hook looks back at him, not understanding the problem. But Hook ignored his instructions and prioritized its own will, choosing to lead him to the adventurers in need. Kneeling in the snow, Alan has a profound realization about the nature of the summons created by the god of this world. He reaches out and gently pets his summon. He apologizes to Hook, reassuring it that he isn't blaming it. With a smile, he promises that next time, he will consider the possibility of Hook finding someone in need and says, "I'm counting on you." With this newfound understanding and strengthened bond, Alan and Hook are ready for whatever comes next. Hook lets out a mighty cry and spreads its wings, ready to continue their journey together with his summons. In late December, 2 months have passed since Alan started working at the Baron's mansion. The Knight Commander, who sometimes visits to trade information, notes that Alan is looking much better. The commander's job is to protect the Lord by catching criminals and subjugating monsters. During dinner, the family discusses how their country seems to be safe from war. Cecil, the Baron's daughter, excitedly points out that the meat they're eating is from the 5-horned rabbits Alan caught in a single day, much to the Knight Commander's surprise. The Knight Commander then mentions that Karina village successfully defeated 20 great boars. The girls praise Alan's father for the achievement, and Alan proudly accepts the compliment, saying it was only natural. This makes Karina suspicious. She wonders why, if they caught so many boars back in October, they aren't getting to eat any of the meat now, recalling that they had boar meat last winter. Alan silently agrees that it is strange. The Baron scolds Karina for her selfish question, while Alan internally speculates that the meat was likely sent to the royal capital on the king's magic ship. Karina sadly whispers to Alan that the Baron's own children get less meat than the serfs in her village. Just then, their brother Thomas tries to order Alan to catch a white deer for the upcoming New Year's party. Karina looks worried, but Cecil quickly steps in, telling Thomas he has to go through her first. Thomas reluctantly backs down. The Baron and Lady Granville also tell Thomas to stop bothering Alan. However, Alan is unfazed and accepts the challenge. He thinks to himself that his father's team has hunted C-rank monsters like the Great Boar before, so now it's his turn to try. Alan heads out into the snowy wilderness. He summons his team of crowned frogs, who begin hopping around, ready for the hunt. Suddenly, their target appears from the trees. It's a C-rank white deer, an aggressive-looking beast with massive, intimidating antlers. As the white deer charges, Alan stands his ground. With his grimoire open, he resolved that he can't call himself a summoner if he can't properly utilize his summons abilities. With a shout, Alan commands his summons. The frogs unleash their power, creating a massive wall of ice that instantly freezes and traps the charging deer. The hunt is a success, granting Alan 2,500 experience points. He notes that hunting goblins is far more efficient for leveling up, but figures that this impressive catch will earn him praise as he drags the deer's body through the snow. Back at the mansion, panic erupts as a monster is spotted outside. Baron Granville yells for everyone to grab their weapons and hold out until the knights arrive. The guards ready their spears, only for the monster to be revealed as Alan, dragging the massive deer. He announces that he has captured a white deer as per Master Thomas's order, leaving everyone speechless. The tension breaks as Karina happily tells her mother that with this deer, they no longer need to worry about the New Year's party. Lady Granville agrees, looking relieved. As the family thanks Alan, the Knight Commander questions if this is truly a talentless kid. In disbelief that an 8-year-old could single-handedly kill a C-rank monster, he quietly orders one of his men to recheck Alan's background. Thanks to Alan's achievement, he is now entrusted with a weekly hunting day to provide meat for the family. His salary is also doubled to 100 silver coins, though he notes it's a fixed rate, suspecting the Baron is having financial difficulties. Even so, Alan is ecstatic that he now gets to go hunting twice a week, even though he secretly wishes it could be more. Time passes, and it is now March. A carriage arrives, and Lady Cecil wakes Alan, telling him they are going to meet her older brother. Today, they are to pick up the Baron's eldest son from his school dormitory in the city. At the landing point, Alan and Cecil are in awe as they look upon a massive airship docked at the port. Cecil is amazed to see the airship up close. Alan, already aware that it's fueled by magic stones, is more interested in the principles behind its operation. He observes other magic tools, noting the world's advanced technology. Cecil runs to greet her brother, Mihi, as he disembarks. After they exchange greetings, Alan introduces himself. Mihi is surprised to see such a young new servant. Cecil proudly tells her brother that her servant is a hunter, which Mihi finds excellent. Alan thinks to himself that Mihi is much calmer than his sister, and that their father certainly spoils her. Mihi gives Cecil a gift from the capital, a beautiful butterfly accessory, which she loves. As Alan watches the two siblings close bond, his thoughts drift to his own friends back home, Mashu and Miura, wondering how they are doing. Sometime later, during Mihi's spring break, it's the first hunting day since his return. Fulfilling an order from Cecil to hunt a lot, Alan returns to the manor with a massive haul of monsters, prompting a guard to wonder if they're preparing for a feast. Upon returning to the mansion, Alan is welcomed back. He thinks about how walking through the streets with his catch attracts a lot of attention. While his storage is limitless, the monster parts are too big to fit through the small opening. In the courtyard, Mihi is sparring with the Knight Commander. Alan arrives and watches, impressed by their skillful movements and the commander using his sword for the first time. As Alan is welcomed back by the family, the Knight Commander praises Mihi for his improvement over the past year. Mihi, however, modestly asks them to stop calling him young master, as he is already 13. Cecil happily notes that the head chef will be pleased with Alan's successful hunt. Mihi then turns his attention to Alan, remarking that he is pretty good, and asks if he has time for a sparring match. Alan is handed a Misril sword by the commander. He checks his status, noting that he wants to fight seriously in hunting mode. The ladies wonder how he can even use such a large sword, despite having defeated a C-rank monster. The commander gets ready to officiate the duel. Mihi, a 1-star swordsman, and Alan, a 5-star summoner, take their stances. As the match begins, Alan reminds himself to be careful and not get hurt. The duel starts with a clash of swords. Mihi immediately goes on the offensive, surprising Alan with his opening move. Alan is immediately overwhelmed by Mihi's attack. He's shocked that the strike wasn't particularly strong, yet he finds himself losing speed and unable to keep up. Mihi easily stops Alan's swing with one hand and launches a counterattack. The Knight Commander reassures a worried Cecil, explaining that Mihi has survived a year at the academy and can't lose to someone who has never been to school. The duel ends abruptly with Mihi's sword held to Alan's throat. The onlookers, who were tense just a moment ago, now applaud and sigh in relief at the conclusion of the match. Mihi praises Alan, calling him excellent for his young age. A breathless Alan can only admit his complete defeat, shocked at how strong Mihi was. Cecil and Karina rush to congratulate their brother on his victory. Mihi then reveals that he has to fight in a dungeon during his summer vacation, a statement that leaves his sisters and Alan in shock. Mihi explains that he will be forced to drop out of the academy if he can't get through the dungeon. He then cheerfully mentions the Holy Sword Doberig at his academy, which piques Alan's and Karina's curiosity. Alan recognizes that Mihi's strength is that of a talented person who has been leveling up for a year, but he vows he will grow 100 times faster in Hell mode. He eagerly asks for a rematch during the next spring break. Mihi laughs and agrees to the rematch, warmly asking Alan to take care of his sister while he is away. Alan nervously agrees and shakes Mihi's hand, realizing that he is steadily establishing his position as a loyal servant. A few days later, Mihi returns to the academy. As Alan and Cecil see him off, Alan feels conflicted. He wants to hunt every day and finds dungeons interesting, but worries he'll be Cecil's servant for life if things continue as they are. A new guest, Viscount Connor, arrives at the mansion. He loudly presumes the large piece of meat he is served is the boar meat the Baron has been hiding, and remarks on the rarity of seeing a black-haired servant like Alan. While the Baron politely denies hiding anything, Alan watches the Viscount eat and immediately realizes this must be Viscount Connor, the man behind the king's unreasonable order for boar hunting. The narration explains the local geography. The Granville and Connor territories are adjacent, separated by a mountain with a mithril vein on the Granville side. Connor flourishes by mining this mithril, a reversal of the situation 100 years ago when the White Dragon was in their territory. Alan connects the dots, concluding that the two territories have been on bad terms for generations because of the conflict over the White Dragon and mithril mining. This long-standing feud is likely the reason for Viscount Connor's poor attitude and the punishing boar hunting order. Viscount Connor announces he is there to share the results of his youngest daughter's recent appraisal ceremony. She was granted the talent of Spearmaster, and Alan notes that she is the same age as his friend Mihi. To Alan's confusion, Viscount Connor laughs and declares that, fortunately, his daughter is talentless. The Viscount then mocks Baron Granville, saying he feels sorry for him because 2 of his 3 children have talents. He sneers that the Baron will now have to fulfill the noble's duty just like him, leaving the Baron seething with rage. As the Viscount leaves, Alan ponders the meaning of noble's duty. He wonders why having talent is considered bad when it allows for magnificent things like the airship. He concludes that being a noble is a hassle and is relieved that his friends Mihi and Karina likely won't be involved. By autumn, Alan, now 9 years old, has been working at the Granville house for a year. Wearing his new death spider cloak, he thinks about how the boar hunting season must be starting back in his home village. Alan checks his status screen. He has reached level 24 and is pleased that he is slowly getting all the necessary equipment and has a variety of summoned beasts at his disposal. Looking at his grimoire, he feels a sense of satisfaction. After killing 10,000 goblins, he has finally leveled up. He feels lucky and hopes he can hunt 3 or even 5 times the usual amount today. Feeling confident after leveling up, Alan decides to fight some higher-rank monsters. He summons his hawk, Hook, to scout ahead for D or C-rank prey. Hook quickly spots a target, a C-rank armored ant, a massive creature about 3 meters tall. Alan recognizes it as the monster another hunter named Levin had mentioned. He prepares for battle, summoning his wolf-like beasts, the Thomas. A pack of Alan's summoned beasts, the Thomas, surrounds the giant armored ant. They growl and prepare to attack the C-rank monster. The Thomas launch their assault, but their claws and teeth are ineffective against the ant's tough exoskeleton. Alan realizes that this direct method of attack isn't working. The armored ant proves to be too strong, easily shaking off the attacking Thomas and flinging one of them from its back. Seeing that his Thomas are no match for the ant, Alan quickly changes his strategy. He summons his Ajiha, butterfly-like insects that can use a scales attack. The 2 Ajiha butterflies fly towards the armored ant, releasing a cloud of poisonous scale powder from their wings. The strategy is a success. The poison from the scales works, and the giant C-rank monster collapses. Alan is pleased with this discovery, realizing he can use this same strategy against other tough monsters like white deers. With the giant ant unconscious from the poison, Alan decides to finish it off before it can recover. He climbs onto its back, looking for any wounds the Thomas might have caused. Alan aims for the ant's neck, but even with his offense stat at 438, his dagger can't penetrate the hard shell. He realizes he needs a better dagger just as the monster begins to stir. As the armored ant wakes, Alan panics but puts all his strength into one final, desperate stab, determined not to let it escape. He succeeds. A notification confirms the defeat of the armored ant, rewarding him with 3,000 experience points. Relieved, Alan prepares to collect the magic stones and move on. However, Alan runs into another problem. The ant's shell is too hard for his dagger to penetrate, making it impossible to collect the magic stones. Frustrated, he gives up and sends his birds to look for orcs instead. While scouting with his bird, Alan peeks from behind a tree and spots a large creature in the distance, which he estimates to be around 2 meters tall. He finds a C-rank orc fast asleep. Alan notes that while his summons are never exhausted, normal monsters have to sleep, giving him the perfect opportunity to strike. He summons his Tamas to prepare for an ambush. At Alan's command, the pack of Tamas viciously attacks the sleeping orc, catching it completely by surprise. The ambush is a success, as the orc lets out a cry of pain. Alan watches with satisfaction, pleased that his strategy is working. Enraged, the wounded orc retaliates with a powerful swing of its weapon, managing to take out 3 of Alan's summons in a single strike. Despite the orc's powerful counterattack, Alan remains calm and orders his remaining Tamas to attack it with their scratch ability. The Tamas swarm the orc once more, relentlessly clawing at the beast as it cries out in pain. Alan defeats the orc, earning 1,500 experience points, and decides this will be his next grinding target. He successfully collects the magic stone and celebrates killing a C-rank monster without needing to use traps. He feels a sense of accomplishment, clutching the C-rank magic stone he acquired. However, his confidence is short-lived. He remembers his crushing defeat by Mihi, a 15-year-old from the academy. He reasons that academy alumni, like the Knight Commander, must be far more powerful. Realizing the huge power gap, Alan resolves that in this Hell mode, he must gain much more experience to become stronger and overcome the overwhelmingly powerful people in this world. With his new grinding target set, Alan sets his next goal, to kill 2 orcs at once. He sends his hawk, Hook, to start searching, and a summary shows a successful day's results. 1 armored ant and 15 orcs defeated for a total of 25,500 experience points. Alan is ecstatic. He calculates that if he can handle 40 orcs a day, he'll earn 60,000 experience points, a massive increase from the 25,000 he got from hunting goblins. He happily declares himself the new orc killer as he runs back to the city. The scene shifts to early November. Cecil sternly reminds Alan, who is now dressed back in his servant uniform, to not say anything rude in front of her teacher. He casually agrees. As a present for his first anniversary of servitude, Alan is allowed to attend classes with Cecil. He eagerly thanks the teacher, a man with a long white beard and an eye patch, when asked if he has any questions. Alan decides to test a hypothesis he's been thinking about. He asks the teacher what the conditions are to use magic, wondering if his summoner talent might allow it. Alan believes that since a summoner's intelligence has an S-rank growth rate, it should be usable for learning magic. However, another student scoffs at the talentless servant for even asking. The teacher calms him down, saying he will explain. The teacher gives a blunt and simple answer. To use any spells, you obviously need a talent that allows the use of magic. Without one, it's impossible. Alan is crushed, realizing magic is hopeless for him. When another student points out that even Cecil can't use magic yet, Cecil gets defensive and demands the teacher bring out the crystal ball. Confused, Alan asks if she's a sorcerer. To prove her point, Cecil places her hands on the crystal ball, and it begins to glow, showing she has magical aptitude. Seeing this, Alan excitedly asks if he can try it too. Full of hope, Alan declares he'll see if a summoner can use magic. The teacher allows it, and Alan eagerly places his hands on the crystal ball, while Cecil looks on, but nothing happens. The teacher confirms the result. Magic is impossible for Alan after all. The reality of it leaves Alan in a state of shock. Alan falls into despair. He questions what the point of his high intelligence is if he can't use magic or even win with a sword. His hopeful hypothesis is officially and quietly debunked. Another year has passed since Alan was officially allowed to hunt. In that time, he has become a familiar face in the city, gaining many acquaintances among the other adventurers. While walking through the city, Alan notices a commotion. He hears bells ringing and sees people running in a panic, sensing that something is wrong. He spots a fellow adventurer, Levin, running past with his party. Alan calls out to him, trying to find out what's happening. Levin frantically explains that a B-rank monster, Madagalshu, has appeared near the south gate. His party member vehemently warns Alan not to even think about trying to fight it. Levin adds that the situation is terrible because both the commander and vice commander are absent, meaning there's no one strong enough to fight the monster. Their only choice is to help evacuate the citizens. Alan assesses the situation. He knows most adventurers in the city are talentless and won't fight. Recalling that his duty as the Granville family's hunter is to help those in trouble, he decides he must act. Believing the Baron will forgive him for acting on his own initiative this one time, Alan steels his resolve. He turns towards the danger and declares his challenge to the B-rank monster. Alan rushes ahead toward the south gate, where civilians are in a panic, scrambling to get their wagons and escape the city. The city gate is a scene of chaos as guards try to direct the flow of traffic, shouting for the wounded to move one way, while civilians hurry to evacuate. A guard orders the gate to be closed to stop the monster from getting in. A nobleman desperately pleads with them to wait for his carriage, but it's too late. The monster, having already destroyed a horse, appears just outside the gate. The B-rank monster, Madagalshu, looms over a carriage. It's a terrifying beast, well over 5 meters tall, with a grotesque, grinning face as it savors its kill. The nobleman frantically begs the stunned guards to do something to save his wife and daughter, who are trapped in the carriage. Seeing their hesitation, Alan prepares his grimoire and decides to act. Alan acts decisively, throwing an insect summon that explodes on the monster's face. As the beast recoils, Alan yells, "Hey, over here!" successfully drawing its attention away from the carriage and entirely onto himself. Levin desperately yells for Alan to stop, warning him that provoking the monster will get him killed. Enraged by the taunts, the Madagalshu lets out a furious roar. Alan sees that the monster has taken the bait, but worries that his mana still hasn't recovered. The beast charges with incredible speed, knocking Alan down. Levin and his party can only watch in horror, shocked at how fast it is. Alan gets back to his feet, surprised that the monster isn't pressing its attack. It just stands there, watching him. Instead of attacking, the monster stomps its foot and lets out a guttural noise, seeming to grin at him. Alan realizes with frustration that the powerful beast is just having fun and toying with him. The monster's name, Madagalshu, triggers a memory for Alan. His father named his friend Mashu after this very monster. Horrified at his dad's terrible naming sense, Alan wonders if this is some kind of sick turn-based battle. Determined to make the monster regret its arrogance, Alan opens his grimoire. With his mana still low, he prepares a new strategy. Alan summons multiple E-rank bug and bird cards, which merge with him to boost his endurance and agility. He knows he needs to increase his stats to have any chance of dodging the monster's attacks. The Madagalshu seems surprised by his sudden burst of speed. Watching from the city gate, Levin realizes Alan's plan. He's using himself as bait to lure the monster away. Once he's a safe distance from the city, Alan summons his Ajiha butterflies and commands them to put the beast to sleep. As he continues to lead the monster further away, Alan repeatedly orders his Ajiha butterflies to attack, hoping their sleep-inducing powder will eventually take effect. Exhausted, Alan finally stops deep in the forest. He clutches his grimoire, realizing with a sinking feeling that he has lost track of the monster. Panic sets in. All of his debuff attempts have failed, and he comes to the grim conclusion that it's impossible for him to defeat this monster on his own. Accepting defeat, Alan decides to retreat for now. He consoles himself that he at least lured the beast far away from the city. He resolves to gain more experience and return for revenge later. But the Madagalshu is relentless. It smashes through the trees and continues its pursuit, roaring persistently. Cornered, Alan is surrounded by his summons, preparing for a final, desperate battle. 3 days later, a battered and wounded Alan finally stumbles back toward the city. The guards at the gate spot him, and the Knight Commander recognizes him immediately. Alan collapses from his injuries and exhaustion. The guards rush to his side, immediately calling for a doctor and ordering someone to contact the Baron. Alan awakens in a guest room to find Cecil by his side. She's relieved he's finally awake after sleeping for 2 days straight, stating it's natural to be worried for her personal servant. The Baron and his wife also enter, glad that he is okay. Later, Alan stands before the Baron, who sternly asks what he was thinking by acting so recklessly on his own. Alan apologizes for acting without permission, saying he could only run away. However, the Knight Commander interjects, stating that Alan did nothing wrong and that thanks to him, the city suffered minimal damage. On behalf of the Knights, he thanks Alan for fulfilling their duty. The Baron rewards Alan with 10 gold coins, and the family from the carriage he saved adds another 10, totaling 20 gold coins. Alan is ecstatic, realizing he can buy a better weapon. The Baron simply warns him not to stray too far from the city next time. With his reward money, Alan purchases a new mithril sword. He tests it on a beetle-like monster with a hard shell and easily cuts it down, a feat his old dagger couldn't accomplish. Alan celebrates his new, very sharp mithril sword. He's confident that monsters with hard armor will no longer be a problem. Furthermore, he reveals he made another happy discovery during his ordeal. Alan realizes that the memories from a previous summon are carried over to the newly summoned one. His hawk, Hook, still remembers the fight with Madagalshu and actively watches for it. He understands now that his summons are entities that store all their hard-earned information and continue to grow along with him. The scene opens with an intense sword duel. Mihi, the Baron's son who has just returned from the academy, relentlessly attacks Alan. Alan, though on the defensive, parries the fierce blows while the rest of the family watches on. Watching from the sidelines, Mihi's sister, Cecil, questions if Alan has gotten weaker than before. The duel reaches its climax as Mihi's sword strikes forward, knocking Alan's blade out of his hand and onto the ground. Alan clenches his fists in frustration, angry that he lost again despite his growth. Meanwhile, Mihi is showered with praise by his family for his amazing performance. Cecil tells the dejected Alan to practice more, while Mihi assures her that he will take care of her, solidifying his role as the dependable older brother. Later, at the dinner table, the family discusses Alan's past achievements. They are surprised to hear that Alan had previously fought against the Madagalshu. The consensus is that it's a dangerous B-rank beast, and there's no way Alan could have defeated it by himself. The Baron encourages his son, Mihi, to continue improving and become even stronger. Mihi agrees respectfully. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted when a guard bursts into the room with urgent news, asking for the Lord Baron. The guard frantically announces the shocking news that has the entire room on edge. The legendary White Dragon has awakened. Alan is stunned to hear about the White Dragon, an A-rank beast that has been dormant for 100 years. The situation becomes more dire as the guard reports that an adventure guild saw the dragon flying towards the Kalnal territory, causing the Baron and his wife to worry. An advisor proposes a plan to investigate the new settlement of the White Dragon, starting with the 4 main mines in the surrounding area. The Baron listens intently, considering the course of action. The Baron expresses his concern, stating that such an investigation would likely take months due to the high-rank goblins and orcs infesting the foothills. In stark contrast, Mihi and the younger members of the family are visibly excited, viewing this as a historic event unfolding after a century of peace. The Baron's wife agrees with Mihi's excitement. The advisor adds a word of caution, suggesting they keep the matter secret as the dragon might still return. Overhearing everything, Alan understands the gravity of the situation, realizing they are in trouble and that he must prepare himself for what's to come. After a fruitful first week of training, Alan reviews his progress. He's reached level 5 in combining and summoning skills. His grimoire has expanded, and most importantly, he's gained the Comradeship skill. His stat sheet shows a significant boost in all his abilities, marking a major step up in his journey. He notes the movement of the White Dragon and plans to check it out. Alan examines his newly acquired Comradeship skill. While a D-rank summoner skill might seem low, he's eager to test its potential, hoping it proves as useful as his storage ability. He activates it with his summoned bird, Hook. As soon as he activates the skill, Alan is taken aback. He stares in shock as his summoned bird, Hook, lets out a peculiar cry, indicating that something unexpected is happening. Alan is astonished as he realizes the true power of his new skill. He can now share senses with his summon. This is observation assimilation, allowing him to see everything through Hook's eyes. His excitement grows as he discovers the assimilation isn't limited to just vision. He can also share Hook's hearing. As the bird soars through the sky, Alan feels as if he's the one riding the wind high above the forest. Combined with his Hawkeye skill, Alan can now see for miles ahead. He notes a limitation. He can't issue direct orders when Hook is out of a certain range, but the potential of this scouting ability is incredibly interesting. Alan draws a parallel to his past life as a gamer. This ability is like controlling multiple characters at once through different screens. He realizes that as long as a summon has an intelligence stat above 100, there's no limit to how many he can control simultaneously. It dawns on him that increasing his intelligence is the key. For each summon under his comradeship, he needs 200 intelligence points, meaning with his current 1200 points, he can control 6 summons. Holding a vast amount of D-rank magic stones, he eagerly decides to see what new D-rank animals he can now summon. Alan looks on in awe at the new D-rank summons available to him. The first two presented are Buran, a formidable stone-type golem with high endurance, and Harami, a fish-type creature with high magic power. A variety of other D-rank summons are displayed. These include a large bear, an owl named Nuru with a night eye skill, a spider with spider silk, a plant creature called Jagabata, and a small, newly hatched-looking creature. Alan processes the information about his new summons. He realizes that with the exception of Jagabata, all of them have an intelligence stat above 100. This means he can control them remotely using his comradeship skill. He does note, however, that he is sad he can't give team orders from a distance to summons like Tama, but he already has a team with Hook. A thrilling realization hits Alan. From now on, he can just use his summons to hunt beasts remotely. Overflowing with excitement at this game-changing strategy, he decides to test it out immediately on a nearby group of armored insects. Alan puts his new remote command strategy into action. He orders his spider to shoot its silk to immobilize an armored ant, then immediately commands his powerful bear to move in and finish it off. The battle is a swift and overwhelming success. It only took a few hits from his summoned creatures to defeat the armored ant. Alan claps his hands in delight, a satisfied smile on his face as he confirms that he can finally command a coordinated team of summons to fight for him effectively. His newly formed remote summons team stands triumphantly. With this success, Alan immediately begins to strategize their formation and roles. He designates Horu the bird and Hook the owl for reconnaissance during the day and night respectively. Meanwhile, he plans to utilize Harami's ability to greatly increase the team's evasiveness, laying the groundwork for a versatile and efficient hunting party. Alan clenches his fists, realizing the most broken aspect of his comradeship skill. His summons only need to be called once to continuously gain experience for 30 days, even while he sleeps. He then instructs his new team, warning them not to get too close to strangers and not to fight back if attacked, prioritizing their survival and steady growth. As he walks through the forest, Alan marvels at his incredible new talent. Remotely controlling 8 summons doesn't feel uncomfortable at all, and he feels his own strength has suddenly increased. He realizes the ability to observe such a large area must have many other applications, and as his bird summon flies towards the distant mountain range of the White Dragon, an interesting idea begins to form in his mind. Through the eyes of his summon, Alan discovers a settlement named Karina Village. Below, he spots 2 young warriors, a girl with a sword and a boy carrying a large axe, preparing to face off in a practice duel. The 2 young warriors ready themselves for battle. On the right is Karina, a talented 3-star sword saint, and on the left is Dagora, a 1-star axe user. With weapons drawn, they both yell "Come!" and charge at each other. The two clash in a dynamic flurry of action, with Karina letting out a powerful shout as she swings her large sword against Dagora's axe. Nearby, another young boy is called to practice. This is Ma Shu, a 1-star spear master who eagerly runs to join the training, spear slung over his shoulder. The trio of young warriors, Karina, an annoyed Dagora, and a smiling Ma Shu, gather after their sparring session, showcasing the next generation of fighters from the village. Alan continues his reconnaissance, his bird summon flying high above the village. It silently perches on a branch, observing a man diligently working the fields below. While working, a man looks up and comments on the strange-looking bird flying by. Elsewhere, Alan uses his summon to visit a small home, where a mother, Miura, gently braids her young daughter's hair, telling her to stay still. For Alan, This is a way to feel close to his own family. After she finishes, the mother and daughter are puzzled to find a single gold coin on the floor, a secret gift left behind by Alan through his summon. Back at the Baron's mansion, Alan is seen dutifully sweeping the floors. He looks out the window, feeling amazing. He has designated a new bird summon, Chiapai, to visit his home every day, using Comradeship to check in on his family from afar. The story jumps forward in time. It is now October, and Alan is 10 years old, having served at the Baron's house for 2 years. A meeting is underway where the Baron discusses the mining situation. Just as they feared, after 100 years of absence, the area is now teeming with magic beasts. An advisor delivers a grim report. Magic beasts are gathering not just in the mines, but also near the mithril refinery. Restoring just the nearest coal mine will require a massive effort to clear the beasts, recruit miners, and build a transport route, a process estimated to take a staggering 3 years, much to the Baron's shock. The Baron and his advisor conclude that, as they expected, the miners' hasty exploitation of the mines angered the White Dragon. Listening in while serving, Alan feels a shiver of fear, grateful that he didn't use his comradeship to observe the A-rank beast directly, worried his summons would have run back in fear. In another part of the territory, an important-looking official is informed that the Night Order's punishment has officially begun. He gives an order to promote the mithril mining plan, hinting at political schemes unfolding behind the scenes. Through his bird's eyes, Alan surveys a goblin encampment. The sight of not only adult goblins but also their young makes him hesitate for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Any hesitation Alan had vanishes in an instant. His bird flies over a horrifying pile of human skeletons. Below, goblins are seen gnawing on bones, having clearly eaten humans and stolen their weapons. The gruesome sight fills Alan with cold fury. A profound change occurs within Alan. He reflects that he used to hesitate, viewing monsters merely as a supply of experience points. But now, faced with the brutal reality of their actions, his eyes narrow with an unyielding and grim determination. Sitting with his grimoire open, surrounded by his powerful bear and insect summons, Alan makes a new vow. This time, there will be no hesitation. He will kill all of the goblins, leaving not a single one alive. The assault begins. Alan initiates the attack by commanding his fish summon, Harami, to swing away, likely creating a buff or diversion for the rest of the team. Harami's ability grants a dodge-up status to the bear and spider summons, increasing their evasiveness. As the surprised goblins look on, Alan gives the command for the bears to charge in first. The bears, empowered and enraged, crash into the goblin lines with brutal force, tearing them apart in a vicious and overwhelming onslaught. The goblin defenses are no match for Alan's summons. A large goblin tries to hold the line with a shield, but the bears easily swarm over the wooden barricade, demonstrating their superior strength. The battle's dynamic shifts as a goblin archer appears on the fortifications. It looses a volley of arrows, but Alan's spider summon immediately counters, spewing a thick web that intercepts the projectiles mid-air, completely neutralizing the ranged threat. From his vantage point, Alan quickly adapts his strategy. Recognizing the danger of stealthy ranged attackers, he issues a precise command, directing his spider and bird summons to prioritize and eliminate the archers. With his team now managing both ground and air threats, Alan calmly oversees the unfolding battle, ready for the enemy's next move. As his summons continue their rampage, Alan watches as EXP notifications pop up. He sees the main force of the goblins emerge from their fortress and calmly says, "Here they come." A massive horde of enraged goblins, armed with swords and spears, pours out from their encampment, charging furiously onto the battlefield. Unfazed by the goblin horde, Alan stands confidently with his grimoire open, surrounded by his army of massive bear summons. A goblin looks on in shock as Alan gives the decisive command, "My bears, go and destroy them all." The goblins attempt to flee, but find their escape route cut off by another squadron of Alan summons. Alan smirks, revealing his strategy. It's no use running away. I already deployed my troops that way. He has them completely surrounded. The battlefield descends into chaos as Alan's bears relentlessly tear through the trapped goblins, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. With 20 bears in the fight, Alan is confident of his victory. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoes from the goblins' side, and a massive shadow looms over them. Alan's eyes widen in surprise as a new, much larger threat appears. The boss finally appears, a hulking, C-rank goblin king, wielding a massive axe. Alan recognizes the formidable foe, noting that the heady opponent has finally shown himself. The Goblin King dismisses Alan's summons, but Alan's warriors, who have already defeated thousands of C-rank beasts, stand their ground, ready to prove he is no match for them. The battle against the king is over in an instant. With a final guttural cry, the Goblin King falls. A notification immediately pops up, confirming its defeat and awarding Alan a bonus of 4,200 EXP. Standing amidst the carnage and the Goblin King's fallen axe, Alan issues his next command to his bear summons, to gather all the goblin corpses in one place. Alan begins the grim but necessary task of harvesting the magic stones from the piles of goblin bodies. Once he's collected them all, he turns to the remaining corpses, ready to dispose of them. To clean up the aftermath, Alan conveniently pulls a lit torch from his item storage. He sets the massive pile of goblin bodies ablaze, creating a large pyre. With his summons watching, he declares the quest at the goblin village complete. Following his past life's customs, Alan offers a prayer for the spirits of the dead, intending to hand over the human remains to the knights. He checks his results. 223 goblins defeated for a massive gain of 48,800 EXP. As he watches the smoke from the pyre rise into the sky, Alan sets his future goals. He plans to continue conquering goblin villages for the next few months to level up enough to face the formidable Madagashu and eventually challenge the Orc King. The story jumps forward to March. A familiar airship signals the return of Mihi, who has now graduated from the academy. His sister Cecil is overjoyed that the family could be together again, but as Alan observes their reunion, he senses that something about Mihi is very strange. Mihi affectionately pats a teary-eyed Cecil on the head, noting that she's already 10 years old. He then turns his attention to Alan, and with an intense, serious expression, challenges him to a fight. Alan acknowledges that Mihi is different this year, but he was planning to challenge him anyway. The family looks on. The ladies comment on how strange and intense Mihi is acting, while the Baron and his wife watch with concerned expressions. Preparing for the duel, Alan checks his status. Now, level 34, he summons his best single battle configuration, buffing his stats with 30 insect and 20 animal summons. With his holder status complete, he faces Mihi, determined to win this time. Alan, the 6-star summoner, and Mihi, the 1-star swordsman, face each other and cross swords and thanks before the match. At the Baron's signal to begin, the duel erupts in a blur of motion. Mihi lunges with a swift and powerful thrust, but a much-improved Alan easily dodges the attack, demonstrating his newfound speed. Alan's agility has almost doubled from the previous year, now reaching an incredible 1483. With this massive boost in speed, he is confident that this time he will finally defeat Mihi. Alan presses his attack, launching a fierce strike. To his shock and frustration, Mihi, despite being slower, manages to block the blow. Damn it, he can still block it. Alan thinks, stunned by his opponent's defense. Alan continues his high-speed assault, confirming that he is indeed faster. However, Mihi remains calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by Alan's movements, which puzzles him. Alan unleashes a furious combination of strikes, surrounding Mihi with a whirlwind of attacks from multiple angles at once. The female onlookers watch in shock, believing Mihi is losing to Alan's relentless assault. However, the Baron calmly corrects them, stating, "No, not really," hinting that the battle is not as one-sided as it appears. Mihi, with a sharp, focused gaze, expertly deflects Alan's flurry of attacks, showing no signs of strain despite being on the defensive. The intense duel continues. Alan grows frustrated, wondering how Mihi can still block all his attacks when he's obviously faster. He questions if Mihi is somehow able to read his movements. Ultimately, Alan collapses in defeat, lamenting, "I lost again." He questions if it's because his physical strength is too low. The Baron declares Mihi the winner once more. However, Alan notices that this time, Mihi doesn't offer a handshake, looking away with a somber expression. The Baron proudly commends Mihi, noting how much stronger he has become after 3 years of training at the academy. Mihi smiles and respectfully thanks his father. Cecil rushes to Alan, praising him for getting stronger and for keeping his promise to fight her brother. With a cheerful smile, she adds that while he's improved, he still can't be compared to the amazing Mihi. Playfully, Cecil suggests that Alan become Mihi's disciple to learn the way of the sword. The woman beside her agrees, saying she should learn from him as well. Alan seems to consider the honorable proposal. Mihi interrupts with a serious tone, gathering Cecil and Thomas to make an announcement. He reveals that he must perform his nobility's obligation for the next 3 years, during which time he will not be able to return home. The news comes as a complete shock to everyone. Mihi apologizes for the suddenness. When Cecil asks what the obligation is, he can't reveal the details. The Baron gravely confirms that it begins tomorrow. The family is heartbroken. The Baron and his wife look on with somber faces as a tearful Cecil says she wants to stay with him longer. Mihi comforts her, promising to write letters and assuring her he will return after the 3 years are over. Alan overhears the household staff gossiping. They reveal that the nobility's obligation is a duty for all nobles with talent once they turn 15. Since 2 of the Baron's children have talent, he has been mentally prepared for this day. Despite the explanation, Alan can't shake the feeling that something is fishy. Later, Alan asks another servant, Rickle, about the mysterious obligation. His suspicion grows when Rickle, who has worked at the mansion for 12 years, admits he has never heard of it before. The next day, Mihi descends the grand staircase. Alan is shocked to see him dressed, not in formal wear, but in a full set of armor, ready for battle. A maid gently pushes a silent, distraught Cecil forward to say her goodbyes. Mihi embraces his crying sister, telling her he'll see her soon. Through her tears, Cecil promises she will wait for him to return. The Baron and his wife offer their son words of encouragement, telling him that he is the pride of the Grabiel family and that he must do a good job and come back to them safely. As Mihi walks towards the exit, the entire household staff lines up to wish him a safe journey. Just as he is about to leave, he suddenly stops and turns, pulling a very surprised Alan into a hug. In a serious tone, Mihi entrusts Alan with a heavy responsibility. "Aran, take good care of Cecil. Please protect her." Alan, though shocked, understands and accepts. As Mihi turns to leave, Alan notices that the young master's hand is shaking. With a final, determined look, Mihi declares that he is setting off to fulfill his obligation for the family, then boards the waiting carriage and departs. The family waves a tearful farewell. Alan stands by Cecil, reflecting on the future. After 3 years, Mihi will be gone, and Cecil will be off to the academy. He solidifies his vow to devote himself to protecting her. 2 months pass since Mihi's departure. A montage reveals Alan's incredible progress. He's already a step faster than the Night Order, and since starting his Goblin extermination campaign last October, he has destroyed 52 strongholds and defeated over 10,000 goblins, effectively clearing the White Dragon Mountain area. Alan knows the Night Order will arrive tomorrow, so he feels the need to hurry his plans. He clenches his fist, excited that even before conquering the final village, his level has already jumped significantly from 30 to 35. Using his bird summons for aerial reconnaissance, Alan surveys his next and final target in this region, a massive Orcs village, the one place he has yet to conquer. He plans a pincer strategy, placing an ambush team at the back while he attacks from the front. Alan assembles his forces. He has a new summon, the Golem Brawn, whose protect talent will be key for supporting against ranged attacks. Surrounded by his army of bears and spiders, he declares, "My brothers, let's get started." The hunt begins. The battle begins as orc mages unleash fireballs upon his army. Seeing the familiar attack, Alan immediately commands his golem, "Brawn, protect now!" Brawn's protective shield intercepts the fireballs, but the heat is still intense. The orcs laugh, but Alan smirks, confident that at this rate, he can still handle the assault. The orc mages continue their relentless assault, launching a continuous barrage of fireballs that creates a wall of flame, scorching the battlefield and crashing down upon Alan's summons. Realizing the orc mages are smart enough to aim for spots his golem isn't covering, Alan quickly takes matters into his own hands, pulling out an iron ball and hurling it with all his might. His aim is true. The iron ball strikes one of the C-rank magic orcs, defeating it instantly and earning him 2,000 EXP. With a confident grin, he taunts the others, "Come take this." With only 2 iron balls left, Alan knows he can't afford to miss. But as he prepares to throw, he's shocked to find that his targets have vanished. "Huh, where are they?" he yells in confusion. To his dismay, the orc mages have retreated out of his attack range, weakening his battle strength. He looks on in horror as his summons are decimated by fireballs, and the battlefield is still swarming with hundreds of orcs. "Are you kidding me?" he cries out in despair. The battle has turned bitter, and Alan knows he can no longer play defensively. He has enough magic stones to summon another 20,000 bears and a special skill to restore his mana. He forms a defensive wall of 30 warriors, prepared to fight until his magic power is completely exhausted. Just as the front line is being pushed back, Alan's pincer attack begins. From the rear of the orc village, his ambush team, led by his slime and insect summons, launches a surprise assault, throwing the enemy into chaos. Suddenly, a deafening roar shakes the entire battlefield. A massive shadow falls over the village as a new, far more powerful enemy makes its grand entrance. Alan's eyes widen in terror as he watches from afar. "It's here," he thinks, recognizing the immense power. This new foe is on the same level as the dreaded Madagashu. The B-rank Orc King stands revealed, a monstrous behemoth standing 4 meters tall and wielding a giant poleaxe. It towers over the battlefield, making even Alan's large bear summons look tiny in comparison. With a single, mighty roar, the Orc King unleashes a devastating spinning attack. The massive swing of its poleaxe wipes out a huge portion of Alan's bear army in one hit. Alan is left speechless, completely shocked by this overwhelming display of power. Panic sets in as Alan realizes the dire situation. He's losing his army faster than he can summon them, and the bears are no match for the Orc King's sheer size. He desperately tries to create and enhance more D-rank animal summons to reinforce his crumbling front line. The Orc King charges forward, shrugging off the attacks from Alan's remaining forces. It swings its mighty axe again. Alan screams for his golem, Brawn, to intercept, but his prized defender is also struck down by the relentless magical assault. The heat from a magic is intense. To Alan's horror, even his powerful golem summon, Brawn, is defeated. Despair begins to set in as the Orc King continues its unstoppable rampage. In a desperate move, Alan sacrifices his remaining bear summons, throwing them at the Orc King to buy even a moment of time. "Sorry, bear," he cries out as his loyal summons are swatted away. The Orc King's powerful swing sends Alan flying. His forces are decimated, and he takes damage himself, crying out in pain. He quickly uses Mameteru's special skill, Fruit of Life, to recover 1,000 HP and stay in the fight. Pushed into a corner and sweating profusely, Alan frantically considers his options. What now? Should he keep fighting until the bitter end? Is there any possibility of regaining the initiative against this overwhelmingly powerful enemy? With his forces shattered and facing an impossible opponent, Alan stares at the destruction before him. He is left with only one logical, yet painful, choice: retreat. Just as all hope seems lost, a calm voice remarks, "What a bitter battle." Alan looks up in shock to see a tall, imposing man in knight's armor standing beside him, having appeared out of nowhere. Alan is stunned. It's the knight commander, who wasn't supposed to arrive until tomorrow. As the commander asks what he was doing, Alan's mind races, trying to think of a way to run now that his secret summoning army has been exposed. The commander tells Alan to head back, but to Alan's surprise, he calmly walks past the summoned beasts, ignoring them completely. He heads straight for the Orc King and the remaining orcs, who look on in confusion. Alan recalls the rumors. The strongest man in the Grabial territory was said to be able to defeat Madagascar alone. He watches in awe as the Knight Commander faces the monstrous Orc King without a single shred of fear. The Knight Commander makes a bold declaration. I will defeat the Orc King myself. The rest is up to you. His vice captain, Raybrand, acknowledges the order with a firm yes, sir. Alan realizes the deputy team has also arrived in a hurry. Though he's annoyed that he can't monopolize the EXP from this fight, he sees it as a perfect opportunity to witness the true power of these two legendary knights. The stats of the two powerful knights are revealed. The vice captain, a 1-star spearman, and the knight commander, a formidable 2-star swordsman. As the knight commander stands his ground, his vice captain, Raybrand, casually remarks, Hey, isn't it a bit risky to stand like that? Alan agrees, thinking the commander is far too close to the monstrous Orc King. The Orc King brings its massive axe down in a devastating blow meant to crush the commander. But in a stunning display of speed and skill, the knight commander effortlessly dodges the attack, and in the same fluid motion draws his sword, his hand gripping the hilt, ready to unleash a counterattack of his own. Xenoff, the knight commander, readies his blade with a calm intensity. On the other side, a massive Orc King roars, its raw power shaking the very air. This is the start of a demonstration that young Arin will never forget. In a flash of steel, Xenoff strikes. Arin watches from the distance, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and admiration. He realized right then that the gap between a regular soldier and a knight commander is an absolute abyss. As the smoke clears, more magic orcs emerge, but Xenoff doesn't even flinch. He notices the true threat hidden in the back. The mage orcs responsible for the fire. It's time to get serious. With a leap that defies his heavy armor, Xenoff plunges into the heart of the horde. He's not just swinging wild. Every move is a calculated masterstroke of efficiency. Poor orcs never stood a chance. The commander's gaze is cold and focused as he cuts through the ranks. Even surrounded by howling monsters, he remains the deadliest thing on this battlefield. Arin can barely keep up with his movements. A single thrust of his spear sends a shock wave through the air, tearing through multiple enemies at once. This isn't just a fight, it's an execution. Blood sprays as another monster falls before Xenoff's overwhelming speed. He moves with a predatory grace that makes the orc's brute strength look pathetic in comparison. Arin notices the tactical brilliance. Xenoff went straight for the mage orc to neutralize the fire magic. The commander isn't just a powerhouse. He's a veteran strategist who knows exactly where to hit. Standing amidst the smoke and fire, Xenoff is a vision of unstoppable power. The remaining orcs hesitate, their morale shattering as they face the man who just dismantled their vanguard single-handedly. He finishes them off with a wide, horizontal slash. It's a clean sweep. Arin can only watch in silence, trying to process the sheer scale of the power he just witnessed. The Orc King is defeated just like that. As the monster falls, Arin realizes that even without special skills, Xenoff's basic swordsmanship is leagues beyond anything he imagined. It's a sobering realization for the young gamer. Xenoff stands over the split corpse of the Orc King, sheathing his sword as if he'd just finished a light workout. No special extra skills, just raw, overwhelming talent and training. Awesome. Arin can't help but be awestruck. He starts comparing Xenoff's moves to the skills he's seen before, realizing that true talent doesn't always need flashy effects to be deadly. He wonders if he'll ever reach that level in his hell mode. The fight is over. and Xenoff tells Arin to stay close while they wait for the other knights. But Arin, being the pragmatic gamer he is, asks if he can loot the magic stones from the corpses. Xenoff just shrugs and lets him have at it. As evening falls, they decide to burn the barracks to prevent more monsters from returning. The rest of the knights join them, and they prepare to head back for some well-earned rest. Night falls over the camp. While Arin enjoys some roasted meat by the fire, the atmosphere turns serious. Xenoff is watching him, his silence making the young boy feel a bit uneasy. Then comes the heavy question: how many did you kill? Xenoff reveals he knows Arin has been hunting alone. He's been connecting the dots, the magic feathers, the wiped-out Goblin village, and he knows Arin is far from a normal kid. Xenoff lists the evidence: demonic beast corpses with their magic stones missing, traces of a burnt-out village. Arin realizes his secret solo hunts haven't been so secret after all. The commander has seen right through him. The memory of the appraisal 5 years ago comes back, the blinding light, the E-rank stats, the crawling talent. Everyone thought he was a failure, but Xenoff is starting to think otherwise. Xenoff believes Arin has a hidden talent to fight alongside animals, something the official appraisal couldn't see. He's offering Arin a path forward, acknowledging his strength instead of fearing it. Arin sweats, trying to maintain his cover while eating. He can't exactly admit that he's a gamer from another world with special powers. That would definitely lead to a whole world of trouble. Xenoff gives a small smile, telling him he'll know the answer when the time comes. For now, he's willing to keep Arin's secret, but there's always a catch. The deal is simple. Xenoff won't tell the Baron about Arin's secret hunting, but in exchange, Arin must provide a detailed report of every single monster he hunts. They're partners in this secret now. Overwhelmed by a mix of guilt and gratitude, Arin decides it's time to pay back the favor. He offers to wash the commander's back, a small gesture of thanks for saving his life and keeping his secret safe. It's a moment that truly seals their new, unspoken bond. Arin gets to work preparing the bath water, his mind racing. Life in this world just got a whole lot more complicated, but having an ally like Xenoff might be exactly what he needs for his hell mode journey. He takes a deep breath and steps forward, ready to help the commander, but he isn't prepared for what he's about to see. As Xenoff, Knight Commander, removes his shirt, the sight of his back leaves Arin speechless. It's a map of 1,000 battles, covered in a network of deep, jagged scars that tell a story of a lifetime spent on the front lines. Arin stares in shock, wondering how anyone could even survive such horrific injuries. He offers some healing medicine, but Xenoff simply dismisses it with a stoic, "I'm fine," his voice betraying none of the pain those marks must have caused. While washing the commander's back, Arin's mind drifts to his own progress, determined to one day defeat an Orc king on his own. Xenoff breaks the silence with a surprisingly soft question, asking if Arin actually feels happy while hunting. Arin beams with a pure, infectious smile. To him, the feeling of constant practice and seeing himself get stronger is the greatest joy he's ever known. It's the heart of a true gamer, even in this life-or-death world. As Arin works, he notices that even these old battle scars seem to be fading slightly, a sign that in this world, increasing one's level can heal even the most permanent-looking wounds. Xenoff watches him, perhaps seeing a glimmer of his younger self in the boy's enthusiasm. The night deepens at the camp. While Arin sleeps soundly, exhausted from his day, Xenoff sits awake by the fire, a silent sentinel watching over the boy he's decided to guide in secret. In the distance, other knights keep watch through the trees. Arin reflects on the massive 25,000 EXP he gained from the Orc King. His plan worked perfectly. Use the bears to surround the village and prioritize the magical orcs to prevent them from casting spells. It's a flawless tactical victory. The strategy was sound. A relentless stream of summoned bears to wear down the Orc King's forces without putting himself at risk. The result? A staggering 335,000 EXP from the entire village. Success really is the mother of failure, or in this case, a massive level up. Admiring his prize, Arryn holds up his very first B-rank magic stone. It's a massive step forward, even if it cost him over 120 D-rank stones to pull off. He's already calculating how to optimize his resources for the next hunt. Time flies, and by October, Arryn has turned 11. He's been a man of his word, thoroughly reporting his destruction of 20 orc villages to Xenoff. The Knight Commander listens, impressed by the boy's relentless progress over the months. News arrives that the mithril mining cycle has been shortened, a huge boon for the territory's economy. Arryn is already looking ahead to next year, his eyes set on hunting the legendary armor ants. Everything seems to be falling into place. Dressed in formal attire, Arryn prepares for the day he turns 12 and can finally begin his life as an adventurer. But the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a sudden announcement. Royal messengers have arrived at the Grabiel house. The Sujia, Quavua, enters the manor with an air of cold, haughty authority. Arryn immediately dislikes the man, suspecting he's only there to squeeze more taxes out of the Grabiel family. Nam Toak Grabiel welcomes him, unaware of the shadow looming over them. The messenger offers an oily compliment about the Baron's devotion to the crown. His words are smooth, too smooth, and it only makes the tension in the room grow thicker. Something is definitely not right. Arryn finds the messenger's sudden sweetness incredibly suspicious. The man produces a box and asks the Baron to receive its contents personally. Inside, there is a single official-looking letter. The atmosphere in the room briefly lightens. The family assumes the letter is from Mihi, the eldest son and the pride of the Grabiel house. Cecil Grabiel and her mother share a hopeful smile, eager for news from the front lines. But the Baron's face drains of all color as he begins to read. His wife's hand flies to her mouth in horror, and Cecil's confusion turns to dread. The messenger stands there, a cold observer of the tragedy he just delivered. The messenger's words are a death knell. He did his best for the nobility obligation and passed away. Mihi Grabiel, the family's hope and protector, is dead. The news hits the room like a physical blow. Complete, soul-crushing shock. Everyone in the room, Arryn, Cecil, the Baron, and the staff, is frozen in disbelief. The silence that follows is more deafening than any scream. Nam Toak Grabiel is in a state of frantic denial, shouting that it's only been 6 months and Mihi had just graduated from the academy. He can't accept that his son was sent to such a deadly place. But the messenger remains unmoved, even subtly threatening the Baron for questioning royalty. The Baron's wife collapses in grief, the reality of the loss finally breaking her. The messenger, showing no empathy, simply bids his farewell, mentioning he has other lords to visit and that they can discuss funeral money later. His callousness is staggering. The manor falls into a dark, heavy silence after the messenger leaves. The Baron hugs his daughter, Cecil Grabiel, who is shaking with tears, and orders everyone else to leave them alone in their grief. Arryn watches, his heart heavy for the family he's come to care for. The doors close on the Baron and Cecil, leaving the rest of the household in the hallway. Arryn finds it strange that only Cecil was called in, but he knows the family's world has just been irrevocably shattered. The mansion is consumed by a heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the quiet weeping of the maids for the young master. Time itself feels frozen in the mourning halls, yet beneath the surface of this grief, a bitter resentment is beginning to stir. Arryn stands alone with his thoughts, staring at the closed doors where the Baron and Cecil have retreated. He can only imagine the contents of that last letter, unaware that the quiet mourning is about to explode into a desperate cry for justice against the cold chains of nobility obligation. Inside the manor, the grief has turned into a bitter argument. Cecil Grabiel screams at her father, Nam Toak Grabiel, questioning why they have to be sacrificed for a heartless nobility obligation. The Baron can only reply with the same tired lines about duty, causing Cecil to bolt from the room in a fit of rage and sorrow. Tears stream down Cecil's face as she runs. The weight of losing her brother and the fear of the same fate being forced upon her is too much for her young heart to bear. She's not just mourning, she's terrified of her own future. Arin watches from the hallway, broom still in hand. He realizes that if nothing changes, Cecil will be forced to walk the same tragic path as Mihi. Even the Baron looks like a broken man. His pride as a noble crushed by the reality of his son's death. What is this thing, Baron? Arin thinks, the unfairness of the world gnawing at him. The Baron sits alone, his head in his hands. The nobility obligation he so staunchly defended has cost him everything. He's no longer a proud lord. He's just a grieving father who doesn't know how to fix his family. Arn's mind is racing. He sees the Baron talking to the staff, but his focus is on Cecil. He knows this family is trapped by their status, forced into a cycle of duty that only leads to an early grave. Is this the duty of all nobles? He wonders. They seem to have no other choice. Dinner is served, but nobody is eating. The old butler tries to knock on Cecil's door, hoping she'll at least try to have a bite. Arin stands by with the tray, the silence from inside the room growing more ominous by the second. The door finally opens, but the room is empty. The Baron, exhausted and broken, decides to let her be for the night, unaware that Cecil has already fled. Arin hears that the younger brother, Thomas, is already panicking. The weight of being the next sacrifice is settling on him now. The next morning, the staff is in a hushed panic. Arin hears rumors from the other servants that the Grabiel family is cursed with short lives. Every generation, they lose their best and brightest to this relentless obligation. It's a tragic legacy that no amount of gold can fix. Arin realizes just how cruel this noble life truly is. To be born with everything only to have your life taken away by a system you didn't choose. Suddenly, a maid's scream breaks the quiet. Emergency! Cecil is nowhere to be found. The mansion erupts into chaos. The Baron shouts orders for everyone to split up and search every floor. Madame is on the verge of another collapse, and the fear for Cecil's safety is palpable. She's just a little girl, alone in the world. Arin spots the open window in Cecil's room. He realizes she must have climbed out during the night. While the others search the house, Arin's instincts as a gamer kick in. She's not in the manor. She's escaped into the city. Arin doesn't waste a second. He asks the butler for permission to search outside, and the moment he's out of sight, he activates his summoning skills. "Hook!" he calls out, sending a swarm of birds into the sky to act as his eyes. This is a search and rescue mission he's perfectly suited for. Sharing vision with his summoned birds, Arin scans the streets. He calculates her likely escape route. The main door was too risky, so she must have used the back entrance. He's hunting for a needle in a haystack, but he has the tools to find her. "Please don't do anything foolish," he prays. In the dark, narrow alleys of the town, a small, shivering figure is curled up. Cecil has reached her limit. She's exhausted, her dress is torn, and the reality of being a runaway is setting in. She's terrified and completely alone. Cecil slumps against a wall, her legs giving out. "I can't walk anymore," she sobs. The city that seemed so small from her window is now a vast, frightening labyrinth. She has nowhere left to go. Through her tears, she sees a figure approaching. It's Arin. For a moment, she thinks he's there to drag her back to the obligation, to force her back into the cage she just escaped. She calls out for her brother Mihi, wishing he was there to protect her. But Arin doesn't grab her. Instead, he gently places a bottle of water and some fresh bread in front of her. "Young Miss Cecil, please eat these for now," he says, his voice calm and comforting. He's not here as a servant. He's here as a friend. Cecil is stunned. She stares at the food, then at Arin. Hunger and thirst finally win out, and she begins to eat greedily, her sobs turning into quiet hiccups. Arin just sits there in silence, giving her the space she needs. As she eats, the dam finally breaks. Cecil cries about the promise Mihi made to come back, about the unfairness of it all. Arin listens to every word, knowing that sometimes people just need to be heard before they can be healed. She asks if Mihi was strong, and Arin honestly tells her that he never managed to beat him. It's a small comfort, but it reminds her that her brother was truly a great knight. But then, she whispers her darkest fear. Then I'll have to die too? Arin realizes that Cecil knows exactly what's coming for her. The system has already marked her for sacrifice. He knows he has to find a way to coax her out of this despair, to give her a reason to keep living. Do you want to get out of this town with me? He asks. Cecil is shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Arin explains his plan, a trip to forget all the negatives. He even shows her his small sack of savings. He's offering her a third option, not death, not the obligation, but freedom. How can we do that? She stammers. Arin tells her that when he turns 12, he's going to become an adventurer and travel the world. He's not just talking, he's already planned his escape. He wants her to be a part of it. Cecil shakes her head, arguing that a noble's path is set in stone. The academy is her only future. But Arin's gaze remains steady, challenging her to see that her life belongs to her, not to a title or a duty. You'd really leave everything behind? She asks, a tiny spark of hope finally flickering in her eyes. I'm talking about the right to choose how you live, Arin says firmly, his words cutting through her despair. He leaves her with a question that echoes in the quiet alley. What kind of life do you really want to live? For the first time, Cecil stops seeing a cage and starts seeing a choice, her fingers tightening around the butterfly ornament as she begins to reflect on his words. In the quiet of the alley, Cecil Grabiel stares into the distance, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. A life that I want to live? She repeats to herself. Our question has planted a seed of rebellion in her heart, but the shadow of her brother Mihi still looms large. She holds the butterfly ornament tightly, the last physical connection to the brother she lost. A moment of clarity washes over her. The fear doesn't vanish, but her resolve hardens. Looking at the butterfly, she whispers, "Now I know." She realizes that running away isn't the answer, but neither is blindly following a path to her own destruction. She's finally ready to face her reality. Cecil looks up at Arin, a soft smile returning to her face. "Arin, let's go home," she says. Her legs are still weak from the long night, so she shamelessly asks him for a piggyback ride. Arin, ever the faithful companion, simply sighs and agrees, "Yes, my lady." It's a quiet, domestic moment after the storm of her disappearance. As they walk through the quiet morning streets, Cecil leans her head against Arin's shoulder. "Thank you," she whispers, her voice barely audible. Arin doesn't need to say anything. He just keeps walking, carrying the weight of his friend and her newfound hope back to the safety of the manor. They arrive back at the Grabiel Manor, and the relief is instantaneous. Nam Tuak Grabiel and his wife are waiting at the gates, their faces lined with worry. The moment Cecil steps off Arin's back, the Baron rushes forward, shouting her name and pulling his daughter into a desperate, crushing hug. The mansion that felt like a tomb just hours ago is suddenly full of life again. Cecil breaks down in her father's arms, apologizing for the trouble she caused. Her mother is in tears beside them, clutching Cecil's hand as if she'll never let go. Nam Tuak Grabiel reassures her, promising that she has nothing to worry about anymore. The family's bond, tested by tragedy, is stronger than ever. The Baron reveals the glimmer of hope he's been holding on to. The mithril mining has finally restarted. He explains that if they can gain enough favor and recognition from the royal family through this mine, the harsh nobility obligation that claimed Mihi might be waived for Cecil. The mine isn't just about money. It's about buying back his daughter's life. Arin listens, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. He realizes that the Baron's obsession with the mine was actually a desperate gamble to save Cecil. But he can't help the pang of guilt. If he had only started his hell mode, grind, and worked with a knight commander sooner, maybe they could have saved Mihi II. He vows not to let another tragedy happen. But Cecil surprises them all. Standing tall and wiping her eyes, she declares that she will go on the same road as her brother. She's no longer running. She will fulfill the nobility obligation in the name of the Grabiel family. But she'll do it with a strength born of her own choice, not out of fear. "I'll never run away," she vows, her eyes burning with a new fire. The Baron and his wife can only stare in awe at the transformation in their daughter. Cecil has found her purpose, and Aaron realizes that the girl he saved in the alleyway is gone, replaced by a future leader who will carry her family's legacy on her own terms. 6 months pass. The shadow of Mihi's funeral has begun to lift, and the Grabiel family is slowly returning to normalcy. Mithril mining is in full swing, and the Baron is working tirelessly to secure their future. They remain wary of their neighbor Connor, who's undoubtedly bitter about losing his mining rights. Peace has returned, but it's a fragile one. In the mountain air of White Dragon Mountain, Aaron is pushing his limits. He spent the last 6 months training and climbing steep cliffs that would exhaust a seasoned mountaineer. Cecil wanted to join his hunting trip, but Aaron knew the terrain was too dangerous for her yet. He's on a solo mission to clear the path for the family's next big venture. He reaches his target, a dark, damp cave that serves as an obstacle to the mining operations. Inside, he spots his first enemy, the armor ant, a C-rank magic beast. With its thick carapace and powerful mandibles, it's a formidable foe for any normal adventurer. But for a hell mode gamer like Aaron, it's just the next thing on the menu. Aaron's scouting report is grim. There are likely 1,000 soldier ants in this cave, all spawned by a single B-rank queen ant. The narrow entrance makes aerial scouting with his birds impossible. He'll have to go in the old-fashioned way, ground-based tactical warfare. He starts calculating the best strategy to deal with the overwhelming numbers. Bear, spider, harami, Aaron calls out, summoning his small army. He's no longer just a kid with a sword. He's a commander of magic beasts. He lines up his summoned bears to act as the front line, while his spider and the aquatic harami provide support from the rear. It's an RTS game brought to life in the heart of a monster cave. Harami uses its water splash skill to dampen the battlefield, while Aaron applies buffs to his bears, increasing their ability to dodge attacks. He's reusing the same backline arrangement that worked so well against the orcs. Every move is calculated, every resource managed with the precision of a professional gamer. Aaron checks his stats. Level 11, rank 38. He has 33 bears, 6 beetles, and 4 birds at his command. He's building his own manual in a world that offers him none, determined to master his powers through trial and error. Every opponent, I will fight, he declares, stepping into the darkness of the cave. The first wave of armor ants rushes out, their mandibles snapping. Aaron doesn't flinch. Go ahead, bear, he commands. The summons clash with the magic beasts, the sound of chitin cracking and bears roaring echoing through the stone halls. The hunt is officially on. Nice! Aaron grins as he watches the battle unfold. The sheer number of ants is staggering, but he sees them for what they really are, a massive, walking pile of experience points. He plans to draw them out and finish them off one by one, slowly thinning the herd until he can reach the queen. The battle becomes a bloody grind. Aaron's forces clash with the endless tide of ants in the narrow tunnels. He's using all of his summons now, managing the chaos with a cool head. It's a brutal display of quantity versus quality, and Aaron's quality is starting to show. Aaron identifies the ants' weak spots, but he realizes his bear's low intelligence is a major handicap. They make mistakes, struggle with complex commands, and often get overwhelmed when the ants team up. He needs a better way to coordinate his troops if he wants to win this war of attrition. He uses his bird summon, Hook, to act as a battlefield coordinator. With a much higher intelligence stat, Hook can guide the bears and correct their positioning in real time. Aaron is evolving his tactics on the fly, turning his group of animals into a disciplined military unit. Keep it like this, he mutters, satisfied as his tactical effectiveness dramatically improves. With Hook guiding the front line, the bears are far more efficient, and the pile of ant corpses begins to grow. Every successful kill brings him closer to his goal. A month into the grind, and the mystery of the armor ant cave only deepens. Aaron has slaughtered over 2,000 ants, yet the horde seems as endless as ever, with the disappearing corpses suggesting the queen is birthing new ones at a terrifying rate. To stop this cycle, He realizes he needs to stop fighting at the entrance and push into the lightless heart of the hive. The Hell Mode payoff is a staggering 6 million EXP, but brute force won't solve the darkness of the tunnels or the low intelligence of his bears. Arin secures a new, intensive hunting schedule from the Baron, knowing that his next move requires a tactical upgrade, a scout that can see what he can't and guide his army through the pitch-black maze ahead. To solve the problem of the cave's darkness and the bear's low intelligence, Arin introduces his newest trump card, Horu, an owl summon with incredible speed and a mind as sharp as a razor. With the Night Eye skill, this bird is the perfect scout for the pitch-black tunnels ahead. Mutual Vision. Arin activates the link, seeing through Horu's eyes as if they were his own. He sends Horu and his bear battalion deep into the cave, finally able to navigate the treacherous depths with the precision of a high-tech drone. Go, Horu, he commands, the hunt entering its final phase. Through Horu's eyes, the cave is revealed to be a massive, sprawling maze. Dozens of small rooms branch off into the darkness, each one potentially hiding a new wave of enemies. Arin starts mapping out the labyrinth, his gamer instincts treating it like a complex dungeon crawl. What are these small rooms? He wonders, his mind already calculating the most efficient route. The ants finally spot the intruder, and for a moment, panic strikes as the connection is severed. Oh shit, they found us, Arin mutters, having to quickly summon his scouts again. But he doesn't back down. He leads his bear battalion forward, the time for scouting over. It's time to clean up the remaining resistance. Using Horu's Night Eye, Arin directs his bears with pinpoint accuracy, making up for their poor night vision. He discovers a horrifying sight, the larvae room, overflowing with thousands of newborn ants. He realizes that this is why the numbers never seem to go down. His gaze hardens. This time, he won't allow a single one to live. Every larva destroyed is a future threat neutralized. As the sun begins to set outside, Arin is still deep in the maze, frustrated by the endless dead ends. Horu, go back to the cards, he says, knowing they have to return to the mansion soon. He feels like he's stuck in a tedious RPG minigame, but he's not giving up yet. He's close, he can feel it. A sudden realization hits him as he looks at his map. There it is. Deep in the heart of the mountain, Horu spots a chamber unlike any of the others. Arin's heart hammers against his ribs as the map finally reveals the queen's chamber. Calm down, he whispers to himself. He's finally face to face with a B-rank monster, the true master of this hive. Arin analyzes his limits. He can only control 8 beasts at once with his current intelligence. The queen is 5 kilometers away, surrounded by a personal guard of elite ants. He needs to balance his strength and change his tactics if he wants to win this boss fight. He prepares a new summon, determined to make every point of mana count. Let's go there quickly, Horu. Arin sprints through the tunnels, his owl lead the way. He's no longer the cautious scout. He's the predator closing in on its prey. Every step is fueled by 2 months of frustration and the hope of saving the Grabiel family. The final showdown is just around the corner. He bursts into the chamber, and the sheer scale of the hive is breathtaking. Hundreds of ants guard the way, but Arin is ready. I've been waiting for this moment for 2 months, he says, holding up his lantern. Behind him, a row of bears stands ready, their eyes glowing in the dark. The war of attrition is about to end. And then, he sees her, the queen ant, a massive B-rank monstrosity with an abdomen 3 times the size of a normal ant. Arin grins despite the danger. She's exactly as formidable as he expected. But he also notices something strange. Her head is the same size as a regular ant's. A fatal flaw, perhaps? He starts planning his attack immediately. Take down the soldier ants, bear, Arin commands, establishing a solid defense line. He knows he can't rush the queen until her guard is thinned. The chamber erupts into a chaotic battle, chitin clashing against fur and claws. Arin stays focused on his book, managing the battlefield with cold, calculated precision. I have to clean up the mess in the way first. One of the bears lunges forward, a blur of fur and muscle. The queen reacts, but she's surprisingly sluggish. Arin watches every movement, looking for the opening he needs. It's a dance of death, and Arin is the one calling the tune. The soldier ants try to defend their mother, but Arnt bears are relentless. He notices that the queen seems to know his strategy, but she's still too slow to counter it effectively. It's okay. They still act very slowly, he mutters, his confidence growing with every second. The queen's size is her greatest weakness. Arin spots the perfect opening. Take advantage of the enemy's slowness. Let's aim for the abdomen to attack, he shouts. The bears respond with a coordinated strike, their claws tearing into the queen's soft, vulnerable underside. The monster lets out a high-pitched scream of agony that echoes through the hive. The queen lashes out in a desperate attempt to protect herself, but the bears dodge and weave with surprising agility. It feels like they're inviting me to attack, Arin thinks, his analytical mind never resting. He doesn't fall for any potential traps, keeping his troops focused on the killing blow. It's almost over. With a final, massive blow, the queen ant's abdomen is torn open. Green ichor sprays across the stone floor as the B-rank beast finally collapses. The remaining ants scatter in confusion, their hive mind shattered. Arin stands amidst the carnage, the silence that follows the queen's death more deafening than the battle itself. Victory! The message flashes in his mind. Defeated the queen, ant get 45,000 experience. Arin is stunned. He managed to take down a B-rank monster with only 20 bears. The payoff is even better than when he defeated the Orc King. He's truly mastered the art of the grind, turning a seemingly impossible task into a tactical masterclass. Arin stands over the fallen queen, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He realizes he can't return to the city in time and will have to sleep outside again. He knows Nam Tuak Grabiel will be angry, but he has the proof he needs to justify his absence. He starts carving away at the spoils, preparing to bring back the evidence of his conquest. Reflecting on the 2-month battle, Arin realizes why the queen was so weak. While he was killing 5,000 ants, she was busy birthing 4,000 new larvae. The strain of constant reproduction must have drained her life force, making her an easy target for his final assault. He pinches his nose against the overwhelming stench of the hive, ready to finally leave this place behind. In the ruins of the queen's chamber, Arin finds a special magic stone, the prize of his long struggle. But when he finally returns to the mansion the next day, he's met with a wall of fury. Nam Tuak Grabiel is livid, demanding to know why he disappeared for an entire day again. Even Cecil looks worried for him. The Baron is done with excuses. "Please forgive me, sir," Arin shouts, but he doesn't back down. He's assertive, his eyes burning with conviction. He tells the Baron he was on a mission at White Dragon Mountain to help the family, and he's finished conquering the antlair. The Baron and Cecil stare at him in disbelief. "Come up with a better lie," the Baron shouts, his face red with anger. "Proof. Please let me show you the proof," Arin says calmly. Arin leads them outside and gestures toward a massive object covered by a tarp. "This is the shell of the queen ant that I killed yesterday," he declares, pulling back the cover. The sheer size of the thing is staggering, its iridescent plates shimmering even in the rain. The silence that follows is absolute. "Xenoff, is this the queen's?" The Baron stammers, his anger replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. Nam Tuak Grabiel and Xenoff, Knight Commander, are frozen, unable to process the sheer scale of the iridescent shell before them. It's strange. Alien colors are unlike anything found on ordinary armor ants, leaving them staring like statues. Arin stands by, scratching his head in confusion. He expected cheers and celebration, not this heavy, stunned silence. He truly has no idea that he's just achieved what most veterans wouldn't even dream of attempting. Xenoff, Knight Commander, finally finds his voice, admitting that in all his years of battle, he's never even seen a queen ant shell in person. He's visibly shaken, his earlier anger completely replaced by a sense of awe as he apologizes for doubting the boy. To him, the idea of a single 11-year-old destroying an entire colony is beyond logic. Meanwhile, Aren't Hell Mode Gamer Brain remains blissfully unaware of the legend he's just created, leaving the adults to wonder if this is even real. Even after seeing the shell, Cecil Grabiel remains suspicious, half-jokingly asking if Arin painted it just to trick them. Xenoff, Knight Commander, is also having a hard time believing his eyes, muttering that even he would struggle with such a monster. Arin can only sweat drop, realizing he might have overdone it with the proof. Impossible? He thinks, surprised by their reaction. Xenoff explains the gravity of the situation. He had estimated it would take a small army of thousands to even attempt to clear an armor ant colony of that size. The maze alone is a death trap for most adventurers. When asked if he really explored the whole thing and killed thousands of ants, Arin gives a nervous yes, deciding it's better not to mention the literal army of bears he had summoned for the job. But then, Arin pulls out his final piece of evidence: massive, shimmering mithril crystals he found in the queen's chamber. The air in the courtyard goes cold. Nam Tuak Grabiel stares at the ore, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Is this mithril? He stammers, realizing that his family's fortunes have just changed forever. Arin wonders if they finally believe him now. The weight of the discovery settles over the group. The Baron, Xenoff, and even the Baron's wife are speechless as they handle the precious ore. It's no longer just a tall tale from a young boy. It's a reality that will save the entire territory. Cecil watches them with a proud, knowing smile, her faith in Arin fully vindicated. Even Xenoff has to admit, if it's Arin, I think it's possible. The group moves into the manor study for a formal discussion. Nam Taak, Grabiel, and Xenoff sit with Arin, their initial anger completely gone, replaced by a deep respect for the boy's accomplishments. Now show me the cave you conquered, the Baron says, and Arin proudly unrolls his hand-drawn map of the maze right there on the table. Arin presents a detailed map of the cave system, pointing out the locations of the mithril veins. The Baron and Xenoff realize that this isn't just a minor find. It's the discovery of the legendary fifth mine. The Baron decides to immediately dispatch the knights to secure the area. The reality of Arin's feat is now beyond any shadow of a doubt. Nam Tuak Grabiel officially excuses Arin for his unauthorized absence. He declares the feat remarkable and announces that Arin will be added to the official list of those who discovered the family's most valuable mines. The boy who was once dismissed as having no talent has just become the savior of a noble house. Thank you, sir, Arin says, his gamer heart finally feeling a sense of true accomplishment. But the biggest surprise is yet to come. The Baron explains that according to the law, Arin is entitled to a mining right, a full 30% of the mining results from the vein he discovered. Arin's eyes widen in shock. He didn't just save the family. He just became a very, very wealthy young man. This hell mode grind is finally starting to pay off in ways he never imagined. Chapter 1 ends with Arin standing on the threshold of a new, legendary life. 12 years have passed since Arin was reincarnated into this hell mode world. While the Grabiel family enjoys a hard-won peace thanks to the mithril mine, Arin remains restless, craving the next challenge. But that peace is about to be shattered. An emissary from the royal family has arrived, and alongside him is the cunning Viscount Connor, a man whose presence never bodes well. The tension in the room is palpable as Baron Grabiel faces his unwelcome guests. Viscount Connor, with a predatory smile, claims he has come with a generous offer to solve the ongoing competition over the White Dragon Mountain. He proposes that the Grabiel and Connor clans manage the territory together, a suggestion that reeks of hidden motives. Baron Grabiel's heart sinks as he reads the document. It's not just a proposal. It's a royal decree demanding they share control of their most valuable land. Beside him, Viscount Connor watches with a triumphant glint in his eye, knowing he's backed the Baron into a corner with this unexpected royal intervention. As the royal emissary drones on about the benefits of equal division, Cecil and Arin listen from the shadows, their faces tight with worry. Arin sees right through the facade. This isn't a partnership, it's a blatant power grab. The news that Viscount Connor has already signed the contract leaves only one signature remaining, the Baron's. But Baron Grabiel refuses to be intimidated. He denounces the contract as a sham and demands they return to the capital to verify its authenticity. This defiance ignites Connor's fury. He lashes out, insulting the Baron's rank and warning him of the consequences of defying a decree when Mithril is at stake. The room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence. Despite the looming threat, the Baron's first priority is his family. He reassures a trembling Cecil that he will protect their home, no matter what. He immediately orders his men to bring back Knight Commander Xenoff from the mountain, hoping to bolster their defenses before things escalate further. Arryn watches the scene, his sense of unease growing by the second. In the quiet of the servants' quarters, Arryn tries to piece together the political puzzle. He knows that share management is just a stepping stone for Connor to seize everything. If his master refuses, he'll be labeled as greedy. If he accepts, he loses his legacy. But Arryn's thoughts are suddenly cut short by a violent crash echoing through the manor. The manor's peace is shattered by screams for help. Cecil has been targeted. Arryn doesn't hesitate, his gamer instincts taking over as he sprints toward the source of the commotion. He finds the hallway in ruins, a broken window, and an injured servant marking the trail of the intruders. Arryn bursts into the room only to find his worst fears realized. A group of seasoned mercenaries has breached the manor, and Cecil is already in their clutches. Leading them is the menace known as Dagraha. Seeing the girl he's sworn to protect being hauled away like cargo, Arryn's blood boils with rage. With a sword in hand, Arryn launches a desperate assault. He realizes they used the cover of the meeting to bypass the outer defenses. Despite his young age, his movements are sharp and calculated, surprising the mercenaries. One of the captors clicks his tongue in annoyance, unimpressed by the kid who dares to stand in his way. The gap in experience is massive, but Arryn has his hell mode assets. He quickly consumes magic fruits and activates supplementary cards to boost his stats, pushing his young body to its absolute limit. The lead kidnapper, however, seems to be enjoying the struggle, his combat skills far outstripping anything Arryn has faced before. The mercenary taunts him, treating the life-or-death battle like child's play. Arryn, his stamina rapidly depleting, is forced to use his precious leaves of life just to stay on his feet. He knows he's outclassed, but in his mind, retreat is not an option as long as Cecil is in danger. While Arryn fights a losing battle, the news finally reaches Baron Grabiel. The realization that his daughter has been snatched from under his own roof leaves him paralyzed with shock and terror. His defiance earlier today has brought a nightmare directly to his doorstep. The battle reaches a tipping point. With a final devastating blow that sends Arryn crashing back, the leader signals his men to retreat. They vanish through the shattered window, taking the unconscious Cecil with them. Arryn can only watch in agony as his strength fails him at the most critical moment. As the manor descends into chaos, Arryn feels a strange numbness spreading through his body. Poison. He tries to cry out to warn the guards, but his vision blurs and his strength evaporates. He falls into darkness, the sounds of the frantic search fading away as he is taken alongside Cecil. When Arryn finally regains consciousness, the world is cold and dark. He's bound tightly, his body aching from the battle and the lingering effects of the toxin. The silence around him is heavy, punctuated only by the distant, rhythmic creaking of a vessel in motion. Relief washes over him when he spots Cecil nearby. She's unconscious but alive. Arryn berates himself for being impulsive, but he quickly shifts back into his gamer mindset. He needs information, and he needs it fast. His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. The captors are returning. Arryn realizes his captors have made a fatal mistake. They left the summoner's greatest tool untouched. He silently calls upon Chiapai, his avian summon, and uses the Unify skill to see through its eyes. He discovers they are in a warehouse-like hold, and he quickly identifies the 3 mercenaries from the manor sitting nearby. the real threat emerges. Dagraha, the one-star scout and leader of the kidnappers, enters the hold. He's cold, professional, and radiating a murderous intent far beyond his subordinates. When he sees Aaron, he questions why a mere servant boy was brought along, unaware of the threat the black-haired kid truly poses. Dagraha's gaze is like ice, silencing his men instantly. He has no patience for their incompetence or their greed. To him, this isn't just a kidnapping. It's a mission that must be executed with absolute precision. Anyone who deviates from his orders will face his wrath, and his mercy is a very rare thing. With a chilling nonchalance, Dagraha orders Aaron's execution just to save space. He leaves the room with a heavy slam of the door, leaving Aaron to face his end. Aaron watches him go, his heart racing. He knows Dagraha is in a different league entirely, a monster whose power dwarfs everyone else in the room. The mercenaries begin to boast, their talk revealing the grim reality of the world. Dagraha is a veteran of a brutal war, a man whose skills were forged in blood. They speak of Knight Commander Xenoff as a peer, someone only Dagraha could possibly challenge. It's clear that these men aren't just common thugs. They are part of something much larger and more dangerous. Listening to their cruel laughter, Aaron pieced together the bits of information. There's a war raging somewhere, and these men are deserters or mercenaries profiting from the chaos. He realizes that waiting for rescue is a fool's errand. In this hell mode, survival is a solo game. He prepares to make his move, his grimoire already materializing in his mind. Aaron quickly catalogs his meager gear: 3 iron balls and a single short sword. One shot is all he'll get. Seizing the moment when a guard steps out, he releases Chayapai to scout the airship's maze-like corridors. Every second counts as he begins his silent reconnaissance to find a way out of this flying cage. The report from Chayapai is a staggering blow to his hopes. Peering through the bird's eyes, Aaron sees no land, only an endless, shifting expanse stretching to the horizon. They've been taken far beyond the grabial borders, isolated on a vessel soaring through the middle of nowhere. The mission just shifted from a simple jailbreak to a desperate fight for survival in the sky. Chayapai continues its silent reconnaissance. The magic airship is massive, a flying fortress of metal and wood. Outside the windows, the world has plunged into darkness, the stars shining brightly over a sea of clouds. A sudden announcement crackles through the ship's speakers. "Thank you for trusting Bahona's service," signaling that this ship belongs to a commercial transport guild used by the kidnappers. The announcement continues, warning passengers about unstable airflow and tremors. Aaron's eyes go wide. The realization that they are high in the sky, far from any land, makes the situation far more dire than he anticipated. Escape isn't just about breaking ties. It's about survival in the clouds. Through the bird's eyes, the full scale of the magic airship is revealed. It glides majestically through the moonlight, a silent predator in the night sky. For a regular 12-year-old, this would be a death trap, but for a gamer like Aaron, it's just a dungeon with a very long drop. Chayapai flies higher, confirming they are well above the cloud layer. There's truly no easy way down. Moving back inside, the bird searches for Dagraha, but finds a bustling area instead. The ship's public corridor is filled with people, making a stealthy rescue even more complicated. The bird finds its target. In a private cabin, Viscount Connor is celebrating with the royal messenger. They clink glasses, their conversation revealing a deeper conspiracy involving a deputy minister and the academy side. The contract that Connor tried to force on Baron Grabiel was just the beginning of a larger political play. Connor's laughter is vile. He gloats about putting lone nobles in their place, his ego inflated by the success of his scheme. He finds genuine amusement in the memory of the Baron's bitter face, completely dismissive of the lives he's ruining for a few more mithril mining rights. The Viscount sits back, utterly confident. He knows he holds all the cards as long as Cecil is his hostage. He plans to use her as a permanent lever against the Baron, banking on the fact that since the Grabiels just lost their eldest son, Cecil is now their only weakness. The conversation takes a darker turn. Connor's eyes gleam with malice as he suggests sending a part of Cecil's hand back to the Baron if he continues to be stubborn. Through Chiapai's connection, Arin hears everything. His jaw clenches, his eyes burning with a cold, murderous fury. Bastard! The villains continue to toast to their dirty plan funded by greed. Meanwhile, Arin's focus shifts back to his own body in the hold. He's tied up, but his mind is racing. He knows the Baron is in an impossible position. The only way to save the family is to rescue Cecil right here, right now. Back in the dark hold, Cecil finally wakes up. Her eyes are wide with terror as she finds herself bound and gagged. She sees Arin lying next to her, still seemingly unconscious, and lets out a muffled, desperate cry for help. Desperate to wake him, Cecil kicks Arin's leg. He groans, stirring as the eye-patch mercenary mocks them. The man informs them they're nearing Calnal City, the heart of the Viscount's power. If they reach the city, any hope of rescue will vanish. The mercenary's threats become more physical, his hand reaching for Cecil as he scolds her for being stubborn. Arin's eyes snap open. He realizes he can't wait for a perfect moment any longer. The time for observation is over. It's time to act. Arin's mental status screen flickers to life. Level 41. Summoner. He has a vast arsenal of cards gathered through his hell mode grinding. He scans his deck. Insects, beasts, birds, even a knight. Each card represents thousands of hours of effort. And today, they will be the key to his survival. Let's strike back. Arin's grimoire pulses with light. He hasn't just been waiting. He's been preparing a plan to protect his holder. With a silent command, he triggers his first summon. Come out, Ajiha. A massive, glowing butterfly erupts from the book. The mercenaries stumble back in shock, their eyes wide as they realize the helpless kid is a high-level magic beast summoner. Ajiha's wings beat slowly, scattering shimmering dust into the air. Ajiha's scales are more than just pretty. They are a potent paralytic. The shimmering dust settles on the room, and one of the mercenaries freezes mid-attack. Arin knows his summons have limits, but in a small room, even one paralyzed enemy changes the odds. Taking advantage of the chaos, Arin uses his mana to dissolve his bonds. The rope snaps, falling away as the eye-patch mercenary watches in disbelief. Disappear, he stammers, unable to track Arin's sudden burst of speed as he moves to protect Cecil. Arin stands tall, the ropes at his feet and his eyes locked on his enemies. The aura of a master gamer radiates from him. Watch me strike back, he declares, his presence completely transformed from a servant boy to a formidable warrior. Arin doesn't stop with one summon. He flips another card. Bear, it's time to bite and scratch. A massive grizzly bear manifests in the hold, its roar shaking the very walls of the ship. The mercenaries' confidence evaporates instantly as they face another powerful magic beast. The grizzly lunges at the leader, forcing him on the defensive. Arin doesn't just watch. He dives into the fray himself. He targets the subordinate who is already weakened, taking him down with a swift, calculated strike. Second guy defeated, Arin stands ready for the next round. He knows the allies of these men will be here soon, and he needs to clear the room before they are overwhelmed. The eye-patch mercenary draws his blade, his expression turning from mockery to genuine fear. What did you do? The mercenary's fear turns into desperation. He snarls, declaring he'll kill Arin this time. Cecil watches from the floor, her gag still on, her eyes filled with a mix of shock and hope as she sees the servant boy she knew standing his ground against a seasoned killer. Use your shield, Braun. Arin summons his strongest tank, a fully armored knight. Braun appears instantly, his massive shield clanging against the mercenary's sword, completely neutralizing the attack. The man can only stare in mute shock at the sheer number of summons Arin is fielding. Art's mind works like a well-oiled machine, calculating mana costs and cooldowns with lethal precision. He knows Braun and Grizzly can hold the line, but to secure their escape, he needs a complete tactical lockdown. He reaches into his deck for 3 more cards. Chew the Spider, Harami the Orca, and a bug-type summon, and shouts the order to engage. In a burst of mana, Harami the Orca manifests, its water scales providing a shimmering layer of protection to the armored brawn. As the room begins to fill with his creations, Arin positions himself protectively in front of Cecil, his eyes locked on the remaining mercenary. He's ready to turn this cramped hold into a nightmare for his captors. Arin isn't finished. He summons his spider, Chu, to ensnare the guard while another bug-type beast weakens him from the shadows. The eye-patch mercenary can only gasp in shock as the small room becomes a literal spider's web of magic, his movements restricted by the sticky silk. The mercenary struggles to comprehend what's happening. Manipulating magic beasts like this is a talent unheard of. Taking advantage of his confusion, Arin leaps from Bron's shield and drives a dagger toward the man's neck. However, the mercenary's armor is too thick and the blade fails to bite deep. Knowing he can't win with a single blow, Arin shifts his strategy to a war of attrition. He pushes his summons to wear the man out until, finally, the mercenary collapses in exhaustion. Arin stands panting, his fist clenched in triumph, but Cecil remains bound and terrified in the corner. A sudden announcement from the ship's loudspeaker shatters the moment. They have entered Cownal City. Arin's heart drops. They're in the heart of enemy territory. Realizing they'll be surrounded as soon as they land, he quickly desummons his beast to conserve mana, his mind racing for a way out. Arin rushes to untie Cecil, promising her that they'll escape together. But just as the ropes fall away, a chilling voice echoes from the doorway. It's Dagraha, the one-star assassin, and he looks far more interested in Arin's unique talent than he is in his failed subordinates. Arin freezes, his gamer instincts screaming that this is a boss fight he isn't ready for. Dagraha moves with a speed that defies the eye. Before Arin can even command his grimoire, he's blasted across the room by a devastating kick. He hits the wall hard, blood spraying from his mouth as the world spins. The raw power of a true professional is terrifying. Gasping for air, Arin tries to process what just happened. Dagraha is too fast. It's like he's teleporting. Cecil can only watch in horror, her muffled cries filling the air as she sees her protector battered and broken on the floor. The mercenaries Arin defeated earlier lie forgotten, insignificant compared to the monster standing before them. Dagraha mocks him, unimpressed by a kid who hasn't even mastered basic combat skills. Arin realizes that in a close-quarters fight, he's already dead. He needs to create distance and use his head, but his body is screaming in pain. Even his hell mode stats aren't enough to close this gap. Desperate, Arin activates a Tree of Life recovery item, healing 10,000 HP in a burst of light. Dagraha dismisses it as a useless struggle, unaware that Arin is just buying time. With Cecil's safety as his only motivation, Arin forces himself back into a combat stance. Arin plays his trump card, Chiapai's fake voice skill. The bird perfectly imitates the authoritative voice of Viscount Connor, ordering Dagraha to bring Cecil to a specific location immediately. The deception works. Dagraha freezes, confused by the sudden order from a master he thought was elsewhere. Taking the opening, Arin fires a spray of spider silk to slow Dagraha down. He knows it won't hold him long, but it's the few seconds he needs to grab Cecil and make a break for it. He's betting everything on this one desperate gamble. Arin scoops up Cecil and sprints for the stairs, his mind calculating every second. He feels Dagraha ripping through the silk behind him with terrifying ease. He knows his knight, Bron, is already defeated and his mana is plummeting. They have moments before they're caught again. They reach the airship's window, but the sight below is paralyzing. The ship is 100 meters above the ground, gliding over the lights of Cownal City. Arin sees a landing area far below, but from this height, it might as well be the surface of the moon. Still, staying on the ship means certain death. Young miss, get ready to jump. Arin yells over the wind. Cecil can only stare in disbelief as he begins feverishly stacking defense buffs on them both. Using every bug card he has, he pushes their endurance stats to the absolute limit, hoping against hope that Hell mode logic applies to falling damage. He assures Cecil that their stats are high enough to survive, then pulls her tight against his chest. 1, 2, 3, jump! With a roar of defiance, they leap from the airship window, plunging into the dark, cold night. For a moment, they are weightless, the massive vessel shrinking above them as they fall toward the city. They tumble through the sky, the wind whipping around them as Cecil's terrified screams are lost in the night. The ground rushes up to meet them with lethal speed. In this Hell mode world, Arryn is betting their lives on a math equation and the durability of his summon cards. Amazingly, they survive. Arryn is already on his feet, carrying Cecil through the narrow alleys of Calnal City at full speed. He summons a flock of owls, his Horu, to scout the path to the city gate. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Dagraha informs a stunned Viscount Connor that the kids jumped, convinced that no one could survive a 100-meter fall. Viscount Connor is furious, demanding they find the bodies to use for negotiation. Dagraha is certain they're dead, but the Viscount knows Cecil is too vital to his plan to lose. If he had any idea she was actually alive and running through his city, he'd unleash his entire army to hunt her down. Arryn and Cecil reach the city's outer gate. With a poker face that would impress any pro gamer, Arryn shows a Grabial family crest and claims they are leaving on the young Mrs. orders. The guard is baffled. 2 children alone at night, without a single bodyguard? But Arryn's confidence is enough to sow doubt. Once they're safely beyond the walls, Arryn's tension finally breaks into a relieved grin. How lucky. We're out. Cecil can only shake her head, realizing that the servant boy is a far better liar than she ever imagined. Arryn consults his mental map, plotting a course north toward the border gate between their territories. As the forest swallows them up, Arryn activates his night vision skill. He tells Cecil not to worry, though she's clearly unsettled by the absolute darkness and the uncertain days ahead. To her, it's a terrifying wilderness. To him, it's just another area to navigate with the right buffs active. They find a secluded spot to rest for the night. Arryn suggests they take care of their basic needs and get some sleep. Cecil is visibly flustered by the intimacy of the situation, but the presence of Arryn's loyal owl summon, Horu, provides a strange kind of comfort in the wild. Cecil is stunned when Arryn pulls out sandwiches and bottles of water from seemingly nowhere. "Where did you get those from?" she demands, her noble sensibilities clashing with his gamer inventory logic. They eat in silence by the soft light of a lantern, the weight of their ordeal finally beginning to settle. Cecil quietly asks if he can truly talk to magic beasts. In the flickering light of the lantern, Arryn pets his Horu, explaining that his summoned beasts are incredibly docile and loyal. Cecil looks at the bird with wonder, finally beginning to understand the secret life Arryn has led. She realizes that the hell mode he speaks of is a reality he's been preparing for long before this night. Arryn asks if his powers frighten her. Cecil pauses, then smiles softly. "We've known each other for 4 years. Nothing you do could truly surprise me anymore." A new bond of trust forms, but Arryn's eyes remain sharp and distant. Even in this moment of quiet, he is already using his connection with his bird to monitor the city they just escaped, dreading the moment the hunt begins anew. Through the eyes of his bird summon, Arryn watches Dagraha speak with the city guards. The assassin knows they are still alive and hasn't wasted a second. He's already heading outside the city walls, moving with a predatory focus toward the very forest where Arryn and Cecil are hiding. The hunt hasn't ended. It's just entered a more dangerous phase. Arryn doesn't hesitate. He tells Cecil they have to move immediately. When she asks how he knows they're being followed, he points to his scout bird. Suspecting Dagraha has a high-level tracking skill, Arryn burns through 44 bug cards and several bird cards to nearly double his speed. He knows they have to outrun a professional killer, and in this game, speed is life. With Cecil on his back, Arryn sprints into the dense forest, but he isn't just running blindly. He moves in a deliberate, zigzag pattern, testing the waters. He needs to understand exactly how Dagraha tracks his prey before he can hope to lose him for good. Cecil can only hold on tight, her mind reeling at the speed of the boy she thought was just a servant. The observation pays off. Dagraha is a one-star scout with a reconnaissance talent, following their exact footsteps with surgical precision. To counter this, Arin shifts his weight and begins running along the tree trunks, avoiding the soft earth entirely. It's a grueling, high-stakes game of hide-and-seek where every misplaced step could lead Dagraha right to them. Arin catches his breath high in the canopy, thinking he's finally given the assassin the slip. Cecil is still shaken, asking if he plans to fight the man who nearly killed them on the airship. Arin is realistic. The odds of winning a direct confrontation are far too low. He looks toward the distant White Dragon Mountain, his mind already plotting a safer route home. Using his grimoire, Arin summons Braun to act as a platform, helping them navigate the difficult mountain terrain with Cecil still on his back. His mastery over his summons leaves Cecil in awe. "Gee, great," she whispers, her fear slowly turning into genuine admiration for the boy who seems to have an answer for every impossible situation. They manage to put several kilometers between themselves and the city, and as night falls, the exhaustion finally catches up. Arin decides they'll camp in the woods, urging Cecil to take every chance she can to rest. Despite the looming threat, he maintains a calm exterior, promising her they'll be safe as he prepares for a few hours of much-needed sleep. In the quiet of the night, Cecil asks the question that's been on her mind. Why has he hidden such incredible talent for so long? Arin's answer is simple and grim. Revealing such power in a world of nobles is a death sentence. He thinks back to the terrifying Madagalshu from 3 years ago, a memory that still haunts him. He knows that in hell mode, being caught means more than just a game over. Dawn breaks over the mountains, but there's no time to enjoy the view. Dagraha is still out there, tirelessly closing the gap. Arin wakes Cecil with a start, realizing the assassin has already found the faint marks he left on the tree trunks. The hunter is relentless, and the distance Arin fought so hard for is rapidly vanishing. Dagraha is indeed close, his frustration evident as he finds another of Arin's clever diversions. He begins to realize the brat is more than just lucky. Arin understands his tracking skills and is actively countering them. The game of cat and mouse intensifies as Arin begins running in a confusing spiral pattern to muddy his trail once more. Dagraha's face contorts with rage. "You can't run away from me," he snarls to the empty woods. He's no longer just a mercenary on a mission. It's personal now. Meanwhile, Arin continues to push his body to the limit, carrying Cecil through the underbrush, his mind entirely focused on reaching the safety of the border. Finally, on the second morning after their escape, the northern border gate of the Dragon Mountains comes into view. The sight of the massive stone walls is a beacon of hope. The guards recognize Cecil instantly, their shock at seeing the young miss safe and sound spreading through the garrison like wildfire. The garrison commander offers them immediate rest and a carriage back to the manor, but Arin remains strangely on guard. While Cecil is relieved to be back among allies, Arin feels a familiar prickle on the back of his neck. He holds his family crest tight, his eyes darting around the courtyard as if expecting an attack at any moment. To the guard's confusion, Arin refuses the carriage, claiming he can run faster than any horse. He knows they aren't safe yet. As they leave the gate, Cecil notices his tension and asks what's wrong. Arin's voice is low. His summoned bird has lost sight of Dagraha. The assassin has either vanished or, worse, he's aware he's being watched. Arin explains that staying with the Night Order would only put them in danger. Dagraha was hired specifically to deal with warriors of that caliber, and a few border guards wouldn't stand a chance. He knows their only real hope is to keep moving and reach the heart of Grabial territory before the assassin catches up. Cecil's guilt begins to surface, and she asks if Arin would be safer if he just left her behind. Arin doesn't even consider it. He knows the situation is far too much for a 12-year-old girl to bear, and he's driven by more than just duty. He carries a weight on his shoulders that goes back to a promise he made long ago. The memory of young Master Mihi flashes in Arin's mind. He made a vow to protect Cecil at all costs, and it's a promise he intends to keep, even if it kills him. So let's get home together, he says firmly. His resolve is hard as the mithril in their minds. It's no longer about the game. It's about the family he's chosen to protect. Cecil's eyes well with tears as the weight of his words sinks in. A simple thank you is all she can manage, her heart swelling with gratitude for the boy carrying her through the wild. They continue their journey, a small island of two in a sea of danger, moving ever closer to home. Arin summons a fresh pair of birds to scout the area, his mana reserves slowly depleting. He tells himself he has to keep his composure, to be the cool protector Cecil needs right now. But beneath the calm surface, the gears of a master gamer are turning, constantly recalculating their chances of survival. By the morning of the third day, the exhaustion is visible on both of them. Cecil asks if they'll finally reach home by tomorrow, her voice small and hopeful. They've been running for days, surviving on grit and Arin-summoned supplies, but the finish line is finally within reach. Or so they think. In the shadows of the forest, a familiar face watches from the trees. Dagraha is there, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he observes his prey. He hasn't just been following, he's been waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and his patience is about to pay off. The hunter has finally cornered his quarry. Arin forces Cecil to eat some grass of life to restore her stamina, urging her to hold on for just one more day. He's dazed by fatigue himself, but his instincts suddenly scream a warning. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with a realization that chills him to the bone. Erupting from the underbrush is a nightmare from Arin's past, Madagalshu. The B-rank monster looks even more terrifying than before, and it recognizes Arin instantly. Its single remaining eye burns with a vengeful glee as it prepares to finish the fight that started 3 years ago. They aren't just being hunted by an assassin. They've walked right into the territory of a vengeful beast. Arin quickly assesses the dire situation. It's suicidal to be caught between a B-rank monster and a professional assassin. He tells Cecil he has to take down Madagalshu first, hoping to clear one threat before Dagraha makes his move. Cecil, though terrified, trusts him completely. She reminds him that he defeated the Queen Ant, and she believes he can do it again. The battle is joined. Arin prepares his summons, knowing this will be the fight of his life. He has to balance his dwindling mana and protect Cecil while dealing with a monster that wants nothing more than to tear him apart. It's a literal hell mode scenario, and for Arin, the game has never been more real. Arin isn't intimidated by the B-rank beast. He knows the clock is ticking. Dagraha is closing in. His strategy is simple: overwhelm the monster with sheer numbers. He summons an entire army of grizzly bears, surrounding Madagalshu in a sea of fur and claws. It's a classic hell mode tactic, using a swarm to pin down a superior foe. Madagalshu lets out a deafening roar and unleashes a powerful spin attack, sending the grizzly bears flying in every direction. The beast's physical strength is immense, easily clearing the area around it. But Arin isn't discouraged. He expected his front line to take a beating. This is just the opening move. The monster laughs, a chilling, guttural sound, as it smashes another summon into dust. Arin quickly recalculates. He can't afford to waste his army on mindless charges. He calls upon Braun, his loyal knight, to provide a more stable defense, his eyes never leaving the monster as it prepares for another devastating strike. Besiege Madagalshu, Arin commands. Multiple Brauns appear, their shields forming a defensive perimeter that locks the monster in place. It's a coordinated tactical maneuver, designed to limit the beast's movement and create an opening for a counterattack. Madagalshu snarls, finding itself trapped in a cage of steel and magic. Arin watches intensely, wondering if this combined force is enough to bring down a B-rank superior monster. He orders his bears to exploit the opening, and one particularly brave grizzly manages to sink its teeth deep into the back of Madagalshu's neck. The monster thrashes in pain, its roar turning into a scream of agony. The swarm attack intensifies. Multiple bears latch onto the beast, biting and clawing with everything they have. The forest is filled with the sounds of a brutal, primitive struggle as the magic beasts slowly wear down the Titan. Madagalshu is bleeding from a dozen wounds, its superior rank failing it in the face of Arin's relentless strategy. Madagalshu becomes wary, its single eye darting around as it looked for the source of the persistent damage. Arin doesn't give it a moment's rest, throwing an iron ball with pinpoint accuracy to keep the monster off balance. He knows the beast remembers their last encounter, and he intends to make this one even more memorable. Cecil watches the carnage from the sidelines, her eyes wide with shock. She's never seen anything like this, a battle of magical beasts that defies common sense. "So this is how Arin fights," she whispers. Arin's voice cuts through the chaos, a fierce promise to the monster. Even if it manages to beat him, he will never let it lay a finger on Cecil. He vows to take its remaining eyes. Arin's confidence grows. He's defeated the Ogre King, so a B-rank Madagalshu shouldn't be an impossible hurdle. But the monster has one more trick up its sleeve. It suddenly lunges forward with a burst of speed that Arin didn't account for. His eyes widen in shock as he sees a change in his grimoire. The battle is far from over. "Bron, shield!" Arin screams, but it's too late. Madagalshu smashes through the defensive line with a single, titanic blow. The shields shatter like glass, and Arin can only watch in horror as the monster's massive fist closes the distance. "Are you kidding me?" he gasps, realizing he's completely exposed. In a flash of movement, Madagalshu's hand wraps around Arin, snatching him from the ground like a doll. He's crushed by the beast's incredible grip, the air leaving his lungs in a painful gasp. Cecil's terrified scream echoes through the woods, her heart stopping as she sees her protector caught in the monster's lethal grasp. Despite the bone-crushing pressure, Arin tells Cecil to stay away. Madagalshu mocks him, savoring the feeling of slowly crushing the life out of the boy who once blinded it. But Arin isn't done. He forces a grass of life into his mouth, restoring his stamina and keeping his HP from dropping to zero. It's a war of attrition, and he has more than enough supplies to last. Madagalshu holds him up, its mouth opening wide for a final lethal bite. The monster savors its victory, unaware that it has just invited its own destruction. Arin watches the rows of jagged teeth approaching, his eyes cold and focused even in the face of death. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The beast snaps its jaws shut, but instead of the sound of breaking bone, there's a spray of hot, dark blood. Cecil covers her mouth in horror, convinced it's the end. But the blood isn't Arin's, it's the monster's. Within the beast's own mouth, Arin has found the ultimate opening. Arin stabs his dagger upward, driving it through the roof of the monster's mouth and deep into its brain. "Are you the type to eat grilled fish from the tail?" he taunts, his voice muffled by the gore. While caught, he switched his card deck to 48 D-stone cards, massively boosting his defense and endurance to survive the initial bite. The hunter has become the lethal parasite. Madagalshu thrashes in a terminal frenzy, but Arin doesn't let go, twisting the blade even deeper into its skull. He mocks the beast's inability to finish him off sooner. With his stats boosted to a staggering 1040 strength and 570 endurance, the monster's mouth is no longer a trap, it's a coffin. "Now go to hell!" he roars, dealing the final lethal blow. Arin climbs out of the monster's mouth, covered in its blood. He explains to the dying beast that the status screen never lies. By analyzing its attacks on his bronze, he deduced its strength was less than 2,000, meaning he could survive its grip if he boosted his defense high enough. He consumes another grass of life to recover from the brutal encounter. The gamer logic remains flawless. Arin mentions he prepared 100 tons of recovery items in case he had to fight a death battle with Dagraha. Madagalshu was just a test of his endurance. He feels a strange sense of nostalgia, remembering the many nights spent grinding against powerful bosses in his past life. This hell mode world is just a much larger, more dangerous version of the games he loved. With one last effort, Aren unleashes a final burst of energy from within the monster's skull. A flash of lightning erupts through the beast's head, sealing its fate. The titan that has terrorized the forest for years is finally silenced by the ingenuity and ruthlessness of a 12-year-old summoner. Manhwa lets out one last, haunting scream before its massive body finally goes limp. It crashes to the forest floor with a sound that shakes the earth. The air is suddenly still, the silence heavy after the frantic violence of the battle. Aren stands atop the fallen titan, a blood-soaked victor. A victory notification appears in Aren's mind. Defeated 1 MDAGLSHU. Get 82,000 experience. Revenge, 3 years in the making, is finally complete. Aren stands panting, his clothes in tatters, but a triumphant grin on his face. He's proven once again that in this world, knowledge and preparation are the ultimate weapons. Cecil runs to him, her voice trembling as she asks if he's okay. Aren reassures her with a tired smile, mentioning he has plenty of healing potions left. But seeing him alive and safe is too much for the young noble girl. The relief is overwhelming, and the tears she's been holding back finally start to fall. She collapses into a fit of sobbing, admitting how terrified she was that he was dead. Aren apologizes for scaring her, his heart softening at the sight of her genuine distress. He survived the monster, but he knows the most dangerous part of their journey is still to come. He can feel another presence approaching. Their reunion is cut short by the sound of clapping from the shadows. Dagraha has finally caught up, and he's clearly impressed by the carnage. But his praise is hollow. His eyes are burning with a murderous fury. "You brat," he snarls, pointing a finger at Aren. "I will kill you right here." The final boss of their escape has arrived, and he's not interested in games. Dagraha stands before them, his presence radiating an aura of lethal intent that dwarfs the dead Manhwa. He's furious that a mere brat has managed to outsmart and outlast him for so long. Aren pushes Cecil behind him, his eyes locking with the assassins. The true battle for their lives is about to begin. Dagraha stands before the fallen Manhwa, a twisted look of respect on his face. He admits he didn't expect a brat like Aren to bring down such a monster. Aren knows their desperate run is finally over. He's out of iron balls, his only sword is still embedded in the beast's skull, and he knows none of his current summons can match Dagraha's speed. He's down to his last few choices, and none of them look good. The assassin sneers at Aren's protective stance, mocking the loyal servant for being willing to die for his noble master. Aren urges Cecil to step back, his voice firm despite his injuries. He's determined to fight to the bitter end. This selfless defiance only fuels Dagraha's rage. "That's what I hate the most," he roars, unleashing a brutal kick that sends Aren tumbling across the forest floor like a broken toy. Aren gasps for air, coughing up blood as he tries to process the attack. Dagraha was so fast, he didn't even see him move. As the world spins, Aren realizes his mana is dangerously low. Dagraha draws his blade, mocking the boy for his silent grimoire. "So, not calling out your animals anymore," he taunts, savoring the sight of his prey, finally cornered and defenseless. Cecil can only watch in silent horror, her protector broken at the assassin's feet. Dagraha stands over the fallen boy, the tip of his rapier inches from Aren's head. "Time's up, kid," he says coldly, his eyes devoid of mercy. Cecil's silent plea is lost in the heavy air. But just as the final blow is about to fall, the earth itself seems to shatter. A massive, deafening explosion erupts between them, a sudden twist of fate that leaves everyone reeling. Who, or what, has intervened at the very last second? The mystery remains as Chapter 2 comes to an explosive end. Desperate to save Aren, Cecil Grabiel unleashes a fireball. Her small hand trembles as the magical flame erupts, a final attempt to protect the boy who has carried her this far. But Dagraha is a professional. With a casual swipe of his rapier, he deflects the attack and knocks Cecil aside. Aren watches in horror, his vision blurring from exhaustion as the villain looms over them. Cecil lies wounded, her noble dress stained with dirt. Dagraha looks down at them with cold contempt, taunting Arin about his inability to do anything despite his orders not to kill. Arin's gaze sharpens, his mind still working through the pain. Dagraha continues his mockery, calling Arin a failure who escaped the battlefield after only a year. Blood drips from Arin's mouth as he stares back, his voice a low growl of defiance. "Such an asshole," he spits out. "Go to hell." Dagraha snarls, delivering a brutal kick that sends Arin tumbling. The force of the blow is immense, threatening to break the boy's resolve. The villain stands over him, frustrated by Arin's persistence. He thinks Arin is out of magic, but he doesn't realize who he's dealing with. Arin isn't just a child. He's a gamer in hell mode, and he's still calculating his survival. As he struggles, Arin analyzes the skill system of this world. There are 3 types: those requiring magic power, those formed through training from childhood like his own sword skills, and extra skills that he lacks. Memories of his past life as a gamer flash before his eyes. The system windows appear in his mind. In normal and hard modes, people get extra skills from birth or gacha, but in hell mode, it's only inherent talent. Arin realizes he has the rare, high-potential skill of a summoner, and he's already at level 41. He looks at Dagraha again, seeing the villain's stats. A 1-star scout with tracking. Even though Dagraha is strong, his rarity is low. Arin manages to block the neck sword combo, his body screaming in pain as he takes blow after blow. A bloody smile crosses Arin's face. If he can survive this, as an 8-star summoner in hell mode, how much stronger could he become? The gamer within him finds a strange thrill in this life-or-death struggle. Dagraha's irritation peaks. He strikes again, sending Arin flying back towards Cecil. The villain's rapier is swift and deadly, intended to end this disgusting brat once and for all. Dagraha wonders how many healing charms Arin is hiding. In reality, Arin is consuming Grass of Life, a basic item that restores 1,000 stamina. He's not exhausted yet, and he's certainly not ready to run. Arin stares up, his voice cold. You received a death sentence the moment you hit Cecil. Suddenly, Dagraha's attention is drawn to a bird circling in the sky. He senses a presence approaching through the trees. Through the forest, a man in heavy knight armor is charging toward them, a bird perched on his shoulder. He's received Arin's distress signal and is desperate to arrive before it's too late. Dagraha realizes the trick. Arin had sent birds back to the mansion the moment they arrived at the gate, using himself as bait to buy time. It's too late to realize, Arin whispers, his plan finally coming to fruition. Despite the pain and the numerous cuts from the rapier, Arin is triumphant. The backup has arrived. He's willing to use every trick in his gamer's arsenal to defeat a superior enemy. "Let's beat him up," he shouts. The 2 men face off. The newcomer's presence is overwhelming, his heavy sword a sharp contrast to Dagraha's rapier. Dagraha's arrogance falters as he recognizes the threat. "So you are Xenoff?" he asks, testing the waters. Xenoff glances at the battered Arin and the unconscious Cecil. Arin gives a slight nod, confirming they are safe for now. The Knight Commander's expression hardens into one of pure, righteous fury. "I will cut you into pieces in the name of the Knight Commander," Xenoff declares, drawing his massive blade. He marches forward, his armor clanking with every heavy step. Dagraha sneers, calling him a bastard. Dagraha mocks Xenoff's life of peace in the countryside, his voice filled with resentment. Xenoff remains silent, his eyes fixed on his target. The tension between the 2 professional killers is electric. Dagraha's aura shifts, turning dark and menacing. He talks about his joy in trampling on bugs like nobles. Arin watches closely, noticing that the villain is finally beginning to use his skills in earnest. Xenoff lectures the villain about the true nature of a battlefield, his voice calm despite the impending clash. Arin is confused by the tactical nuances being discussed, realizing he still has much to learn about this world's combat. Xenoff stands ready, his blade glowing with an inner light. He understands the type of man he's fighting, a survivor who has lost everything and turned into a monster. It's time to end this. The clash begins. Dagraha lunges with viper-like speed, screaming that only fools sacrifice themselves for nothing. But Xenoff, Knight Commander, barely moves, his deliberate posture radiating a power that Dagraha's hatred can't reach. Dagraha's voice cracks as he rants about his dead comrades, blaming the fools in high places for their suffering. He's no longer just a scout. He's a vessel of pure spite, preparing to unleash his most murderous strike yet. Dagraha lunges forward with murderous intent, screaming "Die! You parasites!" at Xenoff, Knight Commander. He pours all his hatred for nobles into this final, desperate strike. The rapier pierces straight through Xenoff, Knight Commander, S armor, but he doesn't even flinch. Dagraha is paralyzed with shock as he realizes his attack did nothing. This is the difference between a mere scout and a true swordsman of Xenoff's caliber. Xenoff, Knight Commander, stares back with eyes that have seen far more tragedy than Dagraha could imagine. When Dagraha rants about the comrades he lost, Xenoff simply counters by asking if he thinks he's the only one who has suffered in this world. "Don't run away from our destiny," Xenoff, Knight Commander, declares sternly. He speaks of a war that gambles on everyone's life, showing the resolve of a man who has carried the weight of his fallen brothers for years. With a sudden burst of power, Xenoff, Knight Commander, unleashes his skill, Aura Blade, a massive shockwave of energy tears through the air, completely overwhelming Dagraha in a single decisive stroke. The forest falls silent as the dust settles. Dagraha lies defeated on the ground, his reign of terror finally over. In the distance, Arin and Cecil watch the aftermath, stunned by the sheer power they just witnessed. "That's awesome," Arin whispers, his gamer's instinct marveling at the high-level combat. Cecil is simply relieved to be alive, her eyes wide as she looks at the man who saved them. After the battle, the group returns to the mansion. Cecil rushes into the arms of her father, Baron Grabiel, who is overwhelmed with emotion. Arin stands by, battered and bloodied, but satisfied that his plan succeeded. Later, while soaking in a hot bath, Arin reflects on the battle. He realizes he didn't receive any experience notifications from Dagraha's death. It seems that in this world, killing humans doesn't grant the same rewards as defeating demonic beasts. It's a sobering thought as he prepares to report to the Baron. Arin sits down with Baron Grabiel in the Grand Hall. The atmosphere is heavy as the boy explains the full extent of the conspiracy. The Baron listens intently, his face darkening with every revelation. The truth is devastating. Viscount Connor and the royal messenger colluded to kidnap Cecil Grabiel, all to raise funds for Connor to buy the position of Justice Minister. The mithril mine was the prize they were after. "That bastard," the Baron snarls in fury. Baron Grabiel slams his hand on the table, declaring he will report everything to the palace. But Arin remains cautious, knowing that political battles aren't as simple as combat. He knows the enemy is well connected. "It won't change anything by placing all the blame on Connor," Arin points out, interrupting the Baron's anger. He raises a hand, signaling that he has a different strategy in mind, one that could actually protect them from future attacks. Arin makes a shocking offer. "I will give up my mining privileges and hand them over to you." He's willing to sacrifice his personal reward for the sake of a stronger political standing for the Grabiel family. He explains that with those mining privileges, the Baron would have far more weight at the negotiating table to handle the case thoroughly. It's a masterstroke of political leverage from a boy who shouldn't know such things. Baron Grabiel hesitates, his integrity clashing with the pragmatism of the proposal. He doesn't want to resort to bribes or backdoor dealings, but Arin warns him that if they don't strike hard now, another villain like Connor will surely appear. Arin speaks with a maturity far beyond his years, mentioning how his father Rodden worked himself to the bone as a farmer to protect their family. He challenges the Baron. If commoners are willing to fight so hard for their kin, why are the nobles so hesitant? Cecil looks on, surprised by Arin's intense conviction. Baron Grabiel is moved. He begins to share his own story, revealing that he had to take over the family at 16 after his parents passed away and his brother died. He has always tried to live by the principles of purity and transparency taught to him since childhood. Finally, the Baron relents. "I'm sorry, Aren. I will take advantage of your mining privilege." Arn smiles, knowing that this concession is the only way to ensure their survival in the shark-infested waters of royal politics. With the immediate crisis managed, Arn brings up another topic. "Can you tell me what a nobility's obligation is?" The question hangs in the air, causing a sudden tension in the room as even the staff looks on with solemn expressions. Cecil Grabiel admits she doesn't know about it either, her curiosity piqued. Baron Grabiel lets out a heavy sigh and decides it's time for them to learn. He promises to have their teacher explain the grim reality behind that term. The Baron prepares to leave for the royal capital to settle the matter once and for all. He entrusts the mansion to Xenoff, Knight Commander, and his staff, urging them to take good care of Cecil Grabiel while he's away. A few days later, an old teacher with an eye patch arrives at the mansion. Cecil Grabiel and Arn meet him, eager to learn. Cecil insists she doesn't want to be an ignorant child anymore, and Arn repeats his request to know about the nobility's obligation. The teacher takes his seat, his expression grave as he calls for their absolute silence. "What I am about to tell you must remain a secret," he warns, unrolling a large parchment that promises to reveal truths long hidden from common knowledge. Spreading a detailed world map across the table, he points out the vast territories of the Valkyries and Zhongying empires compared to their own small Radishu kingdom. It is the opening of a lesson that will fundamentally change their understanding of the world's desperate situation. Looking at the map, Arn is struck by the scale of the world. While he was born in the small Radishu kingdom, the giant empire to the north looms much larger, a silent reminder of the power dynamics at play. The teacher begins the history lesson, explaining that while the kingdom and empire are at peace now, the true history of the world has been obscured. The nobility's obligation they've heard of is actually rooted in a much darker system that has been erased from most textbooks. He points to the Forgotten Continent, a place of mystery and dread. According to him, this is the birthplace of the Demon King, the source of the shadows currently creeping across the world. Arn and Cecil Grabiel listen in shock as the teacher speaks of the Demon King of the End, a man who appeared 112 years ago with the intent to make all kings surrender to him. Arn, having reincarnated, wonders if this world really operates like the RPGs he once played. The history grows grimmer as the teacher mentions the great disaster from 62 years ago. Suddenly, all demonic beasts became inexplicably ferocious, their strength jumping whole ranks. This mysterious leveling up led to the deaths of countless people across the lands. Cecil Grabiel asks if the Demon King was behind this sudden surge in violence. The teacher admits that while it's rumored to be his last move, the true cause remains unknown, though the monster's reach has only grown since then. A massive army of B-rank demonic beasts and above soon invaded the Zhongying continent, a relentless tide of darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. Within just 4 years, the demon army wiped out 4 kingdoms. The teacher's voice is heavy as he explains that no one knew how the Demon King could manipulate magic beasts so perfectly, or what his true goal was. Perhaps he simply wanted demonic beasts to rule the continent. Arn and Cecil Grabiel are left speechless by the scale of the horror. The invasion didn't stop there. 2 other continents were also targeted. The teacher highlights the Vukis continent, home of the dwarves, who managed to fight back using giant golems, a testament to their superior technology in the face of annihilation. Next was Roseheim, the residence of the elves. They held their ground thanks to elemental magic granted to them by the Elemental King, another front in the desperate global struggle against the Demon King's forces. Arn and Cecil Grabiel are amazed to learn that dwarves and elves are real in this world. To stop the expansion of the Demon King, an alliance of 5 continents was finally formed, uniting the different races under one banner. Despite the alliance, the situation was dire. Countries shared resources and forces, Yet countless warriors fell on the front lines. Cecil Grabiel's heart sinks when she hears that her own grandfather, the Baron's father, was one of those caught up in the carnage. In desperation, the system of having one academy per country was born. These institutions were designed to find and train all talented individuals to supply the front lines. Even with this influx of new warriors, a quarter of the Giant Empire still fell to the Demon King's invasion. The teacher's expression softens slightly as he mentions the world creator, Elemia. She did not abandon humanity, and finally, a new hope was born into this darkening world. However, the cost of protection had already been high. The teacher himself fought in those wars and saw most of his comrades die. That hope was Helios, the world's first person with the hero talent. He entered the battlefield at 15, just after graduating from the academy, and began taking back lost territories. Now 22 and still fighting, his legend is what inspires Cecil Grabiel. Arryn, however, can't help but feel this world is becoming more like a high-stakes RPG every minute. Arryn realizes that the hero and the Demon King are the two biggest 5-star influencers in this world. Because of their conflict, the Territory Exploitation Decree was issued, meaning all resources, including those from his home village, are prioritized for the battlefield. The teacher explains that their kingdom pays tribute to the front lines just to keep the war away from their own borders. The pieces fall into place for Arryn. He finally understands why Baron Grabiel accepted the order to increase the tribute, even if it meant his own family had to sacrifice their luxuries. Every farm and village is essentially serving the war machine. The teacher moves on to the specific part of history Arryn asked about, the nobility obligation. Arryn and Cecil Grabiel lean in, sensing that this is the most critical part of their education. The teacher reveals the harsh truth. According to the Five-Continent Treaty, any noble or royal child born with talent is subject to a mandatory 3-year battle obligation. No matter how high their status, they cannot escape the call to the front lines. The stakes are even higher than they imagined. More than 50% of those who go to the front lines never return. Cecil Grabiel realizes with a shudder that if she's ordered to serve, she'll likely be sent to the most dangerous zones, just like her brother Mihi. Arryn is stunned by the sheer sacrifice rate. The teacher tries to offer some small comfort, noting that those who do return enjoy high positions and good salaries. He was chosen to be their teacher because he is a retired magician who performed his own obligations. Cecil Grabiel thanks him, her resolve hardening despite the fear. Arryn, however, has another question. Later, Baron Grabiel meets with Arryn privately. He sincerely thanks the boy as both a leader and a father for saving Cecil from Calmal's grasp. The heir is appreciative as the Baron prepares to reward him. The Baron presents Arryn with 200 silver coins for defeating Madigal Shu and another 200 for rescuing his daughter. Arryn is surprised by the generous amount, but he notices a third bag sitting on the table. The Baron's tone turns somber. He admits he discussed Cecil's obligations with the king, but with her talent as a mage and the front lines lacking power, there's no way she can hide. The king himself is powerless to exempt her. The Baron has one more favor to ask of Arryn. The Baron reveals he's known for a while that Arryn's supposed lack of talent is just a cover. Over the past 4 years, he has come to rely on Arryn completely. He hands over the third bag of 200 silver coins with a clear directive. Protect Cecil while they are at the academy, and especially when they reach the battlefield. Arryn stares at the 3 heavy bags sitting on the table. 600 silver coins, a fortune for a commoner, and a significant sum even for a noble family like the Grabiels used to be. The weight of his reward is a stark contrast to his humble beginnings. He looks up at Nam Tuak Grabiel, his expression turning serious. He admits that he hid his true nature because the church's judgment was wrong. My talent is a summoner, Arryn finally reveals, coming clean to the man who entrusted him with his daughter's life. Nam Tuak Grabiel is stunned, realizing why he instinctively trusted a 12-year-old child with such a dangerous task. Arryn pledges to devote himself entirely to protecting Cecil Grabiel, a promise that brings a look of profound relief to the Baron's face. Arin pushes the bags of silver back across the table. Please change the bonus amount, he says. Instead of the money, he asks for a different kind of reward. Tax exemption for his own family and for the family of Karina, the family of the Holy Sword. It's a selfless request that catches the Baron off guard. Namtuak Grabiel readily agrees to the terms. Arin is satisfied. Now he can leave for the academy knowing his family is safe and provided for. He then requests to be relieved of his mundane service duties at the mansion so he can focus his training solely on protecting Cecil Grabiel. The Baron hands Arin a beautifully crafted short sword. It is a gift from the House of Granbiel as proof of Arin's status as their main guest. Arin is momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding the full weight of the honor he's being given. Standing proudly before his family crest, Namtuak Grabiel announces that the Granbiel family has been promoted to Viscount. He admits, with a touch of grim honesty, that the mining rights Arin gave up essentially allowed him to buy this elevated position. The Baron warns Arin that managing mineral mines is complex, but Arin simply offers his humble congratulations. His mind is already on the future and the new responsibilities that come with being the house's main guest. Namtuak Grabiel emphasizes that as the main guest, the Viscount family will always be Arin's shield and support, no matter what happens. He thanks the boy for his 4 years of service, formally welcoming him as an honored member of their circle. Arin accepts the short sword and the title with a confident smile. The bond between the commoner genius and the noble house is now forged in stone, setting the stage for his journey to the academy. Scene shifts to January in Karina village. Snow blankets the quiet houses as Arin's summoned bird, Chiapai, returns to his family's home. Mashu and Miura are excited to see the bird, but then they realize a familiar figure is standing in the doorway. Arin, they cry out in joy. The homecoming is filled with tears and laughter. His mother and his father, Rodden, can't believe how much Arin has grown in 4 years. Even Mashu and Miura have changed, though they're still small in Arin's eyes. It's a warm, long-awaited family reunion. There's a humorous moment when Miura, who was only a baby when Arin left, doesn't recognize her big brother at all. Arin is hilariously devastated as his sister hides behind Mashu. His mother gently tries to explain that this stranger is actually part of the family. They gather around the hearth for a warm pot of soup. Rodden hunters fresh game for the occasion, and Arin looks around the familiar room, feeling as though the house has shrunk. His father just laughs, reminding him that it's the boy who has grown, not the walls that have moved. As they eat, Mashu is eager to hear about Karina and Dagora. His mother thanks Arin for sending money home every month, but she's worried about whether he was able to live well on what was left. Arin reassures her, his heart full from the simple joy of being home. Arin explains that he's taking a break from the Baron's house to attend the academy. He delivers the news that he won't be able to send money home anymore while he's a student, but the mood remains optimistic as he enjoys the familiar warmth of his family's home. He shows them the proof of his reward for saving the young miss, the ornate short sword. But the biggest news of all is when he tells his parents that they no longer have to pay taxes to the territory. Rodden and his mother are stunned into silence by the incredible gift. Aren't done yet. He pulls out a bag containing 100 silver coins and sets it on the table. Rodden and his mother are terrified by the amount, but Arin casually explains that he earned it from hunting. That's too much. Rodden cries out, unable to fathom such wealth. Mashu is wide-eyed when Arin mentions hunting armor ants on White Dragon Mountain. He looks at his big brother with newfound awe, realizing just how dangerous Arin's life has been while he was away. Arin just smiles, happy to share his success. Rodden and his mother exchange a look of pure amazement. What a strangely superhuman child we have, Rodden mutters, while little Miura is more interested in the magical bird perched on her head. The family is in awe of the person Arin has become. The visit is short, and soon it's time to say goodbye again. Arin promises to send Chiapai whenever he needs to contact them. The snow falls softly as he prepares to leave Karina village once more, bound for the academy. Mashu declares that he'll join the academy when he turns 12 too. Arin smiles warmly. telling his brother he'll be waiting for him. But little Miura is still hesitant, holding a piece of paper as she watches her brother leave. She holds up a letter Arn had sent, asking if he really wrote those words about her. She's been too shy to talk much during the visit, but her eyes are full of questions. Arn's heart melts as he confirms that every word was for her. In a sudden burst of emotion, Miura throws herself into Arn's arms, crying as she begs him to take care of himself. Arn holds her tight, his own eyes moist as Rodden and his mother watch on, their hearts full of pride and the bittersweet ache of a final goodbye. Fast forward to March. Arn prepares to depart for the Grand Academy, no longer as a servant, but as the house's honored main guest. It is the dawn of a new chapter, yet this change in status and his newfound freedom are about to put his relationship with Cecil Grabiel to the test. Cecil Grabiel is fuming. She confronts Arn about his sudden decision to stop serving her house, her arms crossed in a rare show of noble authority. Arn can only offer a small, sheepish smile, explaining that he'll still be there for her until they actually reach the academy. Arn wonders why she's so upset, still playing the role of the oblivious bodyguard. Cecil Grabiel looks at him with genuine concern, asking if he really wants to go to the academy when he could choose to live a free, peaceful life back in his village. Her voice rises as she warns him of the dangers ahead. "Do you know how dangerous that place is?" she shouts, reminding him that unlike her, he has no noble obligation to go to the battlefield. She doesn't want to see him throw his life away. Arn simply nods, his eyes filled with a quiet resolve that Cecil Grabiel finds unsettling. Their conversation is interrupted by a carriage arriving at the gate. "Arn," a familiar, energetic voice calls out. It's time for some long-awaited reinforcements. Karina, an energetic girl with twin tails and a headband, and Dagora, a boy with freckles, leap from the carriage. Karina is a natural-born swordmaster, and over the past 4 years, she and Dagora have been training relentlessly to get stronger. Dagora boasts that he can even take down a giant wild boar now, while Karina just laughs beside him. Cecil Grabiel is stunned to hear about the combat skills of children from Arn's village, while Arn's family looks on with a mix of pride and amusement. The talk turns to the upcoming entrance exam. Karina admits she hasn't studied a thing, her face a mask of nervous sweat. Arn, ever the strategist, reminds them that the academic portion is just as important as the combat test. Dagora looks at Arn with a serious expression, finally realizing that his friend has been hiding a massive talent all this time. He's not angry, just impressed, though he still looks a bit grumpy about being left in the dark for so long. Karina can't help but tease Dagora about the time he lost a sparring match to Arn on their very last day together. Dagora huffs, trying to maintain his dignity, while Cecil Grabiel watches the playful dynamic between the 3 childhood friends. Arn officially introduces Cecil Grabiel to his friends. She immediately shifts into noble mode, offering a polite greeting that makes Arn's inner gamer chuckle. Cecil Grabiel is now under the care of 3 very capable, if slightly eccentric, companions. Thomas Grabiel, Cecil's older brother and a sophomore at the Noble Academy, steps forward to welcome them. Karina is her usual exuberant self, practically vibrating with excitement, while Cecil Grabiel tries to keep up with the overwhelming energy of her new friends. Namtoak Grabiel personally thanks Karina for coming, acknowledging her as a swordmaster. Karina accepts the handshake with a wide grin, while Dagora stands by, looking a bit overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Viscount's mansion. "Just call my servant if you need anything," the Baron offers graciously. Inside, Karina and Dagora are like kids in a candy store. Karina marvels at the size of the rooms, while they both dig into a feast that is far beyond anything they've seen in their village. Arn watches them with a quiet smile, happy to see his worlds finally colliding. Xenoff, the Knight Commander, watches Karina dive onto a soft bed with a laugh. He assures the Baron that her talent is real, a sword master that only appears once every 10 years. She is truly a treasure of the kingdom, even if she acts like a wild child. As Karina and Dagora dream of dungeons and night orders, Cecil Grabiel, and Aaron share a more somber look. They haven't told the others about the life-threatening secret of the nobility's obligation yet. Aaron decides it's best to wait for the right moment. Aaron's mind is racing with the implications of the future. After graduation, Karina will likely be made a baron because of her talent, which means she'll be sent to the front lines alongside Cecil Grabiel. He hopes that by living together at the academy, they'll become a truly inseparable team. The day of departure arrives 3 days later. Aaron's mother is there to see him off, her face full of motherly pride and worry. Grabiel makes one last private request to Aaron. Help Cecil learn to fight on her own, knowing that the battlefield won't always be fair. The Baron is moved by the sight of Aaron's loyal friends. He knows Cecil Grabiel will be relying on them. Aaron reflects on the meeting of a magician and a sword master in the same generation. It feels like the beginning of a legendary quest, and he's not about to let fate dictate their path. I will definitely defeat the demon lord together with Lady Cecil, Aaron declares with a fierce fist pump. The Viscount is stunned by the boy's audacity. Hey, no. I didn't ask you for that, he sputters, but the fire in Aaron's eyes is unmistakable. With final waves and shouts of goodbye everyone, the four of them prepare to set off. The air is thick with the promise of adventure as they leave the safety of the Grabiel mansion behind. The long journey to the Academy City has finally begun. The mansion's staff and the knights line up to see them off. Cecil's mother wipes away a tear, while Grabiel just looks on with a mix of anxiety and hope. Even in the face of uncertainty, the joy of the young travelers is infectious as their carriage pulls away. The four friends are all smiles as they wave from the window of the moving carriage. From Karina village to the Grand Academy, the scale of their world is growing. Overhead, a massive airship cruises through the clouds, a symbol of the advanced civilization they are about to enter. Meanwhile, far to the north in the Giant Empire's territory, a different kind of legend is unfolding. A young man with light hair sits atop a stone monument, overlooking a vast, fortified city. This is the heart of the Empire's power, a place where the shadow of the demon lord feels much closer. Sir Hero, a knight calls out, announcing the magic train's arrival. This is Hero Helios, the beacon of humanity. But there's a new, cryptic prophecy from the Elemental King, a whisper of hope that even the hero finds hard to believe in such a dark age. Hero Helios just smiles, his gaze lingering on the rows of coffins, the silent price of every victory. He decides he'll see for himself if this new hope is a miracle or just a dream. As the legend looks toward the future, the paths of the world's savior and the Hellmode gamer are destined to cross, starting with the grand wonders Aaron is about to discover on the horizon. Aaron presses his face against the glass, his eyes wide with wonder. Floating high above is a massive, ornate airship, a marvel of dwarven engineering that defies everything he once knew about this world. I can see it, he exclaims, his heart racing with excitement. As they clear the clouds, the full scale of Academy City is revealed. It's a breathtaking sight, a massive, circular metropolis spanning the horizon, designed with military precision. Aaron realizes that this isn't just a school. It's the heart of the kingdom's defense, a place where legends are forged to fight the coming darkness. Karina, Dagora, and Cecil Grabiel can only stare in awe, their journey finally reaching its first great milestone. The group steps off into a bustling station, surrounded by other travelers arriving on similar flying boats. Karina is practically vibrating with energy, her eyes darting everywhere at once. Cecil Grabiel walks with a more measured pace, though even she can't hide her surprise at the sheer number of people gathered in one place. Aaron and Cecil Grabiel discuss the incredible technology around them. Aaron explains that almost all the magic tools in the kingdom are made by dwarves, who share their technology and currency here. The city feels more advanced than even the capital. Suddenly, a collective gasp from the crowd draws their attention. Something else is coming. A train? The group shouts in unison as a massive, smoke-belching machine pulls into the station. It's another magic tool, an iron beast that runs on rails. Arin calmly walks up to the counter and buys 4 tickets to the academy, much to the shock of Cecil Grabiel, who is still trying to process how casually everyone uses such expensive-looking technology. The 4 of them are jolted as the train begins to move. Karina and Dogora are terrified and excited at the same time, clinging to their bags as the iron beast accelerates. Arin just smiles, marveling at the high level of civilization the dwarves have brought to this world. For his friends, this is pure magic. For Arin, it's like being back in a modern world. From the window of the train, the city looks even more impressive, with buildings reaching 5 floors high, a sight that makes even the Grand Granville mansion seem rural by comparison. They finally arrive at the Academy station, where a sea of applicants begins to spill out onto the platform. Dogora is overwhelmed by the crowd, realizing just how big their competition really is. They walk towards the massive, ornate gates of the Academy, joining a crowd of over 20,000 applicants who have come from all corners of the kingdom. Each one is a hopeful warrior or mage, all dreaming of the same glory. Arin and his friends look like a small drop in a vast ocean as they approach the entrance to their new life. Karina is buzzing with excitement, wondering if anyone here is super strong. Cecil Grabiel is more cautious, taken aback by the sheer number of talented people her own age. But as the chapter ends, Arin's face is a mask of pure determination. He knows what's at stake: pass the tests, level up, and prepare for the battlefield in 3 years. The Hell Mode gamer is ready for the next challenge. The day of the Academy's appraisal ritual has finally arrived. Arin, with his signature messy black hair and calm gaze, explains to his friends that this is just like the test they took when they were 5 years old. Behind them, the line of nervous students stretches out as everyone prepares to see what their future holds. Cecil, the blonde magician, is buzzing with excitement, wondering just how much stronger they've become after all their training. At the counter, a stern-looking receptionist points toward the water crystal. Dogora, never one to back down from a challenge, steps up first, eager to set the bar high for the group. As Dogora touches the crystal, his stats flash onto the screen. Rank B physical and a talent for axe-wielding. While the receptionist is impressed by his potential, Dogora stands there in shock. To him, it feels like nothing has changed since he was a child, and he can't help but feel a bit disappointed by the lack of visible progress. Next is Cecil Grabiel. The moment she touches the orb, a bright light fills the room, revealing a staggering S rank in intelligence. With a magician talent and overall excellent stats, she's a natural prodigy. Arin watches from the side, acknowledging her brilliance, but he can't help but wonder what the machine will say about him. Then comes Karina, the energetic warrior with her blonde twin tails. Her results are even more explosive, boasting 2 S-rank stats and a legendary swordmaster talent. The crowd erupts in awe, but Karina herself is trembling with frustration. Despite being a swordmaster, she feels like she hasn't improved at all, leaving her friends puzzled by her reaction. Finally, it's Arin's turn. As Arin steps forward, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the pedestal, far more intense than anything seen before. The entire room is engulfed in brilliance, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. Tension thickens as everyone waits to see what kind of monster-tier stats this mysterious boy possesses. But when the light fades, the results are baffling. The screen shows nothing, but he ranks across every single category. Physical, magic, speed, all bottom tier. His talent is listed as Summoner, but the abysmal stats leave the receptionist horrified and his friends completely speechless. It's a complete disaster on paper. The word fail hangs heavy in the air. Arin is sweating, realizing that the Hell Mode he chose has fixed his growth rate at the absolute lowest rank. Cecil is the first to snap, shouting that there's no way someone as capable as Arin could fail. But the crowd is already whispering, looking at the black-haired boy with pity and confusion. Despite the crushing results, Arin forces a smile, trying to comfort his friends. He tells them that even if they aren't in the same school, he'll still be there to protect them. The girls aren't buying it, though. They're frustrated and angry at the absurdity of the situation, refusing to accept that Aaron is being cast aside because of a faulty test. The commotion is interrupted by the arrival of two imposing figures. The receptionist stands up in shock, recognizing the Academy's principal, a tall elf with an aura of absolute authority. Walking beside him is a younger man with pinkish hair and a confident stride, his presence alone commanding the room's attention. The principal speaks of a prophecy regarding an E-rank youth, his eyes fixed on Aaron. Cecil, desperate for a second opinion, asks the newcomer, Sir Helmios, if the inspection device could be faulty. Aaron is caught off guard, sensing an overwhelming power coming from the man standing before him. Aren't friends are stunned. Helmios isn't just anyone. He's the hero who carries the hope of all humanity. The hero leans in close to Aaron, his eyes narrowing as if he's looking right through him. He starts rattling off numbers that the machine missed: offensive power of 570, intelligence and magic over 1600. The room goes dead silent. Aaron is internally panicking. This flamboyant guy is just blabbing out his secret personal stats for everyone to hear. He realizes Helmios has a special skill that can see through the E-rank facade of Hell mode. It's a total invasion of privacy in Aaron's eyes, even if it's proving he isn't a failure. Helmios casually dismisses the appraisal machine as faulty and says he wants to see Aaron's summoner ability first. Aaron tries to introduce himself properly, but Helmios is already moving at his own pace. Before Aaron can even finish a sentence, Cecil is being pushed aside as the hero focuses entirely on the boy with the black book. With a sparkling aura and a grand pose, Helmios officially introduces himself. Karina and Dogora are starstruck, realizing they are standing in the presence of a living legend, the main character of their world. Aaron, however, remains unimpressed by the theatricality, his tactical mind already plotting a countermove. Aaron isn't going to let the hero have all the fun. He calmly suggests that if Helmios looked at all of his stats, then it's only fair that Helmios shows his own abilities using the appraisal machine. It's a bold move that catches the hero off guard, but with a grin, Helmios agrees. Aaron smirks. This is the perfect chance to gather intel on the world's strongest human. Helmios touches the crystal, and the board explodes with data. It's a sea of S ranks. Physical, magic, offense, defense. Everything is at the pinnacle of human potential. The crowd is in a frenzy, seeing the true power of a hero. Aaron studies the board intensely, noting that Helmios seems to favor physical attacks despite his high magic stats. It's data he'll surely use later. Now it's Aaron's turn to perform. He summons Korosuk, a small, adorable mouse with large eyes. The hero and the principal look on, slightly underwhelmed, while the girls find it cute. Aaron reflects that while Helmios can see his raw stats, he still can't see the hidden bonuses provided by his beast summoning and his grimoire. His secrets remain safe for now. After the demonstration, Aaron decides he's seen enough and starts to walk away. His friends are horrified by his casual attitude toward the hero, but Aaron simply states he did what was requested. He got the information he wanted. Now it's time to focus on the next step of his plan. Helmios watches him leave, a curious glint in his eyes. As Aaron walks through the academy gates, he reflects on the harsh reality of the entrance exam. 1 out of 3 usually fail. Helmios, still watching from afar, calls Aaron a nasty boy, clearly intrigued by the summoner's calculating nature. But for Aaron, the real test is only just beginning. Next comes the academic assessment. While his friends struggle with the grueling math, history, and language tests, Aaron breezes through them thanks to his past life's knowledge. The results are posted, and it's a sweep. Dogora gets a B, Cecil an A, Karina a C, and Aaron scores a perfect S. They've all officially become students of the academy. Celebration is in order, but Aaron is already thinking about logistics. Instead of staying in the cramped dorms, he proposes they rent a large house and live together as a team. Everyone agrees enthusiastically. But before they can settle in, Aaron insists they head to the Adventurers Guild to register for their certifications. Efficiency is the name of the game. At the guild, Aaron shocks the receptionist by trying to buy 100 gold coins worth of magic stones, roughly 10,000 of them. The guild can only fulfill a fraction of that order at once, but they inform him of a nearby dungeon where he can earn more. Aaron doesn't mind the wait. He's playing a long game, and he needs every resource he can get. Aaron reflects on his massive stockpile. After 3 years of grinding, he's accumulated a staggering 2 million magic stones. They're the lifeblood of his summoning powers, and he refuses to run low. With their E-rank adventurer certifications finally in hand, the names of Aaron, Cecil, and Dagora are officially listed. But to truly conquer the world's hell mode, they'll need more than just individual ranks. They need to become an official team. With their base secured and their cards ready, the group stands at the threshold of their first professional steps. Aaron turns his attention back to the guild's registration, knowing that every legendary party needs a name. He looks at Cecil, Karina, and Dagora, a mischievous glint in his eye as he prepares to unveil the title that will define their legacy, whether they like it or not. At the guild reception, the group prepares for the next step. The clerk asks if they'd like to register as a formal party. Aaron, always thinking several steps ahead, looks over at Cecil Granville. He asks if she has a good name in mind, but ultimately, the choice falls on him. After a moment of deep thought, he's ready to announce their identity to the world. Aaron proudly presents his choice, Game Junkies. The reaction is mixed, to say the least. Dagora, Karina, and Cecil Granville stare at the sign in utter confusion. To them, the term game means nothing, and Junkies doesn't sound particularly heroic. They're left wondering if their leader has finally lost his mind. With a bright, almost nostalgic smile, Aaron explains the philosophy. In his eyes, game junkies are those who bet everything to reach the top, true try-hard gamers. Internally, he reflects on his previous life where work kept him from reaching his full potential. Now, with an 8-star talent and a world to conquer, he's determined to live a majestic, top-tier life. Aaron isn't done with his questions for the guild clerk. He's focused, his mind already calculating the path ahead. His main goal is simple, yet daunting, to become the strongest. He's not here to just get by. He's here to dominate the leaderboard of this reality. With the paperwork done, the next priority is a base of operations. An old realtor shows them a magnificent house that meets all of Aaron's specific requirements. It's close to the dungeon for easy grinding, and even better, it's near the food court. At 10 gold coins a month, it's a steep price, but for a team aiming for the top, it's a necessary investment. Inside, the girls are ecstatic. Cecil and Karina find a large bathtub, a luxury they didn't expect. Dagora is baffled, wondering just when Aaron became so wealthy to afford such a place. Aaron, however, is already in commander mode. He tells the team that now they have a base, they need to exchange crucial information. Training begins with transparency. The game junkies gather for a feast of chicken and burgers to celebrate their new home. But as they eat, Aaron's expression becomes serious. He warns them that in 3 years, the world as they know it will change. It's time for the group to learn the true scope of the war they are about to enter. Aaron reveals his ultimate ambition. He intends to defeat the Demon King and his entire army. He looks directly at Cecil, vowing to do it together with her. Dagora and Karina are stunned by the sheer scale of his ambition. Defeating the Demon King isn't just a quest. It's a world-altering destiny. Cecil, for her part, is completely flustered by Aaron's intense declaration. Karina doesn't hesitate. She's in. Her loyalty to Aaron is absolute. Aaron turns his attention to Dagora, acknowledging that the chances of surviving such a fight are slim, perhaps only 50-50. He tells Dagora to take his time and think it over slowly. There's no rush to commit to a suicide mission. But Dagora's pride as a warrior won't let him back down. He smiles, thinking about how cool it would be to be known as a hero forever for defeating the Demon King. He's in. Just as the pact is made, Aaron's grimoire suddenly manifests, floating in the air with a glowing notification. The grimoire displays the official confirmation. Karina, Cecil Granville, and Dagora have all become teammates. The floating book startles the group, who aren't used to seeing Arin's powers manifest like a game interface. It's a literal party-joined notification in a world that doesn't understand the term. Arin explains that the Grimoire's ring is now linked to them, just like his summoned beasts. He wonders if this level of connection is a direct result of them officially forming a team. His friends are curious, but for Arin, this is a clear sign that the system is recognizing their bond and their progress. Strategy session continues. Arin outlines 3 crucial requirements for their success. They need full equipment, constant practice in dungeons, and most importantly, a teammate with a recovery talent. He emphasizes that while they have power, they lack the sustainability for long-term survival in high-level zones. Arin reveals the burden of his Hell mode. His growth rate requires training equivalent to 100 people combined, which is why he needs massive amounts of magic stones. He's searching for a specific solution, a magic recovery ring rumored to be in this city. If he finds it, his summoning potential will skyrocket, allowing him to stay in the fight indefinitely. Karina looks at him with newfound respect, realizing how hard he's been trying since they were children. As night falls over their new base, the resolution is set. Game junkies are officially operational. Arin tells everyone to be ready, because from this moment on, their lives are going to be incredibly busy. The moon shines over the mansion, a silent witness to the birth of a legend. The next day at the academy, the students meet their head teacher, Karlova. He's a veteran with a scarred face and a stern gaze, originally a branch head of the Adventurers Guild. His talent is Sword King, and he wastes no time letting them know he was sent specifically because of Karina, the Swordmaster. The power dynamic in the classroom has shifted instantly. Karina being in their class causes quite a stir among the other students. Karlova addresses the room, noting that despite their backgrounds, be it peasant, commoner, or noble, the Adventurers Guild is the equalizer. In his class, where you come from doesn't matter. Only your strength and your results do. Arin listens, appreciating the meritocratic approach. Karlova issues a new rule. Stop using honorifics. They're all students and equals now. Arin takes this to heart immediately, turning to Cecil and addressing her simply as Cecil. The blonde magician freezes, her face turning bright red as the shock of the sudden familiarity hits her. It's a small change, but for a noble like her, it's a seismic shift. Cecil doesn't take the lack of honorifics well, erupting in a comical rage as she grabs Arin, shouting about his lack of hesitation. The rest of the class can't help but laugh at the duo's dynamic. Even Karlova points them out as an example, though Cecil is too busy being flustered and annoyed to care. Arin just tries to survive her grip, wondering where all his defense stats went. The academy schedule is set, 6 days a week, with general knowledge in the mornings and separate talent classes in the afternoons. While Dagora goes to axe skill and Karina to sword skill, Arin finds himself in a unique position. Since there's no class for summoners, he's free to do as he pleases in the afternoons. A perfect opportunity to visit other classes and gather intel. Finally, it's their first day off from school. The game junkies waste no time and head straight for the sea-level dungeon. Arin reads up on the mechanics. E to C rank beasts, multiple entry points, and a record clear time of 6 hours for the first floor. This is exactly what they need to level up and test their synergy. At the dungeon entrance, Arin and Karina are beaming with excitement, while Cecil is already losing her patience with their enthusiasm. They show their E-rank adventure cards and are assigned to room 205. The grind is finally about to become a reality, and Arin can barely contain his joy at the prospect of some proper dungeon crawling. The guild headquarters feels more like a luxury hotel than a dungeon hub. As they head to the second floor, Cecil mentions the costs. Buying all the essential equipment has already set them back 150 gold coins. Arin casually reveals they still have 200 left. Dagora is impressed by their heavy luggage, but Cecil is just glad that, thanks to Arin, they don't have to worry about the logistics. Finally, they reach the door to room 205. The door opens to reveal a high-tech chamber with floating, glowing cubes. A digital-sounding voice welcomes them, introducing itself as the Dungeon Management and Operations System, C205. It's a far cry from the medieval fantasy they expected, and the team stands in awe as the system prepares to guide them into the dungeon dimension. The team is baffled by a floating cube that can speak. The system explains that each room has a separate entrance, ensuring that different groups will never cross paths or share the same monsters. Our eyes widen in realization. This isn't just a dungeon. It's like a private server. His gamer instincts are firing on all cylinders as he understands just how efficient their training is about to be. Aaron is practically vibrating with excitement. He realizes that having a private room means he can use his summoned beasts to their full potential without anyone outside the group finding out his secrets. It's the perfect setup for a try-hard gamer like him. Cecil, meanwhile, just stares at him, worried that the stress of the academy has finally broken his brain. With all questions answered, the floating cube system grants them access. The game junkies step through the portal and find themselves in a massive stone corridor. The sheer scale of the dungeon is breathtaking, and for a moment, they just stand there, soaking in the fact that they've finally begun their real training. The dungeon is oddly bright, despite the lack of torches or windows. As they walk, a flock of bird-like monsters is startled and flies away into the darkness. Dagora is on high alert, his axe ready, while Aaron keeps his grimoire open, constantly scanning the environment for any signs of trouble or opportunity. Aaron uses the grimoire's mapping feature to navigate the maze. He decides to take the shortest route, advising the team to ignore low-level treasure boxes since they might be trapped. Efficiency is the priority. Dagora and Cecil find the map incredibly convenient, marveling at how Aaron always seems to have a tool for every situation. Aaron takes a moment to review the team's current stats. Karina, the level 21 Swordmaster, is their powerhouse with her mithril greatsword. Dagora, also level 21, is a sturdy axe user with high physical stats. Cecil Granville, at level 1, is their glass cannon mage, equipped with an ancient wand. They have a solid foundation, but Aaron knows they need to level up Cecil quickly. The first encounter is a simple slime. Cecil takes the lead, casting a fireball with a determined expression. The spell hits the target with a satisfying explosion, marking the group's first successful combat in the sea-level dungeon. Aaron watches with a smirk, glad to see that his teammates' individual statuses are exactly as he calculated. Cecil is overjoyed, her face lighting up as she celebrates her first solo kill. A notification from the grimoire confirms she's received 8 experience points. Aaron encourages the others, telling them that they both have impressive skills as well. The group's morale is high as they move deeper into the dungeon's stone halls. The difficulty ramps up as larger, spike-backed monsters appear. Karina cleaves through them with her /skill, while Dagora finds the combat almost too easy. Aaron, ever the pragmatist, focuses on collecting the dropped magic stones. He tells the team that killing these creatures is the fastest way to gather the resources he needs for his summons. The results of their first day are staggering. Cecil hits level 7 and can already feel herself getting stronger. By the end of a 10-hour grind, the game junkies have cleared the entire first floor. Aaron is pleased with the pace, but he's already thinking about a way to take advantage of the dungeon's convenience to maximize their growth. Aaron introduces a new strategy, auto-farming. He positions his summoned beasts, bears, spiders, and even a butterfly, throughout the dungeon to hunt while the group attends school. This way, they can earn around 200 magic stones and experience points every single day without even being there. It's a total game changer for their efficiency. By early April, the group has already reached the 6th floor. They encounter a significant threat, a C-rank boss flanked by 10 D-rank monsters. Cecil is worried they look dangerous, but Karina is just excited for a real challenge. Aaron sees this as the perfect opportunity to show off the true power of his summoner talent. Aaron prepares his counterattack. He's used up 35,000 D-rank magic stones to upgrade his power, and his enhancement skill has reached level 6. He spent 7,000 magic balls to boost his beasts, and now it's time to see just how strong they've become. He steps forward, the boss and its minions unaware of the overwhelming force about to hit them. Aaron commands his level D bear summons to use their crunch skill. The bears, their stats boosted significantly by Aaron's upgrades, tear through the enemy group in a chaotic blur of strength and power. The boss and its lackeys don't stand a chance against the sheer numbers and raw stats of the summoned beasts. The victory is absolute. Karina is so impressed, she gives one of the giant bears a hug, amazed that Aaron can summon something so massive. A treasure chest manifests as a reward for clearing the floor. Aaron is thrilled to see the loot, knowing that every reward is a step closer to making the team unstoppable. The treasure is a steel sword worth 1 gold coin. Aaron is delighted, noting that selling loot helps cover their expensive cost of living. While Cecil finds the food and drink in the city pricey, Aaron sees every coin as a resource for their next upgrade. He's already thinking about taking the sword to the weapon shop to see what else they can get. Relaxing with some snacks after the hunt, Aaron explains the dungeon mechanics. Bosses only appear once a day, so they'll time their visits for the end of the school day. Cecil is impressed by the dungeon's convenient teleport features, while Aaron is just glad that everyone is getting comfortable with the grind. Training is becoming second nature to them. The group's chemistry is perfect. Karina's performance as a sword master is flawless, and Cecil is genuinely happy to see her level keep increasing. They're all enjoying the nonstop practice, but Aaron knows they can't afford to get complacent. The world beyond the dungeon is starting to take notice of their progress. The peace is broken during class when Karlova makes a grim announcement. In 3 months, there will be a dungeon exploration test, and those who fail will be expelled. He warns them that 20 people died during the test last year. The classroom is filled with murmurs of dread, but Aaron and his team remain stoic, their eyes fixed on the challenge ahead. Suddenly, Karina is swamped by other students desperate to join her team. They know she's a sword master and believe her talent is their only ticket to surviving the upcoming test. Karina is overwhelmed by the shouting and pleading, while Cecil looks on, equally confused by the sudden attention. They've become the hottest recruitment target in the school. The classroom is chaos as everyone tries to pitch their talents to Karina and Cecil. Aaron watches the frenzy, noting that Karina really doesn't know how to turn down invitations. He decides it's time to take control. He tells the team to stand up, his mind already formulating the perfect recruitment pitch to find the one piece they're still missing. Aaron stands at the front of the room and delivers a professional-grade recruitment ad. Dungeon clear PTLF at 1 cleric. He lists their current roster: Summoner, Sword Master, Axe, and Mage. He proudly announces that the 4 of them have already cleared 2 sea-level dungeons, and they are now in dire need of a support and recovery expert. The negotiation is open. The rest of the class is floored. Clearing 2 sea-level dungeons this early is unheard of. Aaron sets his conditions. Any potential recruit must have faith in their teammates' abilities and be able to attend at least one of their 2 weekly expeditions. He's looking for commitment and synergy, not just raw power. Aaron highlights the merits of joining: shared rewards and more loot for everyone due to the small party size. He promises they'll always hear out any concerns. The other students are left gawking at the sheer professionalism and confidence of the game junkies. Aaron's smile is infectious, making the offer almost impossible to refuse. Karina watches in awe as Aaron takes command of the room, looking like a seasoned veteran leader. But despite his impressive pitch, the perfect candidate doesn't step forward immediately. It seems high-level healing skills are a rarity even in this prestigious academy. The game junkies are still 1 member short, leaving Aaron to wonder where they'll find the final piece of their puzzle. Later that day, the group heads to the academy's grand buffet, where Karina and Cecil indulge in a literal mountain of steaks and pancakes. It's a rare, light-hearted moment of peace for the team, but it doesn't last long. A long shadow suddenly falls over Aaron's plate as a mysterious figure approaches, breaking the silence of their meal with an unexpected presence. The shadow belongs to a boy named Kill. He introduces himself as a classmate with the cleric talent. Aaron is immediately interested, a recruit. However, Kill awkwardly mentions he doesn't eat lunch. Arn's gamer brain starts ticking. Is this guy on a diet, or is there a more serious reason behind his skinniness? Regardless, they need to talk. Aaron senses the situation and hands over 2 silver coins, telling Kill it would be awkward if he's the only one not eating. Kill is flustered, his hand trembling as he accepts the money. It's a small gesture, but for Kill, it clearly means more than just a meal. The first step of the recruitment is a success. At the buffet, Aaron piles food onto Kill's plate, encouraging him to eat more. Kill eventually gets to the main point. How much income can one really get from dungeons? He looks skeptical, but Aaron's calm demeanor suggests that the rewards are far beyond what a normal student could imagine. Aaron drops the bombshell. They earn 20 to 40 silver coins every single time they go exploring. Kill nearly chokes on his food. That's a massive amount of money. Cecil confirms it with a smile. Kill is sold. He agrees to join them for a dungeon run this upcoming weekend, his eyes showing a mix of hope and disbelief. Aaron is internally cheering. They've waited a long time for a cleric, and now they finally have one. He tells the team they must give him a warm welcome. While Aaron stuffs his face with a happy grin, Cecil just looks on, slightly exasperated by how easily Aaron handles people using food and money. Back in the dungeon, the chemistry is already building. Aaron takes the lead, giving orders to the front line while he covers the back. Kill looks at his new teammates with a serious expression, whispering the word teammates as if he's still trying to get used to the concept. He's starting to realize this group is different from anything he's known. 2 weeks later, the game junkies are a well-oiled machine. They're deep in their 3rd day of exploration, and even with a sword master in the group, the addition of a cleric has made their runs vastly safer. The team looks confident as they navigate the stone halls, their synergy improving with every floor they clear. They reach the bottom floor of the sea-level dungeon. Standing before them is the boss, a massive, tusked boar man surrounded by a horde of goblins. Aaron doesn't even break a sweat. He simply gives the order to his team. I'll leave it to you. Karina and the others are more than ready to show what they've learned. Cecil leads the charge with her flame lance. A concentrated beam of fire erupts from her wand, incinerating the front lines of the goblin horde. Her growth has been exponential, and the power behind her spells now rivals the veterans. The boss can only roar in frustration as the battlefield is engulfed in flames. Combat becomes a whirlwind of steel and magic. Dagora and Karina tear through the goblins with terrifying speed and precision. Every swing of Karina's greatsword and every strike of Dagora's axe sends monsters flying. They aren't just fighting, they are dominating the dungeon floor. Karina delivers a powerful kick to the boar boss, sending the massive creature reeling. Aaron watches from the side, reflecting that a C-rank monster is absolutely no match for them anymore. The gap between their power and the dungeon's challenges is widening, and Kill can only watch in awe at the sheer brutality of his new friends. The battle leaves Dagora with a minor injury, and Kill immediately gets to work. He casts Heal, a warm light sealing the wound instantly. Aaron asks if he studied magic at school, and Kill reveals he worked as a healer at a church for only 10 silver coins a day. The contrast between his old life and the profits of the game junkies is staggering. The group is impressed. Cecil notes that using skills at their age is amazing, though Kill humbly mentions it took him 2 months to master. Aaron realizes that Kill's professional experience from the church and serving a noble family makes him an even more valuable asset than they initially thought. He truly is a good job find. The victory reward is a silver treasure chest. Kill is practically glowing with excitement, realizing there must be something of immense value inside. His enthusiasm is contagious, and the group crowds around the shimmering box, eager to see what kind of loot the dungeon has bestowed upon them this time. The loot is a mithril hand shield worth 15 gold coins. Aaron split the take, handing Kill 3 gold coins and 1/5 of the magic stones they gathered. Kill is stunned by the amount of money, his eyes wide as he holds the heavy bag. Aaron just smiles, reminding him that magic stones can also be exchanged for even more cash. It's the payday of a lifetime for the young cleric. Kill takes a deep breath and officially asks to join the group. Aaron accepts with a firm handshake, welcoming him to the Game Junkies. The rest of the team bursts into applause. Kill is confused by the name Game Junkies, but the warmth and sincerity of the welcome are enough to make him feel right at home. The party is finally complete. The grimoire updates instantly. Kill has become a teammate. Aaron is thrilled that he can now see Kill's status and track his progress. He immediately extends an invitation for Kill to move into their mansion base. He wants his team close together, fully focused on the road to becoming the strongest. But Kill politely refuses. He mentions that he already has his own house and prefers to stay there. Aaron is surprised but respects his choice. As Kill runs off into the distance, waving goodbye, Aaron realizes that their new cleric still has some secrets and a life of his own to manage. "See you tomorrow," he calls out, his mind already on the next grind. Later at the academy, Cecil and Karina discuss their new teammate. They conclude that, judging by his name, he's not a noble and has no obligation to go to the battlefield. Aaron remains silent, but internally, he knows that Kill's healing talent is absolutely essential for the upcoming war against the demon army. He needs Kill, whether the boy realizes it yet or not. Everyone agrees to try and get closer to him. Night at the Game Junkie's mansion is never quiet. Dogora is running around half-naked, causing Karina and Cecil to shout at him to put a shirt on. Aaron just watches the chaos with a tired expression, telling everyone he's leaving some bears for protection, so they shouldn't worry. It's June, and the heat, both outside and within the group, is rising. In his private room, Aaron experiences a massive breakthrough. His fusion and summoning skills both reach level 6, and Tier 5 skills are finally unlocked. The grimoire glows with power as it reveals a new category, Awakening skill. Aaron is ecstatic, his eyes wide as he realizes he's finally succeeded in reaching the next stage of his power. But what exactly is this awakening? Aaron tests his new Tier 5 summons. He brings out a diverse array of C-rank beasts. A 3-meter-tall scorpion, a powerful shark, a wild boar, a massive ostrich, and even a hulking golem made of rock. He reflects that after nearly 3 years of investment and magic stones, his new friends are finally ready. The scale of his summoning power is now truly immense. But the real shock comes from his spirit summon. A small, doll-like girl with long hair and a bow named Maria appears. To Aaron's absolute horror and amazement, she speaks. "Hello, Mr. Aaron," she says with a smug grin. Aaron is speechless. A summon that can actually communicate is something he never expected. Maria seems quite proud of her unique ability. Maria is far more than just a conversationalist. As a spirit type, she possesses her own mana and a unique ability to phase through solid walls. Aaron is thrilled by the tactical utility she brings. But the experimentation doesn't stop there. He calls forth his next new friend, a bug H-type named Denka. It looks like a simple grasshopper, but its swarm formation, awakening skill, is what truly piques the summoner's curiosity. The moment Aaron activates swarm formation, a terrifying, buzzing cloud of thousands of crickets and locusts erupts from the grimoire, filling the room in an instant. It's a display of sheer, overwhelming numbers that leaves Aaron both horrified and deeply impressed by his own lethal creation. He spends the rest of the night tirelessly testing his new Tier 5 arsenal, his nervous laughter echoing in the dark until the first rays of sunlight finally signal time to share his discoveries with the team. The sun rises over the mansion, and Aaron returns with a surprise. He introduces his newest comrade, Maria, to his stunned Cecil, Dogora, and Karina. While Maria politely bows and introduces herself, the group is absolutely floored, a summon that can actually talk. Karina is instantly smitten, giving a big thumbs up to the cute new addition. Art's face is beaming with pure joy. He's looking forward to using his new skills in the dungeon this weekend, his excitement almost tangible. Cecil can only sigh, looking at his childishly excited face, wondering just how much more fun their weekend training sessions are about to become. 2 days later, the academy is buzzing with energy. Today is a special event meant to raise student morale, and they are welcoming some legendary guests. Among them are Sylvia, the swordmaster from the Gamut Empire, the hero Helmios, and the towering figure of Doberg, a legendary swordmaster from the Radishu Kingdom. The air is thick with the presence of world-class power. The students are starstruck. Everyone is whispering about how tall and cool Mr. Doberg looks, and many are already planning to tell their families about this day. Aaron, however, is more focused on Helmios, noting that the hero guy is here again. The local fame of these warriors is clearly no joke. In the middle of the assembly, Karina suddenly stands up and raises her hand. She has a question for Mr. Doberg. How does she use her skills? The rest of the class is shocked by her boldness. The teachers realize that this is the new swordmaster student everyone has been talking about. Doberg is intrigued by Karina's determination. She explains that she wants to get stronger because her friend Aaron can already use his skills, and she doesn't want to be left behind. Helmio smiles, recognizing Aaron's name. Doberg calls Karina over, ready to see just what the young swordmaster is made of. The teacher is worried that Karina might be too strong-willed, but Doberg is already drawing his blade. He tells the other students to consult with Helmios and Sylvia while he handles this one. Aaron watches from the crowd, sensing that something intense is about to happen. Doberg's grip on his sword is casual, yet deadly. Doberg gives Karina a simple command. Come at me and be conscious of your skills. Karina doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting her compliance. The spar begins, and the difference in their presence is staggering. Doberg stands like an immovable mountain, waiting for the young girl to make her move. Aaron reviews Karina's stats in his grimoire. At level 30, she has incredible physical power, but her slash-skill experience is sitting at 0. He wonders how she'll compare to someone like Doberg, who has been on the front lines for over 30 years. Cecil is visibly worried, questioning if Karina will even be okay in a real battle against a legend. The spar is brutal. Karina tries to use her skill, but she's met with a wall of steel. Doberg parries every strike effortlessly, constantly pushing her to focus. He shouts at her to keep trying, but Karina is struggling to even keep her footing. The gap in experience is being demonstrated with every clashing of their blades. Karina is sent tumbling across the floor, gasping for air. Doberg stands over her, asking if she's ready to give up yet, mockingly suggesting it might take her another year to use the skill. But Karina's eyes are burning with a fierce light. No, I'm fine, keep going, she shouts, forcing herself back on her feet. Her spirit is refusing to break. The spar continues into the night. Aaron watches from the shadows, his expression pained. He realizes Karina is in such a hurry to grow stronger because she sees him and Cecil advancing so quickly. She's pushing herself past her limits just to stay by his side. The sound of clashing blades echoes through the dark school grounds. Helmios suggests to the rest of the group that they should also have a friendly match, but Aaron is too drained and worried about Karina to even consider it. Dagora and Cecil are also on edge, watching their friend being battered for hours. The legendary warriors can only marvel at the young team's dedication. 8 hours have passed. Karina is on her knees, barely able to hold her sword. Doberg asks one last time if she's given up. Aaron is certain she's reached her limit, wondering if Doberg even intends to teach her at all. But deep down, Karina is thinking of Aaron and his big dream. She will never give up. With a final, desperate surge of will, Karina glares at Doberg. She knows Aaron has a dream that reaches beyond the horizon, and she's determined to be the strength he needs to achieve it. Her eyes are filled with tears and grit, a testament to her absolute devotion to her childhood friend. Doberg tells her to focus and charge for the last time. Karina lunges forward, her vision blurring from exhaustion. She puts every ounce of her remaining strength into her blade, focusing entirely on the feeling of the mana flowing through her. This is it, one final strike to prove her worth. Slash! A massive wave of power erupts from Karina's blade. The impact is so intense, it creates a blinding shockwave. Sylvia, Helmios, and the rest of the group watch in total awe. She finally did it. She awakened the Swordmaster's true power in a moment of absolute extremity. Dobberg's face is hidden, but he feels the raw force of the strike. Karina falls to the ground, a tired but triumphant smile on her face. I did it, she whispers before collapsing. Dobberg puts away his sword, acknowledging her success. He tells her it was very good and warns her never to forget that feeling. The legendary warrior has officially recognized her as a peer. Sylvia scolds Dobberg for being too harsh on a 12-year-old girl, but Dobberg simply states that for someone like Karina, soft teaching would have been useless. Arin and the others rush to her side, pouring a healing potion over her. Despite the brutal training, Karina still finds the strength to thank Dobberg as he walks away. Her spirit is truly unbreakable. As the special guests prepare to leave, Helmios turns back to Arin with a serious expression. He asks one final question. So what is your dream? Arin gives him a calm, enigmatic smile. He tells the senior hero that he'll share his dream when he can completely trust him. The chapter ends with a wave and a promise of a destiny that is only just beginning to unfold. Inside the sea-level dungeon's 3rd floor, Arin is bursting with excitement. It's exploration day, and he's ready to show his team the fruits of his latest summons. Arin summons the fronds, giant sea-rank birds. Karina and the others can only stare in shock. They weren't expecting anything this huge. Speed is the name of the game. The team hops on their new mounts, racing through the dungeon floors at a pace they never thought possible. Combat is a breeze with this speed. Karina leaps into action, unleashing her new flying sword skill to slice through a monster in midair. Efficiency at its finest. As Maria collects magic stones, Arin proudly declares that they aren't just a party anymore. They're the Beast Cavalry. Before the sun is even high in the sky, they've already conquered 2 floors and taken down the boss. Even the energetic Karina is impressed by how fast the fronds are. With the dungeon cleared, it's time to celebrate Kill officially joining the group. But Arin notices something. Despite their growing income, Kill still skips lunch to save every penny. Arin won't stand for it. He makes an incredible offer. He wants Kill's entire household to move into his mansion and work there, solving their financial struggles in one go. Kill is stunned. He can't understand how Arin would go so far. But Arin's answer is simple. They're a team, and he won't let his comrades suffer. Cecil and Karina quickly back him up. They've already decided how to split the treasure so that Arin gets the magic stones he needs to level up, while Kill's family gets a steady salary. Faced with such genuine kindness, Kill can't help but feel moved. He agrees, and the group prepares to welcome his family at the station. A short time later, Kill's family and their loyal servants arrive. Even though they've lost their status, their bond is clearly still strong. Kill's younger sister, Nina, greets everyone with a polite bow. Seeing how young they are, Arin realizes there's much more to Kill's story than he first thought. Back at the mansion, a grand feast is waiting. It's a night of laughter and good food as they celebrate their new living arrangement. The atmosphere is warm as Kill asks Arin and the others to speak to him casually. But the conversation takes a turn when Cecil realizes Kill's manners are those of a former noble. Kill confirms it. His title was stripped away, and now he lives as a commoner with the servants who refuse to leave his side. Nina promises to do her best to help too. Trying to lighten the mood, Arin mentions that he and Nina are commoners too, while Karina notes that she and Arin both have sisters about Nina's age. The talk shifts to where they all grew up. Cecil proudly mentions that they're all from the same territory, the Granville territory. The name hits Kill like a thunderbolt. His face pales, and the friendly atmosphere vanishes instantly as he stares at Cecil with mounting horror. Fury erupts. Kill reveals his true name. His father is Cabroni Cownell, the man whose house was destroyed by Cecil's family. He shouts that the Granvilles trapped them, his voice trembling with years of built-up resentment. Arin and the others can only watch in confusion, caught in the crossfire. Arin is caught off guard. He never expected his new healer to be the son of his family's former enemy. Kill stands there, trembling with rage, while Nina cowers in the background. Cecil doesn't flinch. She maintains her noble composure and asks to speak to Kill privately, knowing that the only way forward is to face the truth. Now alone with her, Kill demands to know everything. Cecil doesn't flinch as she reveals the dark reality. His father, Mr. Connor, had hired a group of assassins in a treacherous plot to kidnap her and Arryn to seize their family's mining rights. It's a devastating revelation that shatters Kill's perception of his family's honor. Cecil stands firm, explaining that the Connors' ruin wasn't a malicious trap, but a just punishment handed down by the royal court for his father's crimes. Cecil doesn't hold back, her voice firm as she tells Kill that her father was the one who brought down his family. She's not ashamed of it, because the Connors were the ones who started it by hiring assassins. Kill is stunned, the word assassins echoing in his mind as the reality of his father's actions begins to sink in. Kill can't believe it. His father was always a kind and caring man in his eyes. Arryn watches them closely, asking Kill what kind of person his father really was to him. Kill struggles to reconcile the image of the father he knew with the man Cecil is describing. He remembers how everything changed after his talent appraisal ceremony. When his rare healing talent was revealed, his father's expression changed, and the warmth he once knew seemed to vanish. Since then, Kill hasn't lived like a noble. He was sent away to live alone in another town with only a few servants. His father told him it was to prepare him for the academy, and, as a child, Kill was just happy to be serving his family's interests. But then, last October, everything fell apart. His parents went missing, his servants were fired, and he was evicted from his own home. It was then that a royal emissary came to him, telling him his family was ruined because of the Granbeels. The emissary told him that to resurrect his family name, he would have to fight magic beasts for 5 years. Hearing this, Cecil is overcome with guilt, apologizing for her family's role in his suffering. Kill, feeling he has no choice, tells them he'll leave the team. He's determined to restore his family name in 5 years. But he's also worried about finding a place for his family and Nina to return to in the meantime. The weight of his responsibility is clearly taking a toll on him. Arryn steps in, reminding Kill that they all have their own duties and goals. He asks Kill what he really wants to do, refusing to let him just walk away from the team they've built. Arryn tells Kill that his background doesn't matter to them. They have the same destination, and they need his talents as a healer to balance out the team. He warns Kill that trying to fulfill his duty alone will be incredibly dangerous. Cecil's voice wavers as she reveals a painful truth. Her own brother passed away while performing his duty. Arryn explains that they must stand together and become stronger if they hope to survive and eventually face the Demon Lord's army. Kill is still hesitant, admitting that he's only using the team for his own purposes of returning to nobility. He claims he has nothing to do with the Demon King. But Arryn doesn't mind, telling Kill it's okay to fight for his own reasons as long as they fight together. Karina and Dagora jump in to support him, calling him a good comrade and promising to help him return to his noble status. Kill is overwhelmed by their support, his eyes wide as he looks at his friends. Arryn smiles warmly at Kill, telling him there's no need to carry everything alone. Kill finally relents, agreeing to stay with the team. A new day begins, and Kill's family and servants introduce themselves, ready to start their new lives in Arryn's care. Arryn's talent for summoning spirits is a hit with Kill's family. Nina is delighted when Arryn summons Maria, who greets her with a warm welcome. The servants are impressed, realizing that Arryn is more than just an ordinary student. Arryn reflects on how much more exciting life has become now that they're all living together. But deep down, he still has doubts about the royal emissary's words and wonders if he can really be trusted. He resolves to do some research of his own to find out the truth. The next morning, Arryn prepares to head out for another day of adventuring. Nina is worried, but Kill reassures her that his teammates are strong and they'll be just fine. With a cheer, the party sets off for the B-level dungeon. Arryn hands out antidotes to Karina and Cecil, warning them that there will be many traps in this dungeon and they need to move carefully. He's always the strategist, thinking ahead to keep everyone safe. The scouting team returns with reports of the area ahead. They hop back on their fronds and head deeper into the B-level dungeon. The giant birds make quick work of the distance, their loud clucks echoing through the stone halls. It's time to see what this new challenge has in store for them. On the 4th floor, Kill spots a treasure chest and starts to rush towards it. But Cecil and Aaron are more cautious, warning him to watch out for traps or disguised monsters. It's a good thing they're there to keep him in check. Aaron sends Maria ahead to check the chest. Just as she gets close, the chest transforms, sprouting giant teeth in a dark, shadowy form. It's a mimic, just as Cecil feared. The B-rank mimic lets out a terrifying growl as it prepares to attack. It's much more dangerous than any monster they've faced so far, its giant limbs reaching out for anything nearby. But the party is ready for a fight. Aaron quickly orders Maria to use her psycho skill. She unleashes a flurry of powerful attacks, the explosions rocking the dungeon as she tears into the mimic with everything she's got. The monster doesn't stand a chance against her. Cecil and Dogora can only stare in disbelief as Maria obliterates the high-level monster in seconds. With a massive 20,000 experience points added to their total, Aaron takes a moment to analyze Maria's stats, noting how her intelligence and mana pool have surged from this single encounter. The spoils of victory turn out to be a powerful mithril spear, worth a staggering 50 gold coins. While Dogora is thrilled with the haul, Aaron senses another beast closing in through the shadows, providing the perfect opportunity for the rest of the team to step into the spotlight. Aaron calls out a warning to Dogora as another beast approaches, but the real excitement is right in front of them. They've just scored a rare mithril spear. In true gamer fashion, Aaron's first thought is the profit. This beauty sells for about 50 gold coins. Finding high-tier loot like this makes all that grinding feel worth it. Dogora finally pulls it off. With a shout, he activates full body armor, his body glowing with power as he shatters a monster with a single blow. The team can't help but cheer for their comrades' growth. So this is what it feels like to use mana. Dogora beams with pride. With his new skill, even this B-class dungeon is starting to look easy. He's finally feeling like a true warrior. July brings a new challenge for the game junkies. The party reaches the final floor of the B-level dungeon, staring down the massive summoning circle where the boss awaits. They've come a long way since the academy started. The ground shakes as the boss emerges. A B-rank huge boar, its tusks sharp and its eyes filled with primal rage. It's the ultimate test for their teamwork. Standing at a towering 5 meters tall, the boar is a literal wall of muscle. But Aaron isn't intimidated. He's already analyzing its stats, reminding everyone to stay sharp and not get complacent. They can't afford to lose here. Everyone in the party has reached level 37, their stats showing the results of their relentless grinding. From Karina's overwhelming power to Cecil's massive mana pool, they have become a formidable force. Even Kill and Dogora have seen significant growth. Aaron realizes that even though he thought only summoners could gain massive stats through blessings, his friends' own skills like Diamond Body and Fighting Spirit are doing the exact same thing. Their potential is far higher than he first imagined. As level 42 Aaron leads the charge, Kill reinforces the team with High Protect, boosting the party's defense for the fight ahead. Cecil prepares her magic, ready to unleash hell on the beast. The battle is a symphony of steel and magic. Cecil unleashes a Flame Lance, while Aaron calls upon his bear's once per day awakening skill to turn the tide. The monster's ranks are starting to break. Bear, Crazy Bite. The summoned beast tears into the boar with triple damage. Aaron doesn't let up, barking orders for Karina and Dogora to close in and deliver the decisive blows. Karina leaps from her mount with Flying Sword, while Dogora charges forward in full body armor. They strike as one, blood spraying as they land heavy blows on the massive boar. The beast can't keep up with their speed. The boar lets out a pained squeal. Sensing the end is near, Aaron points out its weak spot, directing Karina and Dogora to aim carefully and end it quickly. Teamwork is their greatest weapon. Karina takes to the air, her silhouette bright against the dungeon's gloom. She focuses all her energy into a single point, her blade glowing with intense power. She's not just a warrior anymore. She's a force of nature. With a final, earth-shaking sword strike, Karina cleaves through the boss. The massive creature falls, and the battle is finally over. They've done it. Victory! A massive 24,000 experience points flood into the party. Karina and Dogora share a jubilant fist bump. They've officially conquered their first B-rank boss. The sense of achievement is palpable. And then comes the best part, the loot. A silver treasure box appears on the pedestal, glowing with promise. Kill is so excited he almost forgets to use high heel on the team. Inside are the Scarletite Knuckles, a legendary drop worth 100 gold coins. Aaron laughs as he watches Kill's eyes turn into gold signs, though he secretly wonders if they're ready for the even stronger demon army that awaits. He knows he needs to raise everyone's levels even more. Back at the guild, Aaron manages his resources like a true pro. He's netting 600 magic stones a day and offloading hundreds of thousands of stones for serious capital. The guild staff can barely keep up with his volume. August marks the start of summer vacation, and the team is finally done with tests. Aaron spends his hard-earned gold on a magic watch for dungeon timing and builds new stables for the mansion. He's always investing in the future. Far away in Karina village, Aaron's family is enjoying a quiet meal when a familiar sight appears in the window. The messenger bird, Popo. It's been a long time since they last saw it. Using Popo's contact skill, Aaron reaches out to his father. His voice fills the room, bridging the massive distance between the academy and his humble home. His father and Uncle Gelda are shocked, but happy to hear from him. The family is overjoyed to hear that everyone is getting along well. Aaron sends over letters from Karina and Dogora too, though his father jokingly admits he still hasn't learned how to read. They're constantly surprised by Aaron's growing talents. His little sister Miura is a bit downcast because she hasn't discovered a talent yet, but Aaron's warm voice quickly brings a smile back to her face. He reminds her that she's just like their parents, and that's more than enough. There's great news from home. Aaron's father has been elected the new village head after leading the hunting team for a decade. A massive mining project is also set to begin next year, bringing prosperity to the village. His parents have worked so hard to raise them. Finally, Aaron sends Popo to House Granville to report to Cecil's father. They discuss the report regarding Cecil and Kill, with the Viscount confirming that there is a possibility of reviving the Connor family, if the king allows it. Aaron is determined to see his friend's goals through. Viscount Granville delivers some heavy news through the messenger bird. It seems most of the nobility sees Kill's rare talent as nothing more than a political tool. The king himself plans to use Kill as a shield for his soldiers the moment he returns from the front lines. He explains the harsh reality of their world. Human healers are mostly commoners, and elves refuse to fight for anyone but themselves. That's why he wants to keep a healing noble like Kill close, to act as a living protection charm for his daughter, Cecil. Aaron can't hide his disgust. Hearing how Kill's father, Connor, treated his own son like a disposable pawn is almost too much to stomach. Even the Viscount agrees that the man's actions are an absolute disgrace to the nobility. The realization hits hard. The royal emissary didn't just recruit Kill. He tricked him into serving a kingdom that had already cast him out as a commoner. Aaron's eyes narrow as he begins to see through the layers of manipulation surrounding his friend. But Aaron has a plan. He wants to find a way to help Kill rebuild his family name without being used as a sacrificial lamb. He asks the Viscount if he's willing to take action. The Viscount is stunned that Aaron is being this open and honest about his intentions. There is still a way, the Viscount says, his tone serious. He tells Aaron to be patient and wait for news from the capital while he sees how the official reports are received. Popo prepares to take flight once more. Back at the mansion, the mood is somber. Karina and the others are stunned to learn about the conspiracy surrounding Kill. The reality of his situation is finally sinking in. How can their friend possibly deal with a threat this large on his own? Despite the massive weight on his shoulders, Kill isn't giving up. He tells the team that no matter the outcome of the king's report, he still needs money to rebuild his life and care for Nina. Their next move is clear. They need to dive even deeper into the dungeons to secure their future. Aaron is already calculating their next move, his gamer brain working overtime. He knows an A-rank boss is waiting for them at the bottom. He looks over at Kill, noticing the lingering sadness in his eyes, but he's proud of the strength Kill shows as an older brother. September arrives, and it's time to face the A-level dungeon. This place is a nightmare of branching paths and hidden traps, far more complicated and dangerous than anything the game junkies have faced before. It's time to see what they're really made of. Exploring a dungeon of this scale takes days of constant effort. Fortunately, the rules allow for sleeping inside, and the team huddles together for some much-needed rest after a long day of clearing difficult floors. Even heroes need a nap. Safety first. Aaron summons KBO and other beasts to stand guard while the party sleeps in peace. But as they venture deeper, the monsters get significantly tougher. Orc kings and massive cyclops are now regular encounters that test their formation. Suddenly, the ground shakes with heavy footsteps. 2 Orc kings and a massive, one-eyed cyclops emerge from the shadows, their weapons raised as they block the team's path forward. This is going to be a tough one. The fight is intense from the very first second. Karina slices through one Orc king with a powerful slash, while Dogora charges in with full body armor. One king goes down, netting them a cool 20,000 experience points, but the fight is far from over. The Cyclops is still standing, and its massive spike club is a threat to everyone on the field. Dogora barely blocks a crushing blow, his armor sparking from the impact. They have to finish this quickly. Dogora takes another heavy hit, and Kill quickly casts Heal to keep him in the fight. But just as they try to regroup, the floor beneath their feet begins to glow with an ominous light. It's a trap. It's a teleport trap. In the blink of an eye, Dogora and Cecil are forcibly whisked away to a random location in the dungeon. Aaron immediately barks orders to Karina to handle the Cyclops, while he and Kill rush to find their missing friends. Panic isn't an option. Aaron knows his preparations were solid, but he only has a limited supply of potions and magic fruit to keep them going. They have to find Cecil and Dogora quickly before the dungeon's high-rank monsters can finish them off while they're separated. Time for some new tricks from Aaron's grimoire. He reveals 2 powerful awakening skills: Mana Seed, to restore massive amounts of mana to his teammates, and Leaf of Life, to fully replenish their stamina in the heat of battle. These will be lifesavers. 30 minutes of frantic searching pass. Finally, Maria spots them. She points Aaron toward a distant corridor, where the sounds of a desperate struggle are echoing through the stone walls. They're close, but are they in time? Hold on tight. Aaron shouts to Kill and Karina as they mount their fronds. He activates the awakening skill, Sprint, propelling the giant birds to a staggering 300 kilometers per hour. Ahead, Cecil is barely holding on, her flame lance, the only thing keeping the 2 giant snakes back. Dogora is a bloody mess, but refuses to fall. He let out a primal roar, facing down the Cyclops and the snakes with everything he has left. Maria's spirits swarm the enemies, providing much-needed support to give him a fighting chance. Just in time, Aaron and the rest of the team burst into the chamber, scattering the monsters. Cecil beams with relief at the sight of her leader, while Dogora laughs through his exhaustion, thanking Aaron for the incredible support. They're safe. With the battle over and the group reunited, Aaron places a comforting hand on Kill's shoulder. He reminds his friend that they are a team now, and no one has to carry the weight of the world alone. "Don't worry, Kill," Aaron says warmly. "Whenever you're in trouble, we'll be there to pull you through, just like you do for us." That simple promise makes the heavy burden on Kill's heart feel a little lighter as he finally begins to trust in his comrades. With their bonds forged in fire, The party spends the rest of the month pushing through the dungeon's most dangerous floors, their sights set on the final challenge awaiting them at the end of September. End of September. The group is enjoying a celebratory meal at the mansion. Today is the big day, the day they finally conquer the last floor of the A-level dungeon and finish their summer mission. Kill has finally calmed down about his family situation, showing his softer side by patting Nina on the head. But the mood shifts as they reach the bottom floor and see the massive gate. Something terrifying is waiting behind it. The boss reveals itself, the Great Warrior, a towering A-rank monster encased in thick, impenetrable armor, standing at least 10 meters tall. The party is shaken by its sheer scale. Aaron isn't scared. He's optimistic. He realizes that if they can defeat this heavily armored beast, it proves they can handle any A-rank threat. Plus, the experience gained from a victory here will be legendary. A quick look at the stats. Karina, Cecil, Kill, and Dogora have all hit level 56. Aaron lags behind at 49 due to his Helm mode difficulty, making him realize his comrades are pulling further and further ahead of him in terms of raw power. Time for a strategy shift. Aaron looks through his summoning cards, wondering if a new formation is needed. He has a variety of beasts, birds, and spirits at his disposal to tip the scales. He activates a series of powerful buffs: Shark Oil for critical hits, Flicker for dodging, and Substitute to redirect damage. As the team strategist, he makes sure everyone is protected before the real battle begins. "Take this!" Aaron shouts, summoning his elite unit, Team KBO. He orders them to activate maximum firepower against the high-rank Or Kings surrounding the boss. Boom! Aaron uses the awakening skill, Self-Destruction, on his summons. The resulting explosion is like a meteor strike, wiping out 10 Or Kings in an instant and netting a massive 200,000 experience points. Even Cecil is shocked by the power, but the Great Warrior still remains. Karina and Dogora charge in, refuse to be intimidated by the boss's massive size. They have to keep the pressure on if they want to survive. The boss swings a heavy, spiked fist with earth-shattering force. Cecil and Kill watch in horror as it connects, but Aaron stays cool. He's already activated Substitute to save his friends from a direct hit. Karina is pinned under the boss's massive hand, but she grits her teeth and shouts that she's fine. The Substitute skill is doing its work, absorbing the brunt of the impact so she can keep fighting. "Right now, Fran," Aaron commands. Kill and Cecil provide immediate healing support, while Dogora prepares for a high-speed counterattack from his bird mount. Dogora unleashes his own awakening skill, Violent Revenge. He smashes into the boss with explosive force, channeling all the damage he's taken into a single, devastating blow. Not to be outdone, Karina activates Red Lotus. Her blade glows with a fiery intensity as she slices through the armored giant. Aaron coordinates their movements for the final strike. Full attack. A stampede of summoned beasts charges the boss, while Maria's spirits pepper it with magic explosions. The Great Warrior is being overwhelmed from all sides by Aaron's tactical genius. With one final, devastating blow, the Great Warrior collapses. The A-rank boss is officially down, and the group receives their well-earned experience points for the kill. Success. The team cheers, raising their weapons high in the air. They've finally completed the hardest difficulty level available to them, proving their strength once and for all. The treasure chest reveals its secrets: an enormous A-rank magic stone and the gorgeous scarletite axe. Dogora is speechless. It's the perfect upgrade from his old mithril weapon, and he thanks Aaron for getting him this far. As they prepare to leave, a mysterious card floats down from the dungeon's core, the A-level dungeon clearing certificate. It has a single, intricate mark on it, leaving the group curious about what comes next. They realize it's a stamp card. After obtaining 5 marks from clearing A-level dungeons, they'll be eligible to enter the legendary S-level dungeons. The summer of exciting adventures ends with a new, even bigger goal on the horizon. October arrived, and Alan, now 13 years old, returned to school after the summer vacation. But things were different now. his team's incredible feat of clearing a C-rank dungeon while only being E-rank had become the talk of the entire academy. Friends and classmates crowded around, thanking Alan for the advice that helped them succeed. The rumors were spreading like wildfire. While even third-year seniors like Arius were still struggling, Alan's party had already conquered an A-rank dungeon. The shock on the faces of the other students was priceless. Clearing an A-rank dungeon at their age was practically unheard of. Karina, always the eager warrior, was fired up and wanted to practice her sword skills even more after class. She practically begged Alan to join her, but he politely declined. Between managing his summons in the A-rank dungeon and trying to increase his combat power, he already had his hands full. His hell mode grind never truly stopped. Instead, Alan found himself practicing with Lifo Hamilton, a talented one-star swordsman. Meanwhile, Karina was busy being put through the ringer by the legendary Sword King teacher. Even for a genius like her, keeping up with a master was no easy feat. 3 hours of grueling training later, even the Sword King was impressed. He acknowledged that Karina truly was different, finally believing they had cleared that A-rank dungeon. But their session was cut short when the teacher delivered a sudden message. The principal himself wanted to meet both Alan and Karina immediately. For a moment, even Karina's confidence wavered. Had they done something wrong? As they walked through the grand corridors of the academy, Alan's mind was racing. He'd only met the principal once during the entrance exam. Karina, on the other hand, was already looking ahead, confidently declaring that they would conquer an S-rank dungeon before they even graduated. Her ambition was as boundless as ever. The teacher shared some historical context, noting that in the last few decades, no one had managed to complete an S-rank dungeon. If Alan and Karina pulled it off, they'd literally be writing their names into the history books. It was a daunting goal, but for Alan, it was just another challenge to optimize. They arrived at a building with truly unique, Elven-style architecture. Waiting inside was the principal, a man with a presence as ancient as the building itself. He welcomed them warmly, inviting them to sit and talk. Karina couldn't hide her curiosity. Was the principal actually an elf? The principal confirmed her suspicion with a calm smile. Despite his youthful appearance, he revealed he was actually 1,000 years old and had been running the academy for over 4 decades. His long, elegant hair and the mark on his forehead spoke of a power and wisdom far beyond human understanding. The reason for this meeting was simple but significant. Now that they had cleared an A-rank dungeon, the principal wanted them to represent the school in the martial arts festival convention next week. Karina's eyes practically sparkled at the mention of a festival, her competitive spirit instantly igniting. Alan, however, was more hesitant. He had never even heard of this festival, which was usually only announced to second-year students. The principal explained it was a high-profile tournament with only 16 elite participants, attended by many distinguished guests, including the king of Radishu himself. Alan tried to suggest Dagora as a better fit, hoping to stay out of the spotlight. The principal's response was firm. One-star talents like Dagora weren't allowed to compete. He was recommending Alan specifically because of his unique skills and potential. Karina, meanwhile, was just happy to be included, unaware of the political weight behind the invitation. True to his cautious nature, Alan initially refused, not wanting to show his full summoning potential to the world just yet. Why waste energy if it didn't help him level up? But the principal was persistent, and seeing Karina's excitement, he ultimately agreed to let her register. Little did they know, the festival would also give them a chance to challenge the legendary swordmaster Doberg. One day before the festival, the mood changed when 3 unexpected guests arrived at Alan's house. Among them was Earl Hamilton, a powerful noble with a stern mustache and a presence that demanded respect. This wasn't a social call. They were there for business that would change everything for Kill and Nina. Earl Hamilton looked at Kill and Nina, noting their resemblance to the late Viscount Connor. The tension in the room was thick as the children realized their past was catching up with them. Kill's heart raced. Why was such a high-ranking noble interested in them now? The guest presented a formal box containing a contract. Earl Hamilton explained that he had spoken to His Majesty about the revival of the Calmel family name. It was an opportunity Kill had dreamed of, but it came with a heavy price. The king had agreed to the terms, but only if Kill proved his worth on the battlefield. The condition was harsh. Kill would have to dedicate 5 years to the battlefield. Significant achievements could shorten that time, but it was still a life-altering commitment. As Kill stared at the contract, his friends Alan and Karina watched in silence, realizing the weight of the burden their friend now carried. The blond boy from Alan's training session introduced himself properly as Lifo Hamilton. He explained that his father, Earl Hamilton, served as the Lord Patron for both the Granville and Calmel families. He was there to testify on behalf of his father and ensure the honor of their houses was upheld. It was the first time he and Kill had truly spoken as equals. Alan pondered the concept of a Lord Patron, someone who takes care of lower-class nobles. It was a harsh reality of this world that many parents didn't care about their children, but the Hamiltons were different. They promised that while Kill was away on duty, the rest of the Calmel family would be fully protected. Kill and Nina were overcome with gratitude. Earl Hamilton reminded Kill that as a noble, he had to take responsibility for his actions. "What needs to be done must be done," he said with a small, encouraging smile. Kill looked at him with newfound determination. He was ready to face whatever came next to restore his family's name. But then, the Earl revealed one final, chilling detail. The royal messenger who had previously tricked Kill and was seen with the Calmels served a specific royal figure. They had never revealed their orders, but the connection was clear. A shadow began to loom over the room as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Crown Prince Inbal von Radishew, the current king's grandson and expected successor. He was the one who had tricked Kill and orchestrated Nina's kidnapping. The realization hit the group like a physical blow. Their enemy wasn't just some common criminal. It was the future king of the realm. The current king was old and would likely cede the throne within 5 years. No one could predict what Prince Inbal would do once he held absolute power. Despite the danger, Kill's resolve didn't waver. He was more determined than ever to finish what he needed to do before the new king could tear his family apart again. With their bond forged in the face of royal intrigue, Alan and the team stood firmly behind Kill and Nina. They were more than just a party now. They were a family ready to defy a prince. As the sun set, Earl Hamilton expressed his high expectations for the coming day, and a spirited Karina vowed to give it her all, unaware that her greatest test was just hours away. Morning brought a thundering roar from the Academy arena, now overflowing with spectators eager to witness the next generation of heroes. But as the martial arts festival officially kicked off, the atmosphere turned heavy for Alan's group. Amidst the cheering crowds, Earl Hamilton leaned in to point out a chilling presence high above, Crown Prince Inbal himself, watching from the shadows as the first moves of a much deadlier game began to unfold. Alan watches with a serious expression as the stadium roars with anticipation. High in the VIP stands, the arrogant Crown Prince Inbal von Radishew observes the scene with a smug grin, flanked by his elite guards. Below, Karina stands ready on the arena floor, her eyes fixed on her next opponent, the legendary and imposing swordmaster, Doberg. The crowd erupts in deafening cheers. It's truly unbelievable. Karina, a mere first-year student, has defeated the third-year participants to become the champion of the student tournament. Among the spectators, two mysterious hooded figures watch the celebration in silence, acknowledging the rapid and terrifying growth of the young swordmaster. In the stands, Kill, Dagora, Alan, and Cecil watch with bated breath, their hearts racing with a mix of pride and worry. The main event everyone has been waiting for is finally here. The special match between the new student champion, Karina, and the undefeated legendary swordmaster, Doberg. Doberg looks down at Karina, acknowledging her arrival on this stage, but his gaze remains stern and unyielding. He identifies himself as a true hunter of demonic beasts, tribes, and even gods. Karina responds with fierce determination, making it clear that she has grown stronger and is ready to test her limits against a master. The vast difference in their power is evident just from the weapons they carry. Karina grips her scarletite greatsword tight, while Dobberg unsheathes his massive adamantite greatsword. The atmosphere is heavy with tension as Dobberg challenges her to come at him with everything she has. The battle begins with an explosion of force. Karina unleashes her flying sword technique, but Dobberg counters almost instantly with his King of Thunder. Lightning and steel clash in a blinding display of power that leaves the entire audience breathless and reeling. Karina quickly realizes that her attacks aren't having the impact she hoped for. Despite her incredible speed, Dobberg remains a solid, immovable wall. As the crowd watches in awe, Dobberg prepares his sword strike, while Karina charges forward again, refusing to be intimidated by his overwhelming presence. The swords clash with a deafening ring that echoes through the stadium. Karina pours every ounce of her strength into the strike, but Dobberg parries her with effortless precision. The massive gap in experience and raw power is becoming painfully clear to everyone watching. With a single, powerful counter, Dobberg sends Karina flying backward. "Is this all you've got?" he taunts, his voice booming across the arena floor. Karina grunts in pain, her body battered as she struggles to keep her footing against the weight of the Swordmaster's strength. Alan and the team cry out in alarm as Karina is pushed to her absolute limit by Dobberg's relentless assault. But even as she coughs and struggles on the ground, her spirit is far from broken. Dobberg looms over her like a titan, demanding to know if she's ready to give up, but her answer is a defiant, desperate scream. Not yet. In a final, desperate clash of wills, Karina ignites her Red Lotus technique, meeting Dobberg's Thunder Sword head-on. The entire arena is swallowed by a violent storm of fire and lightning as the two warriors push themselves to the brink of their power. The explosion clears to reveal a tragic sight for the team. Karina's friends watch in horror as she is struck down, her uniform stained with blood. Even as she collapses to her knees, she mutters that she still wants to fight, her eyes losing focus as she finally slips into unconsciousness from the sheer exhaustion and damage. The announcement rings out through the silent stadium. The champion Karina has fallen, and Dobberg remains undefeated. Standing tall, he acknowledges that she only became this strong because of her teammates. In the VIP box, Viscount Connor and Earl Hamilton look on with mixed emotions, seeing that Dobberg is still in top form. Karina is rushed to the public health station, her injuries severe. Alan doesn't waste a single second, rushing to her side while a nun prepares to help. He activates his awakening skill, Grass of Life, a powerful area of effect healing card that restores 1,000 HP to the entire team, surrounding them with a soothing, life-giving glow. As she wakes up, Karina's physical wounds are gone, but the emotional pain is still raw. Tears stream down her face as she sobs, heartbroken by the fact that she couldn't land even a single hit on Dobberg. She did her absolute best, but the sting of such a total defeat is more than her warrior's pride can bear. The team gathers around her bed to offer comfort and support. Alan gently reminds her that she's already proven herself to be much stronger than before. Cecil and the others offer encouraging smiles, and Alan confidently promises her that by next year, she will definitely be able to defeat Dobberg easily. Karina looks up, her spirit slowly starting to recover. Watching from a distance, Viscount Connor and Earl Hamilton reflect on the sheer intensity of the tournament. Dobberg himself claps in genuine respect, noting that it's been 10 years since he's seen such a beautiful and spirited battle between two competitors on this stage. The moment of rest is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Crown Prince Immortal von Radishew. Flanked by his elite guards, he calls out to the Viscount with a dangerous and arrogant glint in his eyes. The mood in the room shifts instantly from relief to a cold, underlying tension. Immortal's tone is dripping with condescension as he asks the Viscount if he wants to talk. He feigns a desire to reward the lord of a land that produces such exceptional champions, but his predatory body language and smug expression hint at a far more sinister motive behind his words. Inside the room, Inbul dismissively orders his guards to wait outside, claiming they are already there for protection. He makes himself at home, arrogantly telling the Viscount to sit down. Alan watches silently from the side, carefully maintaining his role as a humble servant to avoid drawing any unwanted attention from the prince. Inbul continues his power play, acting as if he is the master of the house. When the Viscount hesitates, Inbul mockingly urges him to just sit down already. Alan steps forward to help, playing the part of a dutiful servant perfectly while secretly observing and analyzing every subtle movement of the Shao Quiet Prince. Alan realizes that while Cecil and the others trust the Knights Captain, he needs to find out exactly what Inbul is plotting. He keeps a close eye on the prince, noting his successful entry into their space as he settles into the couch with an air of absolute authority. Inbul launches into his verbal assault, mockingly referencing the Granbeal incident and the destruction of the Calmal family. He notes how well the territory is developing with its new sword master and the return of mithril mining, but his words are laced with venomous intent. The Viscount tries to object to his harsh phrasing, but Inbul just smiles dismissively. The true reason for Inbul's visit is finally laid bare. It's a death sentence wrapped in royal decree. He casually informs the Viscount that the Gamut Empire needs more elites for the battlefield, shamelessly ordering both Cecil and Kill to be sent to the front lines. The Viscount's face drains of color as he realizes the impossible position he's been put in, desperately pleading with the prince to reconsider the cruel demand. Just as the prince's pressure becomes unbearable, Alan speaks up, his calm voice cutting through Inbul's arrogance as he identifies himself as the party's captain. Inbul turns a cold, mocking gaze toward the boy he sees as a mere servant, sneering at his talk of protection. Though Alan remains outwardly unfazed, the atmosphere in the room turns suffocatingly tense as the weight of the royal threat begins to sink in. Viscount Granbeal is cornered, his face dripping with cold sweat under the prince's mocking gaze. Crown Prince Inbul von Radishu's arrogant smile never wavers as he tells the Viscount he should be grateful for being stopped from ruining everything just because of his love for his daughter. Alan watches from the side, his eyes closed as he carefully processes the gravity of the royal threat. 3 months fly by in the blink of an eye. It's now January, and the game junkies have been anything but idle. Alan's relentless grinding has pushed his enhancement skill to level 7, granting his summoned beasts a massive stat boost. They've already successfully cleared their second level dungeon, amassing a fortune in rare treasures along the way. Equipped with high-tier armor and weapons forged from scarletite and adamantite, and wearing newly introduced stat boost rings, the team stands before a massive, ornate door. Today marks the 76th time they've challenged the depths of this place, and it's time to face the ultimate test, the dungeon boss itself. The heavy doors creak open to reveal their most formidable opponent yet, the A-rank heavy dragon. Its massive, armored body and spiked tail loom over them in the dark chamber, its presence alone enough to make most warriors turn and run. This is the strongest boss they've ever encountered. Dagora is practically shaking, but not from fear. He's buzzing with the raw excitement of finally facing a legendary beast. Karina stands firm beside him, her eyes locked onto the dragon. They know that dragons usually stand alone because they don't need help to kill, but that doesn't intimidate them one bit. Alan takes a final moment to optimize his deck. His summons are ready: scorpions, boars, birds, stones, and spirits. At level 51, his stats are impressive for any other adventurer, but in hell mode, he knows every single point counts. He grips his scarletite sword, ready to lead his team into battle. The rest of the team has reached level 58, their stats bolstered by their high-tier equipment. Karina with her scarletite great sword, Cecil with her light magic wand, and Dagora with his scarletite axe. They're a well-oiled machine now, each member a powerhouse in their own right, ready for Alan's strategic commands. I'll take the first shot, Alan shouts, coordinating the opening move. He directs Cecil to prepare her preemptive magic while he unleashes a Mateo copy attack, raining down projectiles to catch the dragon off guard and test its initial reactions. Be careful with its breath attack, he warns the others. Alan doesn't give the dragon a second to breathe, calling out his KBO bomb rain. A swarm of stone summons, known as KBOs, rain down from above and detonate against the dragon's thick scales with explosive force, filling the chamber with fire and debris. But then, a voice echoes through the arena, chilling the team to the bone. Well, you're challenging me with only 5 people. The dragon's eye narrows, glowing with a malevolent, sentient intelligence. This isn't just a monster. It's a beast capable of speech and calculation. The ignorant must be punished. Die in my fire, the dragon growls, its voice heavy with ancient power. Cecil is stunned. She didn't expect a dungeon boss to have such high intellect. Alan remains focused, ordering his KBOs to charge as the dragon begins to gather heat in its massive maw. The stone summons continue their suicide runs, detonating against the dragon's hide in another KBO bomb rain. The explosions are violent, but the dragon seems more annoyed than truly damaged, its glowing eyes fixed on the game junkies as it prepares to retaliate. Fran, sprint, Alan commands. The team mounts their giant bird summons to gain much-needed mobility in a massive chamber. The dragon roars in frustration, its speech interrupted as the group weaves through the air, their initial assault having successfully drawn the monster's full, angry attention. Dagora and Karina strike from above, their weapons clashing against the dragon's armored hide. Alan watches carefully from the back of his Fran, noting the beast's movements. Even with their coordinated attacks, the dragon's sheer size and defense make it a mountain that's incredibly difficult to move. Karina lands a powerful sword strike, but she grunts in frustration as her blade practically bounces off the beast. Alan's mind races, wondering if the dragon's skin is simply that hard or if it possesses a physical resistance property they haven't encountered before. Every attack seems useless so far. It's about to fire. Alan screams. The dragon's mouth begins to glow with an intense, white-hot light as it mocks them as weaklings. Alan acts quickly, calling for his shielded Teku summons to form a defensive line in front of the team. The dragon unleashes a massive beam of fire. The heat is so intense that the air itself seems to shimmer and crackle. Cecil cries out the names of her friends as the torrent of white-hot energy washes over the entire front line of the battlefield. The breath attack is a literal wall of destruction that covers half the arena in a split second. It's a terrifying reminder of why dragons are considered the kings of monsters, their elemental power far exceeding that of any regular beast. One of the Teku summons activates its awakening skill, self-sacrifice. Its defense triples as it takes the full brunt of the damage meant for everyone else. Strange tricks. The dragon mutters, clearly surprised that its signature attack didn't immediately incinerate its challengers. Alan and Dagora huff in relief, glad the shield held. Maria, Alan calls out, coordinating his spirit summon support. Seeing a brief opening, Cecil doesn't hesitate, chanting Flame Lance as she fires a concentrated bolt of fire back at the beast. If they can keep defending against its breath, they still have a fighting chance. But the dragon isn't finished. It begins to charge another attack, and Alan notices something alarming. It's taking longer to charge this time. He realizes the monster is pouring even more energy into this next blast. Danger! Everyone step back, he roars at the top of his lungs. The second breath attack is even more violent than the first, a blinding torrent of energy that threatens to consume everything in the chamber. The group scrambles to distance themselves as the dragon unleashes its full, terrifying might. The blast is absolutely devastating. In a single, overwhelming hit, all 4 of Alan's Tekka summons are vaporized. Alan grit his teeth, realization sinking in. If that hit had reached Kill or Cecil, they would have been killed instantly. The scale of the threat has just shifted again. As the stone cards dissolve within the grimoire, Alan realizes with a sinking heart that their defensive line is gone. He glances toward Dagora and Karina, silently apologizing for the life-threatening gamble he's taken, even as the dragon's predatory gaze locks onto them through the haze of smoke. The secondary blast ripples through the air, battering the team and pushing their endurance to the breaking point. Cecil frantically casts High Heel to keep kill in the fight, but there is no time for relief. The massive beast is already gathering its strength once more, its true assault having only just begun. The dragon's massive maw glows with blinding white energy as it prepares another devastating breath attack. Alan desperately checks on Karina, hoping she can still stand, while Dagora and Kill remain mounted on their bird summons, bracing themselves for the next wave of dragon fire. Alan grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he frantically analyzes the battle. He finally understands the terrifying power and fire rate of this breath attack. This has moved beyond a simple battle of skill. It's become a grueling tug-of-war of raw endurance and mana management. "Everyone, stand in a line behind me," Alan commands, ready to use his summons to shield his friends one more time. But Karina doesn't move. She stands alone, her back to the group, her body visibly trembling with a strange and intense energy that none of them have seen before. Karina is practically vibrating with an overwhelming power. The rest of the team watches in a mix of confusion and deep concern, wondering what's happening to their strongest warrior. Is it the sheer strain of the battle, or is she on the verge of something even more incredible? Suddenly, the dragon fires its breath attack. In a hurry to die, it mocks with a cold intelligence. But instead of dodging, Karina charges straight into the heart of the inferno, her eyes fixed on the beast with an intensity that leaves Alan and the others in complete shock. "Karina, eat this grass, quickly!" Alan shouts, desperately trying to get a healing item to her. But Karina is already beyond hearing his voice. She takes the full, searing blow of the dragon's fire, her body becoming a blur of motion as she cuts through the flames with superhuman speed. Like a bolt of crimson lightning, Karina strikes. Her massive blade bites deep into the dragon's armored neck, sending a spray of blood across the floor. The monster's arrogant expression finally shifts to one of genuine, wide-eyed shock and agonizing pain. The dragon roars in pure agony, a sound so powerful it shakes the very foundations of the dungeon. Karina doesn't slow down for a second, her movements becoming faster and more fluid than ever before, as if she's finally unlocked the true potential hidden deep within her soul. Alan watches the scene in complete awe. Did she awaken to it? Her extra skill? The words "break the limit" flash through his mind as Karina's eyes begin to glow with a brilliant, ethereal light that fills the entire chamber. It's absolutely unbelievable. The same Karina who was just struggling to land a single hit is now completely overpowering an A-rank boss. Cecil and Dagora can only watch in stunned silence as their friend displays a level of power that they've only ever heard of in ancient legends. Alan checks her status screen, and his gamer's heart nearly stops. All stats go up to 3,000. Super recovery of physical strength. 1% recovery every second. Karina hasn't just awakened a new skill. She has become a literal force of nature on the battlefield. The dragon is losing ground, its once unshakable confidence shattered. "Trash humans!" it screams, its arrogance replaced by a desperate, dying rage. But Karina is relentless, her every strike landing with the crushing weight of a falling mountain. "Go to hell," Karina shouts, delivering a lightning-fast flurry of blows that the dragon can no longer defend against. The beast that once looked down on them with contempt is now being systematically dismantled by a 13-year-old girl with a glowing blade. With one final, earth-shattering strike, the dragon's reign of terror finally ends. The monster that mocked them as weaklings collapses to the floor, its life force extinguished by the sheer, unbridled power of Karina's awakened warrior spirit. The victory is complete and absolute. A massive experience reward of 1,600,000 points floods the team, a testament to the sheer difficulty of the legendary foe they've just conquered. The silence that follows is heavy with the shock of what they've just witnessed. Alan and the others rush to Karina's side as she stands over the fallen beast. The boss is indeed different, Alan mutters, noting the incredible point gain. But his main concern is his friend. Karina, are you okay? He asks, still breathless from the fight. Karina turns around to face them with a bright, triumphant smile and a playful peace sign. Hey, I beat the dragon, she cheers, looking as if she hadn't just walked through dragon fire. The heavy tension finally breaks as the team breathes a collective sigh of relief. But their true reward is still waiting. Look, that golden chest, Dagora shouts excitedly, pointing to an ornate chest that has appeared in the center of the chamber. It's their first time seeing such high-tier loot, and even Alan's gamer instincts are tingling with anticipation. Karina is already wondering how she used her skill all of a sudden. Karina excitedly shows off their prize, a stamina recovery ring. Alan's gamer heart thumps with excitement. Though he's a bit disappointed, it's not the magic healing ring he's been searching for. Still, in a world where endurance is key, it's a valuable and rare find. Karina is just happy they all have extra skills now, except for Alan. As they prepare to leave, the team is already looking toward their next challenge. They've defeated the dragon, and even though Alan feels a bit sad about the loot, they still have plenty of hope for the future. Cecil listens as the boys talk about their next big target. Cecil brings up a legendary rumor that has piqued her interest. Maybe we could defeat the white dragon next, she suggests. The mention of the legendary creature rumored to be hidden in the Grabial territory with a 1,000 gold coin reward makes even Dagora's jaw drop in surprise. No, we can't take it down yet, Alan says firmly, surprising everyone. Karina and Dagora are excited to try, but Alan's gamer brain is already thinking 10 steps ahead. He explains that Karina only won by accidentally awakening her skill, and they need to be more prepared before facing a legend. Alan explains his cunning strategic plan. If they defeat the white dragon now, the royal family will likely seize the territory and never hand it back to Kill. His plan is to wait until Kill is established as a lord, then secure the land for good. Cecil can't help but feel a chill from Alan's horrible and calculated smile. Time to keep plowing the dungeon during spring break. 3 months later, the game junkies have become a truly legendary force within the academy. They've already successfully cleared their 3rd A-rank dungeon, their coordination and power reaching levels that even the most elite seniors struggle to match. The grind never stops for Alan's team. Karina cheers as she levels up once again. But for Alan, the notification is bittersweet. Everyone, except me, has reached the level limit. At just 13 years old, his friends have already hit the world's level 60 cap, while he is still grinding his way through the impossibly slow hell mode. The notification is final. Karina, Cecil, Kill, and Dagora have all hit the level 60 cap of this world. Their stats are legendary for their age, but for Dagora, the realization is chilling. If they can't level up anymore, how will they ever get strong enough to face the Demon King? Alan, still at level 51 due to his hell mode grind, remains focused. We still have a lot of work to do, he says, his mind already calculating the next phase of their training. A sense of emptiness settles over the team. After months of nonstop growth, hitting a wall feels like a defeat. They discuss their options. They've only found 1 gold chest so far, so they need to hunt for more support rings and powerful equipment. More importantly, they need to master the extra skills they've recently awakened. The path to power has shifted from raw levels to technical mastery and gear. Alan's gamer instincts are tingling. He remembers games with thresholds to break level limits and suspects this world might have something similar. With only 2 years left until they're drafted for war, he needs to find a way to push his team beyond the limits that even legends like the hero and Swordmaster Doberg haven't surpassed. The challenge is immense, but Alan isn't backing down. April arrives, marking the end of spring break and the start of their second year at the academy. A stern new teacher stands before the class, announcing that while the original members remain, they will be welcoming outstanding new transfer students into their ranks. The atmosphere is thick with curiosity. Who could possibly be talented enough to join their prestigious year? The teacher introduces 3 students from kingdoms in the northwest and northeast, areas far beyond the usual reach of the academy. The classroom erupts in whispers as the newcomers step forward. Among them is a girl with distinctive long ears, a rare sight that immediately captures everyone's attention. My name is Sephiron, from the Kingdom of Elves, Rosenheim. The girl introduces herself with a graceful bow. Just call me Sophie. Her presence is ethereal, and her kind smile instantly charms the entire class. It's not every day you meet an elven princess in the middle of a human academy. Next is her guardian, a stern elf named Falmel. The teacher reveals that Sophie is actually next in line to be the Queen of Rosenheim, causing a wave of shock to ripple through the students. A queen? They gasp, their eyes wide as they take in her flawless skin and elegant features. Even though the principal is an elf, seeing a royal elf student is on a completely different level. Sophie's gaze lingers on Alan, her eyes wide with a strange intensity. Is my black hair that weird? Alan wonders, feeling a bit self-conscious under the princess's stare. Behind him, Cecil watches the interaction with a curious and perhaps slightly protective expression. While the class is focused on the elves, an energetic young girl raises her hand high. Alan can't help but notice that Falmel looks a lot older than 13, but his attention is quickly drawn to the final transfer student who is ready to take the spotlight. Next is my turn, she shouts with a bright grin. My name is Maruru from the Wookiees Kingdom. I'm 13 years old, too, and I'm a dwarf, she announces, her tan skin and steampunk-style goggles giving her a distinct look. She's full of life and eager to make friends, a stark contrast to the regal and composed elves standing beside her. The girls in the class instantly fall for Maruru's tomboyish charm, calling her so cute. But the real surprise comes when the teacher looks directly at Alan. Aaron, your group only has 5 people? I will send these 3 new friends to your group. Alan is stunned. Expanding from 5 to 8 members is a major change that will definitely impact their experience point sharing. As the new members prepare their things, Alan's mind is already racing with the logistical challenges. Sharing experience among 8 people isn't ideal, but he figures they'll manage. More importantly, he wonders how much these newcomers actually know about the impending war with the Demon King. The stakes are getting higher with every new member. During lunch break, the group gathers in the crowded canteen. Alan takes the lead, introducing himself as the captain of the Game Junkies. He doesn't sugarcoat their lifestyle, warning the newcomers that they camp inside dungeons every single day. Do you still want to join? He asks, his gaze steady. Karina and the others watch with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Sophie remains unfazed, revealing that she is an elemental spirit mage who has already cleared all the C-rank dungeons in Rosenheim. She's confident she'll be a help, and she introduces Falmel as a talented archer. Maruru then adds that her talent is called Magic Statue, a term Alan has never heard of. It seems their new team members are as unique as they are talented. Cecil and Dogora are skeptical. Is Magic Statue similar to Alan's summoning ability? Maruru's expression turns serious as she admits she has some personal problems and might not be able to help with her talent right away. Alan tries to keep the peace, telling everyone they'll understand more in time. Despite the mysteries, there's a growing sense of unity at the table. The conversation shifts to the dark reality of the war. Sophie, Falmel, and Maruru confirm that they are fully aware of the threat posed by the Demon King. But I still want to be stronger, Maruru declares, her eyes burning with determination. We have to get stronger this second year, no matter what. Their shared goal of survival and strength bonds the expanded team together. Karina and the original members are thrilled to have such dedicated new allies. Do not worry. We are strong. Let's try harder together. Karina cheers, her enthusiasm contagious. The 3 newcomers agree to stay with the group, and Sophie even asks if she can bring her servant along. It's settled. The game junkies are now an 8-person force to be reckoned with. Later that evening, Alan is summoned to a private meeting with the principal. "It's an honor that you took the initiative to meet me, Principal," Alan says respectfully. The ancient elf stands before him, his presence as imposing as ever. There's an unspoken weight to this meeting that Alan can't quite place yet. The principal reveals that while he is also a high elf, Sophie's position is far more complex and important than his own. He's deeply worried about the princess's safety at the academy. "Not only is Falmel tasked to protect her, but now you are too," he says, looking Alan in the eye. "Please keep an eye on her for me, Aaron." Alan simply nods. He's used to taking on heavy responsibilities. 4 days later, the new living arrangements are in full swing. Luckily, Alan had rented a massive place to accommodate their growing numbers. The house is filled with life as elves, dwarves, and humans gather for a grand feast. Alan apologizes in advance for the crowded living situation, but Sophie just laughs it off, happy to be part of such a lively group. The table is overflowing with delicious food, and the original team dives in with their usual hunger. "Yum!" Karina cheers, stuffing her face. But Alan notices the newcomers are sitting in silent prayer before their meal. He watches with interest, realizing that even mealtime is different now with such diverse backgrounds. "Let's eat before it gets cold," he says warmly to Cecil. Sophie explains their customs to a curious Alan. Elves are a deeply religious race, and they always privately thank the ones who bestowed elemental spirit magic upon them. "Are you praying to the elemental king?" Alan asks. Sophie smiles, confirming that her people's magic is intimately tied to their faith. Sophie elaborates on the elven hierarchy of spirits, from basic spirits to kings and gods. They pray for the elemental spirit king, Razan, to ascend to godhood, believing their magic grows stronger through sincere prayer. Cecil turns to Maruru, asking if dwarves have similar customs. "Maruru, don't you pray?" she asks, curious about the dwarf girl's culture. Maruru chimes in, explaining that while dwarves don't pray as frequently as elves, they hold deep reverence for Degragny, the dungeon master and sovereign of the underground. "He doesn't demand constant prayer," she says with a giggle, though the title Dungeon Master immediately captures Alan's attention. To a gamer like him, a deity who oversees the very places they spend their lives grinding is someone worth knowing more about. Maruru goes on to describe the incredible legacy of her god, credited with the invention of countless magical marvels. She excitedly shows them diagrams of dwarven technology, from airships and trains to intricate magical lamps, all based on Degragny's designs. Alan and Cecil are stunned. They knew dwarves were skilled, but this level of mechanical sophistication is far beyond their expectations. As the table marvels at these dwarven wonders, Sophie turns her curious gaze back to the humans among them. Curious about their customs, Sophie asks if Aaron worships anyone. Cecil speaks up, explaining that humans worship the creator god Elmia and that praying in the church is vital for developing their healing magic. Aaron and Dagora admit they aren't as devout as the elves or dwarves, but they respect the power it grants their healer, Kill. The table is filled with a lively exchange of culture and faith. The conversation shifts back to their main goal, dungeon crawling. Sophie and Maruru are absolutely stunned when they realize the group has already conquered an A-rank dungeon. "Yeah, you guys even reached A-rank?" Maruru gasps, realizing how far behind they are. Aaron explains their plan to keep exploring the A-rank dungeon until July, while also re-exploring the B-level to help the newcomers catch up. It's a daunting schedule, but for the game junkies, it's just another day of grinding. To optimize their efficiency, Aaron reveals his master plan. "Our team will split up into 2 groups to explore the dungeon." He holds up 2 fingers with a confident grin, his strategic mind already organizing the party members. Cecil and Dagora are a bit skeptical. Is there really enough time to manage both groups in 2 different dungeons? But as they've learned, Aaron always has a plan to push them past their limits. The real challenge of their second year has only just begun. After the sudden increase in members, the group at the academy decides to split into two distinct teams for their next phase of action: an A-level dungeon exploration group and a B-level group. Aaron, Kenichi, and Dagora plan to alternate between the two groups, coordinating with the beast summoning and communication teams to ensure their distribution remains efficient and feasible. Meet the new teammates joining Aaron and Dagora: Sapphire, Sophie, a skilled 48-year-old spirit mage; Formal, a 67-year-old elven archer; and Maruru, a young dwarf who can control magic statues. While Maruru is fascinated by how their strength is expressed in numbers, Dagora is left in a state of utter shock after learning the real ages of the youthful-looking elves. The group is ready to dive in. As they prepare to set off, Sapphire praises Aaron's incredible abilities, though her constant use of Sir leaves him feeling a bit confused. Deep within the dungeon, the battle begins. Maruru is told to stay safe behind the front lines, as Sapphire calls upon the water spirits to grant the group healing. Though she considers herself only a one-star spirit mage, Sapphire's water-type magic proves to be an exceptional tool for both support and recovery in the heat of combat. Formal shows off his expertise as a one-star archer, using strength and bow to pin down enemies and promising to cover everyone's backs while they push forward. Maruru's talent for controlling golems is incredibly rare, found in only 1 in 10 million people, but she feels useless here since there are no golems for her to command. During a brief respite, Sapphire admits that having Aaron and Dagora on the battlefield is immensely reassuring, prompting Aaron to ask why she insists on addressing him with such formality. Sapphire reveals that she sees him as the boy from a famous prophecy made by Elemental King Razan, who usually never speaks to anyone, but woke up long enough to deliver a specific forecast. 10 years ago, the king spoke of a black-haired boy with minimal talents born under the Zhongying Empire, a description that matches Aaron perfectly. The prophecy continues, stating that this boy will dance in a sky filled with light and eventually dispel the darkness that plagues this world. While Sapphire is convinced of the truth, Aaron is more focused on his goal to defeat the Demon King, though the mention of dispelling darkness sounds a bit vague to him. Suddenly, things begin to make sense for Aaron. He finally understands why the school's principal and the hero Helmios have allowed him so much freedom since he arrived at the academy. By mid-April, summer break arrives, and Aaron returns to his home in the Grabial territory, introducing his summoned beast, Maria, to his startled father and the other villagers. The villagers are in awe of the massive summoned beasts, but Arn's father is more concerned about the sheer amount of baggage his son has dragged home with him. That baggage turns out to be a massive haul of premium equipment: scarletite spears, mithril armor, and hundreds of gold coins to help the village thrive. While the village celebrates their new gear, Arn's father is slightly overwhelmed, questioning if his son's finances are really all right after spending so much. Aaron leaves Maria to help the villagers during the giant boar hunting season, promising her that she can eat as much as she wants if they catch one. Fast forward to the end of July. Back at the academy, the group faces a formidable dark entity, and Sapphire tells everyone to step back so she can unleash her extra skill. She performs a great spirit manifestation, summoning Nomu, the great spirit of the earth, who has been contracted to lend his power to the group. Nomu strikes with overwhelming force, crushing the enemy beneath a barrage of massive earth and stones. The monster is crushed in an instant. The sheer scale of Sapphire's once-a-day summon leaves the entire team stunned, showcasing a level of power that is simply in a league of its own. As Sapphire beams with pride at her successful manifestation, the battle comes to a quiet end, but the overwhelming display leaves those without such powers feeling more than just a little bit left behind. As the battle ends, those who can't use extra skills are left in a state of deep jealousy. Dagora and Aaron, Kenichi, can't help but feel envious, while Formal explains with a stern look that he always saves his power just in case Princess Sapphire, Sophie, is in danger. With summer vacation set to begin tomorrow, the principal calls a meeting, and a familiar face greets the group. It's Helmios, the pink-haired hero, much to the surprise of Aaron and a beaming Karina. Helmios has a direct proposal. He wants to recommend both Aaron and Karina for the Academy's martial arts conference this coming October. While Karina enthusiastically agrees, Aaron gives a flat and unexpected refusal. Aaron sees no reason to display his abilities, but the hero and the principal aren't so easily deterred, especially since they've already heard Saphirone's report about the Elemental King's forecast regarding him. The principal speaks plainly, explaining that they all want to know more about summoner abilities, believing there is a high possibility that Aaron is the one destined to defeat the Demon King. Aaron notices the shift in the principal's tone. He's no longer hiding the gravity of the war against the Demon King. Still, Aaron worries that revealing his identity at a public conference would only paint a target on his back for the demon army, making participation feel pointless. Seeing the stalemate, Helmios pulls out a small object with a smirk and lets it slip through his fingers with a casual oops, catching everyone's attention. The hero accidentally drops a rare magic healing ring right on the table. The sight leaves Karina gasping in shock and Aaron's eyes widening. This is exactly the kind of item he's been searching for. Helmios explains with a playful tone that the ring was a gift from the Elemental King for saving the elves. He watches Aaron's reaction closely, knowing he's just dangled the perfect bait. When Aaron asks for advice, Helmios drops some crucial information. Mana regeneration rings can't be found in dungeons, not even S-rank ones. He keeps the source of such items a closely guarded secret. The hero continues his lecture, noting that while S-rank dungeons might hold orichalcum weapons, they won't yield magical recovery items. He directly advises Aaron against going there for such things. The warning gets grim as Helmios points out that even with a party of 8 from game junkies, lives would surely be lost in an S-rank dungeon. Aaron and Saphirone listen with visible apprehension. Finally, the hero lays out the terms. The tournament's runner-up gets to fight Swordmaster Doberg, while the champion faces Helmios himself. If Aaron can win, the hero promises to give him the ring, an item that restores 1% mana every second. It's an incredible prize that Aaron desperately wants. Aaron weighs his priorities. Getting the magic healing ring is essential, but so is questioning the Elemental King. He realizes the hero understands his needs all too well. With a determined smile, Aaron withdraws his refusal and officially agrees to join the conference. His change of heart leaves Karina glowing with excitement, while the principal and Sophie watch on. Helmios confirms that item usage will be permitted in combat, much to Aaron's relief. With only 2 months until October, the hero encourages them to prepare well for their upcoming clash. The atmosphere between Aaron and Helmios turns electric. Aaron boldly warns the hero not to regret it, vowing to crush him in front of the royal family and take that ring for himself. As Aaron and Karina walk away, they discuss the upcoming tournament and the chance to compete against the hope of mankind. Karina is more than ready for the challenge. Back at their base, Saphirone and the others think the tournament is a great chance for Aaron to show his worth. However, Kill and Cecil are surprised by how quickly things escalated with the hero. Aaron drops another bombshell on his friends. He plans to practice alone for the entire next month. Kill is taken aback, questioning how Aaron expects to defeat the strongest hero solo. Aaron explains his logic. To become strong enough in just 2 months, he needs new summoned beasts and massive experience. But to fuel those summons, he needs far more magic stones than he can find in local guilds or dungeons. Saphirone agrees that a summoner's mana needs are truly vast. His plan is ambitious. Travel across the Radishu Kingdom to big cities and buy up all the magic stones and high-quality items he can find. Dagora and Maruru are impressed by the scale of his preparation. Aaron doesn't leave his friends hanging. He assigns them to clear the 5th A-level dungeon and leaves a group of summons to support them. While they continue their Elven City explorations, Aaron will be moving toward the conditions needed to enter S-level dungeons. Before they head their separate ways, Aren urges Karina to use the coming months to master her extra skills for the high-stakes Congress. Inspired by his resolve, Karina clenches her fist, vowing to match his growth and one day stand equal to the hero. The competitive fire between them burns brighter than ever as the group finally parts ways for the summer break. With a final wave, Aren bids his friends farewell, ready to set off on a solo journey of grinding and strategy that will push his summoner abilities to a whole new level. Aren, Kenichi, spent his summer vacation tirelessly traveling from one guild to another across the country. With 28,000 gold coins earned from the dungeons, he goes on a massive buying spree, eventually acquiring 1 million D and E-level magic stones and 100,000 C-level ones. His hard work pays off as his summoning skill reaches level 7, granting him the power to summon fearsome be-level beasts, a force far beyond anything he could manage before. 2 months fly by, and summer vacation officially comes to an end. Now 14 years old, Aren returns to the academy where his friends, Dagora, Sapphirone, Sophie, Cecil Granbiel, Mru, Kill, and Formal, are waiting to welcome him back, noting how much he's grown. Sapphirone shares some shocking news. While they were away, Aren managed to defeat an A-level dungeon boss all by himself. The revelation leaves the group in awe, realizing just how much stronger he's become during his solo training. Meanwhile, the second school year brings new subjects to their schedule. One of those new subjects is the Demon King history, a somber topic that signals the reality of the world beyond the academy walls. The teacher discusses a history often kept secret, detailing the fierce battles between the Demon King and the hero Helmios in the northern continent. Karina, Formal, and a few others are among the nobles destined to fulfill their duty on the battlefield. While some students are eager to increase their achievements on the front lines, others prefer to stay as domestic adventurers. The academy even has a program for those who wish to join the battlefield voluntarily, and many are now deciding their future paths. Following the lecture, the teacher officially announces the upcoming Martial Arts Congress. He proudly reveals that Aren and Karina will be the ones representing their class in the tournament. A few days later, the Academy's Martial Arts Congress officially begins, held in a massive coliseum filled with cheering crowds and expectant students. The preliminary rounds are intense. On the arena floor, high-level students clash under the watchful eyes of the spectators, with every strike echoing through the massive stadium. To the audience's surprise, Aren wins his match against a third-year student, defeating the Sword King using nothing but his own sword skills, without relying on his summons at all. His friends watch from the stands, impressed but also slightly unsettled. Dagora notices that Aren's expression is unusually cold and focused. He's clearly saving his true strength for the hero. Watching from the VIP section, Helmios, the principal, and Swordmaster Doberg observe the match closely. Doberg notes with a stern look that the boy is still carefully hiding his true talent. The moment everyone has been waiting for finally arrives, the championship final. It's a showdown between the previous champion, Holy Sword Karina, and the dark horse of the tournament, the black-haired boy Aren. The announcer introduces the two finalists, both members of the famous guild Game Junkies, which has already achieved the incredible feat of clearing all 5 A-level dungeons. The crowd erupts as the two face each other. Standing face-to-face in the arena, Karina challenges Aren to use his summons, but he refuses, promising to fight her with everything he has using just his sword, rekindling a rivalry that spans 6 years of practice battles. The stat screen highlights the gap. Karina at level 60 with her Holy Sword and Limit Break, while Aren stands at level 55, boosted by powerful speed and offense rings. They are both ready for the duel of a lifetime. The battle erupts as Karina launches a flying sword attack. Aren manages to parry the heavy blow, but Karina immediately activates her Limit Break, pushing her power even further and forcing Aren to take her seriously. Aren remains calm under pressure, noticing that Karina is still holding back her most powerful extra skill. He prepares himself for the real fight to begin as they circle each other. The two exchange a series of blindingly fast strikes. While Karina possesses superior sword skills and destructive power, Arn's speed and pure offense stats allow him to hold his own and even pressure the previous champion. Karina laughs with pure joy, relishing the challenge of a serious fight, while Arn focuses every ounce of his concentration on defending against her relentless and heavy-handed assault. In the stands, people wonder if a summoner can really win a sword fight without their beasts. Karina taunts Arn to summon them, confident she could take them down instantly with her overwhelming holy sword. Karina unleashes her executing strike, a devastating vertical blow aimed at ending the fight. Arn manages to evade the massive impact by a narrow margin, though the ground beneath him shatters. Karina doesn't give him a second to breathe, swinging her massive blade for a red flame-breaking attack. A violent wave of fire erupts, engulfing the center of the arena in a searing explosion that leaves the crowd in awe. Arn is completely swallowed by the raging flames. His friends watch in horror from the sidelines, their hearts sinking as they realize an attack of this magnitude is powerful enough to take down even an A-level beast in a single hit. As the smoke from the red flame-breaking attack clears, Karina gasps in disbelief. To the shock of everyone in the arena, Arn, Kenichi, emerges completely unscathed. He gives her a confident look, simply saying, "Not yet, Karina." Before she can even react, Arn closes the distance and points his blade directly at Karina's throat. The speed of his counterattack leaves the audience breathless, realizing the duel has taken a sudden and decisive turn. Arn reminds her that while the battle isn't over, the outcome is now clear. Karina, seeing the determination in his eyes, lowers her greatsword and finally admits defeat with a heavy sigh. "I lost," she whispers. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium, declaring Summoner Arn the official winner of the Congress. The crowd erupts into a mix of cheers and confused whispers, shocked that a summoner managed to defeat the famous Holy Sword in a pure duel of blades. Watching from the sidelines, Dagora, Sapphiron, Sophie, Maru, and Cecil Granville are equally bewildered. They debate whether Arn used a hidden protection skill, as Cecil mentions seeing a brief flash of something shielding him during that final explosion. Despite her disappointment, Arn approaches Karina to offer a healing potion. He encourages her not to stay sad, reminding her that, as the runner-up, she still has an important special match against Swordmaster Doberg to settle last year's scores. Arn advises Karina to save her extra skill as a trump card for the upcoming fight. Doberg is a formidable opponent at level 60, armed with an adamantite sword and armor, making him a true wall for any student to overcome. Karina's expression turns somber as she thinks about Doberg being stuck at level 60, the known limit for most people in this world. She fears that she, too, might be reaching her own ceiling soon. Arn notices her distress as they walk together. In a moment of intense focus, Arn promises Karina that he will find a way to solve the level cap problem. He tells her to forget about the distant future and focus entirely on surpassing the wall that Doberg represents in the present. High above the arena, Doberg and the hero Helmios prepare for the next event. Helmios remarks that it's a senior's responsibility to teach stubborn juniors the reality of the world, though Doberg's expression remains grimly professional. The special match is officially announced: Swordmaster Doberg versus the runner-up, Holy Sword Karina. Doberg's stats are displayed for all to see. Level 60, rank 6 sword skills, and top-tier adamantite gear, a daunting challenge for any adventurer. The audience and friends alike are worried about the immense gap in experience. However, Arn remains hopeful, noting that Karina's speed has significantly improved thanks to the auxiliary rings he provided her before the break. Doberg challenges Karina to show him the results of her year of training, identifying himself not just as a swordsman, but as a veteran beast hunter. He is ready to test her limits to the extreme. The battle starts with an explosive clash as Karina immediately activates her limit break. Doberg counters with a lightning-fast thunderbolt attack, his experience allowing him to react instantly to her movements. Both fighters unleash their decapitate skills simultaneously. The shockwave from their colliding blades ripple through the arena floor, showing that Karina is no longer the same girl who lost so easily a year ago. Despite her growth, Dobberg's raw speed and refined technique begin to overwhelm her. Aren and the others watch in concern as Karina takes a heavy hit, forcing her to use a recovered leaf skill to heal her strength. Dobberg begins to read her every move, catching her with a powerful earth attack that sends her crashing to the ground. He sternly warns her to get up, telling her that on a real battlefield, she would already be dead. Driven by Arn's words and her own determination, Karina's eyes glow with a new intensity as she pushes her limit break to its absolute maximum. Her stats surge to unbelievable levels, fueled by her resolve to surpass the wall of level 60. The intensity of the duel reaches a fever pitch. The two blades become blurs of motion as they clash again and again, the pure force of their struggle creating a spectacle that leaves the entire Colosseum in silence. Dobberg is taken aback by the sudden surge in her power, realizing that her extra skill has truly awakened. Aren and his friends cheer wildly as they see Karina starting to regain the upper hand, her resilience and stats now rivaling the veteran swordmasters. Karina's attacks become so powerful that even Dobberg struggles to block them. He is forced onto the defensive, grunting in shock at the raw strength behind every one of her desperate swings. With a final, earth-shattering effort, Karina delivers a massive horizontal strike. Dobberg lets out a scream as the sheer force of the blow finally breaks through his guard, sending his massive blade flying. The arena falls into a stunned silence as Dobberg is sent tumbling across the stone floor. Karina stands breathless but victorious, having achieved what many thought was impossible for a student. Everyone from Aren to Sapphire can't believe their eyes. Did she really win? They wonder, as they watch the veteran Dobberg lying motionless on the ground, seemingly defeated by the young holy sword. However, the victory feels short-lived. Dobberg slowly picks himself up, a dark and unsettling aura beginning to emanate from his body. Arn's celebration turns to immediate worry, fearing that the veteran is about to go all in with a dangerous hidden power. The special match between Dobberg and Karina takes a terrifying turn as the swordmaster loses control of his own power. Shouting guard break, he delivers a devastating overhead strike that crushes Karina's defense with overwhelming force. Karina's heavy blade is shattered into pieces, leaving her defenseless and the audience in a state of absolute shock. Dobberg stands over the dazed girl, his expression mask-like and unsettlingly aggressive. Before the worst can happen, Helmios the hero leaps into the arena, blocking Dobberg's follow-up strike with ease. He sternly questions if the swordmaster has completely forgotten himself and was actually trying to kill his young student. Helmios points out that Dobberg's own skill had taken control of his mind. Regaining his senses, the swordmaster kneels and officially admits his defeat, much to the confusion of a shaken Karina. The announcer declares Karina the winner of the special match, and Helmios even offers his own blade as an apology for her broken sword. The crowd erupts into applause, recognizing the incredible feat the young girl has achieved. In the stands, onlookers discuss the match with reverence, realizing they've just witnessed a 13-year-old student drive a legendary swordmaster to his absolute limits. Karina's talent is now the talk of the entire academy. Aren, Kenichi, checks on Karina immediately after the duel. While she only suffered minor flesh wounds, she seems emotionally drained and dazed by how the fight concluded, leaving her friends deeply concerned for her state of mind. Helmios thanks Aren for looking out for Karina, though his playful tone never wavers. Aren, meanwhile, is more focused on the hero's golden armor, recognizing it as the most powerful orichalcum gear in existence. The atmosphere shifts as the final main event is announced. The tournament champion, Aren, versus the hero Helmios himself. The crowd goes wild at the prospect of seeing the hope of mankind fight in person. The world views heroes as saviors sent by the gods. Helmios, who has been battling demons since he was only 15, stands as a symbol of hope for millions, a legend that Arin is now about to face head-on. Arin isn't intimidated. He's more determined than ever to wipe the smug smile off the hero's face and claim the mana recovery ring for himself. The stakes for this duel couldn't be higher for the summoner. Helmios tries to discourage Arin, telling him that no amount of training or hidden tricks can overcome the gap between a student and a hero. He mockingly advises Arin to take a loss now to avoid the pain of a real defeat. Arin has had enough talk. He believes that if he can just push his level a little further, all his hard work in this hell mode world will finally bear fruit. He signals for the duel to begin. Their friends, Dagora, Sapphirone, Sophie, Maruru, Kill, and Cecil Granbeal watch from the sidelines with bated breath. Helmios takes his stance, urging Arin to show him the full extent of his resolve. The match explodes into action. Helmios moves with a burst of speed that leaves Arin completely blindsided, forcing him to react with every ounce of his concentration just to survive the opening move. In a feat that leaves the stadium gasping, Arin manages to deflect the hero's powerful attack. The sheer force of the impact sends vibrations through the arena floor, showing the raw power Helmios possesses. Arin realizes that, even without using skills, Helmios is incredibly strong. A single misstep would have resulted in his death. Meanwhile, the spectators are amazed that a mere student could block the hero's strike. Helmios uses his assessing ability to read Arnt's stats and skills, noting the wide range of summoning and sword abilities the boy has collected. He's curious why Arin hasn't used his extra skill yet since they met. Helmios mocks Arnt's struggle, telling him he's already figured out his movements from watching Karina's fight. He encourages Arin to summon his next move as he continues to apply relentless pressure without even trying. Growing tired of the hero's condescension, Arin decides it's finally time to use a new skill. As Helmios continues to toy with him, Arin pulls out his grimoire and prepares to unveil his latest and most powerful summoning. "Show up, Dora!" Arin shouts, manifesting a massive dragon right in the middle of the arena. The sheer scale and presence of the mythical beast leave Helmios completely frozen in shock. While Helmios is distracted by the sudden appearance of the dragon, Arin takes his chance. The hero is forced into a defensive position as he realizes he may have gravely underestimated the boy's potential. With a wide grin, Arin lands a solid hit on the hero. The crowd erupts into a mixture of fear and excitement as the Colosseum echoes with the sound of a dragon's presence. Arin confidently declares that it's finally his turn to control the pace of the battle. Alan stands confidently with his newly summoned dragon, Dora. A status window reveals the creature's immense power, and the dragon itself roars that it will show no mercy to its master's enemy. The crowd is a mix of shock and excitement. Alan's classmates can't believe he called back his dragon, with Dagora noting that Alan seems eerily calm while experimenting on the nation's hero. As panic starts to spread through the audience, an official announcement is made. The voice of the headmaster declares that the boy is a summoner and that the special match will continue as planned. Back in the arena, Alan narrowly dodges a strike from his opponent. He notes that the hero hasn't used any of his special skills yet and decides it's time to force him to get serious. Alan shouts to his dragon, Dora, ordering it to unleash its awakened skill. The dragon responds instantly, fire gathering in its mouth as the hero looks on, slightly surprised. In an instant, Dora unleashes its ultimate attack, the Fire of Rage. A colossal stream of fire erupts from its mouth, blazing across the stadium. The fiery blast sends the hero flying backwards, much to the horror of his fans in the crowd. Alan, however, simply stands and watches the result of his command, his expression unreadable. But the hero, Helmios, recovers quickly in midair. He lets out a small cough, admitting that the dragon's attack actually hurt. Alan and his friends can only stare in amazement. They're completely blown away by the fact that the hero can actually fly. Just when they thought they couldn't be more surprised, Helmios begins to use healing magic on himself. Observing this, Alan realizes he can now roughly grasp the full extent of the hero's status. A detailed status window appears for Helmios. At level 60 and with skills like flying and healing, it's clear the hero's power is on an entirely different dimension. Helmios taunts Alan from the air, boasting that he's faster than the dragon and can no longer be hit. Meanwhile, Alan analyzes the new data, deducing the hero's skills and planning his next move. With a smirk, Alan chants "Come on," and summons a new group of monsters. Team KBO, a set of enormous stone walls, erupt from the ground and instantly surround a surprised Helmios. Before the hero can react, the walls detonate in a massive explosion. The crowd screams his name in terror, horrified by the scale of the blast. As the black smoke billows upwards, Cecil looks on with a worried expression, shocked that Alan would actually use such a reckless and powerful skill against the revered hero. But moments later, Helmios emerges from the smoke, brushing himself off. Though his armor is singed, he seems more annoyed than injured, asking Alan if his little trick is over. Alan just grins, reminding the hero that he promised it wouldn't be easy. On his command, another set of KBO walls spring up, trapping Helmios once more. A second, even larger explosion rocks the arena. Cecil can only watch in stunned silence, muttering again as the battle intensifies beyond anyone's expectations. The crowd descends into chaos. People are now screaming for someone to stop the match, convinced the young student is actually trying to kill their hero. But Alan ignores the commotion. He was just testing his 7th skill, high-speed summon. A satisfied smile creeps onto his face as he confirms it works perfectly, opening up a whole new level of strategy. As Alan reads from his grimoire, he explains the power of his new skill. What used to take 10 seconds to summon a single creature can now be done in less than 1, allowing him to assemble, strengthen, and awaken an entire team almost instantly. He knows it still depends on his own power, but this new ability lets him call upon all 70 of his summoned beasts in an instant. The strategic advantage of summoning creatures before his opponent can even notice is a complete game-changer. A confident smile spreads across Alan's face. This skill is exactly what he needs to survive in Hell mode. In the background, coughing from the smoke, Helmios is beginning to realize this fight isn't going to be as simple as he thought. The smoke finally clears, revealing that the hero, Helmios, has taken to the sky. He hovers high above the arena, preparing for an aerial assault while Alan and his dragon look up in anticipation. Helmios dives down with incredible speed, but instead of attacking Alan directly, he crashes into the arena floor, shattering the remaining stone monoliths with a single, powerful blow. Thinking fast, Alan calls out for a new summon, Karina, activating its awaken skill. Helmios, having just cleared the field, looks up, confused by the unfamiliar name. From a summoning card emerges Karina, a massive 3-headed hound with terrifying stats. Alan gives a simple, brutal command, tear him apart. Without hesitation, both of Alan's high-level summons, the dragon Doradora and the hound Karina, lunge at Helmios in a coordinated pincer attack. Helmios, however, seems completely unfazed. He lets out a casual laugh, remarking that with another huge beast on the field, it now feels like he's fighting an entire army. The hero dodges gracefully and counters with a sword strike against the hound, but he's shocked when his blade phases right through the creature, drawing no blood. While the hero is distracted, Alan seizes the opportunity. He commands Doradora to spit fire, forcing Helmios to quickly evade the blast. Helmios deftly maneuvers his blade, seemingly deflecting the attack, but not without consequence as his opponent lets out a cry of pain. Karina closes the distance and unleashes its special skill, a vicious 9-bite combo. Helmios cries out as all 3 heads sink their teeth into him simultaneously. Alan stumbles, clutching his side. It seems the damage his summons take is reflected back onto him. He quickly uses an awaken skill to heal himself. Seeing this, Helmios realizes he can't keep holding back. Helmios' demeanor changes completely. His sword begins to glow with an intense, fiery aura as he tells Alan to surrender if he doesn't want to die. The real fight is about to begin. Flanked by his two most powerful beasts, Alan stands his ground without a hint of fear. He looks the powered-up hero in the eye and calmly replies, "I hope so." With a grim smile, Alan declares that this is what he's been waiting for. The hero is finally using his true attacking skill, and Alan vows to show him nothing but the scenery of his defeat. Helmios raises his glowing sword and unleashes his ultimate technique, Red Sparrow. A massive wave of crimson energy envelopes his blade, ready to strike down everything in its path. In response, Alan orders both Doradora and Kararin to charge forward, meeting the hero's ultimate attack with their combined strength. Alan braces himself for the inevitable clash, telling his summons to try not to die. He screams at the hero to come at him with his full force, ready to meet the attack head-on. But at the last possible second, instead of meeting the attack with his other beasts, Alan uses his high-speed summon skill to conjure a massive, heavily armored knight right in the path of the hero's strike. Helmios can only watch in shock as his ultimate attack, the Red Sparrow, slams not into Alan, but into the giant shield of the newly summoned knight. The shield cracks and shatters under the immense power of the hero's attack, but it holds. Helmios can't help but be impressed, muttering, "Oh, that's pretty hard." But his surprise turns to horror as the energy of his own attack is reflected, sending him flying backwards. Alan praises his new summon, Mira, for the good defense, then gives the order, counterattack. This was Alan's true trump card. The summon, Mira, is an insect-type beast with an absurdly high defense stat and a special skill, counterattack, which reflects a portion of damage taken back at the enemy. The full force of Helmios' own Red Sparrow slams back into him, throwing him across the arena and shattering the ground where he lands. Mira's shield is destroyed in the process. As the dust settles, Alan explains his winning strategy to the stunned crowd. Only an attack from the hero could ever hope to bring down the hero. Mira's skill, which returns physical damage, was the key. Alan looks across the destroyed arena, wondering if his all-or-nothing gamble truly paid off. He heals himself once again, having taken damage from the sheer force of the counterattack, and praises Mira for a job well done. There, lying motionless in a crater of his own making, is the hero, Helmios. Defeated. Slowly, Helmios sits up, but instead of anger, his face shows admiration. He looks at Alan and praises him, acknowledging that the young summoner had brilliantly baited him into using his most powerful skill. From high above the ruined arena, the hero Helmios looked down on his opponent, certain of his victory. He taunted the boy, asking if he was ready to admit defeat. But Alan simply laughed, confident that Helmios couldn't possibly break through his counterattack skill. But seeing Alan's unyielding spirit, Helmios' expression suddenly softened. He remembered a prophecy from the Spirit King, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he realized that perhaps humanity's hope had finally appeared. Alan, however, had no idea what the hero was talking about. The hero's mind drifted back to his endless, grueling war against the Demon King. He had overcome every trial and obtained the best equipment, yet victory remained out of reach. For years, he had watched his comrades fall one by one. As the world's designated hero, he was forbidden from showing any sign of weakness or despair. But deep down, he knew that the fragile hope everyone clung to was built upon a mountain of sacrifices. He remembered being entrusted with a special ring, given to him with a promise that one day he would meet someone who could reignite the hope he had lost. Looking at Alan, he wondered if this was that moment. Alan was completely lost. He was just a kid trying to win a prize. How could he be humanity's hope when the actual hero was standing right in front of him? Sensing the mood had gotten too heavy, Alan jokingly begged for the match to end, saying he'd already seen how strong the hero was. But Helmios just smiled, deciding it was time to teach the boy some advanced fighting techniques. Helmios announced that this would be the final strike. Hearing this, Alan panicked internally. He was desperate to get the reward ring, but if the fight kept going, he'd burn through all his valuable magic stones. Suddenly, the hero's demeanor changed. His eyes began to glow with a menacing light as he channeled an immense amount of power, his friendly attitude completely gone. The crowd gasped in shock. Alan realized with horror that Helmios was about to unleash his extra skill. He frantically flipped through his grimoire, trying to figure out a way to defend against whatever was coming. As a last resort, Alan summoned his army of Tekka Knights. He could only hope their awakening skill would be enough to withstand the hero's attack. With a confident smile, Helmios announced his attack and charged forward, his sword gleaming with power, ready to shatter Alan's defenses. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Holy Sword, a strike he declared was fueled by the hope of all mankind. A colossal blade of light shot across the arena towards Alan. The summoned knights stood no chance. The Holy Sword shattered their shields instantly, blowing them away like dust in the wind. But the knights had served their purpose. Their awakening skill, self-sacrifice, activated, redirecting all the incoming damage from his allies directly to Alan himself. The full force of the hero's attack slammed into Alan, sending him hurtling backward as he took the cataclysmic blow head-on. The spectators cried out in horror as they saw Alan's arm had been completely shattered by the impact. Even Helmios was surprised the boy was still alive after a direct hit from his special skill. Bloodied and broken, Alan's expression twisted into a furious scowl. He finally realized the hero wasn't holding back at all. Fine. If it was a fight of resilience they wanted, he would get that ring even if it broke every bone in his body. But then, a gentle light enveloped his mangled arm. It was a skill called Heaven's Blessing. In an instant, a magic peach appeared, and his arm, along with his mana and stamina, were fully restored as if the injury never happened. Helmios watched, his mind reeling. He couldn't understand how Alan had just regrown an entire arm in seconds, wondering aloud if he'd used a priceless dose of Elf's restoration medicine. From Alan's direction, a simple reply came back, something like that. Helmios couldn't comprehend what was happening. Items and skills were appearing out of thin air, things that didn't seem humanly possible. He realized he wasn't just fighting a person, but a summoner with a strange and powerful monster at his command. The hero urged Alan to give up, pointing out the massive gap in their abilities. But Alan just gave him a crazed grin. For a gamer like him, the stronger the enemy, the greater the rewards. He declared he would never back down and that they should fight to the death. Helmios warned him that such a path could lead to despair before he ever saw victory. As he spoke, Alan noticed the hero's smile had vanished, replaced by a look of profound weariness. In that moment, Alan finally understood. Even for a prodigy born once every 100 years, the pressure of being the world's sole hope was a crushing burden. The hero was suffering, just like his friend Karina. This world was simply too extreme for anyone playing on normal mode. But Alan had made his decision the moment he arrived. He was playing on Helm mode, and when all hope is lost, the only thing to do is stand up and push through. With newfound conviction, Alan declared that if they were faced with hopelessness, then they just had to overcome it. Hearing this, the hero was stunned into silence, wondering if such a thing was even possible. Completely bewildered by Alan's spirit, Helmios finally asked him who he really was. Alan pondered for a moment. He thought about how the Demon King calls himself the King of the End, and an idea began to form. Drawing himself up, Alan dramatically announced his new title, Alan, Summoner of the Beginning. A moment later, he sheepishly admitted to a confused Helmios that he had just made it up. But to his absolute shock, Helmios didn't question it. Instead, he simply tossed the priceless ring to Alan, who couldn't believe he was being given the reward just like that. Helmios explained that the Elemental King himself had instructed him to give the ring to the Summoner of the Beginning. Alan was utterly dumbfounded. All this time, all he had to do to get the magical healing ring was cook up a cool-sounding nickname. Alan, covered in injuries, expresses his concern for the hero, Helmios. He questions if it's really okay for Helmios to give away such a powerful item, warning that he could die without it. But Helmios just grins, holding up another identical ring. He reassures Alan that it's fine since he has a spare, praising the Elemental King's generosity. Eager to keep going, Helmios suggests they continue their fight. But Alan, looking completely worn out, cuts him off with a pained expression. To everyone's surprise, Alan declares that he will forfeit the match. He claims he's exhausted and sees no way to win against a true hero. The crowd erupts in confusion at the sudden forfeit. Helmios, on the other hand, bursts into laughter, seemingly understanding Alan's pragmatic decision. The announcer's voice declares the end of the battle, with hero Helmios as the winner. From the sidelines, a girl with pigtails rushes towards the destroyed arena, calling out Alan's name. Down in the arena, Alan is immediately surrounded by his friends and classmates, who flock to him now that the intense duel is over. Two of the students comment on how Alan performed much better than they had anticipated. With the exhibition match concluded, the martial arts conference officially comes to a close, and Helmios returns to the battlefield. A week later, a celebratory banquet is held at a grand hotel to honor the contestants. As Alan and his friends step into the hall, they are formally welcomed. The sheer scale of the event seems to take them by surprise. As they walk through the crowd, whispers follow them. The guests murmur about the black-haired boy's immense talent and wonder how such a powerful individual managed to stay hidden for so long. Suddenly, a stern voice commands them to halt. A man, sweating nervously, orders them not to come any closer as they approach the throne. The man on the throne, the king, issues a veiled threat, warning that their security isn't guaranteed. Alan coolly assesses the situation, wondering if the king now sees him as a danger, and mentally prepares to summon a dragon if things get ugly. The king begins his formal address, congratulating all the contestants for their incredible fights and urging them to use their strength for the good of the nation. While the other students respond with a formal, "Yes, sir," Alan is just glad the speech was short. The king, meanwhile, watches them with a tense expression. The king then approaches Alan directly, singling him out. He praises the battle against Helmios, calling it the most eye-opening duel in the Academy's history. With a sly grin, the king puts another noble, Sir Granvelle, on the spot, questioning why such a talent wasn't recognized and promoted sooner. In a surprising move, Alan suddenly reveals an ornate dagger. He announces that he is a main guest of the Granvelle family, instantly shifting the political pressure. The guards and onlookers are shocked. They can't believe he just drew a weapon, but they immediately recognize the crest on it as authentic. Alan begins to speak, explaining that as a humble farmer's son, he owes his growth and opportunities entirely to the Granvelle family. He claims his actions are all for their benefit, while the king watches with a grimace. His expression hardens. Pointing the dagger forward, Alan declares that he will act as the Granvelle's guardian, ready to destroy anything or anyone who might bring them harm. The threat is clear. After the tense display, the king curtly dismisses them. The scene then cuts to the Giant Kingdom's northern bastion, where Helmios has just returned and is greeted by a female warrior. She casually asks him about the E-rank boy he had mentioned before, curious to hear about his encounter with Alan. A gentle smile appears on Helmios' face as he recalls the battle. He admits that for some reason, watching Alan happily lead his friends gave him a renewed sense of hope. Meanwhile, Alan's party was putting that hope to the test. Time passes, and by December, they're tackling the final stages of A-level dungeons, battling fearsome dragons, and growing stronger with each fight. The party celebrates their victory. They manage to defeat the heavy dragon, a powerful foe, without even needing to use Karina's extra skill. Alan pets one of his griffin summons, thanking it for its help. A status screen shows the impressive stats of his summoned creature, now boosted by a special bird card. The team is in high spirits. With their new B-grade summons, clearing A-level dungeons has become a breeze, and one of the girls is excited to see her level go up again. The group discusses their progress. While his friends are leveling up steadily, Alan notes that because he's in hell mode, his own progression is much slower. The two elves in the group have already reached level 60. Their grind pays off when they find a treasure chest. Inside is a mana plus 1,000 ring. a rare item they haven't seen in over a year. Alan examines a mysterious cube-like object that dropped from a boss. He notes that it isn't made of orichalcum and realizes it must be a rare drop exclusive to S-level dungeons. The mysterious cube begins to activate, congratulating the Game Junkies party for clearing all 5 A-level dungeons. As a reward, it dispenses passes for them to enter S-level dungeons. Excited, the group wonders where these new dungeons are located. The pass reveals the location, the Janpani Monastery in the Bakis Empire. The others ask Merle, their dwarf specialist, if she knows anything about Bakis. She explains it's the land of the dwarves, and they worship a god named Digragni. The group starts planning their next big adventure. Since winter break is almost over, they decide to wait until summer to challenge the S-level dungeons. Alan, meanwhile, is lost in thought about the god Digragni, creator of the dwarf dungeons. Alan comes up with a wild idea. What if they transfer to the academy in Bakis for their 3rd year? His friends are stunned, wondering if that's even allowed and suggesting they ask the principal. The cube reveals more information. After clearing the S-level dungeons, they'll unlock the ability to challenge the dungeon master and even find hidden bosses. Alan's excitement is through the roof. The party buzzes with theories. Could the dungeon master be the god Digragni himself? They wonder what happens if they win and what reward await them, with only the cube's cryptic message that the winners will know. Fired up, Alan declares their goal for the next year, to conquer the S-level dungeons. He's already dreaming about the grand prize, imagining all the rare treasures and resources they could find. The entire team cheers in agreement, but their plans are put on hold. A few days later, the king of Latash passes away, and a kingdom-wide funeral is held, forcing civilians into a period of mourning. In January, the crown prince ascends the throne. Alan reflects that 2 months have passed without any trouble, relieved that his status as a summoner hasn't drawn any unwanted attention. The snow falls outside as life at the academy returns to normal. Students sit in class, listening to a lecture. Alan spends his time training his weakest summons, a group of tiny, low-rank creatures, making them run laps in the snow to level them up. Back in the classroom, a teacher suddenly calls out Alan's name, startling him and Karina. He had been using the extra mana from his new ring to practice casting more powerful spells. The teacher delivers a message. The principal has summoned the entire Game Junkies team. They're all surprised, wondering why he would call for the whole group. As they rush through the snowy courtyard, Alan wonders if the principal approved their plan to transfer to the academy in Bakis. He urges the principal to hurry and explain. The team gathers in the principal's office. He stands before a large map, his expression grim. He gets straight to the point, asking them to listen carefully to what he has to say. The principal reveals a letter of decree from the new king. It's a summons to battle, specifically naming Alan, Karina, Cecil, Dogora, and Keel. The students are in shock. A battle summons? But they're only 2nd-year students. The principal adds that the exchange students, Princess of Phyrone, Fermar, and Merle, have also received official orders to return to their homelands. Saphirone reads her decree with disbelief, stating they've been summoned to her home, Rosenheim. Alan immediately realizes something serious must be happening and asks the principal for more details. In the war room, the principal delivered grave news. A massive army of 10 million demons was on the move, targeting the continents of Rosenheim, Bakis, and Zhongying. The students were stunned. 10 million? That was at least 5, maybe even 10 times the size of the last invasion. He continued, explaining that the demons used to only attack the weakest region, Zhongying. But the other 2 continents were protected, Rosenheim by the Elemental King and Bakis by its Golem army. However, things had changed since the hero appeared. Now, Rosenheim was the weakest link. Just 1 month ago, a force of 3 million demons attacked, completely destroying the once invincible northern bastion. The situation was critical. 70% of Rosenheim was already under the Demon King's control, and 3 million demons were surrounding the capital. Their own forces were stretched thin, supporting the other empires. Sophie, an elf herself, cried out in panic, asking if her mother, the queen, was safe. The principal had grim news. Magical communication was cut off, and they had no idea of her status. Alan listened, realizing the gravity of the situation. The message was clear. A bloodbath was unfolding in the south, and the fall of Rosenheim seemed almost inevitable. Alan connected the dots. The war had already been raging for a month, which is why communication was failing. They were being called in as reinforcements. Beside him, Sophie was trembling with fear. One of the other students asked about getting help from Bakis and Zhongying. The principal could only sigh, filled with regret. He admitted that the elves' stubborn pride, their refusal to let other races on their land, had led to this tragedy. He then revealed the enemy's positions on the other continents. 1 million demons were in Bakis and another 2 million in Zhongying, both waiting to strike. His classmates couldn't believe the numbers. 1 million, 2 million. It was an inconceivable force. Alan, however, wasn't panicking. He was analyzing, waiting. He thought, wondering if they were planning an all-out offensive. He asked the principal about the elven healing teams in Zhongying. Suddenly, the strategy became clear to him. The demons were waiting for the allied forces to leave Zhongying to help Rosenheim, creating the perfect opportunity to attack. The principal confirmed his suspicion. The 1,000-strong support team had already been ordered to return home. Sophie voiced the terrifying question on everyone's mind. Without the elves' healing support, could Zhongying possibly survive an attack from 2 million demons, even with a hero on their side? Alan interrupted, raising a hand. He pointed out that the principal had only accounted for 6 million demons, but mentioned 10 million total. His teammates added that with over 50 fortresses on the front line, the hero couldn't protect them all alone. The final, chilling piece of information was revealed. The remaining 4 million demons were a backup force, lying in ambush at sea. The group began to panic. Most of their country's civilians didn't even know a war was happening. If the allied nations fell, their own home would be next. One of them suggested it would make more sense to retreat to Gaiamet. Hearing this, Sophie's face fell. She understood that everyone had their own families and homes to protect. But as she despaired, Alan's expression hardened. He had come to a decision. "We'll save Rosenheim," Alan declared with absolute certainty. He explained that considering the entire situation, this was their only viable option. The principal was taken aback by his confidence, but didn't hesitate. He immediately promised to prepare a magic high-speed vessel for them to depart the very next day. Sophie looked at Alan, her hope renewed. His teammates, however, were still bewildered. They demanded to know why he was so sure of this plan. Alan began to lay out his reasoning. He explained the Demon King's likely order of attack: Rosenheim first, then Zhongying, and finally Bakis. He predicted the 4 million demons at sea would strike the moment Rosenheim's battlefield turned sour. The principal then asked if withdrawing support from Zhongying would violate the 5-continent alliance. Alan continued his analysis, revealing the enemy's true objective. This entire operation was designed to completely sever the bonds of the alliance between the nations. Because of that, Alan announced, now is not the time to care whether we are humans, elves, or dwarves. He declared that they had to focus all their efforts on saving Rosenheim, which in turn would help protect their own nation, Lad Ash. The others were still sweating, daunted by the reality of their mission. Just 7 of them against 3 million demons? It seemed impossible, but Alan calmly assured them, "We have reasons to stay positive." One of the girls spoke up, reminding everyone that the hero himself had confirmed it. Alan was the chosen one from the Elemental King's prophecy, the one carrying humanity's hope. But the rest of the team was still overwhelmed. Everything was happening too fast. Their weapons and gear weren't ready, and the expectations placed upon them were growing heavier by the second. Alan, however, cut through their anxiety with a confident smile. He reminded them that they simply had to do what was necessary, because their ultimate goal was to defeat the Demon King. His confidence was infectious, shaking his teammates out of their stupor as they began to agree with him. Fired up, Another teammate declared their new mission. They would save Sophie's mother and their other friends' homeland. They would save everyone. Sophie was left completely speechless by their unwavering loyalty. Tears streamed down her face as she thanked them, overwhelmed with gratitude. The two elven officials bowed deeply, pleading for the students to lend them their strength. Merle, a girl with dark skin and goggles, apologized to Sophie. She explained that she had already been summoned back to her own homeland of Bakis, but she promised to do her best there. One of the boys worried about how the Zhongying continent would manage without elven support. Just then, while looking through his book, Alan's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He revealed his plan to send a massive number of recovery leaves to Zhongying, holding up a shimmering, clover-like herb as an example. Alan explained that a single leaf could restore the strength of 1,000 soldiers at once. The others were shocked. If used well, it could revitalize an entire army, making it far more powerful than any healing charm. The principal wondered if this was another of Alan's summoner abilities. But then Alan dropped the real bombshell. He was going to send 600,000 of these herbs to the front line. The number left them speechless. Sophie, recognizing the item, clarified that the elf's recovery leaf was a special product from her homeland, Rosenheim. Alan grinned, explaining that this massive aid shipment would serve as Rosenheim's special gift, an apology for withdrawing their support troops from Zhongying so abruptly. Sophie's eyes widened as she grasped his clever political strategy. With this gesture, the alliance would be forced to prioritize saving Rosenheim. After that, they would send aid to the other continents, completely foiling the Demon King's plan to divide them. His teammate was amazed by the brilliant plan, but Alan remained cautious, noting that they would still have to adapt based on what the enemy did next. Alan then turned to Merle, offering her 1,000 recovery leaves for her own mission. Knowing that controlling high-grade golems required a lot of mana, he also gave her 1,000 mana seeds. Merle was overjoyed, promising to take good care of them. He promised Merle that once they defeated the Demon King, they would keep their promise to visit her in Bakis in April and explore the S-level dungeons together. Moved to tears, Merle accepted, promising to wait for them and show them her improved golem-controlling abilities next time they met. As the meeting concluded, the homeroom teacher complimented Alan, surprised by his strategic mind. Alan simply thanked him, attributing his growth to the freedom the academy had given him. The principal placed his hand on Alan's shoulder, entrusting him with the mission to save both the Queen and Rosenheim. The teacher then approached another student, the team's vanguard. He expressed his reluctance to send them into such a deadly battle, but admitted that all he could do now was pray for a miracle. Finally, he addressed the entire group, telling them that their skills had already surpassed those of second-year students, and that some among them were even stronger than him now. These would be his last words to them before they departed. With grave expressions, both the teacher and the principal gave their final command. The battlefield is not a dungeon. Survive and return. The team stood united in the falling snow, ready for the war ahead. With confidence, Alan replied, "Yes, sir." As snow falls, the students reflect on their time at the academy. After 2 years, their school life is over, and are set to leave for Bossis in April. The group hardens their resolve, determined to fight so that the war doesn't reach their schoolmates. Alan announces they'll leave the next day, assuring them he's already packed their belongings in his grimoire and sent them home. Cecil is stunned by the sudden talk of the battlefield. The boy tries to explain it's a mission to revive his family, but she looks at him in panic, telling him he's the only thing that matters to her. He gives her a gentle hug, praying for her safety. She hands a letter to a butler, asking him to keep it safe, which catches Alan's attention. She explains with a somber look that the letter is for her father, in case she doesn't make it back. Another student remarks that their friend Mihi did the same before he left for the battlefield. Alan turns to his friends and apologizes, admitting that they were given this dangerous decree only because the new king holds a grudge against him. But his friends immediately shout him down, telling him not to be sorry. They remind him that everyone wants to defeat the Demon King, and they know he's always looking out for their safety. The next day, on the outskirts of the Academy City, Alan briefs one of his summons. The doll-like spirit, with incredibly high stats, confirms her mission: gather intel on the demon army and eliminate any they encounter. Elsewhere, Alan gives orders to his other summons. He tells a massive dragon and a group of beastkin maids to incinerate their targets, but warns them to avoid being seen by any civilians. Meanwhile, the rest of the party stands ready. Cecil announces their own preparations are complete, standing before a high-speed magic vessel designed for transporting people and goods. Aboard the flying vessel, the elf princess, Sapphire gratefully addresses her attendants. She promises them that as soon as they arrive in Rosenheim, they can all go find their families. Her human companions ask about Rosenheim, wondering if they'll even be allowed in. Sapphire looks concerned, advising them to disguise themselves just in case. With a sad expression, she describes her homeland as a land blessed by spirits, a beautiful and prosperous place that has long been closed off from the outside world. A place of peace. One of the boys points to a location on the map, suggesting the seaport of Nest as the safest place for their families to take refuge. Sapphire agrees, feeling confident since her mother has elite guard stationed there. But Alan can't shake his anxiety. Surrounded by his summons, he worries about the situation on the ground and hopes they can make it in time. 4 days later, their vessel arrives at the seaport of Nest. From the sky, they feel a sense of relief, seeing that the city has not yet been attacked. Once on the ground, the group moves through the city in hooded cloaks. Their attempt at stealth is short-lived, as a guard immediately recognizes Princess Sapphire. Alan groans in frustration as the guard approaches. He informs them that a meeting of the elders is currently taking place and insists they come with him. As they follow the guard, they're confronted by a horrifying sight. The streets are packed with wounded and suffering elves, a massive, makeshift camp for refugees. The group is shocked by the sheer scale of the disaster. With over 1 million refugees and not enough healers, the people are in no condition to fight. They quickly decide to split into 2 groups to help out and gather information. With a quick okay, part of the team runs off to start saving people. Alan tells them he'll join after the meeting, planning to summon a communication beast to coordinate. Sapphire, flanked by her guard and Alan, finally arrives at the council building, announcing her return. Inside, an elven elder welcomes her back. But Sapphire has no time for pleasantries, immediately demanding to know the status of the queen. The elder looks down, filled with shame. He has to tell the princess that her mother, the queen, is trapped in the city of Tiamo, near the front line. Worse, they lack the magic stones to even cast a spell to communicate with her. The news gets worse. The elder warns that the demon army has Tiamo completely surrounded and that Nest itself could be attacked as soon as the next day. Hearing this, Sapphire's face fills with despair and all hope seems lost. The elven elders are immediately suspicious of Alan. They question why a human, a boy with black hair no less, is with their princess. But Sapphire steps forward, declaring that Alan is the savior from the prophecies, sent to save their kingdom. Alan notices a high-ranking elf warrior, Lucidril, is seriously wounded, with his arm completely gone. Ignoring the elders, Alan steps forward and offers to heal him. As Alan holds out a glowing herb, he mentions that a wound this serious needs heaven's blessing. In a flash of light, Lucidril's arm is completely restored. The elders stare in disbelief, wondering how a human could possess such a powerful item like an elf's magic herb. Alan explains that the herb can heal and restore mana and strength to everyone in a small area. He then asks how many casualties are in the citadel, and Lucidril reports a staggering 10,000. Lucidril is stunned, realizing this is no ordinary herb. Alan announces he will use 1,000 of them to heal the soldiers. He then declares his intention to rescue the queen and Tiamo, but Lucidril informs him it's impossible. They've run out of magic stones for the vessel, and a trip by horse would take a month. Alan isn't concerned about the travel time. He tells his 2 summons, who have just appeared from his grimoire, that he's leaving a substitute to handle things here while he's gone. The doll-like spirit explains to the shocked elves that she and the bird are beasts summoned by Alan. The bird on her shoulder will allow them to communicate with Alan even when he is far away, solving their communication problem instantly. With a plan now in motion, Sapphire makes a decision. She declares that she's going with Alan and orders the remaining elves to follow his commands. Without wasting a moment, they head out. But instead of leaving, Sapphire returns to the courtyard where the refugees are gathered. The people are stunned, asking why their princess would come back at such a dangerous time. The refugees cry out in despair, saying they have no home, food, or weapons left. But Sapphire shouts back, telling them not to give up. Their survival, she says, is proof that hope has not yet abandoned their country. Her words are met with a heart-wrenching scream. A woman collapses, crying that she watched monsters devour her husband and child. She wails, asking how there can possibly be any hope left. Sapphire trembles, her resolve shaken by the woman's grief. Still, she forces herself to stand tall, insisting that even so, they can't give up on the lives of their people. Alan steps in, telling Sapphire they're out of time. As his party members arrive, he pulls out several cards and shouts, "Come out, Glyph!" Sapphire flinches as massive, shadowy wings suddenly appear before her, shocking the gathered elves. Now soaring above the city on the back of giant griffin-like creatures, Sapphire calls out to her people. She yells for them not to lose hope and to believe in the blessings of their elemental king, for she has returned to save Rosenheim. Inspired by the sight of their princess, the elven commander's spirit is reignited. Believing they can still fight, he orders all commanders to gather and have their soldiers take their posts. High in the sky, Alan summons use their awakening skill, Skyhawk. Their flight speed is instantly enhanced, gaining triple the power for 1 hour. They streak across the night sky. With this incredible speed, Alan calculates that they can cover the 1,000-kilometer distance in a single night. Just 2 hours later, they spot their destination in the distance, Tiamo's citadel. As they near the besieged city, Alan commands another of his summons, a large owl, to use its own awakening skill. Below them, the demon army has set up camp, surrounding the citadel with powerful-looking mages and trolls. The owl's skill, White Knight, activates, granting Alan perfect vision in the darkness within a 100-kilometer radius. He confirms that while the citadel is surrounded, the battle has paused. They still have time. As they land within the citadel walls, the guards are shocked. They had received notice from Nest, but didn't expect the princess to arrive so quickly. They immediately offer to escort her to the queen. Inside the throne room, Sapphire and her companion formally announce their arrival. A regal elf in ornate dress, the elven queen, looks up in absolute shock, unable to believe her daughter is standing before her. The queen rushes to embrace her daughter, welcoming her back and asking if she's safe. She quickly reassures Sapphire that their family members have all taken safe refuge back at Nest. Sapphire is relieved to hear the good news. The queen then turns her attention to the hooded figures with her daughter, asking who the children are. She notices a small creature on Sapphire's shoulder and smiles, remarking that it must be true that animals always love elves. Alan and his party, the Game Junkies, arrive at the Elven Citadel. He announces that he's here on an emergency backup order and is introduced as the group's leader. The Elven soldiers look on with skepticism, whispering about the prophecy and wondering if these 5 children can truly help them. The Elven Queen welcomes Alan, acknowledging she's heard of his battle with the hero. Alan notes that not everyone seems to believe in the prophecies. A hooded figure named Grasta interrupts, warning that the Citadel, Tiamo, won't survive the next day's attack and urges them to take refuge. But the Queen refuses to abandon the 70,000 civilians hiding inside the Citadel. Just as she begins to ask for a status report on her remaining forces, Alan cuts in. After learning there are 6,000 active soldiers, Alan immediately forms a plan. He presents a healing item, declaring they will break the enemy blockade and heal the elves. He's not here to hide. He came to fight. He assigns healing duties to his companion, who nervously accepts. One of his party members asks how many healing items he brought. Alan casually reveals he has 2,000 left after planning to use 2,000 this time, shocking everyone. He confirms they will launch a surprise attack to disrupt the enemy's formation. The elves watch in disbelief as the small group of humans prepares to raid the demon army. As a spirit flies into the night sky, the queen watches with a hopeful prayer for their success. Aboard the summoned beast, Alan explains the situation. A force of 30,000 enemies surrounds Tiamo. He declares their target, the 13,000-strong troop positioned at their flank. As they fly through the darkness, Alan pulls out a massive stack of summon cards, calling forth his beasts, Doradora and Karina. Looking down at the sprawling demon army, Alan gives his orders. Doradora is to light up the area, while Karina is tasked with taking out the A-grade beasts in a single strike. He then issues commands to his other summons. At the same time, his party members prepare their own skills, chanting for their elemental king and casting protective spells. With his team ready in an ocean of monsters below, Alan stands firm. Their first battle against the demons is about to begin. The ambush begins. Alan explains that he and Cecil will attack from above, while the others ambush the enemy on the ground. Cecil tells him to be careful as the rest of the party heads out. Looking down at the massive horde, Alan remarks that it's been a while since he's fought so many monsters outside of a dungeon. A grim thought crosses his mind. It's been a month since 3 million demons invaded Rosenheim, and about 3 million elves have already been lost. He realizes the monsters have been feeding on the fallen. A dark expression crosses Alan's face as he vows to make the demons regret everything. He turns to Cecil, asking if she's ready. With a look of fierce determination, she confirms she is. High in the sky, Cecil unleashes her magic. Calling out for her brother to watch, she casts her spell. Small meteor, a massive ball of energy hurtles towards the ground and explodes with devastating force. The attack worked perfectly, taking out almost 10,000 enemies in a single shot. As Alan and Cecil celebrate, the rest of the party is amazed by her power. With the enemy ranks in chaos, they decide to press their advantage. With a single word, charge, the ground forces rush into the fray, attacking the disoriented demon army. Watching the massive crater left by the meteor, Alan is impressed by the overwhelming power of a sorcerer in an open field, a sight he never got to witness in cramped dungeons. Cecil mentions that, unfortunately, she can only use that spell once a day. Alan identifies beasts with healing abilities and instructs Cecil to take them out first. He thinks to himself that the combination of the meteor and his dragons has thrown the enemy into disarray, giving him a perfect chance to reduce their numbers. Their ground team calls in, reporting that 3,000 enemies are heading their way and that they should hurry to meet up. Alan immediately summons more beasts, casting Stoneblade. The two groups reunite in the air. Alan asks if the ambush was a success, but learns that the healing for the elves is still underway. Undeterred, he asks if his team can continue fighting, and they eagerly agree. He then directs them to launch another surprise attack, this time from the south. Back at the Citadel, the Elven Queen is stunned to hear they defeated over 40,000 enemies in a single night. She thanks them profusely, explaining that the restoration leaves Alan provided have allowed them to re-establish the Elven army. Alan, looking exhausted, simply says the demons won't be attacking for a while. However, the Queen delivers grave news. While Tiamo is now safe, 3 other cities are still in danger. The strategic situation is then revealed. To hide the Queen's location, the Elven army had split its forces to defend 4 different cities. But the demon army matched this strategy, dividing its 120,000 soldiers to lay siege to all 4 locations at once. The elves have been making their last stand against 3 million demons. Luckily for them, Alan's party arrived just in time to help them hold the fort. Alan looks completely drained. He explains that he distributed 500 restoration leaves and his summoned beasts to each of the 4 cities, which should allow them to take control of the situation. He mutters about how sleepy he is, having used up all of his heaven's blessing and 2,500 B-grade magic stones to help 30,000 soldiers make a full recovery. The elves are amazed, but one of his party members notes this is only a temporary solution that will last a few days at most. With a determined look, Alan calculates that there are still 2.8 million demons left to deal with across all of Rosenheim. The Queen thanks him, saying he's delayed the enemy's attack for at least a day. Alan, clearly wanting to sleep, says he just has two quick requests. First, he needs more magic stones and asks if they can take the ones from the beast they defeated. The Queen agrees immediately. For his second request, Alan declares that he wants to meet the Elemental King. The Queen and her attendants are shocked, exclaiming that it's not possible. As the elves try to explain that speaking directly with Sir Rosen is impossible, a new voice chimes in. A small, squirrel-like creature appears, asking the summoner of the beginning what he wants. The creature announces that he is Rosen, the Elemental King, leaving the Queen and her guards completely stunned. Alan's party is just as shocked, unable to believe this tiny flying squirrel is a god. Alan, however, casually thanks Rosen for the magic ring from a long time ago and asks what his plans are this time. Alan eagerly asks for a special gift for saving Rosenheim. But it's not materials he wants. He asks Rosen to bring his entire group into hell mode. He explains that all his friends have reached their maximum level, and he wants them switched to hell mode, so their levels are no longer restricted. Rosen agrees to check on it. Rosen returns, explaining that he asked the creation god Elmia, but it's not possible to switch modes. As a mere half-god, he can't convince them. Alan then counters, asking if hard mode is possible. Sighing, Rosen complains that Alan is bothering the god too much. Alan then changes tactics, asking if his friends can at least get higher-ranked roles, like changing from a swordsman to a swordmaster. Rosen explains that the 8-star summoner role was an exception made by the god to change Alan's mind about becoming the Demon King. His party is shocked to hear this. Alan presses his case, asking if it's possible for them to switch roles. Rosen warns him that the blessing of an Elemental King comes at a heavy price. It might cost him not only the safety of the elves, but even his own lifespan. Alan has a counteroffer. Instead of his lifespan, he proposes trading in all the experience points his party has gained up until now. Rosen is shocked by the suggestion, as losing all that would bring them back to level 1. Rosen reluctantly agrees, but specifies it's only a 1-rank upgrade, and anyone not present won't get to switch. With a smug look, Alan points out he's not gaining anything personally from this deal. But Rosen, with a sly grin, reveals he can read Alan's thoughts. Knowing exactly what Alan is thinking, Rosen offers to give his sister, Miura, a 1-star talent. Alan immediately agrees, promising to put his heart and soul into rescuing Rosenheim. With the deal settled, Alan announces his sleep deprivation has reached its limit and excuses himself. The elves are left in awe, marveling at how he spoke so confidently with a god and discussing matters beyond their understanding. The next morning, Alan is woken up by his friends bursting into his room. His party immediately grills him, asking what his talk with the Elemental King was all about. Alan decides it's time to stop hiding things from them, admitting he's always pretended to be just a simple farmhand with strange abilities. He then drops a bombshell, revealing that he's actually from another world. He explains that he was reincarnated here by the god Elmia and was chosen to become a summoner, and that he was discussing things from his past life with Rosen. His friends are absolutely floored, trying to process the idea that god Elmia personally picked the savior of their world. Alan muses that even a half-god like Rosen would never know what the higher gods are planning. Curious, one of his friends asks how old he was in his previous world. Alan casually replies, 35. The group is horrified, realizing that when they were 5, they were playing with a 35-year-old uncle. Alan quickly tells them not to call him an uncle. Alan explains he's only telling them this secret because they're teammates, as not even his parents know. He then changes the subject, excitedly bringing up the rank up, explaining that every time they max out their levels, the god will allow them to ascend to an even better role. While his friends are still trying to understand, Alan excitedly tells them to prepare for battle. They have to complete the Ascension quest that the Elemental King promised them. They now have the blessings of the Elemental King on their side. The demon army launches a full-scale assault on the citadel. The elven soldiers stand ready, chanting that they must protect the queen. A massive dragon unleashes its fiery breath, crashing against the fortress walls. But this time, the elves are empowered. A volley of arrows pierces the dragon, and a powerful spell finishes it off in an instant. The soldiers are shocked at their newfound strength, realizing it's the blessing of the Elemental King. Their commander rallies them to fight. Alan sees that the elven army has received the blessing. Checking his grimoire, he calculates that he has already deployed dozens of summons to various locations and can still summon 37 more. He and his party decide to join the fray. He pulls out his trump card, a B-rank bug summon named Alapon, and throws out dozens of cards at once. Alapon immediately uses its awakening skill, oviposition, instantly creating an entire army of ants with stats half as strong as its own. With his newly summoned army ready, Alan orders Alapon to show the demons what it's got. The ant army lets out a synchronized battle cry, unleashing a massive volley of formic acid. The demons are caught completely off guard as the acid rains down, reducing their defense and their ability to counterattack. Alan grimaces as he thinks about his rapidly dwindling supply of B-grade magic stones. He realizes he has to make sure to collect more stones from the defeated monsters while they fight. With a clear strategy in mind, Alan commands his ant army to surround the enemy on all sides, leaving no room for escape. He readies his own sword, preparing to join the battle himself. The rest of the party charges in as well. One of the members uses her limit break ability, a powerful aura surrounding her. His friends unleash their own powerful attacks, a spiral cyclone and an explosive slash, cutting through the demon ranks with ease. Suddenly, Sapphireone, the princess of the elves, joins the battle. She declares that anyone who taints Rosenheim will burn to ashes as she summons her great element, a massive creature of living flame. Inspired by the princess's bravery, the elven commander rallies his troops. He reminds them that the giant insects and dragons are their allies and orders them to attack without fear. Watching from the walls, Alan notes the elves' great morale. He observes that there are no S-grade monsters present, and if they keep this up, victory is certain. Alan smirks, thinking about his true trump card. With just one Alapon, he can breed an army of 3,000 antlings over the next 30 days, steadily gaining experience from their battles. The tide of the battle has turned. From the west gate, the elven soldiers watch in disbelief as the demon beasts begin to flee to the north. They wonder if a miracle has just happened. The fortress erupts in cheers. We won. Long live the elven army. All hail the queen. But the victory came at a great cost. Though all 4 defensive battles were won, over 3,000 soldiers were lost. An elf cries over the body of a fallen comrade. A hooded figure approaches the grieving soldier. As the soldier looks up in confusion, a brilliant light emanates from the fallen elf's body. The hooded figure uses a powerful skill, grace energy, and the fallen soldier's wounds begin to heal. The grieving elf looks on, whispering, "Father," as life returns to his comrade. As the revived elf breaks down in tears of relief, the hooded figure expresses his own relief that the skill worked. His companion remarks on how amazing the ability is. A panel explains that grace energy can revive a person who just died, but its success rate depends on intelligence, and it has a 1-day cooldown. The hooded figure looks out at the field of fallen soldiers, lamenting that despite his power, he can only revive one person. The outcome of this hard-won battle is then brought before the queen. In the throne room, the report concludes, about 10,000 demons were defeated, with 7,000 of them taken down at the south gate alone. The queen is overjoyed, calling the news wonderful. The Elven Council discusses the victory, noting that summoned beasts aided them at the west gate. One of the queen's advisors, Gertruga, insists that she must now return to the safety of Nest City. But the queen refuses, standing by her decision to remain. Another elf scolds Gertrude for being too straightforward with the queen, but he insists it's not his intention. Alan's party watches, with one member noting it's the first time she's seen an elf be so direct. It's revealed that Gertrude is the strongest man in Rosenheim and the only spirit mage ever chosen as the queen's guardsman. Alan observes that Gertrude didn't join the battle to avoid revealing the queen's location, and that he can't see any spirits surrounding him. An elven soldier reports that, as promised, they are collecting magic stones from the 7,000 monster corpses. They've already gathered the first 3,000. Alan is pleased to hear they collected up to 7,000 stones, noting that the recovering armies will soon be back on the front lines. The queen remarks how much the situation has improved in just 2 days and asks if Alan has enough Heaven's blessing left. He assures her that he is preparing more. Alan explains the logistics. Every 500 B-grade magic stones can create 100 Heaven's blessing. Since the Citadel used 400 of them today, he'll need a steady supply of stones to replenish them. Gertrude is taken aback by the request. Alan's party members note that he's putting profit on the table for negotiation. Suddenly, Alan gets intel from his summons outside the Citadel. The demon army has retreated from all 4 bastions and is regrouping up north. The elves are shocked by the unexpected news. Alan immediately proposes a new plan. His team will chase after the enemy to scout them, while the elves call for reinforcements. Their main goal is to reclaim the capital. His team is stunned to hear him declare a shift from defense to an all-out counterattack to destroy the remaining 250,000 demons. The queen and her advisors are speechless, trying to process the sheer audacity of his plan. The next day, they begin their pursuit of the demon army. They take down a fleet of 3,000 demons and collect more magic stones. 3 days after leaving the Citadel, they continue flying north, wondering if the enemy is seeking cover in a nearby bastion. As they approach a massive fortress, Alan suddenly stops. He's realized the enemy's true intention. His teammates agree that they can't take on this force alone and decide to return to the city for now. Back at the Citadel, Alan gives his report. He saw 1 million enemies, all heading towards Tiamo. The queen and her court are horrified by the news. Alan lays out the enemy's strategy. They plan to retreat from all 4 bastions, regroup in the north with a support fleet, and then launch an all-out attack on Tiamo. He estimates it will take them 2 days to arrive. The queen realizes they may have figured out her location. Gertrude curses, enraged by the thought of a 1 million-strong army. Alan notes that the enemy commander is far more skilled than they'd anticipated, capable of such speedy army control. His friends nervously eat, sensing the tension. With a look of intense focus, Alan declares that they must now make extensive preparations. He asks all the elven soldiers to lend him their strength, as Tiamo must be ready to face the grand army of the Demon King. The queen confirms that evacuating 70,000 refugees in 2 days is impossible. Gertrude declares that they will all fight alongside Alan to the best of their ability. Alan simply says, "Thank you." Alan asks Gertrude to prepare a scouting team of 3,000 people. He explains that after relaying his plan, they will hold back the 1 million enemies for at least 1 day, and at most 3, giving the elves time to reinforce their defenses. As Alan's party heads out, Gertrude agrees to the plan. He calculates that if the troop movement from Nest goes well, they will have 30,000 soldiers protecting the Citadel. As they walk, Cecil asks Alan if he's scared. He admits that he no longer fears his own death, having been reincarnated once already. But now, what terrifies him is the thought of his teammates' lives being at risk. Alan suddenly turns around and declares, "Don't worry, I'll protect everyone." He reminds them they still have a swarm of 1,000 healthy Olipons. His party is surprised by his sudden declaration. In the background, Gertrude watches the fearless teens and tells the marshal they also need to prepare quickly. 3 days later, an elven commander addresses his troops, stating that for the past 3 days, Alan's small group of 7 has defeated 40,000 enemies. Now, they must face the remaining 60,000 while Alan's group is away. The massive demon army charges, clashing with the elven forces. The elves shout, "Attack!" as explosions and chaos erupt on the battlefield. The commander curses, realizing their temporary barriers aren't slowing the demons down at all. He calls upon the Earth Spirit for aid. Bracing for the impact, the elven soldiers raise their spears in a desperate line of defense. Their orders are clear: protect Her Majesty, no matter the cost. But just as the demon wave is about to crash down, winged beasts descend from the sky. The commander looks up to see Alan's party has returned. Landing amidst the chaos, Alan declares they're back to provide support, ready to turn the tide. Alan checks his resources. After the last fight, he's down to under 2,000 B-grade magic stones from the initial 11,000. His human teammates are exhausted from the non-stop fighting, but he still has teammates who never tire, his summons. He prepares to unleash them all. With a massive shout, Alan unleashes his entire army of summoned beasts. Dragons, insects, fish, and other creatures fill the sky and the battlefield, ready for his command. With a sinister smile, Alan taunts the demons, saying his beasts have also fasted for 3 days and are ready to devour them. He gives the order: dragons, deliver the opening attack. His dragons roar and dive towards the enemy. A massive volley of fire and energy rains down from the sky as the dragons unleash their angry inferno, tearing through the demon army's front lines. The elven commander stares in absolute awe, witnessing the overwhelming power of a summoner for the first time. As the battle rages, Alan checks his grimoire one last time. He only has 1,500 B-grade magic stones left. The battlefield is pure chaos as summoned creatures clash with a massive demon army. An elven commander desperately rallies his spirits, ordering them to hold the line against the overwhelming swarm. An elven officer orders his troops to use their extra skills, and they immediately comply, unleashing a powerful attack that blasts through the demon ranks. But even with their efforts, Alan watches in horror as the endless demon horde continues its advance. He realizes with a sinking feeling that his magic stones are draining fast, calculating that he only has about 30 minutes before he's completely out of power. Suddenly, a powerful blow sends Karina flying, and one of the commanders screams her name, frantically calling for a healer. Karina, however, gets back on her feet, insisting she can still fight. Watching from afar, Alan grows worried, realizing his plan of assigning the toughest enemies to his friends is taking a heavy toll on them. He wonders if they can hold out. Meanwhile, a lone scout runs frantically through the chaos. Following a map, he makes his way to the north gate, where a guard is waiting for him. The scout hands over his heavy cargo. The guard instructs him to pour the contents into a large basin, revealing a massive pile of magic stones. This was Alan's real plan all along. As his friends fought on the front lines, a fleet of 3,000 scouts collected magic stones from the fallen demons. Watching his reserves get refilled, a grin spreads across Alan's face. With 300,000 stones now at his disposal, he orders the counterattack to begin. With his mana restored, Alan unleashes his trump card, summoning an entire army of dragon spirits. The dragons roar, eager for battle, as they unleash a torrent of flames upon the enemy. The flames of rage attack sweeps across the battlefield, a wave of destruction that incinerates everything in its path. The cost is high, but the result is undeniable. Notifications of defeated enemies and massive experience gains begin to flood Alan's vision as the dragons continue their relentless assault. Alan yells, pushing his summons to keep up the attack and completely destroy the demon army with their flames. His friends watch in awe at the sheer power of the dragon summons. Even the stoic elven soldiers are stunned, realizing that the tide of the battle is finally turning and the demon army is being pushed back. Looking over the fiery battlefield, Alan can only think about the incredible power that he and his human companions now wield. A few hours later, the battlefield is littered with the corpses of fallen demons. The constant barrage was successful, and the demon army has been forced to retreat from the citadel. Though he used 200,000 magic stones, the victory brings immense relief to the elves. They celebrate, singing praises and thanking their saviors for not abandoning them. After the intense fight, Alan and his friends take a well-deserved break, laughing and enjoying a hot bath. Nothing feels better after a long, hard battle. Later, Alan addresses the elven commanders. He tells them that despite letting 200,000 demons escape, they still eliminated 800,000 enemies, and everyone should be proud. The commanders, however, still seem anxious about their new allies. The Elven Queen, with tears in her eyes, formally thanks Alan for saving their homeland. She declares him their savior, just as their legends had predicted. Alan dismisses the praise, saying their victory was just luck. The elf commander asks him about their next steps, and Alan makes sure to pass on his thanks to the scouting team for their crucial contribution. Alan gets serious, explaining that they can't let their guard down. He reveals there are still 1.7 million demons left, with 400,000 waiting on another continent, likely planning to join forces for a massive, combined assault. He lays out their new objective. To continue their resource-heavy strategy, they need a stronger fortress. He points to a map, identifying a vital base to the north of Tiamo that they must capture before the demons can fully fortify it. Alan argues that staying defensive in Tiamo gives them no chance of winning, especially once the demon reserves arrive. The elf commander understands and agrees to immediately arrange an army of 300,000 elves to retrieve the fortress. The elven commanders agree to the plan, noting it will take 5 days to prepare the army and the magic vessel for the assault. In the meantime, Alan decides his team will use that time to hunt down the remaining demons who escaped the last battle. Later that night, while his friends are sound asleep, Alan is already putting the next phase of his plan into motion. He summons a spirit named Aerie, giving her a new mission to immediately fly ahead and infiltrate the target area for reconnaissance. The next day, Alan's summon, Aerie, flies over a snowy mountain range. After a long journey, she finally spots her target in the distance. Through Aerie's eyes, Alan gets his first look at the enemy fortress. It's nestled deep within the mountains, making a direct assault incredibly difficult. Aerie changes her form, disguising herself as one of the local monsters. Alan is confident that even if she's discovered, no one will ever suspect she's one of his summons, as he's never used her in a fight before. Her infiltration is a success. She finds the fortress teeming with monsters, both inside and out. As she moves through the halls, a guard suddenly calls out to her. A large, pig-like monster orders Aerie to bring tea to someone named Sir Grasta. Through his connection to Aerie, Alan immediately picks up on the name, wondering if he's finally found the enemy leader. As she follows the guard, Alan is surprised by the monster's behavior. They're intelligent enough to have tea parties, yet still brutish and threatening. He focuses his attention, trying to figure out which one of the leaders is Grasta. Aerie enters a large, ornate hall. At a grand table, 3 imposing figures are seated, clearly the leaders of this army. Alan is shocked. The leaders aren't just monsters. They appear to be powerful demons or even devils in human form. He kicks himself for not gathering more information on them beforehand, as even the Academy had no data on such creatures. As Aerie serves the tea, one of the leaders, a massive demon with large horns, slams his fist on the table. It's Grasta, and he's furious, demanding to know how they could have possibly lost the last battle. His 2 subordinates begin to speculate. One suggests that the elves, who are normally too proud to ask for help, might have made an exception. The other, a hyena-like demon, mentions that there was a spirit mage powerful enough to control dragon. The third demon, a cool-headed figure with a single horn, finds this illogical. He questions why. If the elves possessed such power, they would wait until they were on the verge of defeat to use it. Listening in, Alan smirks, realizing just how little the enemy knows about him. Grasta's rage boils over as he smashes a teacup in his hand. He roars about their lack of information, and reveals he has already sent a request for reinforcements to the devil. The news sends a jolt through Alan. The other demons clarify that the reinforcements aren't here yet, as they're still in charge. This is a critical piece of intel for Alan. Not only are reinforcements on the way, but there's a higher-ranking devil in the capital, meaning these three are just regional commanders. The situation is far more dangerous than he thought. With a sinister grin, Grasta lays out his new strategy. Once the reinforcements arrive, they will execute a pincer movement to completely annihilate the elves. Having received the intel, Alan discusses it with his team. They're confused by the demon army's movements, wondering why they would detour to attack from the south. The gravity of the situation slowly begins to dawn on them. They quickly realize the horrifying truth. The demons are targeting the southern nest, the location of the elven food supply, and, more importantly, where 2 million refugees are currently taking shelter. They know they can't let that happen. Thinking fast, Alan turns to Karina and Dogora village, assigning them a new, crucial task. Dogora immediately catches on, realizing Alan wants to make use of his extra skill. Sapphirone discusses her own extra skill, Limit Break. While it allows her to use her other abilities, she confesses that the mental strain is immense, often leaving her overwhelmed and confused. Alan immediately shuts down her self-doubt. He tells her she can't afford to set her own limits, reminding her that her class is hero and she needs to live up to that potential. He pulls up a stat comparison, showing that during her limit break, Karina's stats rival those of Helmio's, the world's strongest hero. He declares that to win, they'll all need to master their ultimate moves, even if it means going through hellish training to do it. Karina and Dogora steal their resolve and agree. After briefing his team, Alan turns his attention to his own status. He's gained a lot of experience and is now level 63, but he's also facing a new problem. Despite his level increase, his commanding skill remains locked. He had expected it to unlock at level 60, but for now he's forced to fight with the cards he's been dealt and starts planning his next move. Meanwhile, Ares' infiltration has yielded a complete picture of the enemy's strength and plans. With 1.7 million demons remaining in Rosenheim, all preparations for the elves' counteroffensive are now complete. Based on the new intel, the Elven High Command holds an emergency meeting. They scrap their old plans and decide on a new, daring strategy. A 10-day siege on the fortress of Repulca with 300,000 troops. 3 days after the defensive battle at Tiamo, a massive elven airship arrives to transport the army. Commander Rukitaral greets Alan, signaling that it's time to begin the operation. The Archer Master informs Alan that an army of 50,000 elven troops has been prepared for the assault. He and another commander named Gatlug will be joining the fight personally, while the Queen remains safely in Tiamo. With a determined look, the commander clenches his fist. He remembers the demon who took his arm in a previous battle and vows that this time, he will be the one to defeat him. The elven commander acknowledges their strength, hoping they prepared for A-rank monsters. Alan coolly replies that they should leave the demons to his team, the Game Junkies. With the plan set, the fleet of airships and flying mounts takes to the sky. In the air, Alan decides to test the Archermaster's skills. He points out a tiny eyeball bat monster in the distance and tells him to take it down. The archer fires a single arrow, effortlessly sniping the target from a full kilometer away. Alan pulls up the archer's stats, revealing his name is Falmal. He's a level 60 master with incredible attack power, boosted by 2 powerful rings. Alan notes that he's known Falmal for a decade, but has still never seen his extra skill, guessing at a powerful trump card saved only for protecting the Queen. As they fly, Falmal turns to Alan with a serious question. He expresses the elves' immense gratitude and asks what Alan desires as a reward once Rosenheim is finally safe. With a sly grin, Alan reveals his price. He wants the Elemental King to change the jobs of every single elf, a move that would grant them all an unbelievable power-up. Falmal is left utterly speechless by the sheer scale of the request. Falmal, still stunned, quickly apologizes for asking and says he won't press the matter further. from a distance. The rest of Alan's party watches the exchange, trusting that he has a brilliant plan in mind. His companions reaffirm their unwavering faith in him. They know he's the kind of person who will never give up, and their only job is to believe in him and follow his lead until the very end. Days later, on February 25th, the party arrives at Repulca Fortress. Dressed in thick winter gear, they stand before the imposing structure. Alan gives the command, and they begin their march towards the south gate, ready to start the siege. At the fortress, Alan's summoned knights form a defensive line, their massive mirror shields ready for the impending attack. The battlefield is set. The massive demon army, 300,000 strong, faces off against the 50,000 troops of the elven army, a seemingly impossible fight for the elves. Observing from a distance, Alan notes that the demon army isn't advancing, choosing instead to defend the fortress. He scoffs at their foolishness, confident in his plan. Inside the fortress, a demon general sits unimpressed. He believes the elves' new spirits are no match for their defenses, unaware of the chaos erupting outside as the elves' siege weapons are destroyed. The elven army unleashes a massive volley of arrows, but the summoned knights stand firm, their shields deflecting the onslaught. The knights activate their special skill, Full Reflect. All the damage from the arrows is absorbed and sent flying back towards the demon army, now amplified 3 times over. Alan calmly explains that this was a skill he acquired during a martial arts tournament. The reflected attack easily took out several hundred enemies. He then turns his attention to the spirits, commanding them to share their knowledge. With this new knowledge, Gatlug activates a powerful skill called Garden of Eternity, summoning various spirits to aid their cause. Alan realizes with excitement that Gatlug's ability strengthens all 50,000 elven troops within a kilometer, raising them all to 3-star status. Gatlug then gives the order to charge and reclaim their fortress. Cecil, eager to join the fray, is held back by Alan. He checks his watch and reminds her that they must remain hidden for now, as their part in the plan comes tomorrow. Gatlug informs Alan's group that they will use the demon army's current positioning to their advantage. He tells them to proceed as planned and not to use any more extra skills, and with that, Alan's team departs. Alan reveals his next summon, Molar, a creature whose awakening skill, Burrow, can create a massive hole. It's the key to their infiltration plan. As Molar gets to work, Alan instructs his party to keep watch. Soon after, the tunnel is complete and the preparations are finished. Later, gathered together, Alan remarks how impressive the fortress is, noting that it was built by greater spirit mages and has been unfazed by their attacks. He then turns to Sophie, asking about the fortress's original purpose, noting it doesn't seem designed to fight demons. Sophie begins to explain the history from thousands of years ago, when the continent was ruled by both elves and dark elves. The flashback begins. The elves cherished the world tree, from which spirits were born. But the dark elves coveted it, starting a great war. The elves offered to coexist, but were rejected, and this very fortress was built as a defense against the slaughter. As the elves were losing, they prayed to the world tree for help. A young girl discovered a spirit, named it Rosen, and formed a contract with it. Her hair turned silver, and she became known as the Praying Witch. With the power of the Praying Witch, the elves turned the tide of the war. They once again offered the dark elves a chance to coexist or be banished forever. Sophie concludes the story, explaining that the dark elves rejected the offer again and were banished, leaving the continent to be named the Elven Kingdom of Rosenheim. This dark history, she says, is why they now live in pieces. Alan connects the dots, asking if the queen is the Praying Witch. One of the elves explains that her silver hair is proof of her lineage. The group reflects on how their entire kingdom's survival hinges on the contract with the spirit Rosen. Gatlug and the other elves close their eyes, expressing their gratitude to the elemental king for their survival. Back at the campsite, Gatlug confirms their preparations are ready. Alan apologizes for leaving the battle to them, but confidently declares they will retake Repulca tomorrow. Alan lays out the stakes. Demon reinforcements will arrive in 3 days, and if they fail here, the entire Elven Kingdom has no future. He plans to adapt his strategy based on the enemy's movements. With their resolve hardened, Gatlug declares they will follow Alan's plan and fight together to secure their future, ready for the battle ahead. Dawn breaks. After a final time check, the troops rally for the assault. With a powerful cry, Gatlug declares that today is the day they take back Repulca Fortress, and the soldiers roar in agreement, signaling the start of the operation. The operation begins. As the main Elven army creates a diversion at the front of Repulca Fortress, Alan's special unit moves toward their secret entry point. Alan orders the detached unit to follow him, splitting off from the main force. The Elven soldiers are amazed to find a massive tunnel, questioning if Alan really made it himself. Standing at the entrance, Alan briefs the team. Their mission: infiltrate the fortress and open the main gates for the Elven army. An Elven commander looks on doubtfully, but Alan assures them that based on his analysis, their chances of success are extremely high. He just needs everyone to work together. Deep inside the tunnel, the soldiers can hear the sounds of battle from above. As they near the exit, Alan notes that it's almost noon and tells Karina to get ready. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the surface, sending tremors through the ground. The demons inside the fortress are caught completely off guard by the unexpected attack from within. Having emerged from the tunnel, the infiltration team splits up. One group goes with Gatlug to handle the exterior wall, while Alan leads the Southgate team. Facing a swarm of enemies, Alan calmly assesses the situation and orders Sophie to use her extra skills. She readily agrees. Sophie summons a great elemental, a massive fiery phoenix, which alongside other summons, forms a powerful defensive line to protect the Elven soldiers from the demon archers. A storm of arrows rains down, but they are completely blocked by the phoenix's magical barrier. Alan looks at Sophie's stats, impressed. He notes her incredible defensive magic and thinks to himself that her power is just as expected from a descendant of the Praying Witch. Alan glances at his watch. Seeing that it's 12 o'clock, he signals to another elf to use his extra skills, unleashing a devastating attack on the unsuspecting demon forces. With the enemy ranks in chaos, the team pushes forward, their objective clear: suppress the south gate. They run along the fortress walls, fighting their way through. The signal is given. The gates are open. The main Elven army is ordered to advance and regroup with the vanguard inside the fortress. The elves pour into the fortress, met by Gatlug, who congratulates Alan on his success. The order is given to clear out the remaining undead and hold their formation. Alan watches the battle unfold, pleased that victory is close. Gatlug adds that they need to be careful not to damage the fortress itself, while another commander reports that the west side is also proceeding smoothly. Alan rallies another 5,000 Elven soldiers, ordering them to follow him to the east's outer walls. His companions look on, ready for the next phase. As his team moves out, Alan suddenly senses something. He tells the Elven soldiers to continue suppressing the walls and summons his griffins, leaving the elves to handle the area. Just as Gatlug urges vigilance, 3 powerful figures appear before the south gate. A scout cries out in alarm. 3 high-ranking demons have arrived. The massive, horned demon leader, Grasta, recognizes Gatlug. He mockingly asks if he's the elf whose army cut off at the northern fortress, causing Gatlug to grit his teeth in anger. The other demons are surprised to see Gatlug's arm intact. They figure the elves must have used a rare magic herb to heal it, but they remain confident, stating that healing one arm won't be enough to change the outcome of the battle. Gatlug coolly replies that they aren't his opponents. Suddenly, Alan and his party descend from the sky on their griffin mounts. The demons are surprised to see humans, wondering why the elves would rely on anyone other than the hero. Grasta demands to know who their leader is, but Alan just laughs. He bluntly tells the demon general that he has no intention of answering, calling them all stupid. The taunt hits its mark, enraging Grasta. One of Alan's companions questions the need to provoke them, but the taunt has already done its work. Enraged, Grasta points and screams, ordering his two generals, Neftira and Yagulf, to kill them all. Karina notes that they'll have to dismount to fight properly. With the battle lines drawn, Alan immediately starts assigning targets. Karina will take the old man, Dagora will face the beast man, and Falma will handle the long-haired one. The showdown is about to begin. Facing 3 demon generals for the first time, Alan opens his grimoire to reorganize his cards. He decides to put his summons with the highest battle power up front, preparing for the toughest fight yet. Cecil glares at Grasta, vowing to defeat him as part of the army that killed her fellow elves. Grasta, however, is unimpressed, sneering at the fact that his opponent is just a single brat. The battle erupts. Dagora blocks a powerful punch from the beastman Yagulf, while Karina is sent flying by a swing from Grasta's massive blade. Dagora struggles to hold his ground. Alan calls out to Karina, asking her to keep Grasta occupied for a moment while they focus their attack. Alan identifies their strategy. Take out the beastman first. On his command, Dagora unleashes his skill, Avalanche Crash. Yagulf effortlessly dodges the attack, mocking Dagora's attempt to stop him with a simple earth-shattering move. He lunges forward with a death trowel attack. Just as Dagora is about to be hit, Cecil intervenes, blasting Yagulf's leg with a powerful fireball. Before she can cast another spell, the long-haired demon, Neftira, shatters her attack with an icing spine, showing their own coordinated defense. Impressed by their teamwork, Alan decides to even the odds. He summons 2 of his strongest monsters, Doradora and Kararin, to join the fight. Neftira is shocked to see a dragon, realizing they have a powerful spirit user among them. As the dragon engages, Cecil supports it with a wind cutter spell. Yagulf puts everything into a full force attack, but Dagora stands firm and blocks it head-on. The beastman stumbles back, injured and bleeding. Seeing his general wounded, Grasta roars at Yagulf to open the extra door. Yagulf transforms into a massive beast monster, shocking Alan's party, who didn't know demons could use extra skills. The monster immediately charges Karina, but Dagora intercepts the attack, using his ultimate skill, Full Reflect. The monster's overwhelming power is absorbed and sent right back at it. The reflected attack slams into the beast monster, and at the same moment, Alan summons unleash their own ultimate attacks, Fire of Rage, and a 9-bite combo, completely overwhelming the demon general. Grasta cries out his general's name as the beast is engulfed in the explosion. Alan checks his grimoire, which confirms the kill and rewards him with a massive 6,400,000 experience points. Grasta's eyes lock onto Alan, his expression grim. He realizes this black-haired boy is the one who changed the tides of the battle, possessing a talent that no ordinary human should have. Staring at Alan, Grasta murmurs a single cryptic word that hangs in the air. A liberator? Alan looks back, completely unaware of what the title means. The battle at Castle Repulca is reaching its climax. Alan stares down Archdemon Glaster, who seems surprisingly calm despite the chaos. Our boy has no idea what he's truly up against. Neftira can't believe her eyes seeing the powerful Glaster in such a state. The Archdemon realized that Alan's presence meant their original plans were totally out the window now. Glaster decides to play the hero for his own side, staying back to buy time. He orders Neftira to head back and warn the Demon Lord about these meddling brats. Alan's party isn't letting up for a second. He commands Karina and his summoned Serbi to unleash their awakened abilities. They're going all in to finish this fight right here. The battlefield turns into a massacre field as Serbi's power explodes. It's a brutal scene, with the summon tearing through everything while the Archdemon tries to hold his ground. Karina doesn't waste any time, activating her limit break for a massive strike. Alan cheers her on as she charges forward to deliver a blow that could end it all. The sound of clashing steel rings out as they trade blows. Glaster mocks her for just forcing her way through, but Karina's determination is clearly starting to get under his skin. Alan realizes this demon is on a whole different level, comparing his strength to a human hero. He quickly summons Dora to make sure the enemy doesn't get a chance to flee. Dora unleashes the Hellfire of Fury, engulfing the area in a massive explosion. The sheer power of the summon is terrifying, leaving the archdemon with absolutely nowhere left to hide. Despite the heavy damage, the demon is still standing. The elf archer Volmer steps up, drawing his bow with deadly precision to take advantage of the opening Alan created for him. The arrow flies true, piercing the demon's back. Volmer mutters a quick apology for the strike, but in a war like this, there's no room for holding back anymore. Dagora jumps into the fray to back up his friends. He apologizes for the delay, and now the whole team is finally coordinated and ready to finish this monster together. Karina's extra skill finally runs out, putting her in a tight spot. Alan immediately shifts the strategy, ordering everyone to prioritize the old man demon before he can counterattack. Glaster is beaten and bloody, but he's still laughing like a maniac. Even as his life fades, he's just glad Nephtyra managed to escape to carry out their lord's dark will. The archdemon finally disintegrates into nothingness. Our boy Alan hits the jackpot, gaining a massive 32 million XP and reaching level 65, which finally unseals the game-breaking deputized skill. Alan is absolutely hyped about his new power. A few hours later, the monsters are cleared out, and the party celebrates their hard-earned victory in the recapture of Castle Repulca. The elven soldiers can't stop cheering. It's a miracle. Only 50,000 of them managed to defeat a force of 300,000. Alan's leadership truly turned the tide of this impossible war. Sophie apologizes for letting the demon girl escape, but Alan is one step ahead. He already had his summon Ellie tag along to track her back to the demonic deity. Alan asks if anyone knows what liberated means, but even the elves are clueless. He decides they've done enough for one day and tells everyone to get some much-needed rest. Time skips forward as we see the calendar flip. The group gathers again in the throne room to plan their next move after such a splendid victory the day before. The queen expresses her deep gratitude to the party. They also discovered a broken communication tool, likely used by the demon army, to coordinate their massive reinforcement from afar. The situation is still pretty grim. Millions of demon reserves are closing in from both the north and south, leaving the army with only a few days to prepare their defense. The queen lays out two difficult options. They can either strike the demon base south of the castle, or gather their troops to bolster the defenses. Both choices are incredibly risky. Alan isn't worried one bit. He's convinced his no-life gamers will crush the enemy early on, but his insane confidence is definitely making the rest of the party feel pretty stressed. Suddenly, a tiny spirit starts glowing and floating in the air. Everyone freezes. The sovereign of spirits is finally waking up, and they're all bracing themselves for a massive display of power. The spirit squirrel, Lord Rosen, wakes up just long enough to thank everyone for their prayers. He looks pretty relaxed for a legendary spirit who's supposed to be saving the world. To everyone's absolute shock, Lord Rosen just flops over and falls asleep again. He basically tells the elves they're on their own for a bit, leaving Sophie and her people totally speechless. Alan is pretty annoyed he didn't get to ask the spirit about that liberated mystery. He quickly turns his focus back to the plan, wondering if his summon Ellie can succeed at Fortania. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the outskirts of Fortania. Ellie and another summon make their way through the snowy landscape, moving quietly to infiltrate the demon-occupied elven capital. They finally reach Fortania, which is dominated by a massive world tree. The city looks peaceful from a distance, but the demon army has turned the capital into their primary stronghold. Alan observes through Ellie's eyes, noting that the capital is twice the size of Tiamo. It's an eerie place where many elves were slaughtered, and the lack of monsters is even more suspicious. The summons easily infiltrate the palace, noticing the complete lack of guards. They eventually reach the grand throne room where the demonic deity, Lord Rezel, is casually waiting for them to arrive. Rezel is a dark-skinned demon with elven features and massive horns. He stays seated, calmly asking for a report on the fallen castle and the deaths of Glaster and Yakov from the intruders. Rezel suddenly points a finger at the summon, coldly ordering her to move. He claims she's blocking his view of the world tree, and the sheer pressure from his gaze is absolutely terrifying. Ellie is completely frozen with fear, realizing how intense this deity's power really is. She quickly apologizes and steps aside, while Alan watches the encounter, feeling the immense danger through her eyes. Rezel isn't fooled by the disguise and identifies Ellie as the cause of the demon's defeat. He realizes she isn't a monster, demon, or spirit, and starts questioning what she truly is. Alan is shocked by how quickly he was found out. Rezel mentions the Liberated, which seems to be a title or secret related to Alan's unique soul that the demons recognize immediately. Ellie drops her act and proudly declares herself a subject of the one who shall rule the world. Alan, meanwhile, is just cringing, thinking about how he never actually wanted to rule anything. Rezel mocks Alan, calling him a total dunce for his supposed ambitions. This completely snaps Ellie's patience, and she screams that a mere deity has no right to insult her great master. Ellie lunges forward to attack, but Rezel just casually points a finger and tells her to be gone. A massive blast of dark energy sends the summon flying through the room in an instant. The deity seems almost amused by the encounter, thinking this war might finally get fun. He then dismisses the intruder and turns back to Nephthira to get a proper report on everything. Back at the base, Ellie is absolutely fuming. She begs Alan to let her go back and haunt that rude demon, clearly taking the insults to her master more personally than Alan did. Alan is actually proud of Ellie for keeping her cool and not starting a fight she couldn't win. He realizes that Rezel is strangely drawn to the world tree, which is interesting info. Alan figures that Rezel likely won't leave the capital anytime soon. That gives the party a clear goal: focus on dealing with the 4 million demon reserve units heading their way right now. Our boy starts testing out his new deputized skill with his summons. He's hoping this power-up will be even more useful than quick summoning for the massive battles they're about to face. 3 days pass, and the team is busy clearing out the remaining Demon Lord army around Tiamo. Alan reminds everyone to focus on collecting valuable magic stones and other loot from the remnants. Alan suddenly drops a bombshell, changing the entire plan. He explains that his party will handle the main force at Repulca, while he takes on 1 million sea reinforcements all by himself. The elves are absolutely shocked, asking if he's really planning to handle an army of 1 million alone. Karina and the rest of the party look equally stressed by their leader's insane confidence. Queen Sophie and her people are totally stunned by Alan's claim. Even Karina and Cecil look worried, thinking their leader might have actually lost it by volunteering for such a suicidal mission. Ellie sticks up for Alan, reminding the group about his powerful summons. The elven commander finally caves, agreeing to trust our boy's wild plan as they prepare to face the mysterious enemy. Alan analyzes the enemy's features. Rezel looks like a demon, but has elven ears and silver hair, just like Sophie. He's certain this demonic deity has a deep connection to the elves. The room goes quiet as the elven leaders wonder if this Rezel could be a high elf or even a dark elf. Sophie looks troubled, clearly knowing more about these legends than she lets on. Alan's friends wonder if this is an act of revenge by the exiled dark elves. Queen Sophie admits she has no clue who this Rezel is, which only deepens the mystery of the enemy. Sophie humbles herself, asking the no-life gamers to officially fight alongside the elven army. Even though humans shouldn't be involved in their war, they desperately need Alan's strategic mind and overwhelming power. The party lets out a resounding yeah as they accept the mission. Alan and his friends are determined to stop anyone trying to crush Sophie's home and protect the fate of the entire continent. Lord Rosen is still fast asleep, leaving the burden of the war on everyone else. Alan prepares to head out, entrusting his friends to the queen and her generals while he handles his part. Time passes quickly as the calendar flips forward. At Castle Repulca, the elven and human forces are busy preparing for the next massive wave of the demon army's relentless assault. Alan gives final instructions to Dagora and the rest of the party. He tells them to focus on defending the castle and warns them not to chase the enemy too far into danger. Our boy is putting a lot of faith into Gora's new extra skill, Heart and Soul. He bets it can one-shot almost anything, potentially making Dagora the strongest single-target attacker in the whole group. Alan checks the party stats, noticing everyone's growth. Even though he jokes about being weak because he lacks extra skills, his deputize ability makes his summons like Dora and Serbi absolutely monstrous. Dagora is clearly moved by Alan's praise, blushing as his leader compliments his impressive normal attacks. Our boy knows how to motivate his team before sending them into a life-or-death battle. The party says their goodbyes, promising to keep each other safe. Alan hops onto his Griffin summon, Griff, ready to fly out and meet a certain important person before the big fight. On his way, Alan uses Deputize on Griff, giving the Griffin a massive boost in stats. With enhanced agility and a new jet ability, they'll reach their destination in no time. As he soars through the sky, Alan checks his watch. He's short on time, but knows he needs to speak with one more legendary figure before taking on those million demon soldiers. The scene shifts to the Empire of Jayamut's northern fortress. Alan's summon, Ellie, is already there, waiting for the one man who can help them turn the tide of this grave situation. Hero Helmios finally arrives, acting as casual and easygoing as ever. He apologizes for being late and notices how intelligent and articulate Ellie seems for a mere summon. Helmios brings along his party members, including a one-eyed sword lord he met before. He thinks it's more efficient for everyone to sit in on the conversation since they're all in this together. Ellie doesn't seem to mind the hero's relaxed attitude. She stays focused on the mission, knowing that Alan is listening in on the entire conversation through her eyes from far away. Helmios is impressed, hearing it took Alan only 20 days to beat 2 million demons. But his expression turns serious when he hears about the 5 million reinforcements currently heading their way. Ellie assures him that Master Alan is dependable and will handle his part of the war. Helmios laughs, noticing his own HP and MP have been magically recovering over the past few days. Ellie reveals the secret behind their recovery, elven elixirs. She pulls out one of the miraculous items, explaining it can fully restore 5,000 soldiers at once, and they've got plenty more. Helmios is shocked to see the elixirs, realizing they must be how Rosenheim rebuilt its army so quickly. He remembers seeing one at the Academy tournament, though everyone thought it was a miracle then. Ellie explains that the summons must leave Jayamut to fight in Rosenheim. Helmios just smiles, joking that the Emperor would probably give Alan a peerage for all the help he's providing. The deal hits its peak with a massive offer. Ellie promises 1,000 elven elixirs tonight and another 1,000 later. Sylvia just stands there, completely floored by the amount of wealth. Helmios laughs, realizing the Empire is now officially in huge debt to Rosenheim. He sends Sylvia off to brief the generals before turning back to Alan for a serious talk. Alan asks Helmios if he's ever fought a demonic deity before. The hero admits he's only run into 2, and the mere mention of them makes him look surprisingly serious for once. Helmios warns that these deities are in a completely different league. He tells Ellie that Alan isn't nearly strong enough yet, and will probably die if he tries to fight one alone. Helmios recounts how he barely survived his own encounters, losing many friends in the process. He demonstrates his extra skill, God Strike, explaining it's the only power that can actually bring them down. Even though he's technically on leave, Helmios agrees to humor Alan's curiosity. He hasn't seen an elven deity before, but he's willing to share whatever knowledge he has to help the party. 3 hours later, Alan is soaring above the ocean near Rosenheim. He's facing a terrifying force of 1 million demon soldiers, all riding on massive sea monsters to cross the waves. Our boy isn't backing down. even though the enemy has dozens of hungry rank B monsters at their disposal. He knows he needs to be efficient if he wants to win this. Alan checks his summoning limits, realizing he can have 26 active at once. He plans to leave no survivors, determined to wipe out the entire invasion force before they reach land. It's time to test out the new skill. Alan activates Deputize on Ellie while she spots the first wave of enemies heading their way. Both of them are ready for some action. The Deputize skill is absolutely broken. It turns a rank B summon into a general, boosting all their stats by 5,000. Ellie instantly transforms into a much more powerful version. Alan is thrilled to see the skill in action. With a Deputized general leading the way, his summons are now a legitimate army capable of taking on the Demon Lord's elite forces. Ellie uses her new recruit ability to summon a small army of soldier versions of herself. These soldiers get a massive stat boost, making them far stronger than any normal summon. With his new army ready, Alan is feeling pretty smug. He laughs like a true gamer, realizing that this skill is exactly what he needs to dismantle a force of 1,000,000. Alan gives the order to target the monsters carrying the soldiers first. Ellie prepares to launch a heavy-hitting attack, her focus entirely on crushing the heads of the enemy transport beasts. Ellie activates her gravity ability, and the results are spectacular. A massive sphere of energy crushes a turtle monster instantly, earning Alan a cool 480,000 experience points. Alan is blown away by the power. He realizes a Deputized summon can one-shot a rank A monster without even needing their ultimate awakened ability. This is going to be a slaughter. Our boy decides to stop playing around and orders a full-scale sweep. Ellie and her army of clones dive into the fray, moving with mechanical efficiency to clear out the sea monsters. The ocean becomes a chaotic battlefield as Alan summons Tyr through the demon ranks. Experience points and loot are practically raining down as the million-man army starts to fall apart. Alan tells Ellie there's no need to hide anymore. He gives her the green light to go wild and ensure that not a single enemy manages to reach the city of Nest. The demon soldiers are panicking, screaming at each other to target the black-haired boy on the griffin. But they can barely get close before being blasted by magical fire and gravity. Alan notices the enemies are finally focusing on him. He calls out to his dragon summon, Dora, ready to unleash even more devastation on anyone foolish enough to approach his position. Dora lets out a massive blast of Hellfire of Fury, incinerating a whole group of enemies in seconds. The power of Alan's summons is just on another level compared to the monsters. Alan catches his breath, realizing he's almost out of summons because he's making elven elixirs. He tells Ellie to give the incoming flying squad a nice greeting with her ultimate. Ellie unleashes her awakened ability, Black Hole. A massive void appears in the center of the enemy formation, dragging in and crushing everything in its several dozen meter range with ease. With the demon advance halted, Alan notes he's already collected 300,000 magic stones. He's determined to sink every last one of them into the ocean, regardless of the loot. Night falls, but the demons keep coming. Alan finds it strange because normal monsters usually sleep at night, while his summons are the only ones who can keep fighting without any rest. Alan sat atop his bird summon, eyes locked on the sea of monsters. This demonic deity was smart, rotating his troops to slowly grind down our boy's stamina. Our boy just grinned, chomping down on some food to keep his energy up. He's pulled 5 all-nighters for games before. This million-man army was just another late-night raid. Back at Castle Repulca, Sophia alone stared at the calendar, her heart heavy. Alan was out there fighting alone without a wink of sleep, carrying the weight of the entire nation. The party looked pretty grim, wondering if they should return some summons to help their leader. But Sophie stood firm. They needed every bit of power to hold the castle. A strategic map flickered to life, showing the sheer scale of the nightmare. 4,000,000 enemies were converging on the castle, ready to surround them from every single side. The elven commanders were sweating, realizing the mountains wouldn't stop these insect-type monsters. The demonic deity was playing for keeps, planning to launch a relentless assault under the cover of darkness. Sophie just smiled, telling the shock group that Alan already had everything mapped out. Even while fighting a million demons at sea, our boy was still playing 4D chess. She laid it out clearly. They had to hold the line for at least 5 days. Alan couldn't replenish his summons yet, so the fate of the city rested on them. The predicted enemy formation was terrifying, showing 500,000 demons on the flanks and 2 million in the north. They were completely boxed in by an overwhelming force. But Alan's defense plan was even crazier, assigning specific summons to each front. He was treating this massive war like a high-stakes card game, and he had the perfect deck. To boost their morale, Sophie promised thousands of elixirs and a special tree for support. As Alan's summon flew off, the group prepared for the most brutal battle of their lives. When the sun rose, the prediction was dead on. 4 million enemies blanketed the horizon, a literal wall of monsters ready to crush Castle Repulca into the dust. On the east side, 10 massive dragons called boars stood ready. Alan's command rang out, telling them to clear the skies first as 500,000 demons charged forward. One of the boars opened its maw, unleashing a devastating blast of hellfire. The sky turned into a furnace, incinerating entire swarms of insect monsters in a single, fiery breath. The elven soldiers were stunned by that raw power, but they couldn't relax. That massive attack was a one-time move, so they had to draw their bows and keep fighting. The dragon general took command, booming at the troops to use every skill they had. If even one wall fell, the entire defense would crumble like a house of cards. Over on the west side, 10 giant ants named Antsies were the main line of defense. These weren't normal bugs. They were high-level summons with some seriously beefy stats. The ant general activated its special skill, spawning 2,000 mini-ants in an instant. Suddenly, the demon army wasn't the only ones with a massive horde on their side. Following Alan's orders, the ants sprayed formic acid to melt the enemy's armor. It was all about efficiency, weakening the demons so the elven soldiers could finish them off. The battlefield was total chaos as the ants clashed with the monster horde. The elven soldiers focused on healing the summons, keeping the frontline bugs standing against the onslaught. Alan watched the progress, feeling confident about the west side's chances. With the massive buffs he'd stacked on the ants, they could tank almost anything the demons threw at them. The south side had it even tougher against 1 million enemies, but Alan had the ultimate tanks. 10 mirror summons stood there, looking like invincible armored knights with legendary endurance. When a massive magic blast struck, a mirror summon activated its total reflect skill. The explosion was sent right back at the demons, turning their own power against them. This guy explained how his mirrors could reflect magic, creating the ultimate shield. Since he could use it 10 times daily, their defense was looking pretty solid for now. Up north, things were way more intense with 2 million monsters swarming the elite soldiers. They fought all night, but holding off that many required a serious long-term strategy. Alan's plan to split the 300,000 elven soldiers into 3 groups was in full swing. The troops were ready to switch, keeping the rotation smooth and everyone sharp. The system was simple but genius. 100,000 fighting, 100,000 on standby, and 100,000 resting. Every 8 hours, they'd swap roles to keep the defense relentless. Our boy was confident the elven fortress could hold. Between the endless supply of elixirs and his beefed-up summons, they were perfectly set up for a brutal defensive war. Thanks to a special fragrance from his grass summon, everyone was sleeping like babies. Day 1 was a total success, and even Sophie was starting to feel a bit relieved. While the city slept, Alan was busy out at sea. He casually mentioned taking down 150,000 monsters today, planning to up that number to 200,000 tomorrow. 5 days in, and the battle at Castle Repulca was getting intense. They were burning through 2,000 elixirs a day, but the summons were still holding the east and west. But even drops of God couldn't stop the fatigue from setting in. Endless fighting was wearing the elven soldiers down, and casualties were starting to climb despite their best efforts. Keel, the party's healer, was taking a hard. He stared at his staff, feeling like a failure every time he couldn't reach a fallen soldier in time to save them. 10,000 dead already, and the booming of the demon army never stopped. Keel's friends tried to comfort him, but everyone was wondering how much longer they could keep this up. Right then, a massive bird summon descended from the sky. It was Alan. Our boy was finally back. Keel and the others couldn't believe their eyes as he hopped down. The whole castle erupted in cheers as word of Sir Alan's return spread. This legend had been fighting 1,000,000 monsters alone for days without ever thinking about running away. Alan casually checked his grimoire, noting 2.5 million enemies were still left. Sophie begged him a rest, but he just shrugged. He napped on the flight over. Time to speed things up. Alan summoned Serby, a 3-headed wolf general with some insane stats. The party watched in awe as the massive beast prepared to join the fray. 8 more days passed in a blur of clashing steel and cheers. They managed to wipe out the entire Demon Lord army, not letting a single one of those creeps escape. After 13 long days of absolute hell, Castle Repulca was finally safe. The soldiers were crying and cheering. They'd actually won the battle that seemed impossible just weeks ago. 2 days later, Sophie was thanking Alan for his hard work. He just looked exhausted, reminding her that the Sovereign of Spirits had basically been napping while they were dying. Maruru was hyped to see her golem again, and Sophie brought some news from the Baki's empire. Turns out their overwhelming might had already forced the demon army to retreat. Now, the only thing left was to reclaim the elven capital from that demonic deity, Rezel. Alan admitted his prior investment with the Emperor had made the diplomatic talks go smoothly. Our boy revealed he'd asked Sophie to call in a favor from a certain powerhouse. The rest of the party looked confused, wondering who could possibly help them beat a deity. Suddenly, a very exhausted-looking hero Helmios walked in. The party completely lost it, screaming in shock while Helmios grumbled about Alan forcing him to work like a slave. Alan just gave a cheeky grin, explaining he'd basically borrowed the legendary hero from the Empire. The audacity of this guy to treat a hero like a rental tool is hilarious. Helmios sighed, realizing his life was now worth exactly 1,000 elven elixirs. He was officially on loan for 10 days, much to the disbelief of everyone in the room. The hero assured them the central continent was safe since the demon commander was dead. He'd cleared the path and was ready to help his protege finish this war. Alan was already plotting how to exploit Helmios' special attacks against the Demon King. This guy has absolutely zero chill when it comes to winning at any cost. Sophie invited everyone to the conference room for a meal and some strategy. The elven commanders were stunned to see Alan acting like best buddies with the legendary hero. Hero Helmios walked with Alan, feeling confident they could reclaim the capital. The rest of the party looked both excited and a bit nervous about the upcoming fight. Everyone sat down for a massive elven feast to celebrate the temporary peace. Helmios was absolutely loving the food, having not eaten anything this good in quite a while. Alan mentioned Helmios was invited as thanks for his help during the war. It was a nice change of pace for the legendary hero to relax and enjoy a meal. Helmios admitted humans aren't usually invited here, but Alan's group had become exceptionally close with the elves. He was relieved everyone made it out of Rosenheim in one piece. Alan asked Helmios about his legendary party. Turns out he has a group of 10 elite fighters, mostly 3-star talent users like a Saintus, an Archwizard, and a Sword Lord. Helmios preferred a smaller, elite team for taking down powerful enemies. He explained that the Emperor would never allow his whole party to come, so he was sent here alone. Our boy just gave a sharp grin, promising to show Helmios what his summons could do. They were officially comrades in arms now, ready to face the demonic threat together. Outside, Helmios was floored when he saw Alan's massive summons. He knew our boy was holding back, but summoning 70 of these powerful beasts was just on a completely different level. Alan explained he didn't want info leaking to the Demon Lord army. Helmios looked thoughtful, realizing something about the demonic deity had been bothering him since the very beginning. Helmios dropped a total bombshell. Only he and Alan would be fighting the demonic deity. The rest of the party was stunned, wondering why they were being left behind. The hero's bluntness was brutal, calling them dead weight. He explained that Alan's summons were already more powerful and could even heal, making them a much better choice. He acknowledged they'd overcome trials and had good gear, but the demonic deity was a different beast. It would be far too dangerous for anyone who wasn't at their level. Helmios pointed out that Karina couldn't control her extra skill and the others weren't strong enough. He told them bluntly that this decision was only for their own sake. Alan clarified that Helmios had lost many competent friends to these deities before. The hope of humanity might hide the truth, but even legendary heroes have tasted bitter defeat. Our boy admitted his summoning wasn't omnipotent. He gave them a choice, but estimated the odds of him and Helmios winning against the deity were only 50-50. If the enemy was a greater demonic deity, they had zero shot. If they lost, everyone would die. Karina looked devastated, but Alan was just trying to be realistic. Alan's logic was cold, but practical. If they couldn't win, they just needed to run as fast as possible before they all got wiped out by the deity's power. Helmios agreed it was wise, but Sophie was told she might have to wait a few more years to recapture her capital if this upcoming mission failed. If they failed the first try, they would just have to train and try again. Helmios chuckles at Alan's eccentric mind, noting he hadn't changed since the tournament. The whole party shouted their refusal to stay behind. They refused to let Alan go alone, determined to fight alongside their leader no matter what the odds were. Helmios sighed, calling them a handful. He prayed their extra skills would give them a way out, since he didn't plan on dying away from his friends either. Valmer, the elven archer, stepped forward and entrusted his power to Alan's plans. Our boy was thrilled to have another powerhouse ready to join the upcoming raid. Helmios was still skeptical, wondering how they survived with an axe user who couldn't even use his extra skill. Dagora and Karina looked pretty annoyed at the hero's words. Helmios decided to hammer some reality into the group with a mock match. He needed to see how naive they really were before they went up against a literal deity. 3 days later, the training had clearly been a total nightmare. Dagora and Karina were collapsed on the ground, completely wrecked and unable to even stand after the hero's lessons. Dagora was pushed to his absolute limit, but he wasn't about to back down. Even if he couldn't land a killing blow, he was ready to be the party's ultimate meat shield. Helmios decided to stop the lecture, seeing their unwavering resolve. Dagora was still reeling from the hero's brutal honesty, while Karina was already fired up for another round of intense training. The hero joked that frontliners like them were usually stupid, which is why they could trigger extra skills so easily. Dagora wasn't exactly thrilled with that particular compliment from the legendary warrior. Alan finally put the training to an end, having spent the entire time crunching the numbers. He'd analyzed their collective power and finally hammered out a concrete plan to face the deity. With the battle strategy finally set, the party looked out toward the distant mountains where their final challenge waited. Tomorrow, the mission to reclaim Fortania would officially begin. The next day, Alan and his party prepared for the final assault. Our boy told the elven warrior Valmer to stay behind, insisting they'd handle the fighting on the elves' behalf. Princess Sophia alone stood ready, but Helmios had already departed. As a small spirit napped nearby, she entrusted the mission to her allies, knowing the weight of the coming battle rested on them. Alan asked if destroying the city was okay, and Sophie didn't hesitate. Dispelling evil was all that mattered. She clasped her hands, praying for the sovereign of spirits to bless their journey. The group bowed in gratitude, promising to give it their all. With their spirits high and the blessing received, they prepared to march toward the heart of the capital and face destiny. They finally reached the center, and the sight was breathtaking. The colossal world tree towered over the massive elven capital, its roots deep in the earth as it dominated the entire skyline. Valmer bid them farewell, officially parting ways with the group. He entrusted Princess Sophie to Alan's care, while the young mage Cecil marveled at the sheer beauty of the ancient elven city. Something fell off as they entered. The city was eerily quiet, with no demons in sight. Alan scanned the area, confused by the lack of resistance in such a critical location. They eventually reached a massive, ornate shrine nestled at the base of the World Tree. The silence only grew heavier as the party stepped onto the grand plaza, weapons at the ready. Inside, demonic deity Rezel sat arrogantly upon a throne. He grinned, noting only 6 people had arrived. The creeps seemed unfazed, having waited for the party to finally show their faces. Rezel instantly recognized Alan as a liberated because of his black hair. Our boy didn't care for the chatter, though, pointing a finger and demanding the demon return Fortania immediately. The demon laughed, pitying Alan for taking on a mission he thought the elves had begged for. Seeing the boss's arrogance, our boy decided it was time to provoke him a bit. Alan dropped a bombshell, declaring he knew Rezel was actually a dark elf. The reveal shocked his friends and wiped the smirk off the demon's face, hitting him where it hurt most. He didn't stop there, taunting the boss about his millennium-long obsession with the World Tree. Alan called him clingy, a jab that clearly struck a nerve with the supposedly divine being. Rezel finally snapped, his calm facade crumbling into pure rage. He claimed the tree rightfully belonged to his kind and swore he wouldn't let anyone steal it away from them again. Sophie was stunned, realizing their perspectives on history were completely mismatched. While Alan's provocation worked, the tension between the two races' pasts threatened to boil over right in the shrine. Alan stood his ground, arguing that no reason justified killing millions of elves. The boss just smirked, cruelly dismissing the lives lost as nothing more than pests crawling on his tree. That was the final straw. The party drew their weapons, with Dagora gripping his massive axe and Karina readying her blade. It was time to stop talking and start the fight. Alan unleashed his power, using quick summoning to fill the room with his elite forces. A massive dragon emerged alongside an army of armored spirits, completely changing the scale of the battle. Rezel was momentarily surprised by the dragon's appearance. Seizing the opening, Alan commanded his summon, Dora, to strike first blood. The beast lunged forward, flames building deep within its powerful throat. Dora unleashed a terrifying blast of hellfire of fury directly at the enemy. The searing flames lit up the entire shrine, threatening to incinerate everything in their path with absolute destruction. A massive explosion rocked the building, sending debris flying everywhere. One of the demon's minions, Nephtyra, stood no chance and was completely vaporized in an instant by the dragon's overwhelming power. A system message flashed, showing a massive gain of over 7 million experience points. Amidst the chaos, Alan ordered his summon, Griff, to quickly grab his friends and move them back. The shrine lay in ruins, but the battle was far from over. Rezel stood calmly in the rubble, unimpressed by the dragon's power despite it taking out his minion in one blow. Plot twist: the boss counterattacked with insane speed, striking the dragon with his bare hands. The impact was deafening as he effortlessly shoved back the beast that just caused such destruction. Alan's heart raced as he ran the numbers. This guy's stats were easily over 30,000, making his own powers look like child's play. It was time for a desperate gamble. Alan directed his teammates to strike, while only the boss remained. Dagora and Karina charged forward with a determined yell, ready to press the attack against the arrogant demonic deity. But the counterattack was brutal. Rezel moved with frightening force, tossing the warriors aside like dolls. Karina took a direct hit, coughing up blood as she struggled to stay on her feet. The demon stood there unfazed, almost disappointed that his blows hadn't killed them instantly. Dagora gritted his teeth, feeling the literal weight of a power that far surpassed anything they'd faced before. Every hit felt like it was shattering his bones, and Dagora knew his limits were close. Rezel just stood there with a mocking grin, inviting them to throw everything they had at him. Cecil stepped up, unleashing her gravity magic to pin the boss down. Alan saw the opening and urged Karina to strike, desperately hoping they could find a crack in the demon's defense. Pushed to the brink, Karina activated her limit break. Her aura flared as she poured every ounce of her strength into a final, desperate gambit to turn the tide of this nightmare. She struck with everything she had, but Rezel just casually blocked the blade with his arm. He noted she'd finally opened the gate, while Alan signaled for Valmer to provide covering fire. Valmer didn't miss, firing a powerful arrow of light that pierced right through the demon's back. The blast was huge, but the elven archer knew this was far from enough to win. With the boss momentarily distracted by the light, Karina and Dagora launched a coordinated aerial strike. They poured their remaining strength into hitting his blind spots, hoping for a decisive blow. Alan cheered, thinking they'd finally landed hits on the demon's vital spots. However, Rezel just scoffed, calling their carefully planned team tactics nothing more than a childish game in his eyes. Karina kept swinging her sword, but the metal just bounced off his skin with a series of dull thuds. Alan watched in horror, realizing the monster was still completely unscathed and mocking them. With a swift, casual movement, Rezel swatted the warriors away. He declared one was already down as he slammed his fist into the ground, further proving just how outmatched the party was. He swiped through the air, knocking arrows aside and hitting Dagora once more. The boss sighed, calling them nothing more than annoying pests as he prepared to end the battle for good. Rezel raised his hand, and the air around him began to distort. Alan watched closely, heart racing as he wondered if the demon was finally about to unleash a devastating magic attack. Cecil countered with a flame lance, but the demon wasn't even using magic. Dagora was badly hurt, and only Sophie's quick wind magic saved the team from a total disaster that moment. Rezel looked down at them, mentioning that Karina's extra gate must have closed. He claimed those who couldn't cross the gate were boring, leaving Alan more confused than ever about these terms. The term liberated echoed in Alan's mind. He started putting the pieces together, wondering if the boss was actually implying that he was someone currently existing in what was called extra mode. It finally started to make sense. Alan had always wondered why he lacked the flashy extra skills others had, and the boss's words were beginning to paint a very clear, troubling picture. He realized that for those in extra mode, these powerful skills were just their everyday abilities. The useful skills Alan gained after level 60 were likely part of this higher tier mode all along. He stared at Rezel, realizing the demon was also a liberated who had entered this extra mode. The gap between their power was a literal difference in the rules of their existence. Alan's heart pounded as he considered the possibilities. If there was a way to enter this mode, could his friends do it too? But right now, survival had to be the priority. The situation was dire. Karina and the others were exhausted, their attacks doing 0 damage to the demon. Alan made the tough call. This was a losing battle, and they needed to retreat. He shouted the order, telling everyone to change plans immediately. His summons, Griff and Dora, swooped in to gather the wounded friends as they prepared to flee the ruined elven shrine. Rezel didn't even bother to chase them, just laughing at their cheap tactics. This guy watched the dragon flee, calling it a weakling that wasn't even worth his time. The demon laughed, claiming he'd already won now that he had the world tree. He pointed a finger at Alan, mocking the liberated boy for being way out of his league. Alan unleashed his triple-headed summons, roaring that the demon was underestimating them. He desperately hoped this combined force would finally leave a mark on the arrogant demonic deity. But Rezel just swatted them away like flies, mockingly asking if that was their final trick. The boss's casual power was terrifying, making all of Alan's efforts look like child's play. Our boy grit his teeth, sweating as the boss declared he was finally out of options. Internally, Alan had to admit he'd thrown everything he had at this monster without any luck. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light filled the shrine. Helmios appeared behind the boss, proving that Alan's secret plan to transport the hero was the ultimate ace up his sleeve. Rezel spun around in shock, demanded to know why the hero was suddenly standing right behind him. The glowing sword in Helmios' hand signaled that the real battle was just beginning. Helmios just grinned, casually stating he was there to finish the job. Alan finally allowed himself to smirk. His risky gamble of using the party as bait had paid off perfectly. With a thunderous shout, Helmios unleashed his signature God Strike. The massive impact shook the entire capital, burying the boss under a pile of rubble and a wall of white light. A massive crater was all that remained where Rezel once stood. The party cheered in relief, thinking the nightmare was finally over as they celebrated their seemingly impossible victory together. Helmios stood triumphantly over the wreckage, praising the success of their plan to catch the boss off guard. He was clearly relieved they finished it before the demon could go all out. The hero thanked the kids for risking their lives as bait. Alan smiled back, knowing that without a finishing blow like that, his party would have been toasted in a long battle. But something fell off as Alan checked his grimoire. His plan to secretly transport Helmios had worked perfectly, yet the system didn't give him the notification he was looking for. Helmios asked Alan to finish the job, but our boy realized something was wrong. The demon's defeat hadn't popped up in his magical book, meaning the threat was still alive. Out of the smoke, a bloodied Rezel staggered back to his feet with a creepy grin. He congratulated the hero for crushing one of his hearts, but the horror wasn't over. The group froze in shock as the demon revealed his secret. He had multiple hearts. Alan grit his teeth, realizing the hero's daily extra skill had just been wasted on one. Casting his humanity aside, Rezel began to mutate into something truly monstrous. He mocked Helmios for not fighting, daring the hero to witness the terrifying power he'd obtained through sacrifice. The demon transformed into a massive six-armed beast with wings, towering over the terrified party. Alan screamed as the pressure in the room shifted, signaling a total change in the battle. Alan panicked, realizing Helmios was in normal mode while the boss had entered extra mode. He immediately ordered a retreat, knowing the hero couldn't win this lopsided fight alone. The monster declared that no one would escape his wrath as he closed in on the group. While Keel desperately healed the hero, the demonic deity prepared to crush his pests. Our boy considered fleeing on Griff, but realized he was stuck. His mirror defenses were holding for now, but he had nothing left if the beast attacked more than once. A barrage of energy blasts rained down on the party, turning the shrine into a literal war zone. The sheer scale of the demon's transformed power was simply too much to handle. The boss slammed into Alan's dragon summons with a series of bone-shattering thuds. Even the powerful creatures were being swatted aside like nothing by the beast's overwhelming, multi-armed strength. Alan gritted his teeth, watching his summons get wrecked in seconds. He knew they were only buying a few moments of time, and those seconds were rapidly ticking away for everyone. Even Helmios was panting, admitting that this monster finally had him beat. He warned the rest of the party to stay back, as he prepared one last desperate stand against it. Helmios swung his phoenix blade, clashing directly with the massive deity. Amidst the shockwaves, Volmer lunged for Princess Sophie, desperate to shield her as the entire battlefield started to break apart. Alan watched in total shock as the shrine began to crumble around them. With things looking grim, he knew they needed a miracle fast, turning his attention to Sophie for one last hope. Alan shouted to Sophie, desperately asking for a grand spirit manifestation to save them. However, the elf princess tearfully admitted it wasn't working, leaving Alan completely shocked as their final hope vanished. Alan realized things were looking really bad. He planned to use the grand spirit as a shield to escape, knowing it was much tougher than any of his regular summons. The battle raged on as Alan's summons clashed with the monstrous deity. He noticed Rezel was actually defending against the hero's attacks, meaning they were finally dealing some real damage. Gritting his teeth, our boy decided to pull out his last resort. He flew straight toward the beast on his summon, shouting out to Rezel to get his attention. This guy challenged the monster to a proper duel, shouting for him to show his true power. He wanted a liberated versus liberated fight to settle things once and for all. Rezel seemed amused, but Alan's friends were absolutely losing it. Cecil and the others had no idea what he was doing, since this definitely wasn't part of the original strategy. Karina screamed for him to stop, worried he was just acting as bait. Rezel gladly accepted the challenge, charging up a massive sphere of dark magic to finish our boy off. The deity fired, but Alan was ready. He called forth his mirror summon, a massive armored knight that raised its shield to block and reflect the incoming magic blast. Rezel landed gracefully, quickly realizing the trick behind the shield. Alan stared back, knowing the monster had already figured out his mirror summon was designed specifically to bounce magic right back. The beast was fast, wary of the reflection ability. He bypassed the shield with raw speed, creating massive explosions as he tore through the battlefield, leaving Alan struggling to keep up. Things took a turn for the worse as blood sprayed everywhere. Dogora and the girls watched in horror, realizing Alan was putting his life on the line just to buy them time. Helmios watched the chaos, a small smile playing on his lips despite the danger. He couldn't let his only hope die here, preparing his Phoenix Blade for a massive counterattack. The massive dragon and knight summons continued their desperate fight against the deity. Meanwhile, Dogora was screaming at the others to let him go, so he could jump back in. This guy was totally fed up with Alan's reckless behavior. He yelled at his friend for always pushing past his limits, a habit he'd apparently had since they were just kids. He remembered their childhood, chasing after the boy who always acted so cool. Back in the present, he hoisted his injured friend onto his shoulder, calling him the hero of the elves. Dogora suggested a retreat, but Alan was in rough shape, blood dripping down his face. He cursed his condition, frustrated that he couldn't see well enough to use his summoning skills. Our boy started talking like it was the end, telling Dogora to apologize to his parents for him. Rezel just scoffed at their stubbornness, preparing to end their little drama. The monster roared, lunging forward to kill the black-haired kid once and for all. But Dogora wasn't having it, charging straight at the beast with his massive axe raised high. Putting everything he had into one final swing, this guy delivered a devastating blow. He shouted with all his might as his axe carved through the monstrous deity's chest. Blood sprayed from the beast as the party cheered for the successful hit. They couldn't believe it. Dogora actually managed to land his extra skill on such a powerful opponent. The monstrous deity was absolutely fuming, calling Dogora a puny worm for daring to hurt him. He clenched his fist, and the atmosphere grew heavy as his killing intent spiked. In a flash of brutal violence, the beast's arm pierced right through Dagora's chest. Everyone watched in total shock as their friend was impaled, coughing up blood from the lethal wound. Cecil screamed in horror while Alan scrambled to his feet, yelling for Keel to use his extra skill. They had to act fast if they wanted to save their dying comrade. Keel didn't hesitate, activating his legendary healing ability known as Drops of God. A brilliant light surrounded his staff as he poured every bit of mana into saving his friend's life. Karina stood her ground to buy Keel some time. Alan shouted for her to protect the healer at all costs, knowing they needed Dagora's wounds treated before the deity could strike back. The deity was reeling, unable to believe a worm actually destroyed one of his hearts. Helmios saw the opening and yelled for Karina to shred the monster's wings while he was distracted. Cecil unleashed her gravity magic while the dragon summon fired off its Hellfire of Fury attack. The massive explosions rocked the battlefield as they tried to overwhelm the monstrous deity. Alan gritted his teeth, wondering just how many hearts the monster had left. He knew he had to escape with everyone, including his injured friend Dogora, before things got even worse. Our boy was at his limit, desperately begging for the Grand Spirit to appear. Nearby, Keel broke down in tears over Dagora's body while the rest of the party looked on. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in the middle of the shrine. Valmer and the other elves stared in shock as the long-awaited manifestation of the Grand Spirit finally began to take shape. The Sovereign of Spirits made its grand entrance, looking more like a cute squirrel than a god. Sophie was completely stunned, wondering if the divine being had just been sleeping this whole time. This little guy turned toward the party, calling them no-life gamers as the battle resumed. Alan and the others looked on in awe, realizing their luck might finally be turning around. Rosen activated his divine blessing, wiggling his tail as a warm glow enveloped the entire party. Everyone felt a sudden surge of power as the spirit's magic began to take effect. Alan checked his grimoire and couldn't believe his eyes. The blessing had boosted everyone's stats by a massive 30%, giving them the edge they desperately needed to win this fight. Karina felt power flowing through her as her stats spiked on the system screen. Meanwhile, the deity was fuming, but the spirit simply scoffed at his claims about defying God's principles. The squirrel-like spirit declared he'd keep getting in the way to protect his adorable elves. Rezel loomed in the distance, frustrated that Rosen was once again interfering with his dark plans. Alan argued with the spirit about his claims, but Rosen quickly dropped a major bombshell. He revealed that his blessing could reset all of the party's skill cooldown times exactly once. Our boy shouted the good news to the rest of the team, with their extra skills ready to use again. Even Helmios and Karina felt a renewed sense of hope. Alan urged Keel to try reviving Dogora again, noting that his increased intelligence would boost his success rate. He then turned to Karina, telling her it was now or never. Karina gritted her teeth and activated her limit break, determined to end this. Right beside her, Keel prepared to unleash his ultimate healing magic, known as the Drops of God. Karina lunged forward, striking the deity with her thunderous sword. The impact was massive, and Alan watched in awe as her boosted stats finally allowed her to land a heavy blow. The girl kept up the pressure with a flurry of slashes, forcing the monster back. Despite the progress, Alan checked his book and realized they still hadn't finished the bastard off. Alan shouted words of encouragement, reminding Karina that even Dogora had managed to use his extra skill. The girl's eyes lit up with determination as she swore she could do this. Helmios and Volmer joined the assault, firing off a powerful arrow of light from above. The beam of energy slammed into the deity, making him howl in pain as they coordinated. Karina didn't let up for a second, unleashing another thunderous sword that tore through the air. The sheer force of her attack caused the ground to crumble beneath the monstrous deity. Alan grinned, seeing that the double buffs were finally making a real difference. Helmios and Cecil were equally impressed by the sheer power Karina was displaying in her final stand. Helmios soared through the air, combining his flying slash with the devastating phoenix blade. He carved right through the monster's flesh, leaving the deity reeling from the relentless barrage of attacks. The hero landed gracefully, confident that he could now finish the monster alone. Karina was thrilled that their plan worked, while the deity could only curse his luck in defeat. The beast was barely hanging on, gasping for breath while blood dripped from his wounds. Despite his condition, he stared at the world tree, still obsessed with claiming it for himself. Alan was absolutely fuming, refusing to let the monster escape after what it did to Dogora. This deity raised its many arms, scrambling to make one last move and survive. The monster launched a massive dark soul energy sphere that loomed over everyone. Alan realized he couldn't reflect this attack, so he yelled for Cecil to finally trigger her extra skill. Alan assured Cecil that her massive attack wouldn't hit the party from this distance. The mage looked a bit nervous, hoping her powerful magic would only target the enemy and not her friends. Finally, it was Cecil's turn to unleash her ultimate move. She called down a petit meteor that grew to an enormous size thanks to the spirit's blessing, causing a gargantuan explosion. Alan shouted for Helmios to deliver the final strike. The hero lunged forward with his god strike, a massive cross-shaped energy blast that slammed directly into the monstrous deity's hidden heart. The massive blast rocked the entire area, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Our boy and his team watched the aftermath, hoping this final assault was enough to end things. Keel desperately tried to wake Dogora, celebrating their victory. However, Alan's smile faded as he checked his grimoire, the book hadn't registered the enemy's defeat yet, which was extremely sketchy. Our boy looked down at his injured friend, jokingly threatening to leave him behind if he didn't get up. Keel was speechless, surprised that Alan would say something so cold right now. The whole group gathered around as Keel confirmed his healing magic actually worked. Dagora was finally conscious, much to the relief of everyone who had watched him take that lethal hit. Alan joked about boosting Keel's intelligence stat, so he could revive people more often. Cecil snapped at him, reminding the protagonist that now was definitely not the time for his gamer logic. Turns out Dagora heard Alan's earlier comments loud and clear, and he was pretty ticked off. He glared at our boy, annoyed that his brave sacrifice was being treated like a joke. The mood lightened as the team shared a laugh over the absurdity of the situation. Even though Dagora was still fuming, everyone was just glad to see their friend was okay. Alan reached out a hand, and the two friends shared a firm grip, confirming their bond. Meanwhile, Sophie thanked the Sovereign of Spirits for the divine assistance that saved their lives. Despite his injuries, this guy was already itching to use his extra skill again. Alan grinned and pumped a fist, shouting that it was finally time to avenge Dagora's near-death experience. A massive crater loomed where a third of the city used to be. Alan and the others looked down from their summon, stunned by the sheer scale of the magical destruction. The group landed near the defeated deity, who was slumped against a rock and wheezing. Alan warned everyone to keep their guard up, not knowing if the monster had any strength left. The once proud deity was in terrible shape, coughing up blood as he stared at his opponents. He acknowledged their arrival, his voice barely a whisper as his life essence slowly drained away. This guy's body began to crumble into dust, signaling the absolute end of the fight. Alan watched silently, realizing that the overwhelming threat to the elven capital was finally truly over. In his final moments, the monster muttered about how dying in the promised land wasn't so bad. He had wanted to show this beautiful sight to his fellow brethren before disappearing forever. The antagonist's voice faded as he warned that others would come after him. Sophie stared in shock as the powerful enemy completely vanished, leaving nothing but a lingering sense of dread. Alan noted that the deity didn't seem completely insane at the end. Suddenly, a notification popped up. He had reached level 76 and gained a massive boost to all his stats. Our boy wondered why he didn't see a massive XP gain after defeating such a powerful boss. Before he could investigate, the squirrel spirit began to glow with a brilliant, blinding light. The little squirrel suddenly evolved into a massive, bear-like spirit beast. Everyone was completely caught off guard as the divine creature's presence expanded, filling the entire shrine with an overwhelming aura. The evolved spirit spoke up, calling out to a hidden observer who was peeping from the shadows. Helmios and Alan whirled around, realizing that another dangerous presence was lurking nearby. A mysterious figure in a jester outfit suddenly appeared, dancing through the air with a creepy skull mask. Alan immediately recognized the intruder, shouting out the name of the terrifying Kjubel. That creepy jester just smirked, mocking Helmios about their little reunion. Karina and Dagora were shaking in their boots, knowing they were staring down a greater demonic deity they couldn't touch. The psycho told them to chill, saying he wouldn't start a fight while a literal god was watching. He even reminded them how he'd graciously left them alive the last time. Kjubel revealed his status as an officer while questioning the group about their identity. Alan was taken aback, realizing the jester was far more influential in the enemy army than he'd imagined. Our boy tried to play it cool by lying about his own death, but the eccentric jester didn't buy it for a second. He pointed out Alan's distinctive black hair immediately. Kjubel threw a hilarious tantrum, stomping around and complaining that Alan's meddling had ruined all of his carefully crafted strategies. The jester was clearly in big trouble with his superiors. With a theatrical farewell, the villainous jester vanished into a dark portal, leaving the party bewildered. Helmios and the others were left wondering why he specifically came just to see Alan. Alan let out a sigh of relief, officially declaring their victory to the weary team. He suggested they head back to Tiamo to finally get some much-needed rest after the battle. A total of 46 days had passed since the group first arrived at the nest. The long, grueling conflict in Rosenheim finally drew to a close as the Elven Kingdom celebrated. That night, the cities were filled with the sound of elven cheers and tears of joy. While the kingdom celebrated its freedom, our exhausted heroes finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Princess Sophie expressed her deepest gratitude on behalf of her people. She praised the party for defeating the Demon Lord army and successfully recapturing the Sacred World Tree. Alan quickly deflected the praise, insisting that Helmios should be credited as the main hero. He worried that being treated like celebrities would only make it harder for them to travel. Sophie shared some unsettling news about the Dark Elves, revealing that a truce had been formed centuries ago. She never expected their royalty to be working alongside the Demon Lord army. The princess planned to create a diplomatic forum to investigate the matter further. Alan remained wary, suspecting that the recent war might have deeper roots than they initially realized. Rosen popped up to thank the no-life gamers for saving the elves. Alan immediately reminded the spirit about the promised class promotions to 4-star talents, making the little guy twitch. Our boy flashed a cheeky grin, knowing he had the sovereign of spirits cornered. Rosen looked absolutely cornered, realizing he couldn't just wiggle his way out of this divine promise. The spirit admitted he couldn't change their modes, but he offered something even better. As the god of spirits, he could now promote one of them to a 5-star talent. This news was a massive game changer, as 5 stars meant reaching the same potential as the hero himself. Alan didn't hesitate, immediately nominating Karina for the prestigious power upgrade. Everyone agreed that Karina was the best choice for the promotion. The pink-haired girl was pumped and ready to give it her all as the group prepared for the divine ritual. Rosen began to wiggle his tail, unleashing a brilliant light that enveloped the entire party. The spirit's divine energy surged through them, preparing their bodies for the upcoming class transformations. Alan was ecstatic to see that half of their stats carried over even though they were reset to level 1. Karina became a berserker, while Cecil officially reached Archwizard status. To everyone's surprise, the little spirit decided to join the party on their future travels. Sophie considered it a great honor to have a literal god accompanying her brave companions. Helmios watched the young adventurers with admiration, truly impressed by their growth. Suddenly, Rosen turned to him, claiming that the hero's own rewards weren't quite finished yet. The spirit's voice shifted as he spoke as Elmia, the god of creation. He praised Helmios for his unwavering dedication to protecting the elven people during the Dark Invasion. Helmios stood tall as he was officially promoted to the legendary rank of Hero King. Our boy and the others were floored to see he now possessed 6 stars. The hero checked his updated status screen, still in disbelief over his incredible new power. Alan realized that the god of creation had personally seen to Helmios' well-deserved reward. Alan and Helmios shared a laugh, both totally hyped about getting stronger. Our boy Helmios looked more motivated than ever to start his grind from scratch all over again. Sophie couldn't thank the group enough for the rescue, but Helmios just played it cool. He told her his massive new power boost was honestly more than enough of a reward. Alan turned his attention to their next goal, declaring they needed to conquer an S-rank dungeon to further increase their strength. He proudly showed off Maruru's impressive stats, noting she had reached her maximum level. With a map laid out before them, Alan announced their next destination, the Empire of Bakis, home to the dwarves. The group cheered, eager to reunite with Maruru and begin the next chapter of their epic journey. The war is finally over. In the elven capital, Fortania, the queen officially declared peace, marking the start of a massive celebration for everyone who survived the Dark Elf invasion. Everyone raised their glasses for a well-deserved toast. The world tree glowed brightly, reflecting the joy of the heroes who fought so hard to reclaim their home from the enemy. Even the spirits were joining in on the fun, floating around in high spirits. Amidst the chaos, Alan noticed a strange fruit hanging nearby, wondering what kind of power it held. Sophie explained that these were rare world tree fruits, the key ingredient for real elven elixirs. Hearing that, our boy realized just how valuable the little glowing snacks actually were. The queen approached Alan. Mentioning Sophie told her about his quest to defeat the demon lord. He sipped his drink, already thinking about the long centuries it would take for elves to recover. She then turned to Sophie and Valmer, ordering them to stay by Alan's side for the sake of the world. The two didn't hesitate for a second, swearing to follow him. The queen offered a reward of gold, but Alan politely turned it down. She then jokingly offered her daughter's hand in marriage, making Sophie absolutely lose it in the background. Instead of gold or a bride, Alan requested a noble rank within Rosenheim. He didn't care if it was low level, knowing that having an official title would make his future plans much easier. Helmios announced his departure to the central continent to tackle a rank S dungeon. He grinned at the group, teasing that they'd eventually understand why he had to keep moving forward. Our boy decided it was time to head back to Rat Ash to claim their rewards. While the group discussed honorary titles, a dragon soared through the moonlight, signaling the start of a new journey. Everyone had different goals, from tax exemptions to becoming knights. However, Alan pulled Keel aside, whispering that they might finally have enough leverage to negotiate the return of his family's lost land. Returning to Rat Ash, the party managed to graduate from the academy a year early. News of their victory in the Elven War spread quickly, turning them into celebrities across the entire continent. 10 days later, they finally reached the royal capital of the Rat Ash Kingdom. The majestic castle loomed over the city as they prepared for an official audience with the king himself. Inside the carriage, Keel looked pretty stressed about the documents they were carrying. Alan just stayed chill, assuring the group that their work was perfect and wouldn't leave any sketchy evidence behind. The king of Rat Ash welcomed them warmly, expressing his deep gratitude for the elven elixirs they brought. He sat high on his throne, seemingly impressed by the young heroes standing before him. The entire party stood tall as they were officially presented to the monarch. Suddenly, a small fox-like creature appeared out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard with its sudden and mysterious arrival. Turns out, the little guy was actually Rosen, the god of spirits himself. He introduced himself to the humans, thanking them for the bold decision that saved his precious elven children. The court was in absolute shock that a deity had tagged along. Meanwhile, the elven diplomat prepared to deliver a special message from the queen, leaving the king visibly sweating. The message revealed that the queen had awarded Alan the prestigious title of Grand Strategist. This high-ranking position meant he was now in charge of crafting plans and commanding entire elven armies. The nobles were furious that a young boy was given a rank higher than a general. The king gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't do anything about a foreign nation's appointment. Alan smirks, knowing he pulled off the ultimate pro-gamer move. By holding a foreign rank, he's now legally exempt from being drafted into the Rat Ash Kingdom's wars against his own will. The elven diplomat suggested keeping representatives in each other's nations, which the king quickly accepted. Our boy then chimed in, saying he had one more big request to settle the score. He planned to lead Sophie's party to the Baki's empire to conquer a rank S dungeon. The king hesitated, worried about losing his valuable sword lord, but eventually granted them permission. Just as the king tried to end the meeting, Alan stopped him right in his tracks. This guy wasn't finished yet, and his serious expression told everyone that some major drama was coming. Alan brought up the restoration of House Carnal, reminding the king of the promises made by his father. He stood his ground, demanding the reward they were rightfully owed for their service. Alan spoke up as the Grand Strategist, threatening to cut off all elven aid if they didn't listen. The Chancellor panicked, unable to believe this kid was actually playing hardball with the kingdom. The Chancellor checked the records of Keel's war heroics, even though most of it was just made up. The king admitted his father's crimes were serious, but Keel's efforts couldn't be ignored. The king officially granted Keel the title of Baron and half of his family's original land. Our boy was absolutely stunned, while Alan just smirked, knowing his master plan worked perfectly. Victory celebrations continued for days as diplomacy with the elves flourished. Keel gazed out at the city, finally feeling like he'd achieved his goal of giving his family a home to return to. This guy was already thinking about his citizens, wanting to restore their livelihoods after the dragon's path of destruction. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was busy stuffing their faces with snacks. After the toast to the new Baron, it was time to move on to their next destination. They set their sights on Rodan Village, which had grown 4 times its original size. The village was in its second year of development, with over 100 people working the fields. Everything was booming as the community finally started to settle into their new, prosperous lives. Alan finally arrived at the village chief's house, calling out to his father with a big smile. He hopped off his summon, bringing along some massive bags of supplies for the family. The reunion was heartwarming as his younger siblings, Mash and Myella, rushed out to greet him. Even our hero acted like a regular kid again when he was finally back with family. He proudly introduced his friends to the family, from the elven Princess Sophie to the new Baron Keel. They all looked like a legendary squad standing there in the village sunlight. The family was impressed by how much everyone had grown, especially Dogora, who was now a full-fledged knight. Dad looked a bit overwhelmed, but was clearly happy to see his son's success. Everyone headed inside for a massive feast, with Myella being fascinated by Sophie's long ears. Mom had prepared everyone's favorite potato dishes, making it feel like they never even left home. The dinner was filled with laughter and cheering as everyone dug into the delicious meal. Even Rosen, in his mascot form, was busy munching away, enjoying the cozy atmosphere of the village. Alan enjoyed some delicious boar meat while chatting with Mash about his studies. He looked at his happy siblings, silently promising to tell them all about the vast world outside one day. Our boy turned to Myella, asking what kind of talent she wanted for her future. He suggested becoming a cleric so she could heal people, while Rosen kept eating in the background. Rosen took a break from eating to grant the request, and suddenly, Myella was officially a cleric. The little fox spirit glowed with power, finishing the job with a casual, yeah. The family couldn't believe their eyes, but Alan was already planning for the future. He grinned, suggesting that Myella, Mash, and their friend could eventually form their own powerful adventuring party. That night was peaceful, but the next morning it was back to business. The group arrived at the White Dragon Mountains, ready to settle a centuries-old feud once and for all. Cecil asked if it was okay to leave without telling anyone, but Alan didn't want to worry his family. He'd already declined his rewards, feeling satisfied with just his elven rank. They soared toward the peaks on their massive griffins, looking down at the rugged terrain. The sight of the mountains reminded them of the huge challenge waiting for them at the top. The rank a white dragon loomed ahead, its massive eyes watching their every move. This beast had been a curse on their lands for generations, and now it was finally time to fight. "We're gonna beat the white dragon," the group shouted as they charged into battle. Summons flew everywhere, and the ground rumbled as they prepared to take down the legendary rank a monster. The dragon growled, demanding to know who dared to challenge it. It looked down at the tiny humans, sensing that these weren't just ordinary adventurers trying their luck on the mountain. Keel and Cecil stepped forward, shouting their names at the massive beast. They weren't backing down, declaring it was finally time to reclaim their home and end the dragon's reign. The dragon realized the rival families had actually joined forces and let out a deafening roar. It prepared to crush the alliance, signaling that the real fight was finally starting. Alan shouted for everyone to stay focused, reminding them that their levels were high enough to win. The group stood their ground against the white dragon as it unleashed a powerful attack. Karina and Dogora led the charge, slashing at the massive beast to keep it grounded. Our boy watched from the sidelines, coordinating their movements to prevent the dragon from taking flight. Cecil warned the team about an incoming breath attack, forcing everyone to scramble for cover. Dogora struggled to lift his massive shield, grumbling about how heavy the gear felt in battle. From the back of their griffin summon, Alan and Cecil launched a frost ball at the enemy. The explosion rattled the mountainside as they tried to find a weakness in the beast. Cecil grit her teeth, realizing her magic wasn't quite strong enough to finish the job alone. Nearby, Dagora was feeling the heat of the dragon's breath as he pushed forward anyway. Alan ordered Valmer to use his extra skill, the Arrow of Light, aimed right at the dragon's mouth. The elven warrior didn't hesitate, letting loose a blinding bolt of pure energy. Dagora and Karina unleashed their own extra skills, hoping to lock the beast in place. The dragon mocked their efforts, claiming that these peons didn't stand a chance against its power. Sophie stepped forward, calling upon the grand spirit of the earth to heed her call. Suddenly, a massive stone golem manifested, ready to crush anything standing in its path of destruction. Alan was impressed by Sophie's summoning power. Knowing this was a huge win for the party, he decided to join the fray, calling out his own dragon and stone summons too. The white dragon was genuinely confused as a smaller dragon summon dared to get in its way. Our boy just smirked, knowing the beast was far too smart for its own good. Alan urged Dagora to use his heart and soul to cut the beast's head off once and for all. The warrior roared, charging forward with every ounce of strength he had left. Unfortunately, the attack failed, as Dagora hadn't been able to use that special move since their last big boss fight. Alan looked a bit disappointed while the poor guy felt defeated. Our boy didn't waste any time and told Karina it was her turn to step up. This girl was ready, activating her limit break as she lunged at the dragon's neck. With one final, massive slash, Karina managed to cut through the dragon's thick scales. The beast's head fell to the ground, ending its long reign over the White Dragon Mountains forever. Karina was thrilled that she pulled it off, and Alan gave her a well-deserved compliment. While everyone celebrated the victory, Dagora stood in the background, looking pretty bummed about his performance. As the dragon took its final breath, it glared at Alan, sensing his murderous intent from years ago. It seemed almost relieved that its boredom was finally over after all this time. The victory was massive, granting the party a whopping 28 million experience points. Karina reached level 52 instantly, and Alan couldn't believe they'd earned as much XP as an archdemon. Post-battle, Keel and Cecil discussed how the dragon went down way easier than they expected. Our hero just stood there silently, still wondering about the cryptic last words the beast spoke. They finally arrived at Carnal City, and Cecil felt nostalgic remembering the time they jumped off a magic ship. The sight of the massive city walls brought back some pretty intense memories. The city was in a panic, but Count Hamilton quickly stepped in to calm the confused citizens. He was absolutely shocked that the young party had actually managed to kill the dragon. Alan suggested displaying the dragon's head in the city square as a symbol of their victory. The Count agreed, though he was still processing how these kids did the impossible so easily. Keel led a grand parade through the streets, and the people cheered for their new champion. No one was bad-mouthing his family anymore as they celebrated the son of their previous lord. They finally reached the House Carnal Mansion, which was even bigger than the Granville estate. Keel's sister Nina rushed out to hug him, crying tears of joy that he was safe. A royal envoy finally showed up to congratulate Baron Keel on regaining his land and status. But Alan smelled something fishy. The guy was way too late for a simple visit. This official basically demanded Keel hand over the dragon kill to the crown. Our boy saw right through the greed, knowing it was finally time to sit down and talk business. Alan sat down with the envoy and Count Hamilton to discuss the business of the new territory. Keel was already planning to restore the mines, knowing his people needed jobs immediately. Our boy played hardball, offering only a portion of future profits to the crown. He even demanded the bounty for the dragon's head, leaving the greedy envoy absolutely speechless with anger. Keel gave a generous gift of gold and elixirs to Ryfall for taking care of his family. Everyone was in high spirits as they prepared for the next leg of their journey. Count Hamilton promised to watch over Keel, acknowledging him as the true hero who saved the region. The young lord looked determined to live up to the legacy of his family name. Dagora was officially named a Knight of House Hamilton, and the poor guy was blushing like crazy. His new armor looked sharp, and he was clearly proud of his new official status. It was a happy reunion as Keel spent time with Nina and his family before leaving again. Alan and Sophie watched on, glad to see their friend finally find some peace. The party said their goodbyes at the Granville estate and Rodan village, bringing along plenty of dragon meat. Finally, they boarded a magic ship and set sail for the Baki's empire. They crossed the empire of Jayamut on their way to the new continent. The magic ship was a technological marvel, soaring through the clouds toward their destination in the Baki's empire. The ship was filled with rowdy dwarves who were busy cheering and drinking the day away. Cecil commented on how much they loved their liquor while the rest of the group watched. Karina was busy stuffing her face when Alan dropped a bombshell about a baby white dragon found in the mountains. Everyone was shocked, wondering how another dragon could have appeared so quickly. Alan showed them a vision of the tiny dragon, wondering if the beast had actually respawned somehow. He decided they should raise the little guy instead of killing it like the mother. Keel was a bit nervous about taming a dragon, but our hero wanted to gain insight into the demon lord's powers. They named the baby Haku and decided to keep it safe. Our boy glared at Roseanne, hoping for some answers about how monsters were ranked up. The mascot just looked away, claiming he didn't have anything to say about the demon lord's secrets. Finally, they arrived at Baki's, and the sheer scale of the walled empire was breathtaking. Alan stood on the deck, looking at the massive city perched on top of a cliff. Baki's was an empire of 200 million people, known for its advanced magic tools and golems. It had grown powerful by absorbing surrounding nations during the Demon Wars decades ago. The capital city of Dongbao was a sight to behold, featuring a massive palace and magic trains. Sophie and the others were amazed by the level of technology in this new land. Walking through the city felt like stepping into the future, with streetlights and tall buildings everywhere. They decided to rest at a hotel and search for Maruru the very next day. The next morning, the group was impressed by the hotel's advanced elevator. Sophie and Karina had never seen anything like it, realizing just how different this empire was from their homes. They were met by Nakakai, the foreign minister of Baki's, who invited them to a lavish breakfast. Our hero was suspicious, realizing that the empire must have been tracking their movements. The dining room was incredibly sparkly and filled with gold, making Karina gasp in wonder. Alan just sighed, wondering if everyone in this nation was just showing off their massive wealth. Minister Nakakai thanked the party for the elixirs they provided during the war. He mentioned that he'd purchased them from Maru, who was serving as a general at the time. The elixirs had saved countless lives, and Sophie was glad to hear their efforts were appreciated. However, Alan wondered if the minister had actually been fair when dealing with their friend. The minister offered to help restore Rosenheim for free, but he secretly planned to charge them for maintenance. Our boy saw through the businessman's scheme immediately, giving him a knowing look. Nukakai warned them about the Tower of Tribulation, a deadly S-rank dungeon. Then, he dropped a bombshell, suggesting that Maruru should join their party to help them face the challenge ahead. The minister claimed the king was worried about Maruru, but he definitely wanted something in return. Alan and Sophie were immediately suspicious, wondering what kind of price he'd demand. Sophie agreed to provide the powerful elven elixirs as a token of friendship, which clearly delighted the old minister. Nukakai laughed, relieved that this deal would help him keep his official position. The minister and his guard left to fetch Maruru, asking the group to wait patiently for a few moments. Outside the door, Dagora and Karina were anxious, wondering if the negotiations went well. Inside the room, Cecil grumbled about how much she disliked the minister's greedy attitude. Alan and Sophie discussed the Empire's business-first mindset until a sudden knock on the door interrupted their conversation. When Alan opened the door, Maruru was peeking in, looking hesitant at first. As soon as she saw him, she burst into tears of joy and shouted his name with pure relief. It was a tearful reunion as Maruru jumped into Alan's arms, hugging him tightly. The rest of the party gathered around, absolutely thrilled to see their friend safe and sound after everything. Maruru was completely shocked to hear that the group had faced 7 million Demon Lord troops. She realized that their battle was 7 times more intense than anything she'd seen in Baki's. The girls shared a laugh, relieved that everyone survived the war. Maruru excitedly explained her golem's new abilities, but she became dejected when she admitted the stingy Empire wouldn't lend her one. Maruru mentioned that powerful golem slates could be found inside the dungeon, which immediately piqued Alan's interest. They decided to head straight for the tower to begin their next big adventure. As they flew toward the dungeon, Alan noticed that Maruru looked much more confident than she did at the academy. She proudly talked about becoming an honorary baron and joining a parade. Our boy checked Maruru's updated stats, noting her promotion to Talos General at level 60. He was impressed by her growth and new skills, though her attack power still needed some work. The Tower of Tribulation finally came into view, and it was even more massive than any of them imagined. Sophie gasped, comparing the tower's overwhelming scale to the legendary World Tree. They arrived at the bustling base of the tower, which was teeming with people from all walks of life. Maruru excitedly pointed toward the entrance, mentioning that Lord Digragni was inside. The group walked through the massive crowd, and Karina was surprised to see so many beastkin adventurers. People from all over the world seemed to have gathered here for the challenge. Alan wondered if the beastkin had traveled all the way from the southern nations just for this dungeon. Dagora noted that they were clearly experienced adventurers who hadn't been seen before. A massive city existed right inside the tower's base, complete with magic trains and a grand temple. The party stood in awe, realizing this place was even bigger than the imperial capital. Other adventurers whispered about the group of brats, but Alan was just excited to be surrounded by such powerful people. He knew everyone here had already conquered 5 rank A dungeons. The party approached a priestess at the temple counter, ready to register for the rank S dungeon. She was surprised by their young age, but Alan confidently presented his card for inspection. Maruru proudly presents her magic disc, explaining that it needs slates to function. This special tool is the key to calling out a golem, though it looks more like a fancy clock. This girl reveals she's a Talos General, a talent so rare it catches everyone off guard. Alan listens intently, realizing the disc alone won't be enough to summon any heavy metal. The crowd goes wild because a Talos General is a 1 in a million talent. Our boy learns that this skill allows her to pilot 3 different ranks of golems, from bronze to mithril. The priestess drops a bombshell. Each magic disc costs a staggering 10,000 gold. Maruru nearly faints at the price, while Alan realizes gathering enough slots will be a total nightmare. Without hesitation, Alan slams several bags of gold onto the counter, covering the full price. The priestess is stunned by the sudden payment, but our boy is already thinking 3 steps ahead. He shrugs it off as an initial investment for the whole team. Maruru is beyond grateful, but Dagora and Sophia alone are left wondering exactly how much gold he's been hoarding lately. They set up a base near the temple for just 30 gold a month. While Karina is fired up to clear the S-rank dungeon, the team stays focused on the coming war. Our boy notes that even clearing this place won't make defeating a demonic deity easy. Dagora might have a powerful strike, but the path ahead is still looking pretty rough for everyone. Alan warns that even with the best orichalcum gear, they only have a 50% chance of winning. Sophia alone agrees that they still need to grind the dungeon to improve those odds. Maruru starts rambling about Tam Tam, a name that apparently means a lot to her. This girl is adorable, but our boy and Dagora are just confused by her family's strange naming sense. The pilot is determined to get stronger for her friends and family back home. She didn't want them to worry, so she's putting everything on the line to become a true powerhouse. Alan estimates they have a year to grind before the next big attack. He's prioritizing Maruru's golem while also aiming to level up his own summoning skills to reach new heights. Sophia suggests they stop splitting the rewards so Alan can focus all the resources on his growth. The team is all in, showing just how much they trust their strategist's vision. The guy is thrilled by the support, admitting it'll be a massive help for his plans. Meanwhile, the others tease Dogora for agreeing so easily, but the camaraderie is stronger than ever. The next day, they finalize their shopping list for the dungeon grind. They're hunting for golem slates, high-tier gear, and any magic tools that can give them an edge in the tower. It's finally time to tackle the Rank S dungeon. The massive doors loom over them as they prepare to face challenges far beyond anything they encountered in the lower-rank hunting grounds. They arrive at the Temple of Yampany, where the scale of the challenge becomes clear. Alan notices that every other party has dozens of members, making their small group look pretty tiny. Inside, they're greeted by a floating cube that acts as the floor's operating system. It asks if they want to move to the second floor, and Alan is excited to see it. The tower only has 5 floors, which seems small compared to the 24 dungeons they're used to. But don't let that fool you. This place is designed to be a literal nightmare. They request the second floor, and the system begins the transport. As the cube flashes, our boy wonders if the first floor was just a warm-up for what's waiting on the other side. The transition finishes, and whoa, the second floor is a massive open-world forest. Karina is blown away by the fact that she can actually see the sky inside a dungeon this deep. They spot hundreds of other adventurers already camping out in the area. It looks like a small city, and our boy realizes the cube wasn't kidding about how many people are here. Suddenly, a gruff-looking dwarf named Admiral Garrera spots them. He's surprised to see Maruru hanging out with a bunch of humans, especially since she was supposed to be late for something. Maruru introduces Admiral Garrera, the big boss of the Navy. He takes a moment to thank Sophia, acknowledging how much the elves helped out during the heat of the last war. But the Admiral is skeptical that a tiny party of 8 can survive this place. Alan just grins, assuring him that while they're few, his team packs a seriously heavy punch. Admiral Garrera tries to recruit Maruru, insisting she leave her current party. This old dwarf claims her talent is too valuable to waste on a group of weak-looking humans like them. But Maruru stands her ground, declaring she's staying with her friends to clear the dungeon. Pepeku can only watch as the Admiral gets increasingly frustrated with her stubbornness. The Admiral snaps and threatens to take her by force, but Dogora instantly prepares for a fight. Maruru warns the old man to back off before things get really ugly for him. Garrera backs down, but leaves them with a chilling warning. This guy swears he'll kill Alan if they ever use Maruru as a shield to save their own skins while fleeing. Pepeku quickly apologizes for the Admiral's grumpy mood as another dwarf drags the old man away. It's a pretty awkward exit, but at least a fight was avoided for now. As the dwarves head to the 3rd floor, Alan ponders the Admiral's words about using someone as a shield. Maruru assures everyone that the Admiral is actually a decent guy underneath. Our boy explains the role of a tank, someone who absorbs damage to protect the party. Sophia worries about using Maruru as a shield, but Alan sees it as a strategic necessity. The whole group shouts their commitment, promising never to abandon their new friend. Maruru is touched, realizing she's finally found a team that truly has her back no matter what happens. Alan checks the floor info, learning it drops bronze slates. Maruru is ready to show off what her golem, Tam Tam, can do when it comes to protecting her new family. Our boy summons a flock of griffs to start hunting, shocking a nearby party of beastkin. They've never seen summoning magic like this, and the sheer number of birds is totally overwhelming. Most monsters here are just rank B, which doesn't provide enough experience for the group. Alan and Maruru watch from the shadows, hoping to find a bigger challenge in this massive forest. Suddenly, they spot a massive creature that looks like a floor boss. Our boy is thrilled by the find, but he quickly realizes another party is already closing in on it. The beastkin are fast and start cornering the monster before Alan can reach it. Sophia asks if they should jump in and steal the kill, causing a bit of a moral dilemma. Our boy admits he's willing to fight for the boss, but Cecil is clearly not a fan of kill-stealing. He quickly apologizes, realizing he needs to play by the rules for once. Valmer and the others spot another boss beyond the mountains. They decide to move fast before the nearby beastkin can claim this one too, hoping to secure some much-needed loot. Alan commands the Griffs to use their jet ability to close the gap instantly. However, they soon realize they're still too far away, and the beastkin are already fleeing in terror. A massive blood blast beetle appears, and it's a terrifying rank S monster. Our boy quickly tells Karina and Dogora to guard the group as the beast descends with a deafening buzz. The beastkin are absolutely terrified, screaming for their friends to run for their lives. The beetle is a literal mountain of armor, and its presence alone is enough to cause total chaos. One of the fleeing adventurers warns Alan that they're facing a rank S threat. This guy is shocked that anyone would challenge the blood blast beetle without knowing its terrifying reputation. The leopard beastkin wishes them luck before making a run for it. Alan and Maruru are feeling the pressure, especially since they've never faced a monster of this rank before. The monster shell is so thick that magic barely leaves a dent on it. Dogora and Karina struggle to find an opening while the beetle continues its relentless, buzzing assault on them. Alan asks Saphialone to use her extra skill to summon Rose in for a boost. The elf agrees immediately, knowing they'll need every bit of divine help to survive this first S-rank battle. With Rosin's blessing active, the party stats spike significantly. Our boy tells the mages to use their spells as a distraction, creating a massive smoke screen to confuse the giant beetle. Alan's stone golems, the Wallace, activate their awakened fire abilities to roast the giant pest. He knows that when a bug is this big, you need some serious heat to win. A massive explosion rocks the beetle, but the monster refuses to go down. Our boy isn't letting up, though, calling in his Doris to join the team's upcoming fire show. Cecil and Sophie unleash their fiery spells, hoping to burn the giant beetle to a crisp. Even Alan's dragon summons are joining in, turning the battlefield into a literal furnace. A massive wave of hellfire engulfs the blood blast beetle in a blinding explosion. It looks like a direct hit, but dealing with a rank S monster is never that simple. Our boy notices his dragons look like tiny lizards compared to this massive insect. The beetle shakes off the flames and retaliates, sending everyone scrambling to avoid its deadly counters. Realizing fire is useless, Alan quickly switches tactics. He calls on his stone summons to set up a mirror defense, hoping to turn the monster's own power against it. The beetle's massive attack hits the shield and bounces right back with a deafening boom. This total reflect is their best shot at cracking that nearly indestructible mountain of armor. The reflected blast actually leaves a dent, sending the beetle crashing into the forest floor. But as steam starts pouring out of its shell, the party realizes this bug isn't done. Alan cheers as the monster finally takes some real damage. Karina doesn't waste a second, powering up for a limit break as the team prepares to go all in on this fight. Karina slams her blade down with a cosmic smash, but Dogora is still struggling to tap into his extra skill. The battle is getting more intense with every passing second. Valmer joins the fray with a blinding arrow of light to support his friends. Meanwhile, Karina screams out for Dogora, who is currently being pushed to his absolute limit. Dogora barely manages to block a crushing blow with his shield, teeth gritted in frustration. Alan checks in on him, but the warrior is determined to never be a burden again. The team regroups on their flying summons, surrounding the beetle for a coordinated strike. They're feeling confident, thinking they finally have a chance to take this giant pest down for good. But the mood shifts instantly when the beetle stabs its sharp needle into one of Alan's dragons. The girl can only watch in horror as their powerful summon gets caught. Our boy shudders as he realizes the horrifying truth. The beetle is literally draining the energy right out of them. He desperately calls for his dragon to return before it's too late. To everyone's horror, the monster's wounds vanish as it fully heals itself from the stolen energy. Alan grins through the sweat, realizing that rank S dungeons truly live up to the hype. Facing an opponent that can heal mid-fight, Alan makes the tough call to retreat. They fly away on their griffs, marking their first major defeat in this hellish tower. Alan and his crew spent 6 hours grinding through the S-rank dungeon, finally bagging 3 bronze medals from the floor bosses. By the next morning, they're still on the second floor. It's way too crowded with other adventurers for Alan's liking. Since they didn't find any loot here, Alan decides it's time to move up to the 3rd floor. The dungeon's reward cube confirms the medals and opens the path. Suddenly, sand starts pouring down around them. They find themselves in the middle of a massive desert with no end in sight. Maruru is surprised by the sudden shift in terrain, while the rest of the group keeps their eyes peeled for trouble. A massive 10-meter-tall golem appears out of nowhere, looking like a total beast. Maruru explains how it works. The user sits in the chest to pilot it. It can even transform into a tank-like form. The party is impressed by the transforming bot, but Maruru notes she needs specific slates to make it move like that. A diagram shows the basic slates required to even summon a golem in the first place. Maruru's already got some clever forms ready, like a ship for sea travel. Alan is loving the tactical possibilities. Alan wants to clear the requirements for the 4th floor next. The cube tells him they need 4 iron and 4 bronze medals. The catch is that iron medals only drop on this floor, and they can't go back down without spending medals. The group realizes this is going to be quite the item hunt. It might take them a while to gather everything. Alan suggests a plan. Spend 3 nights here grinding, then head back to base to rest and restock. With the plan set, they dive into the 3rd floor desert. The goal is simple: find bosses and collect slates. The place is surprisingly empty. Most adventurers don't even make it past the 2nd floor. They spot a cave entrance in the distance. Since the sky is clear, the monsters must be hiding underground. Alan's hunch is right. If they want to fight, they have to go looking for it in the dark. He summons Ellie and sends her into the cave to scout for any movement. It doesn't take long before she gets a hit. They found their first target. A swarm of giant scorpions comes rushing out, looking for a meal. Alan is just glad to finally see some action. He tells the others he'll step in if it gets too rough. He brings out some griffin summons for backup and tells the party to go all out with their skills. Karina doesn't hesitate, jumping straight into the fray with a powerful strike. The first scorpion goes down, giving them a decent chunk of XP. Alan realizes these are only rank B monsters. The rest of the party joins in, unleashing a flurry of magic and physical attacks to clear the area. While they're busy, Alan spots a much bigger threat heading straight for Dagora. 2 rank A monsters join the fight. Alan tells his teammates he's counting on them to handle the heavy hitters. He decides he'll focus on wiping out the small fry first. Then, another big one appears. It's the floor boss. The massive creature roars as it prepares to charge. Alan wants to save their best skills for later, but he tells Dagora to use his if he needs to. The party is now level 52. They leave one of Alan's summons to distract the boss while they finish off the rank A enemies. Cecil rains down ice needles, pinning the monsters in place. She realizes ice is their weakness. Alan keeps the pressure on, cheering them from the sidelines. Karina and Dagora land heavy blows, making short work of the rank scorpions. They take down the death scorpion and pocket another 200,000 XP. Now it's just them and the boss. The Scorpion King is looking rough after taking several hits from Alan's reflective summons. They finish it off with a final burst of power. That's a cool 4 million XP in the bag. The loot is pretty good, too. A magic stone and another medal for the collection. Alan is already thinking about his next move, using special seeds to restore the party's MP. They spend the rest of the morning clearing out the desert. Alan even summons 50 giant turtles to help them trek through the sand. After taking down 3 floor bosses and scoring some sweet iron medals, the party also managed to snag some high-tier gear from hidden chests. While they stop for a meal, Alan notes that this floor is perfect for farming levels. He suggests they stick around until everyone gets their class promotions. But Maruru seems a bit out of it. Alan remembers how confident she used to be and wonders why she's looking so down lately. He reassures her that they'll find her missing slates in no time. Maruru admits she's been feeling like a burden compared to the others. Once everyone's finished eating, Alan calls for them to get back on the move. The dungeon is full of these mysterious floating cubes. They're high risk, high reward, teleporting you to a treasure room or a death trap. Most adventurers avoid them like the plague, especially if they aren't feeling confident in their skills. Alan isn't most adventurers. He's grinning, hyped up about the insane loot these things might be hiding. They finally track one down in a clearing. It's just floating there, waiting for someone to interact with it. Alan steps up while the rest of the party stays on high alert. You never know if one of these is going to pull a fast one on you. The cube starts clicking into place, introducing itself as an automated reward exchange system. To everyone's relief, it's not a trap. It offers to swap slates for metals, which is exactly what they need. The rules are straightforward. 3 iron metals for 1 random slate. Alan doesn't hesitate to make the trade. Luck is on their side. They get a head slate for Maruru's golem. Only 4 more pieces to go. With the trade finished, the cube simply vanishes. Alan points the way to the next mountain to keep the momentum going. Alan switches his vision to one of his summons and realizes that something massive is moving nearby. He spots a rank S boss in the distance. Instead of running, he tells the group they need to go check it out. The creature is a scarlet sandworm, a massive armored serpent that towers over the desert. Alan's got that reckless glint in his eye again. He tells the crew they've got to give this fight a shot. He quickly barks out orders, telling Karina and Dogora to hit the body with everything they've got. Dogora leads the charge, landing a crushing blow on the worm's side. The beast screeches in pain. To their surprise, their upgraded skills are actually putting a dent in its armor. But the celebration is short-lived. Alan stays calm. He knows they just need to dump enough damage to overcome its insane regeneration. He tells the mages to stop holding back. Massive spells like Black Hole and Hellfire of Fury light up the desert. The combined magical assault hits with the force of an earthquake, tearing into the worm's massive frame. The rest of the frontliners keep the pressure on, alternating between physical slashes and light magic. They manage to blow the creature's head apart. Alan shouts for Cecil to finish it off before it can recover. She summons a Patim meteor, dropping a massive rock right on the worm's remains. Even with its head crushed, the monster is still trying to move. But it's no use. The worm glows with a sinister light and fully heals itself in an instant, leaving the party in shock. After a few more minutes of struggling, Alan realizes they're outmatched and calls for a tactical retreat. They spend the next few days in a relentless cycle of grinding levels, hunting for cubes, and restocking at their base. 20 days later, they're back on the 3rd floor. They've gathered almost every part for the golem except for the elusive right arm slate. Keel decides to take a crack at the next cube they find, hoping his luck will be better than Alan's. In an insane stroke of luck, he pulls the right arm on his very first try. Maruru is ecstatic, but Alan is clearly a little salty. Maruru is so overwhelmed with joy that she breaks down in tears, thanking the whole team for all their hard work. With all the slates finally collected, she summons Tam Tam in its new form, the Talos General. The golem stats are off the charts, getting a massive boost from Maruru's own level and the high-grade slates. Maruru explains that the golem can even replicate her own combat skills. Alan is eager to see what this thing can actually do. She prepares to demonstrate one of its new abilities, focusing her energy through the control disc. The golem's massive fist shoots off like a rocket, smashing through a rock formation with incredible speed. Alan is absolutely buzzing after seeing the power of Maruru's new move, though he thinks Megaton Punch needs a way cooler name. Since it's already noon, the group decides to pack it in for the morning and head back to the 1st floor to meet up with Helmios. They arrive back at their base, a sturdy stone building where they can finally relax after a long day of grinding in the desert. Alan is confused to find the door he's sure he locked is standing wide open, along with some very unfamiliar gear left in the hallway. It turns out Helmios's party has already arrived, and they've made themselves quite at home in the common area. Helmios introduces the rest of his elite squad, the Sacred Helmios Party, a formidable group consisting of several high-ranking adventurers. Alan can't help but notice the hero's harem vibe Helmios is going on, while Dverg looks shocked that they just bypassed their locks. Despite the intrusion, Alan is hospitable, though he jokes that the rent for staying at the base won't be cheap. The two groups quickly bond, with Helmios's party expressing their deep gratitude for the elixirs Alan provided during their last campaign. They decide to take the celebration to a nearby tavern, which is already packed with rowdy adventurers and plenty of beer. Inside, Helmios spots an old acquaintance, Admiral Garrera, a legendary figure among the warriors of Bakis. The Admiral is a boisterous man, greeting Helmios with a bone-crushing hug and some friendly banter about their previous battles. Garrera explains that his emperor has ordered him to clear the dungeon, a task he finds both tedious and necessary. His party is composed entirely of Talos generals, making them arguably one of the most powerful combat units in the world. As the only Talos king in the Bakis nation, the Admiral's presence alone is enough to command respect from everyone in the room. Over dinner, the conversation turns to their long-term goals and the importance of supporting each other as roommates in the tower. Suddenly, Dverg speaks up with a heavy heart, admitting that he and his companions are desperate for class promotions. Alan realizes that since promotions provide such a massive power boost, it's only natural that everyone would be hungry for them. The grizzled warrior goes as far as to offer the rest of his lifespan in exchange for the power to reach the next level. Maruru and the others are horrified by the suggestion, but Dverg's resolve doesn't waver for a second. Lord Rosen, appearing in his spirit form, explains that the gods prioritize equality and cannot simply hand out promotions on a whim. Rosen ultimately tells them to be patient. While he can't grant the wish immediately, their hard work hasn't gone unnoticed. As Dverg processes the news, the doors to the tavern swing open, and a towering figure demands to know where the black-haired boy is. The intruder is a massive, tiger-striped beastkin warrior whose mere presence causes a ripple of fear through the tavern. He identifies Alan immediately, looking down at the young summoner with a piercing, predatory gaze. He introduces himself as Zu van Albahal, the second beast prince of the massive beastkin nation. Alan realizes that Albahal is one of the largest nations on the continent and a key member of the Five-Continent Alliance. When Alan asks what the prince wants in return, Zu simply states that he may call upon the party when they are truly in need. Helmios watches the interaction closely, noting that the political situation between the Empire and the Beastkin nation is becoming increasingly fragile. With his message delivered, Zu takes his leave, though his visit leaves a lasting impression on everyone at the table. Helmios is impressed, or perhaps just baffled, by how casually Alan treats a member of the royal family. Once Zu is gone, Helmios explains the real reason he's sharing this information. Things are about to get very complicated for the Alliance. He warns that if the eldest prince, Biku, takes the throne, the Beastkin nation might just launch a full-scale invasion of the central continent. The group is stunned. Such a conflict would completely shatter the Five-Continent Alliance and leave them vulnerable to the Demon Lord. Helmios dives into the dark history of Jayamut, explaining how the Beastkin were once ruled and brutally discriminated against by humans. It's a heavy revelation, but Helmios believes Alan needs to know the truth if they're going to survive the political storms on the horizon. Alan studies a map of the continents, calculating the grim reality of a potential two-front war if the alliance collapses. His cold analysis leaves the girl stunned, realizing just how pragmatically he views the survival of the Empire. Helmios explains the delicate political balance, where the Beastkin throne might be the only thing keeping the peace. The hero admits the situation is messy, and, as a citizen of the Empire, he shouldn't even be prying into another nation's affairs. Alan clenches his fist, his gaze hardening as he decides to crush anyone who threatens the world's survival, friend or foe. Helmios just laughs it off, choosing to focus on the immediate goal of getting along with their allies. A month later, the party strolls through town, frustrated that they're being pulled into a conflict that isn't even theirs. Despite the stress, Sophie and Maruru are fired up, determined to reach their level cap and unlock their next promotions. Back at the base, Alan tries to read while Rosetta clings to him, much to the annoyance of everyone else watching. Cecil can only stare in silent judgment as Rosetta's affection gets a bit too intense for a public hallway. The girls from Helmios's group can't help but tease Cecil while she tries to keep her composure. Helmios explains that his party has already surpassed the trials of the gods to reach their current strength. Alan sighs, noting that his own growth is far slower than the rest of the party because of his specific class. The stat plates show the incredible progress of the group, with Karina and Cecil reaching peak human potential. Everyone is ecstatic about their new titles, feeling more prepared than ever for the dangers ahead. Seeing his friends so motivated gives Helmios a rare moment of genuine hope for the future. The party decides to head for Rosenheim, chartering a massive magic ship to save time. They arrive at Fortania, the capital, where the giant world tree towers over the city's impressive walls. Under the guidance of the Spirit King, Sophie begins forming contracts with powerful juvenile spirits of fire, water, and air. They enter the dark elf territory, a place surprisingly untouched by the ravages of the Demon Lord's army. There, Sophie encounters Korpaker, a small earth spirit who seems to have been waiting a long time. She learns the spirit has been guarding this place alone for a millennium since the Dark Elves left. Sophie makes a solemn promise to act as a bridge between the elves and their long-lost Dark Elf cousins. With the Earth Spirit's contract finalized, the party prepares to depart the quiet forest. Alan watches the spirits play, thinking about the deep-seated grudges between races that won't end just by killing a demon lord. He realizes that if he wants true peace, he'll eventually have to find a way beyond just destroying his enemies. A month passes and they're back in the dungeon, finally ready to step onto the fourth floor. Testing the spirits in the field proves to be a bit chaotic, but the added firepower is undeniable. With a final check of their gear, the party steps through the portal to face the next challenge. They arrive to find themselves standing on a lush, green surface that feels strangely soft beneath their boots. It turns out they're standing on giant lily pads floating across an endless, crystal-clear lake. The rules of the floor are strict. To advance, they'll need to collect medals from 5 different S-rank floor bosses. Alan finally understands why the hero was hesitant to conquer this place. It's a massive risk for any party. The lake is sparsely populated compared to the lower floors, but the legendary heroes team is already on the move. Maruru's golem shows off its versatility, transforming into a sleek ship to navigate the waters with ease. As they cruise across the lily pads, they spot a group of high-ranking monsters lurking in the distance. A massive sea serpent lunges from the depths, its jaws snapping at the air as it prepares to attack. Karina and Cecil prepare to engage, their upgraded stats making them a formidable frontline for the party. Dagora and Keel follow suit, ready to test their new Barbarian General and Great Saint abilities in real combat. Sophie and Falmal provide long-range support, with their magic and arrows ready to rain down on the serpent. Maruru doesn't hold back, calling out for her golem Tam Tam to take its giant form. Thanks to a giant tablet, the golem's size and stats double, making it a terrifying force on the battlefield. Alan's party continues the assault, with Sophie unleashing a massive thunderbolt that tears through the monsters. Karina and Dagora coordinate their strikes, deciding to focus their fire on one target at a time. Tam Tam unleashes a heavy slash, while Karina follows up with a beam saber and a flurry of continuous attacks. Alan counts down the targets, noting they only have one more to go before the area is clear. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the battlefield, catching everyone off guard as Sophie calls out in distress. A pillar of fire erupts from the water, nearly scorching Dagora as he barely manages to avoid the intense heat. The massive monster Duranga is finally defeated, netting the party a staggering 480,000 experience points. Dogora is left smoking from the fire, but Alan is more concerned that the supposedly indestructible lily pads were damaged. Sophie is completely drained, having used up all her magic and half her health to secure the win. Alan uses a Heaven's Blessing scroll to fully restore the party's health and magic, bringing Sophie back to her feet. The small spirit squirrel senses Sophie's lingering unease, but Helmios reminds them that having spirits doesn't make them invincible. Alan gives Sophie a magic recovery ring he borrowed from the hero, ensuring she can stay by the small spirit's side all day. Maruru checks on Tam Tam, explaining that she can repair the damage if it's only a minor mechanical failure. She demonstrates the two ways of fixing a golem, either replacing the broken parts tablet or using her specialized repair skill. While the golem recovers, Alan's attention shifts to a nearby treasure chest, where they find a ring that boosts knowledge. The group continues their plan for the 4th floor, hoping to find the legendary orichalcum or at this pace. Spirits play among the lily pads, while the party jokes about not letting the intense heat burn them up. Back at the base in August, Karina and Dogora take turns training under the watchful and strict Iabverg. Alan watches the 3 muscleheads train from the window, satisfied that the training is going well. Indoors, Sophie tries to keep her new spirit, Kelpie-sama, quiet while they discuss their next moves. Alan is startled when Rosetta mentions his real name from his past life, Kenichi Yamada, though she only knows him as a Kempi. Rosetta laughs as she recalls meeting the hero's party 3 years ago when she was still part of a bandit crew. Helmios cutely calls Rosetta the person who holds his future, prompting a round of teasing from the rest of the girls. Alan quickly changes the subject back to business, asking Helmios if they can actually find orichalcum on the 4th floor. Helmios confirms they found a shell containing the ore on the ocean floor using a specialized treasure detecting skill. The party heads out to eat, with Alan feeling particularly hungry after all the strategic planning. They run into URU at a tavern, where she's enjoying some wine while expressing her gratitude to Alan for saving her. Prince Zu arrives and is shocked to hear that Alan's party is already aiming for the 5th floor so soon. Zu explains that his people would be jailed for treason if they refused the call to the S-rank dungeon under the Beast Prince's orders. He admits they were prepared to never return, but meeting Alan has given them a reason to keep fighting. Alan realizes Zu's true ambition is to become the Beast King, a task that would require an incredibly strong party. Zu laments that Prince Biku is making it difficult for him to assemble a team and move freely. Alan is more focused on the conquer reward, knowing that orichalcum and other treasures await them further in. The next day, the party dives into the 4th floor waters to search for orichalcum shells on the ocean floor. They encounter a giant clam, but find that even their strongest attacks barely scratch its massive, ancient shell. After half a day of searching and destroying 1,000 useless shells, they start to wonder if they need a better strategy. Alan wonders if they should change their approach just as a massive, strange shell begins to vibrate with energy. A massive S-rank floor boss, the Crimson Kaiser's sea serpent, suddenly lunges from the depths with its crimson body glowing. The serpent is colossal, its multi-headed form looming over the party as it prepares to unleash its fury. Alan's airy team, summons are immediately overwhelmed and destroyed by the serpent's sheer power. He realizes this is the true ruler of the 4th floor and that the smaller monsters surrounding it are going to be a problem. Despite the danger, Alan is determined to get that shell, ordering his summons to hold off the Crimsons while they strike the boss. Alan orders everyone to save their extra skills and focus on clearing out the smaller monsters before taking on the Kaiser Sea Serpent. Karina and Dogora coordinate their strikes, with Karina cheering as she follows Alan's lead. Meanwhile, the hero Helmios casts a protective spell. Maruru doesn't hesitate, summoning Tam Tam to unleash a devastating megaton punch that rocks the battlefield. Helmios supports the front lines with his archery, letting loose an annihilation arrow, while Sophie provides magical support. The notification chime sounds. They've defeated the Kaiser Sea Serpent, earning a massive 8 million experience points. Alan immediately focuses on securing the loot. The death cry of the giant sea serpent echoes across the ocean as its massive form finally collapses. Just as they think it's over, more monsters begin to swarm the area. Alan realizes the serpent has called for reinforcements, and they're back at square one. Alan acts quickly, ordering Griff to clear a path as more enemies close in from all sides. The situation becomes too dangerous to stay. Alan orders an immediate retreat, dragging Sophie away as the battlefield becomes overwhelmed. Alan calls for the team to turn back while he goes to retrieve Maru, who is still out on the water. Kelpie-sama lets out a cry of concern. In the depths of the ocean, Kelpie-sama transforms into a massive aquatic form, shocking everyone with its hidden strength. The massive spirit unleashes a powerful blast that clears a wide area, proving to be just as formidable as Salamander-sama. As the battle winds down, Helmios warns that the cost of such a fight is huge and advises against staying in this state for long. Seeing the monsters attempting to escape, Alan orders his airy team of summons to secure the loot while they still have a chance. With the help of his summons and the massive spirit, Alan successfully retrieves the giant shell from the seafloor. Back on dry land, Maruru is impressed by Kelpie-sama's strength, while the rest of the party reflects on the difficult fight ahead. It takes everyone's combined effort to crack open the massive shell they recovered from the Kaiser Sea Serpent. Inside, they find exactly what they were looking for, a massive, glowing lump of orichalcum ore. It's a moment of pure triumph for the party. 3 days later at their base, the group is still celebrating. Alan has already decided that the first bit of ore will be used to make a greatsword for Karina. Sophie and Maruru are amazed they found orichalcum so quickly, while Helmios can only sigh at their irrational luck in an S-rank dungeon. Maruru laughs as she thinks about the new sword, while Helmios explains that because of its divine nature, orichalcum can't be forged by any ordinary blacksmith. The next day, the party travels across the map to a volcanic region known as the Land of Fire, now part of the merged Bakis continent. 2 days later, they arrive at the city of Govern, a place filled with artists and workshops built within the crater of a dormant volcano. They find the workshop of Habarak, but the lack of smoke from the chimney is a worrying sign for a master blacksmith. Helmios calls out to Habarak, who is surprised to see the hero after 2 long years. Alan is underwhelmed, noting the smith doesn't have the dominating aura he expected. Alan introduces himself and presents the orichalcum, asking the legendary smith to craft a sword from the ore they found in the dungeon. Habarak's reaction is explosive. He blames their worship of Digragni for his inability to forge orichalcum anymore and shouts at them to leave. Helmios tries to calm the master, but Habarak is inconsolable, falling to his knees and begging Freyasama, the god of fire, for forgiveness. Karina and Alan are confused by the smith's breakdown, while Maruru wonders about the connection to the god of fire. Once he calms down, Habarak explains that the fire in his furnace has weakened, and he can no longer feel the blessings of Freyasama. He blames the Empire for forcing them to worship Digragni, the dungeon master, and selling magic tools, which he believes angered the god of fire. Habarak is convinced that Freyasama is angry at the dwarves, but Helmios and the others suspect there might be another reason for the loss of her blessing. Suddenly, the spirit squirrel Rosen speaks up, laughing at the idea that Freyasama would ever give up on the dwarves. Habarak is stunned by the small creature's words. Alan introduces the spirit as Rosen-sama, the elemental spirit king who protects the elves. Habarak can hardly believe such a divine being is before him. Rosen reveals that his whole existence is dedicated to the elves, but he knows what is happening in the other realms as well. Rosen delivers grim news. While the party was fighting the Demon King's army on Earth, the main army of demons launched a separate attack on the god's realm. Alan realizes that the fight on the ground was just a diversion to keep the gods' attention on humanity while the demons struck at the heavens. Rosen explains that the demons attacked the temple of Freya-sama. Although she held them back, the temple of one of the four great elemental gods was damaged. The worst part is that a sacred treasure was stolen during the attack, which is why Freya-sama's power has weakened so significantly. Without the sacred treasure, Freya-sama will turn into stone within 3 years. If that happens, humanity will be forced to fight the demons with simple iron instead of mithril or orichalcum. Helmios is shocked by the scale of the crisis, realizing that the ore they found in the dungeon won't be nearly enough to equip an entire army. Alan wonders if the loss of faith among the dwarves also played a part, but Rosen can only laugh, refusing to give a straight answer to such a heavy question. Alan and Helmios discuss the Demon King's strategic targeting of the gods, leaving Habarak and the other dwarves in a state of complete shock. They realize that the waning of their prayers has made their deities vulnerable. Alan deduces the enemy's true intention, to destroy both the mortal world and the gods' realm. He explains that the Demon King is biding his time, waiting for divine protection to weaken further before launching a final assault. The weight of the situation settles over the group. They understand that if the gods fall, humanity will have no hope, and they must find a way to intervene. Alan reflects on the fractured state of the Five-Continent Alliance, where nations are more concerned with profit, revenge, or isolation than the demonic threat. He knows that without unity, humanity will be easily eradicated. With their resolve hardened, Helmios and Alan decide it's time to act. The time for preparation is over. They must now take the fight to the enemy. Freya, the god of fire, has fallen. Her death signals the end of fire magic and volcanoes across the world. The party discusses the grim reality over dinner. Without heat, the coming winter will be a death sentence for humanity. Helmios joins the table. Alan realizes the Demon King's true target isn't just territory, but the creation god Elmia herself. Helmios shares info about his temple negotiations. Apparently, Daigragni will grant any wish as a reward for first-time conquerors. They turn to the subject of sacred treasures. Helmios recalls the joy of receiving his directly from Elmia-sama. Alan starts making connections. He deduces that these treasures are basically containers that store the faith of the people. A mortal who holds a vessel filled with enough faith can actually undergo an ascension into a god. The catch is terrifying. Without her treasure, all the prayers and worship directed at Freya are completely useless. To save their god, they'd have to steal the treasure back from the Demon King's elite generals, something they're far too weak for right now. Alan suggests they pivot to crafting armor without fire magic, using the methods he saw back in Rosenheim. The discussion is interrupted by Zu van Albahau, the Beast King's son, who's impressed by Alan's boldness. Zu confirms the worst. The Demon King's army is already launching a full invasion into the realm of the gods. He brings word that Shia has been busy hunting down an evil god cult that was hiding in the Beast Kingdom. She completed her mission and proved she's a worthy successor to the throne. Zu isn't planning on heading home yet, though. He's determined to see the end of this dungeon first. Alan offers his help, but for now they wait. 2 months pass, and it's officially October. The Empire's strongest party, Stinger, is finally making their move on the top floor bosses. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew gathers to celebrate Alan reaching his 15th year. He turns down the birthday booze, reminding everyone that a true gamer stays sharp and sober. The party is cut short by a frantic commotion outside. The Admiral's team has finally returned. Garrera stumbles into the light, covered in blood and shouting for his friends who are still trapped inside. Alan acts immediately, using his awaken gift to fully restore the Admiral's health and mana. A healed Garrera tries to rush back in, but Alan stops him. The boss's repair mechanics make reinforcements useless. The surviving soldiers grab hold of him, begging him not to throw his life away and make their friends' deaths meaningless. Garrera stares into space, haunted by the images of what happened on the 5th floor. Later, they meet in private. The news is devastating. 6 elite members were wiped out in an instant. The trauma is too much to bear. Garrera disbands the party, unable to face the families of those he lost. He's ready to take the fall for the failure and let his soldiers return home. Helmios tells the group it's time to pack it in. Challenging that floor is just suicide. But Alan isn't backing down. He knows they have to conquer it, no matter how high the stakes are. Days later, the base is quiet. Garrera stays behind, trying to drink away the memory of his failure. It's time for some much-needed power-ups. Kill, Dagora, and Falm will prepare for their final class changes. The promotions are a success. All 3 boys reach their 4-star king ranks, seeing a massive spike in their base stats. The rest of the party is fired up by the transformation, eager to reach those same heights. Zu watches with interest, noting that they're starting to remind him of the 10 great beasts back home. Helmios keeps them grounded, reminding them that even a hero like him was defeated by the current Beast King. A drunken Garrera interrupts their planning, insisting that no one can ever defeat the boss at the top. The group doesn't let the pessimism get to them. They're ready to prove that the impossible is just another hurdle. The next day, they hit the 4th floor. Alan explains that pioneers like Garrera are necessary to pave the path for everyone else. Maruru listens intently, her resolve hardening as she vows to stand her ground in the upcoming fight. They find a hidden cube almost immediately, but Alan decides to let the others take the lead for a change. With Maruru and Karina at the front, the group encounters a complex puzzle box that holds the way forward. In the heart of the death zone, Karina and the team find themselves surrounded by high-level A-rank monsters. Maruru steps up to the plate, summoning a newly upgraded Mithril Tam-Tam to lead the charge. Thanks to a giant tablet, Tam-Tam towers over the battlefield, sporting stats that make even these monsters look like toddlers. One punch from a massive golem is all it takes to send the first giant flying. The experience points are rolling in, and Tam-Tam is hitting new levels at a rate that would make any gamer weep with joy. But the horde is endless. Hundreds more monsters are charging in, smelling blood. It's exactly what the party wanted, a target-rich environment to test their absolute limits. After 3 grueling days, Alan closes his status book, satisfied that they've finally conquered this stage. Back at the base, the local adventurers are losing their minds. No one actually goes into the death zone and comes back. Alan casually mentions they just massacred 1,000 A-rank monsters in just 3 days to max out their levels. Before heading back, Alan pulls Helmios aside with a favor. He needs to borrow the hero's famous name for a little project. At the guild, the clerk is nearly buried under a massive stack of documents Alan drops on her desk. Her jaw hits the floor as she starts looking through the papers. Even the guild leader can't believe what he's seeing. It's a complete, detailed map of the S-rank dungeon. It's not just a layout. It marks every treasure chest, hidden room, and safe zone on every single floor. Alan explains that Helmios is providing this for free, hoping to drop the adventure mortality rate to almost 0. The guild leader is stunned by the generosity, quickly realizing how much this will change everything. As the party walks away, the rumors are already flying about the mysterious black-haired kid pulling the strings. By the next morning, the maps are public, and the guild is more crowded than it's ever been. Helmios is suddenly the talk of the town, with everyone hailing him as the savior of humanity. He's currently being drowned in free drinks by grateful fans while Prince Yu watches from the side, totally confused. Alan just tells the hero he did him a favor, considered a fair trade for all the fame. A month passes, and by November, the entire crew is decked out in the best gear the dungeon has to offer. With their power optimized and their equipment maxed, they're finally ready to treat S-rank monsters like common mobs. Cecil has officially reached her Mage Queen rank, with her magic stats hitting staggering new heights. Karina is now a Sword Emperor, and Falmel has ascended to Archer King, the absolute pinnacle of their classes. Kill rounds out the front line as a Saint King, while Sophie continues her training as a high-tier spirit user. They start by hunting on the lower floors, quickly tracking down a massive boss beetle. Maruru doesn't hold back, bringing Tam Tam down right on top of the insect's head. Alan coordinates the summons, using Arapon to melt away the beetle's defense with a spray of acid. He warns Dogora to keep the pressure on. The boss has an energy-draining aura that could be trouble. A massive wave of boiling fire erupts, engulfing the battlefield in a searing light. Falmel follows up with a flaming dragon arrow, piercing right through the boss's weak point. Karina finishes the job with a phoenix blade strike, carving the monster apart in seconds. It's a clean victory. Alan checks the surroundings and tells Sophie to handle the rest. She summons a fire spirit to incinerate what's left, making sure the area is completely secure. 120 million experience points. That's the reward for taking down an S-rank threat. But even that is a drop in the bucket. Alan's requirements to level up have reached astronomical proportions. He jokes about finding a demon general to beat up just for the XP boost as the party collects a copper medal. Next stop is the 3rd floor, where they run into Scarlet, a giant snake with insane regenerative powers. 3 hours later, they're still at it. The thing just won't stay dead no matter how many times they cut it down. It takes a few more days of grinding, but the effort pays off as Sophie finally achieves her final class change into a great spirit user. With her recent promotion, Sophie has successfully formed new contracts with several powerful spirits, including Gale, Dryad, Pygmy, and Nymph. It's December on the 3rd floor, and the party is making their 4th attempt to finally take down the Scarlet Sandworm. Dogora leads the charge with maxed out attack power, while the group's magical rings provide significant health and mana boosts. A small meteor strike rains down fire, signaling the start of their most coordinated assault yet. Alan gives the signal to Maruru, encouraging her to unleash the full potential of her golem. Maruru summons the mithril Tam Tam in its super warrior form, a behemoth with stats 5 times greater than its base. Tam Tam ignites its massive beam sword, the energy blade humming with destructive power. With one clean stroke, the golem carves into the sandworm, delivering a blow that leaves the creature reeling. To the group's surprise, the monster's legendary regeneration has completely stopped, and it desperately tries to burrow away. Seeing the opening, Alan commands Sophie to use her extra skill, summoning the Great Spirit Gnome to finish the job. The massive earth spirit slams into the ground, pinning the wounded worm in place and preventing its escape. "Everyone attack!" Alan shouts as the party unleashes their most powerful skills in a synchronized barrage. Even the dragon summons join the fray, their breath attacks adding to the overwhelming damage. The Scarlet Sandworm is finally defeated, yielding a massive 250 million experience points. The team celebrates their hard-earned victory, marveling at how far they've come since their first encounter with the beast. Alan is already looking ahead to the next challenge, the S-rank boss Crimson, a monster known to summon an army of minions. As the calendar turns to January 1st, the group celebrates the new year inside the Tower of Trials, reflecting on their progress. An oracle reaches the church, warning that the fire god's power is waning and a new class change system will arrive by April. Rumors of an attack on the god's realm and the theft of a sacred treasure begin to spread, adding to the growing tension. A few days later back at the base, Alan is overjoyed to find that his synthesis and summoning skills have both reached level 8. With his grimoire expanding to 80 slots, he unlocks equivalent exchange and a mysterious, sealed kingship skill. The equivalent exchange skill is a game-changer, allowing Alan to create summoned beasts without consuming magic. He realizes he can now trade lower-rank crystals for higher-tier cards, ensuring he never runs out of specific summons on the battlefield. Eager to test his new abilities, Alan heads back to the dungeon, with the rest of the party insisting on coming along to watch. They arrive on the 2nd floor, where Alan begins calling forth his new A-rank summons. He introduces the party to Tsabane, the bird spirit, Solarin, the grass spirit, and the elegant spirit, Okiosen. The roster continues to grow with the addition of Rockinol, the fierce hate, and a surprisingly intimidating octopus named Tacos. The party is awestruck by the size and sheer presence of these creatures, realizing Alan's power has reached a whole new level. Alan then reveals Orochi, a multi-headed dragon summoned with stats that rival even the bosses they fought. However, he notes that he still can't use certain A-rank skills, suspecting they are tied to his sealed kingship ability. Having reached level 76, Alan ponders the conditions for breaking the final seal on his most powerful skills. He decides to call forth a special summon he's been holding back, Meruz, a majestic angel with perfect stats across the board. The entire party is stunned into silence. They're standing in the presence of a literal angel of the gods. Meruz, however, isn't in a peaceful mood, his expression hardening as he mentions the demon Kubel. Rosen recognizes the newcomer immediately, identifying him as the legendary First Angel, who serves the creation god. The group is overwhelmed by the revelation, struggling to believe that such a high-ranking being has joined them. Meruz begins to explain the hierarchy of the heavens, where the creation god Elmia stands above all others. As the most famous and powerful of Elmia's servants, Meruz's fall from grace is a shocking tale. He reveals that he was defeated by a high demon general and, in his final moments, requested to return as a summoned beast. He confirms the rumors of the stolen sacred treasure and the chaos currently unfolding in the realm of the gods. Sophie and the others are moved by his sacrifice, realizing he chose this path solely to give humanity a fighting chance. In a final, mind-blowing twist, Meruz reveals that he was the one who actually designed and created the summoner class. Meruz expresses a profound sense of relief, feeling truly free now that the immense burdens and unending work of the heavenly realm are finally behind him. Alan observes the angel's enthusiasm with a sweat drop, jokingly wondering if Meruz simply chose this path to escape corporate labor exploitation. A few hours later on the 4th floor, the party watches in awe as Meruz charges into battle, his movements a blur of divine power. With a thunderous cry, Meruz unleashes thunder of judgment, a devastating pillar of light that incinerates the Crimson Kaiser Sea Serpent instantly. Meruz apologizes for the delay as the party stands frozen in disbelief. The angel has single-handedly annihilated an S-rank boss, proving himself to be Alan's most powerful asset yet. Meruz lets out a heavy sigh, admitting he's only at half strength. He even managed to lose a fight while at double his current power, which leaves Alan and Helmios pretty stunned. The angel warns them that although they've leveled up, the final floor boss is on a whole other level. He's dead serious. They'll be crushed before the guy even breaks a sweat. Alan asks if he knows anything about the last boss, but Meruz admits even an angel has blind spots. He promises to help as much as a summon can, then disappears. Alan looks at Meruz's card, thinking that having him around is better than any guidebook. He's confident that with such reliable teammates, they'll get along just fine. They've finally finished collecting all the necessary medals. Alan announces it's time to move on to the highest floor of the dungeon. 10 days later at the base, the group prepares to challenge the 5th floor. Alan tells them they'll keep an eye out for the boss and retreat if things get too hairy. Admiral Garrera just scoffs in the background. Garrera warns the brats not to push their luck with the last boss. Helmios tells them they should be okay escaping, but they still need to stay sharp. Alan slots in the medals they earned from the previous floors. A clicking sound echoes as the mechanisms for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors engage. The system confirms the medals, and a teleportation cube begins to spin. Maruru and the others are confident because Alan has grown so much stronger. The 5th floor challenge finally begins. The group stands on a glowing, grid-like path in the middle of a vast, dark void. Zuvan Albahal notes how pitch black it is, wondering if they're truly on the 5th floor. Everything is silent and empty. Suddenly, the area lights up, revealing more of the path. Alan suggests they take it slow and explore before running into any bosses. A holographic map shows the layout of the teleportation systems. There are separate rooms for copper, iron, and mithril. They realize they'll need a metal from each of those rooms to face the floor boss. Alan decides they should start with the weakest one, the copper room. The teleportation system activates, asking if they want to be sent to the copper room. Alan gives the okay, and they're instantly transported. They're met by a massive, intimidating golem. The machine towers over them, its design heavy and industrial. The room looks exactly like a boss chamber. Alan figures out that S-rank dungeons have mid-bosses, and this thing is huge, at least the size of Orochi. Alan doesn't hold back and calls out his entire collection of summons. A small army of beasts, spirits, and dragons appears, ready to swarm the golem. The battle kicks off as the group launches a full-scale assault. Alan tells everyone to pile on the pressure. He tells Meruz to create an opening. The angel dives in, delivering a series of strikes that leave trails of light in the air. The golem isn't just a hunk of metal, it transforms. Its hand shifts into a massive drill, catching everyone off guard. The golem's power is no joke. It manages to shove back an enhanced Meruz. The angel is clearly annoyed, clicking his tongue as he regroups. Meruz uses his angel's halo ability to call forth Orochi. The multi-headed dragon appears right in the middle of the fight. The party is shocked that Meruz can use summoner skills too. It's basically like having two summoners on the field at once. Alan orders Orochi to use its awakening skill. The dragon's heads roar, charging up a massive attack. A torrent of hellfire erupts from Orochi, engulfing the golem in a pillar of black and white flames. The explosion shakes the entire room. Even after that direct hit, the golem is still standing. It charges through the smoke, its drill arms spinning at high speed. The golem reveals its special skill, super regeneration. It's healing back 1% of its health every single second. Alan realizes they don't need to waste resources healing Orochi. Alan shifts tactics, telling Orochi to focus on defense while everyone else goes on the offensive. He warns them all to watch out for that drill. The golem lets out a roar as it slams its drill into the ground. Marura shouts for everyone to move now. Dagora leaps in with a powerful king of sword strike, but the impact barely leaves a scratch. He's frustrated that it's not working. Sophie and the others are starting to panic as their attacks do 0 damage. Karina asks Alan if she should use her extra skill. Meruz tells him to hold on just a bit longer. Meruz activates attribute granting. A wave of magical energy washes over the party's weapons, giving them the edge they need. The angel identifies the golem's weakness as lightning. Alan is ready to exploit it immediately. Cecil unleashes a massive thunderbolt that strikes the golem directly. The machine is hit with a surge of electricity, sparking all over. The rest of the party follows up with a barrage of enhanced attacks, from heavy slashes to magic arrows. Alan sees that it's finally working and tells everyone to stay clear. Meruz charges up his awakening skill, Thunder of Judgment. A giant sphere of lightning forms above him, crackling with pure destructive energy. The lightning blasts the golem, but the machine is incredibly stubborn. Alan notes the extra skill restriction is lifted and tells everyone to finish it off. With one final explosion, the copper golem is defeated. They rack up a massive 860 million experience points, and a treasure chest appears among the wreckage. They loot the room and find a copper golem medal and a mithril tablet. Maruru was hoping for more, but Alan tells her not to get discouraged. They realize it was just a common wooden chest, which means there are better rewards out there. Sophie notes there's only a 10% chance for a silver chest, so Alan figures he'll need to test his gacha luck again. The path ends at a mysterious cube. Alan figures it's the exit and decides they should call it a day after getting some medals. 3 days later at the base, Alan breaks down the situation. There are 3 bosses standing between them and the floor boss. Cecil notes that even the weakest one was almost as strong as a demon general. Admiral Garrera suddenly walks in, mocking them as munchkins. He doesn't think they stand a chance against anything tougher than the copper golem. The Admiral is fuming, telling them to stop playing around and go home while they're still alive. He warns them that the next floor has 2 iron golems waiting to tear them apart. Helmios admits they've searched everywhere, but haven't found a single trace of the sacred treasure. He's worried they're just not strong enough for the lost continent. Alan summons Meruz to ask about Freya's treasure. The angel explains it can change its shape, and even if he saw it right now, he probably wouldn't recognize it. Dagora is fed up, wishing the gods would just step in and end this. Meruz calmly explains that the gods are obsessed with maintaining balance above all else. Meruz says humanity has to rely on its own strength. The gods might give a little nudge here and there, but they won't fight the war for them. Dagora gets heated, asking if the gods are okay with everyone being wiped out just for the sake of balance. Meruz admits that a few races have actually been deleted over the last few thousand years. Meruz drops some dark history, explaining that beastmen names only have 2 sounds because they were once treated like cattle. The names are a permanent reminder of the grudge they hold against humans. The angel says the gods allow chaos as long as the scales don't tip too far. He points out that humans and demons all come from the same world, after all. Meruz mentions a god of conciliation who was sent 50 years ago to fix things, but the mission failed. This deity has the power to judge anyone, even other gods, if they upset the world's balance. The angel warns Alan that his very existence is a concern to the heavens. If things had gone differently, Alan could have easily been reincarnated as the Demon King instead. The group is fired up regardless, and they all cheer for Alan. He's busy calculating how many more summons he needs to take on the Demon King's entire army. Cecil is certain the gods haven't abandoned them as long as Alan is around. Alan wonders if having an angel as a summon was part of some divine plan all along. It's strategy time. Alan says they need a solid plan to move forward, and Maruru is more than ready to jump in and help. The next day, they're back on the 5th floor. The teleportation system asks if they're ready for the Iron Room, and Alan gives the word to go. They arrive at the end of a long path and find a cube similar to the one in the Copper Room. It's time to see what they're up against. 2 massive iron golems loom over them. Alan knows this is their first time taking on 2 S-rank monsters at once. Alan brings out his best summons, including the multi-headed Orochi. He asks Meruz to lead the way and check if these golems can transform too. Right on cue, the golems shift their forms. One readies a giant shield while the other arms itself with a massive spear. Faced with a spear and shield combo, Alan quickly decides to split the team into 2 groups. Their main goal is to isolate and crush the spear golem first. He puts Dagora and Maruru on defense to keep the shield golem busy with Orochi. The rest of them will throw everything they've got at the other one. The spear golem's reach is insane. It can strike them from across the room. Alan isn't taking any chances and calls out Tacos for backup. Tacos unleashes its smoke bomb special skill. Thick ink fills the air, making it much harder for the golems to land a clean hit on anyone. Meruz uses his attribute granting skill to buff the party's weapons. They're finally ready to deal some real damage. The group launches a coordinated strike. From King of Swords to Thunder of Judgment, the golems are getting hit from every direction with everything the party has. The spear golem finally collapses, and a massive 1.2 billion experience points flood into the party. Alan is almost surprised it went down so easily. But the celebration is cut short. The defeated golem starts glowing as it activates its repair energy and begins to stand back up. Everyone is floored. They've never seen a monster just revive itself like that. Alan doesn't waste time and orders a group swap to take down the shield golem next. Meruz switches the attributes again as they swarm the second golem. They need to beat this one up fast before the first one fully recovers. The shield golem goes down, giving them another huge boost in EXP. Now they just have to finish off the spear golem again, but it's already using its repair energy. The 2 golems just keep reviving each other in an endless loop. Alan starts to puzzle out. Is there a limit to how many times they can do this, or maybe a range limit? Alan orders a tactical retreat into the right-hand passage. He tells Orochi to hold the line and slow the golems down while they reposition. Sophie asks if they're running away, but Alan clarifies they're just baiting them. He needs her to summon Nomu and keep the spear golem pinned down. Sophie uses her Great Spirit Calling to bring Nomu into the fight. The little spirit jumps right into action to hold back the golem. The plan works perfectly, and the two golems are separated. Now that they're in different rooms, the loop should be broken. Alan tells everyone to crush the golem in front of them before its partner can catch up. The whole group unleashes their strongest attacks at once. The golem falls, and this time it stays down. Alan realizes distance was the secret all along. They can't revive if they're too far apart. Dogora is impressed by how fast he figured it out. After finishing off the second golem, Maruru is in awe of Alan's brilliance. Since they've cracked the code, Alan decides they should keep going. They crack open another wooden chest and find an iron medal, 3 mithril tablets, and a ring that gives a massive health boost. It's a solid haul for their first successful run. Dogora and the others are exhausted and just want to take it easy. But Alan has that terrifying gamer look in his eyes. He's already planning the next run. Alan excitedly announces that these things are basically an infinite EXP farm. He wants to start grinding out 100 of them every single day, leaving his poor teammates completely horrified. 10 days later, in the Radisha Kingdom, the group is trekking through a snowy mountain range. Cecil takes a moment to appreciate the beautiful, crisp weather despite the cold. Alan is focused on his book, seemingly unbothered by the hike. Cecil and the others are exhausted from hunting golems and asked to switch targets, but Alan is too happy with his leveling up to stop. He even offers to grind alone, though Cecil quickly shuts that idea down. Suddenly, a young dragon appears. It's Haku, the child of the white dragon. Maruru and the others are surprised by the little creature, who growls at Alan until someone scolds it for being disrespectful. Alan summons Orochi and instructs Doradora to hand over some meat to the multi-headed dragon. Haku watches the interaction with a mix of curiosity and wariness. Alan then summons Sabame, a bird-type beast, and mentions building a nest in the area. Cecil asks if this means they can return here instantly from anywhere, and Alan confirms that's exactly the plan. The grimoire details Alan's new skills, nest building, and the homing instinct awakening skill. He realizes how much more convenient travel will be now, though bringing teammates along has a daily limit. The group takes to the skies as Alan gains the flight blessing. The party is amazed to see him soaring above the clouds, looking every bit like a legendary hero. Meruz joins them in the air, noting that flying under one's own power is a completely different experience. Alan is thrilled to finally have the mobility he's always wanted. Alan asks Meruz if he thinks taming Haku is possible. Meruz warns that it will be a challenge, as the Demon King likely has the power to control monsters like Haku at will. Meruz explains that demons possess a servitude skill that forces monsters to obey them. Because of this, he warns that Haku won't be safe staying out in the open where the demons can find it. Alan decides they should keep Haku hidden and raise the dragon themselves, suggesting Orochi as a perfect caretaker. Seeing the magic ship has arrived, he calls for the team to head back to the village. As they arrive at Rodden Village, a crowd of villagers gathers to welcome them home. Friends and family cheer for Alan, Karina, and Dogora, relieved to see them all safe and sound. The homecoming is warm and full of affection. Alan is greeted with hugs and told how much he's grown and how he looks just like his father, Rodden. The villagers are in awe of the massive magic ship. Alan explains that it helped them immensely during their journey, and someone mentions it's worth a staggering 10,000 gold. A formal delegation, including an elf envoy and Helmios, arrives at the village. They thank the village chief, Rodden, for the invitation. Rodden stands stiffly, clearly feeling the pressure of hosting such important guests. A massive celebratory feast gets underway. Maruru is reunited with her family, her father, mother, and brothers, who are overjoyed to see the summoner Sama has returned safely. Maruru's father expresses his deep gratitude to Alan for his financial support. He mentions that Maruru has told them everything about him, and Alan finds her family's talkative nature quite charming. The air is filled with laughter and the sound of clinking mugs. The village comes together to celebrate a coming-of-age ceremony for all the young adults, with everyone joining in for a grand toast. Amidst the festivities, Alan and his younger brother Mashu enjoy some meat that Mashu hunted himself. It's a rare moment of peace for the brothers. An elf official from Rosenheim thanks Alan for a precious gift: special beans that can grow a tree to repel high-rank monsters. He notes that the queen is incredibly pleased with the contribution. The elf envoy declares that Rosenheim will always remember Alan's help and urges him to call upon the elves whenever he needs assistance. He then takes his leave, bowing respectfully. Mashu is full of excitement as he talks about enrolling in the academy this April and finally getting to tackle some dungeons. Alan listens with a smile, glad to see his brother's enthusiasm. Mashu dreams of becoming a great adventurer just like his big brother. Watching him, Alan decides to keep the grim reality of the Demon King's army a secret, not wanting his family to live in constant fear. Alan offers Mashu several powerful rings he found in the dungeons to boost his stats. To Alan's surprise, Mashu turns them down, insisting he wants to grow strong on his own merit. Alan's expression turns serious as he grabs Mashu's hands. He tells his brother that there are lives he couldn't save despite his best efforts, and that Mashu's survival is more important than anything else. He advises Mashu to rely on his teammates if his own strength isn't enough. Alan tells him to be the kind of man who can truly protect the people he loves when the time comes. Mashu is moved to tears by Alan's words and thanks him. Their sisters watch from the background, a little confused by the emotional moment, but happy to see the brothers bonding. As the celebration continues, Alan looks at his gathered friends and family. He feels a deep, burning desire to protect everyone in this village and keep them safe from the coming storm. Reflecting on his 15 years in this world, Alan realizes his past life is fading, but his current happiness is what matters. He looks at his parents with a strong will, vowing that nothing will get in the way of his happiness. Alan and the crew are heading out to the 5th floor today to take on the Mithril Golem. Admiral Karina is still being a sourpuss, warning them they'll get blasted before they even get close. Zu isn't exactly impressed by the advice either. Back in the Mithril room, Alan notices the layout is exactly what he expected. He brings out his summons and sets up a defensive line, planning to scout the boss's patterns first. Suddenly, the Mithril Golem takes flight, hovering above the battlefield. Alan's eyes widen when he sees the thing is packed with cannons. He tells everyone to stay behind his shield summons. The golem unleashes a massive volley of shots, and even the heavy hitters are feeling the pressure. Seeing an opening, Zu and Cecil prepare to dive into the fray. The boss is faster than it looks, zipping around and forcing the summons into a high-speed chase. Alan realizes they can't just charge him blindly because the thing just flies away whenever they get close. The summons are getting shredded by the constant barrage of projectiles. It's getting ugly, so Alan calls for an all-out heal to keep his front line from collapsing. Cecil points out that magic isn't doing much against it. Alan figures he's seen enough and is ready to end this scouting phase. He swaps in Rakinal, his tankiest knight summon, and tells the rest of the team to hang back. The golem doesn't wait, firing a series of energy spheres straight at the new target. Rakinal starts absorbing the magical attacks, but the golem's output is so high that his armor starts to crack under the strain. Just as he's about to break, Rakinal's special skill kicks in, resetting his damage and bringing him back from the brink. With the absorption limit reset, Alan commands Rakinal to unleash his awakening skill, which is now packing double the power thanks to the damage he just soaked up. Rakinal fires off a massive beam that swallows the golem whole in a blinding explosion. That's one Mithril Golem down, netting the party a mountain of EXP and a silver chest containing a high-tier attack ring. With enough medals finally in hand, the team regroups to figure out their next move. They head to the teleportation station for the top floor, where the system explains the final challenge. To take on the final boss, they can form an alliance of up to 50 people across 4 different parties. Alan realizes the Admiral must have tried to solo this, which explains why his team got wiped. He turns to Sophie with a plan. A month of heavy, grinding passes, with the party taking down 100 golems and eventually scoring a legendary gold chest. All that hard work pays off as Sophie's skill experience finally hits its cap after multiple class changes. Alan gathers everyone for a meeting, announcing his plan to team up with a hero party, Sacred, for the final raid. The members of Sacred are stunned by the idea of a 50-person raid, realizing the final boss must be an absolute monster. Alan asks them point-blank if they're ready to climb this mountain together. Hermios, the king of heroes, doesn't hesitate. He's in. Alan takes a peek at Hermios' stats and is blown away by his crazy numbers and multiple extra skills. Zu mentions his family also has skills granted by the beast god, but he hasn't been able to master his second one yet. Meruz explains that only those who can use 2 or more extra skills are considered truly awakened. Hermios wonders if they need the Emperor's okay for this, but Rosetta figures they can just ask for forgiveness later. Next, Alan approaches Admiral Garrera, asking the Stinger Party to join the alliance as well. Garrera snaps, refusing to lead his men into another meat grinder after losing so many friends already. But his crew isn't having it. They're not about to let their captain go into danger alone. Alan pushes the Admiral further, telling him to stop moping and win this for the ones they lost. Seeing the fire in his men's eyes, Garrera finally relents and brings 14 of his best warriors into the fold. To seal the deal, Alan hands over a rare tablet as payment for info on the boss. Finally, Alan turns to Prince Zu, asking if the Beast Prince wants a piece of the action. Zu roars with excitement, promising to conquer the dungeon and prove he's worthy of becoming the next Beast King. Alan explains that while he has a strong team, he doesn't have a full party that can reliably reach the top floor on their own. He's gone ahead and called in the big guns, the 10 great beasts, to bolster their numbers. General Hoba and the rest of the beastmen are stunned to see their prince, Zu, standing right there in the flesh. The soldiers are overwhelmed with relief, crowding around Zu to make sure he's actually safe and sound. Before the questions get out of hand, Alan steps forward to introduce the others as part of the prince's elite unit. The beastmen are completely thrown off. They thought Zu was on a mission in Rosenheim, so seeing him with a group of humans is a total shock. Alan breaks down the deal. He provided the Beast Kingdom with thousands of rare elf magic herbs in exchange for their military support. He also mentions a secret pact with the Crown Prince to keep Rosenheim out of the conflict for a full month. He points out that if Zu takes the throne, this alliance won't cause any trouble, which leaves the soldiers looking a bit uneasy about the political maneuvering. Zu realizes they essentially lied to the Beast King to make this happen, and he's not exactly thrilled about the potential fallout. But Alan counters that Zu has the brains to outsmart the king, and being the first to conquer an S-rank dungeon would give him massive political leverage. He drops the ultimate motivator, asking Zu if he wants to become king so he can finally be with his wife, Shia. He explains that since the Beast Princess hasn't made her move for the crown yet, this is the perfect time for Zu to step up. Zu just scoffs, calling Alan the shadiest human he's ever had the misfortune of meeting. Alan doesn't miss a beat, reminding everyone that since his party made the plan, they're claiming the first clear reward for themselves. He tells the prince to stay cool and wait for his moment, while Zu's men see this as the perfect chance to show the world their true power. Fired up, Zu agrees to the plan, calling for everyone to fight as a single, unified force. A month passes as Alan finishes assembling the massive team, and they finally set a date for the top floor raid in 5 days. The following days are filled with intense strategy sessions and training as they learn to coordinate their diverse abilities. Alan checks in with Admiral Garrera, who promises to stick by his side until the very end, win or lose. On the night before the big climb, the base is buzzing with energy as everyone enjoys one last meal, though the Admiral decides to take it easy on the drinks. Alan pulls Zu aside to ask for a personal favor, and the prince, feeling indebted, is all ears. He asks Zu to give his future kids names with more than 2 sounds, which gets a defensive reaction about messing with their cultural history. Then, Alan turns to the beast astrologer, Temmie, asking her to use her gift to track down the legendary fire god's treasure. Temmie tries to peer into the future, but she's hit with a rare blank. Something is actively hiding the path from her sight. After a bit more effort, she catches a glimpse and tells them to head southeast to find the answers they seek. She leaves them with a grim warning that the challenge ahead might cost them their lives. But the next day, the army gathers anyway. A massive crowd gathers to watch the departure, whispering in awe at the sight of 50 elite warriors heading into the dungeon. Cheers erupt for the legendary king of heroes, Hermios, and the returning warriors of the Stinger Party. The beastmen roar for Prince Zu, while Alan stands in the back, slightly annoyed that he isn't getting any of the credit. Alan watches Hermios lead the way, thinking that a true hero can't hide their presence, even if they try. The system activates, officially naming Beast Prince Zu as the leader of the 4 allied parties as they prepare for transport. They're finally warped to the top floor, and the massive guardians waiting for them are even more imposing than the rumor suggested. A gargantuan golem looms over them, and the Stinger crew is itching for revenge after their previous defeat. Alan pulls up the party stats, checking everyone's levels and equipment to make sure they're at peak performance. He gives the signal to start buffing, and Sophie calls upon a dryad to bless the entire alliance with defensive magic. Barriers and songs of battle fill the room as everyone layers on their most powerful protective skills. Feeling the surge of energy, Alan is amazed by the raw power of a multi-race team working in perfect sync. With the preparations complete, Garrera gives the order to advance, and the 50-man raid officially begins. The giant guardian introduces himself as Gordino, the guardian of the Tower of Trials, in a booming voice. Garrera doesn't care about introductions. He's just been waiting for the chance to smash this thing into pieces. The room explodes into chaos as Gordino summons a horde of minions, from golems to dragons, to wipe out the intruders. Inside the cockpit, Maruru is hyped as the Hurricane Golem, Jararapa, powers up with massive stats for the clash. Admiral Garrera takes the lead, steering the metal giant straight into a swarm of Gordino's dragons. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Alan commands a tactical retreat into the hallways to narrow the battlefield. Gordino isn't about to let them escape that easily, ordering his own legion of golems to surge forward. A drill-armed golem leads the charge, its massive spinning tip tearing through the floor as it closes in. Alan decides to force the issue, calling for Garrera to activate his extra skill much earlier than the Admiral expected. The dwarves of the Stinger Party answer the call, splitting up to man the different components of their ultimate weapon. With a roar of mechanical fury, they perform a super fusion, creating the extreme Union Golem with staggering power. Even Gordino is forced to pause, momentarily impressed by the mortal's ability to combine their strength into such a form. The Union Golem wastes no time, throwing a massive punch that sends shockwaves through the entire floor. Alan keeps the pressure on, ordering the ranged units to coordinate their fire on the most vulnerable targets. They unleash an awakening skill, Convergent Bombardment, turning the battlefield into a blinding sea of explosions. The notification confirms a mithril golem has been downed, netting the party a massive 800 million experience points. However, Alan notices the remaining golems using repair energy to fix themselves, realizing Gordino is the key to stopping the cycle. He orders the Admiral to pull back and regroup, while Gordino mocks them, convinced their deaths are inevitable. But the retreat was just a lure. Rosetta and the rest of the hero party are already in position for the counter-ambush. Meruz confirms that the attribute grants are ready, and Alan prepares to spring the trap he's been setting. He launches his Swallow Summon, Subaman, which serves as the catalyst for a massive binding magic circle. The homing instinct skill triggers, weaving chains of light around the enemy golems to keep them pinned in place. With the targets immobilized, Rosetta and the frontliners prepare to deliver a punishing beatdown. Alan gives the final word, his eyes sharp as he tells everyone to give it everything they've got. Karina and Rosetta charge in from the flanks, while Zul leads the great beasts in a simultaneous frontal assault. The trapped golems can do little but endure the combined might of 3 different elite parties. The air is filled with the sounds of clashing steel and battle cries as the alliance tears into the enemy ranks. Gordino roars in fury, calling them puny bugs as he struggles against the magical bindings. Hermios steps forward, using his Emperor's talent to copy a devastating lightning skill and carve through the metal foes. Another Guardian falls, and Gordino's rage boils over as he realizes he's being outplayed by filthy human tricks. The Admiral's team manages a narrow escape from a counterblow, and Alan tells them to rotate out of the front line. Another explosion rocks the room as one of the secondary golems is completely pulverized by the combined assault. The hero party and the great beasts continue to trade blows with Gordino's remaining minions in a frantic melee. Zu is amazed by Kill's performance, realizing the young priest has memorized every ally's movement to time his heals perfectly. With the pressure relieved, Sophie is finally able to chant her high-level offensive spells, further turning the tide. Alan's strategy is clear now. He's systematically eliminating the golems that provide support and revival to Gordino. He uses homing instinct again, this time pulling an iron golem directly into his path for a quick takedown. The mechanical beast is caught in the same light trap, leaving it wide open for the final strike. The party pushes forward as one, determined to show the Tower of Trials exactly what they're made of. The hero party members unleash a flurry of high-tier techniques, from lightning strikes to heavenly slashes. The iron golem crumbles under the weight of the assault, its metallic frame shattered beyond repair. Rosetta and Sophie prepare to finish off the remaining support units, ensuring no more revivals will occur. Gordino realizes he's been stripped of his guards, his voice shaking with disbelief and burgeoning fear. With the homing instinct still active, the entire 50-person raid turns their attention to the main boss. Though victory feels close, they're reminded that Gordino is an S-rank guardian for a reason, and the real fight is just beginning. The boss has finally had enough. All its broken parts start flying back together. The crew watches in confusion as the mechanical pieces snap into place. Admiral Guerrera and Alan realize this transformation is on a whole different level. From the scrap emerges the super fusion Gordino, towering over the entire alliance. It goes into a full-on villain monologue, telling them to die in despair. Calling them insects, the golem unleashes a massive barrage of cannons. Alan stays calm and tells Meruz to keep the Rockinal summons coming to tank the hits. They focus fire on the cannons, but the golem just heals itself instantly. Alan figures they'll be here forever if they don't take out its legs. He tells the front line to prep their extra skills while he keeps the boss distracted. The Beastkins are ready to go, and Gordino dares them to try. Hermios decides to end this and steps into the fray. He lets loose a massive holy sword strike that fills the entire room. But even that doesn't stick. The thing fixes itself in seconds. Prince Zu steps forward, saying he'll be the one to clear a path. He charges straight into the golem's drills without even using an extra skill. A flashback shows him promising Karina that he'll become the Beast King. He remembers their promise to stay together. Zu begs the Beast God for the power he needs to keep his word. He lets out a primal roar as lightning starts crackling all around him. He activates Beast King mode, looking absolutely legendary. The power from his transformation sends a shockwave through the room. Following his lead, the other Beastkins transform into their powerful beast forms too. Everyone is stunned. They didn't think he actually had this form. Rosetta explains that this is the Albahar royal power that even Hermios couldn't beat. Zu leads the charge, telling his people to follow him through hell. The transformed Beastkins start tearing into the golem's armor with everything they've got. Alan is hyped, seeing the massive damage they're finally doing. But Gordino realizes who's really running the show and turns on Alan. It lands a direct hit on him. The team panics and calls for a healer. The golem calls him a liar for pretending to just be a support player. It's pissed that Alan has been the one giving all the orders from the back. The Beastkins rush back to try and save their leader. But a massive explosion clears the dust. Alan stands there completely unharmed, leaving the boss speechless. He tells everyone to keep pressing the attack while they have the momentum. Alan readies his blades, showing off a stat board that's completely cracked. He's getting huge blessings from all his summons. His stats are through the roof. He launches into a relentless attack, moving like a blur. The golem is losing it, screaming for him to die, while Alan keeps the pressure on. His dragon summons, and the rest of the alliance join in for the final push. Hermios yells for everyone to join the attack and focus on taking out the legs. A massive shockwave hits the giant golem, rattling its entire mechanical frame. Alan tells Cecil and the Beastkins to finish it off while the opening is there. Cecil steps up, doubling her magic power to drop a massive, small meteor on the boss. The burning rock slams directly into the mechanical giant, dwarfing the players below. A massive explosion rocks the floor, leaving nothing but a pile of smoking scrap metal. The team starts to relax, but Alan warns them that this thing isn't dead yet. From the center of the wreckage, a strange energy starts to pulse. A sleek, dark figure emerges from the shell of the fallen giant like a ghost from a machine. Everyone is stunned to see a smaller, much more menacing version of the Guardian standing there. It introduces itself as the real Gordino, revealing its sleek and fast true form. It lets out a blinding flash of light that forces everyone to cover their eyes. Alan and the heroes realize the worst has happened. Their power-up buffs have been completely stripped away. Gordino laughs at their shock, telling them it's an honor to die by his true self. He launches into a high-speed assault, tearing through the Alliance's front line like paper. The crew is in a panic, knowing they can't win a fair fight without their magical enhancements. Alan stays calm and starts barking orders to split the Alliance into 3 separate groups. He realizes the boss's disabling ability has a limited range and plans to exploit it. He explains that if they keep their distance and stay spread out, the boss can't hit everyone at once. Gordino just calls their strategy cheap tricks and prepares to dive back into the slaughter. Alan calls out his summons, Teku and Mirror, to jump in and block the next charge. He rallies the demoralized team, telling them it's way too early to give up on the raid. Admiral Guerrera and Prince Zu find their second wind, motivated by their promises to the fallen. Alan prepares a counterstrike, ordering his mirror summon to prepare for a reflection. Without their speed buffs, the team can barely track the boss's movements. Maruru warns that her golem is running out of juice and won't be able to tank much longer. Alan realizes it's time to make a choice, either pull back or go all in on one final gamble. Rosetta steps up, deciding it's finally time to show off her skills as a legendary thief. She leaps into the air toward the boss while everyone watches in confusion. She activates her extra skill, Phantom Hand, reaching right through the boss's defenses. She uses skill robbery to literally borrow a skill directly from the Guardian. Gordino is absolutely shocked, screaming for her to give back what she stole. With his shield and nullification skill gone, the boss is finally vulnerable. The Alliance sees the opening and cheers as the boss's invincibility fades away. Alan doesn't waste a second, immediately directing everyone to launch their strongest attacks. He calls for Sophie to use the Great Spirit's blessing to reset all of their extra skills. Sophie channels the Spirit King, and everyone feels their ultimate powers returning for a second round. Gordino is in a panic, but Admiral Guerrera's team blocks his path with everything they've got. The Alliance starts landing a flurry of heavy hits, systematically dismantling the boss. Maruru's golem lands a massive, megaton punch, sending the boss flying. Gordino curses the dwarves as he struggles to regain his footing. Alan gives the signal for the final push, calling on his dragon summons to finish the job. Alan thanks Admiral Guerrera and the others for holding the line while they prepare their ultimate move. He gives the signal to Meruz and Cecil to unleash their combined magical power on the boss. A massive pillar of light and electricity, thunder of judgment, slams into Gordino as Habarak watches from the sidelines. Prince Zu leads the charge with the 10 great beasts, swarming the Guardian in a wave of fur and claws. The heroes of the Sacred Alliance and Alan's own summons prepare for the final, devastating blow. Alan declares that the end has arrived for Gordino as the entire force converges for one last hit. The Alliance lands blow after blow, overwhelming the Guardian's sensors and defenses in a chaotic flurry of steel. Alan steps back to give Karina and the others the final opening to use their most powerful sword skills. Karina and her companion unleash a twin slash that carves through Gordino's core, ending the battle in a blinding flash. A notification confirms their victory and a massive haul of experience points as the crew lets out a victorious roar. Admiral Guerrera and his veteran warriors are moved to tears, finally able to rest after avenging their fallen friends. After the celebration settles, the team finds 5 S-rank crystals and decides to distribute them among the participants. Alan checks in on Dogora, who is still grumbling about his own growth compared to the rest of the party. A majestic cube appears to congratulate them on being the first team in history to conquer the S-rank dungeon. They are presented with a certificate and several high-tier treasure chests, ranging from silver to the legendary rainbow tier. The rewards are revealed: a massive storage tool, a rare golem tablet, and a necklace that provides a massive attack boost. Maruru is ecstatic to find such high-quality adamantite materials for her golem, which are worth a small fortune. As the leader, Alan claims the rainbow chest while the others take turns picking their shares of the loot. Prince Zu thanks Alan for saving his people, offering a token of gratitude for the protagonist's leadership. Admiral Guerrera insists that Maruru take a special item to help her grow stronger as a member of the Game Junkies. The loot session is interrupted by the appearance of Digragni, the actual master of the Tower of Trials. The team is on high alert, but the golem simply congratulates them on their successful conquest. Digragni reveals his true form, a bulky but polite mechanical being that introduces itself as the Dungeon Master. Maruru is fascinated by the golem's intricate design, while Alan asks about the legendary first-time rewards. Digragni explains that he's currently busy creating more dungeons and asks them not to take his appearance lightly. Alan starts thinking about his next goals, wondering if it's possible to change his game mode or gain more power. He asks the Dungeon Master for a second extra skill, a request that completely shocks the ancient machine. Realizing a second skill is impossible, Alan asks for a modification to Maruru's magic disc instead. Digragni finds Alan's unconventional request interesting and agrees to double the disc's capacity to hold 20 tablets. Maruru is moved to tears by the upgrade, thanking everyone for helping her achieve her dream. Maruru holds up the new magic disc, and the group can't believe it actually has 20 spaces for tablets. The dungeon boss warns her it won't be getting any bigger, but Maruru is just excited to see what she can do with it now. The Game Junkies have finally cleared the S-rank dungeon, and Maruru walked away with a massive mechanical upgrade. She's determined to stand right by Alan's side when they take on the Demon King's army. The party is all in on defeating the Demon King together, even if the locals think they're being a bit too ambitious. They're even looking for a reward for beating the hidden boss. The Dungeon Master finds them pretty interesting. Alan has a devious look on his face. He's already thinking about the next time they meet. Word spreads fast outside. The news that the S-rank dungeon has finally been conquered sets the town on fire. The group stands on a stage to a massive hero's welcome. The entire town is out to celebrate. The veteran adventurers are impressed by the group's cool pose as they exit. Beast Prince, Zu, and the others are soaking up the cheers from the crowd. The rest of the main party looks a little more overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. The celebration doesn't slow down. They're planning to drink straight through until morning. 10 days later, things have settled. Maruru is checking out her new high-power tablets after the battle. A woman from the guild approaches Alan. They want the party to follow her for a private discussion. The team gathers in a hall where the other top adventurers are already waiting for them. Everyone's curious about the kids who actually managed to clear the S-rank dungeon. A massive guy steps forward. It's McAllen, the chief of the Adventurers Guild. Alan's stunned. The big boss of the guild traveled across the whole continent just to meet them. The chief announces that they've decided to appoint one of them as a new S-rank adventurer. Without missing a beat, the whole party points right at Alan as their true leader. Sophie tells him he can't keep hiding his hero status forever, and the others back her up. Alan immediately shoots it down. He doesn't want the extra attention that comes with a title. McAllen explains how rare this is. There are only 2 S-rank adventurers in the world, and he's one of them. The chief mentions the other guy, Basque, has been missing for years, so he's basically on his own. Alan starts doing the math in his head. This rank comes with authority similar to a deputy guild chief. The chief tells him the position is way more beneficial than just being an advisor in a weaker country. The people in the room start whispering, wondering if the guild is just trying to put a collar on Alan. Sophie points at Alan and says it feels right to have their leader finally recognized as an S rank. Alan agrees to the deal, and the chief gives him a new title, Summoner of the Beginning. With the promotion settled, McAllen leaves him with some advice to help out the guild from time to time. Now that the serious business is over, the party is ready to go celebrate. Dagora is already hungry. Meanwhile, Beast Prince Zu is getting grilled by Rena for not coming home the second he finished the dungeon. She's been waiting years for him to return. He tells her he'll be back for good after an audience with the Emperor. 10 days later, the group arrives at the imperial capital Dongbao for their meeting. The palace is massive and glowing. Even Admiral Garara's crew has their full dress uniforms on for the occasion. Zu jokes about surviving the explanation to the Emperor. Alan's just happy they're all getting along. The doors open, and they're ushered into the throne room to see the leader of the Bakis Empire. Emperor Pupin III welcomes the heroes who finally conquered the Tower of Trials. He praises Admiral Garara for his bravery despite the comrades they lost during the campaign. Then he asks which one is Alan. Alan simply raises his hand to identify himself. The nobles whisper about Alan's reputation as a summoner with the power of a major nation. Alan holds up his new S-rank adventurer card. He's officially recognized as the Summoner of the Beginning now. Sophie warns the Emperor not to underestimate Alan. His true power goes way beyond what they've seen so far. To prove the point, Alan summons a small army of his low-level creatures. The tiny guys are more cute than intimidating to the onlookers. Alan thanks the Emperor for allowing Maruru to enroll in the academy. It's where she met the teammates she values most. The Emperor is impressed by his manners. He didn't expect an S-rank adventurer to be so polite. The mood shifts instantly when a soldier rushes in. The holy capital of Tiamenia is currently being engulfed in flames. Tiamenia is the heart of the Elmia religion, making this a devastating strike on the south. The report says the fire started during an execution. What was supposed to be a moment of justice turned into a disaster. Alan and the group listen from the balcony, realizing the scale of the emergency. The Emperor is stunned. Tiamenia is where Beast Prince Zu's subordinate, Shia, has been stationed for months. A priest who fled the capital says the chaos began 2 days ago after the execution of the cult leader, Gushera Servler. During the execution, a massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, big enough to swallow the entire city in an instant. But the fire was only the start. The residents began transforming into mindless, beast-like monsters right in the middle of the streets. The party is horrified. Turning 1 million people into monsters is a level of cruelty they haven't seen before. Alan wonders if the Demon King's army used the fire god's sacred treasure to pull this off. They have to save them. Alan asks Admiral Garara if he's going too. Even the Emperor is surprised that Alan cares about saving other countries. But the news gets even worse. Another report reveals the Demon King is launching a simultaneous invasion on the Forgotten Continent. The numbers are staggering. 2 million troops are on the move, with 500,000 headed straight for their borders. It's a classic pincer move designed to keep them from sending any help south to Elmia. Alan studies the map. He's already calculating how to use his summon's mobility to cover both areas at once. Beast Prince Zu steps forward and tells his 10 great beasts it's time to fulfill their promise and fight the real army. Zu isn't about to let the Demon King play him like a pawn. He'll decide where he fights. Alan's decided to prioritize the Church of Elmia first. He tells the princess they'll do their best to save them. The game junkies prepare to leave as fast as they can. They got a lot of gear to pack before the long trip. Admiral Garrera and his crew hold up their magic discs. As long as these are standing, they'll defend their territory. Maruru waves a cheerful goodbye as they head out, leaving the local defense in good hands. Viscount Connor leaves a note for the church, explaining why he won't be around to practice his healing for a while. They make a quick stop at the elven capital, Fortania, to pick up last-minute supplies. The group looks up at the magnificent world tree as they arrive. The queen is already waiting for them. The elven queen thanks Prince Zu and his beasts. She admits they were once deceived, but she's grateful for their help now. The elves and the beasts are finally working together for the greater good. Alan points out their destination. Elmia is way down in the southeast, a long haul from where they are. He suggests that Dagora should probably stay behind this time, but the warrior isn't having any of it. Maruru and Sophie are worried about the risks, but they agree it's better to keep the team together. Dagora is adamant. He's not anyone's chess piece. He's decided for himself that he's going to save Elmia. Alan gives in, but warns that if it gets too dangerous, he'll force Dagora out of the fight. Luckily, Kill can revive him with a 100% success rate. Before they leave, Sophie is presented with the Spirit Master praying robes, once worn by the legendary Shrine Maiden. They check the stats, and the robes are incredibly powerful, made from material as strong as orichalcum. It's time for Maruru's new tablet to shine. She calls out her golem, Tam Tam, and shifts it into eagle mode. The elves watch in awe as the massive golem takes flight. They've never seen dwarf technology like this. The group heads straight for Elmar. Maruru confirms she's got the map tablet ready to lead the way. She slots in 3-speed upgrade tablets to push the golem to its limit. Alan tells her to keep an eye on her mana and use recovery drinks. In the cockpit of the golem, Alan suggests Maruru take a break while they use the autopilot. Maruru is touched by the offer, but insists on staying at the controls in case of an emergency. Sophie and Dagora talk about how much Maruru has improved since they first met in the dungeon. She's become a vital part of the team, especially now that she can handle 20 magic tablets at once. Dagora looks out the window with a sense of grim determination, ready to use his full body, full soul technique. Meanwhile, Sophie quietly prays for the safety of the Pope. Maruru asks if she should slot in the map of the Elmar church country they received from Rosenheim. Alan agrees, hoping it will lead them straight to the survivors. Elmar, also known as Elmia, is a powerful ally located south of Rosenheim. It serves as the headquarters of the Elmia religion and is a place of deep spiritual importance. Alan recalls the history of the region. A millennium ago, the central continent was ruled by the Terror Emperor, a tyrant who ruthlessly suppressed any race that wasn't human. The oppression was so severe that the dwarves and elves abandoned their homes. The beastmen suffered the most, with their culture nearly wiped out by the Emperor's forces. Only the Adventurers Guild and the Church of Elmia had the courage to stand up against the Emperor's rule. The Church of Elmia follows a doctrine of philanthropy, believing that all races are equal. Unable to defeat the Emperor in direct combat, they eventually fled across the sea to the Giriot continent. Even after the Terror Emperor passed away, the church chose to stay in their new home. They prospered, becoming one of the most faithful and influential groups in the world. Back in the present, the news is grim. Theomenia is already lost, so the group decides to prioritize Neil City, where a high-ranking priest is reported to have fled. Dagora is ready to rush in alone if he has to, but Alan stops him. He decides to send Meruz ahead to scout Theomenia while the rest of the group focuses on the rescue effort in Neil City. Alan asks Meruz if he can handle the solo mission. The subordinate agrees without hesitation, noting that he's been to the region a few times before. From a distance, they spot a massive pillar of light rising from the city. Sophie wonders if it's the power of a sacred treasure, but Alan isn't so sure. Maruru pulls up the map of the Elmar church country. Neil is just a short distance from the capital. She pushes the golem to its maximum speed to reach it before it's too late. Below them, the scene at Neil City is chaotic. A massive horde of monsters is swarming the walls, trying to break through the main gate. The defenders are terrified. Among the attackers are B-rank trolls, powerhouses that can easily smash through stone and iron alike. The soldiers try to hold the line, while a priest at the center of the fray prepares a holy spell to clear the nearest wave of monsters. The Turn Undead spell is incredibly effective, vaporizing the undead and zombies in a flash of divine light. The soldiers are blinded by a sudden, intense yellow light. They realize it's coming from the young man from the Oracle who has arrived to save them. It's Viscount Connor, and his purification magic is doing more than just killing the undead. It's affecting every monster in sight, even the demon beast that should be immune. The soldiers are confused. If the purification light is working, does that mean these creatures were once humans? Have the citizens themselves turned into monsters? Alan and the rest of the King Junkies leap into action. Alan shouts for everyone to stay focused on their duty to protect the city. The defenders look up in awe as a group of warriors descends on the backs of griffins. They realize these are the legendary heroes mentioned in the oracles. Karina and Dogora dive straight into the thick of it. Alan watches from above, noticing that the monsters are reacting to his summons even before they land. Sophie unleashes a wave of spirit magic. To everyone's surprise, the defeated monsters vanish in a thin air, just like the creatures found inside a dungeon. Alan checks the stats. These aren't normal monsters. They're incarnations of evil. They don't drop crystals, which confirms they were likely transformed humans. Alan uses his awakening skills, golden beans and silver beans, to create a defensive perimeter that keeps high-rank monsters at bay. He also activates God's blessing and fragrant vegetables to heal the wounded and cure status ailments. He wonders if it's even possible to turn the townsfolk back to normal. For now, they have no choice but to take down the monsters outside the city to secure the area. Maruru takes the lead, using the golem's Gatling guns boosted by ranged attack tablets. She starts mowing down the beasts with mechanical precision. Sophie joins in, calling on her spirit, Pygmy Sama, to rain down destruction on the invaders. Alan decides it's time to escalate. He summons Hatch, a massive insectoid creature, to provide the heavy firepower they need. Hatch's special skill, needlework, allows it to pierce and control demon beasts for up to an hour. It's a perfect weapon against an army of transformed humans. Next, Hatch uses its awakening skill, Queen's Throne, to create a perfect duplicate of itself. To finish it off, the hatches use egg-laying to spawn a swarm of 100 baby hatches, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Alan checks the stats of the new swarm. Even at half the power of the original, 100 baby hatches are an overwhelming force on the battlefield. Within an hour, the combined might of the King Junkies and the insect army has cleared the entire area outside the city walls. The local soldiers are speechless. They've never seen anything like this. Alan knows they need to keep moving, so he summons Hate to help with the next phase. Hate, a massive and noble white wolf, stands ready. Alan orders the beast and its pack to fan out and rescue the nearby villages. The wolves are incredibly fast, second only to Meru's. As they race off, Alan looks toward the horizon, his mind already on the nightmare unfolding in Theomenia. The city of Theomenia is a total wreck. Meru's looks down at the ruins and realizes it's looking pretty hopeless for any survivors left in the rubble. He reports that a strange beam of light is shooting out from the temple and heading south. Alan tells him to ignore the light for now and just focus on finding anyone who's still alive. Alan finally touches down to meet up with the others. He finds a group waiting with a high-ranking church official who seems pretty relieved to see him. This is Krypton, a cardinal of the Elmia Church and a legendary great saint. He's honored to be in the presence of an S-rank adventurer, while Kill is busy getting worshipped like a superstar in the background. Alan asks if they expected him, and Krypton admits they didn't think rescue would arrive for at least another 5 days. They really weren't prepared for how fast an S-rank could move. Krypton explains that right before everything went south, the Great Pope received a divine oracle about a young man clad in gold who would bring hope from the heavens. They didn't get it at the time, but they went ahead with the execution anyway. The city square was absolutely packed with spectators and cult followers who were trying to put a stop to the execution of their leader, Gushera. Right before the axe fell, Gushera addressed his followers, promising them a miracle of salvation. It wasn't exactly the kind of miracle they were looking for. A massive pillar of fire erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the entire city turned into a living nightmare. People were transforming into monsters on the spot, and anyone they bit turned too. The Saint King realizes that the instruction to raise your voice in the oracle was actually meant to be a distress signal for the whole world to hear. The Great Pope stayed behind to cover the escape, allowing Krypton to get 30,000 people out. But there were still over 1 million citizens and followers left in that square who weren't so lucky. Krypton falls to his knees and begs Kill to go back and help the Pope. Alan watches on, realizing the scale of the tragedy they're dealing with. Alan tells them to calm down and start preparing for more refugees because he's already sent his summons out to start rescue operations in the nearby areas. Krypton can't believe how efficient he is. Sophie and Maruru are understandably freaked out. With 1 million monsters running around and a zombie-like infection spreading, they know one wrong bite means game over. Alan breaks a sweat thinking about how close they came. If they hadn't sent that distress signal when they did, the entire country would have been wiped off the map. Krypton mentions that Princess Shia was also in the square during the incident. Alan asks if he knows where she is now. Apparently, she headed west toward the Kreeble Kingdom with 2,000 men as soon as she heard the S-rank dungeon was cleared. Alan wonders if she's planning to make a move for the throne. Krypton adds another detail. When the fire pillar showed up, the cult leader was holding a burning vessel. It's likely a sacred treasure stolen from the fire god. Alan figures there must be a connection between the cult and the Demon King's army. They're likely using that sacred treasure to turn everyone into beasts. He turns to the crowd of refugees and asks if any of them are actually followers of the evil god cult. The people look confused and a bit defensive. A woman holding a baby snaps back at him, shouting that the cult promised them free salvation while the church just gave them nothing but trouble. She's convinced the whole disaster is just the evil god's revenge for the church being rude. Krypton sets the record straight, explaining that the leader stole from everyone and used those who defied him as human sacrifices. Sophie and Maruru look on in disgust. The woman refuses to believe it, calling him a liar. Alan watches her closely, wondering why she hasn't transformed yet despite being a follower. He realizes that since the cardinal and the people from this city weren't affected, there must have been some kind of preparation involved specifically for the followers. Alan asks if they did any special ceremonies. Krypton recalls that they all drank something called holy water. Hearing that, Alan immediately triggers his awakening skill, fragrant vegetables, to clear any status effects. A thick cloud of black smoke suddenly erupts from the woman as the skill works its magic. She panics, having no idea what's happening to her. Alan explains the grim reality. The cult leader's plan was to turn 1 million people into demon beasts all at once during his execution. The woman realizes her devotion is the reason her family is dead. Alan tells the group to calm down, noting that the followers were victims too. Maruru is impressed by whatever he just did and asks for the details. He explains he used a rare item from Rosenheim to repel the demonic influence. He tells Krypton to help distribute it to everyone in the city to stop any more transformations. His summons will help keep order, but they need to quarantine anyone who shows signs of having a shadow over their head. Once the city is safe, They'll head for the capital. Alan is still trying to track down the Great Pope, but Meruz cuts in with some grim news. He was defeated, and the situation at the temple is worse than they thought. A demon general has taken over the temple. The party is stunned. They haven't faced one of these guys since Liesel, and they know they're going to need a serious plan to survive this. Further south, Demon General Lycaron is already on the move. He unleashes a terrifying awakening skill called Curse of the Dead, instantly locking down everyone in the area. By their third day in the country, Alan and his crew finally reach Neil City to begin their rescue mission in earnest. They're not wasting any time. Alan had already done some prep work by planting seeds and using his cleansing skills in the surrounding towns and villages before they even arrived. In Neil, they managed to identify and quarantine around 5,000 cult followers who hadn't turned into monsters yet. It's a start, but the city is still on edge. During a break, Alan asks Kill for info on the Demon General. Meruz mentions that the guy was once a god who got kicked out of the Divine Realm. It turns out the gods knew about the cult's shady dealings, but didn't think it was worth their time since the leader had lost his sacred treasure. Alan is frustrated by how useless these gods are. Since the gods won't help, Alan decides they're heading to Theomenia tomorrow morning. He wants to look that demon general in the eye and find out what he's really after. Meruz admits he was no match for the general at the temple. Alan wonders if they can call on the hero for backup, but Sophie points out they're already tied up in a massive war with the Demon King's main army. With wars breaking out everywhere, they're on their own. Sophie is confident they can handle it, though they've grown strong enough to take down a demon general themselves. Dogora is fired up and ready to use his extra skill again. Alan has a backup plan ready with Subman just in case things get messy, but he's glad Dogora is ready to lead the charge. Alan is feeling pretty confident, telling his team he has a winning strategy ready. They've already faced tougher enemies than this guy, so he's sure they won't lose. It's March 22nd, and they've finally arrived at the Theomenia church capital. The place is a total disaster zone, a far cry from the beautiful city it used to be. As they look at the massive temple, someone points out that the fire pillar came from right over there. It's hard to miss the scale of the damage. They head inside, and the interior is just as massive as the outside. It's clear this place was built for some serious ceremony. They're greeted by Demon General Lycaron, who's been waiting for them. He's heard a lot about the black-haired summoner and seems eager to test him out. Lycaron mocks Alan for teaming up with Meruz, an angel who was supposed to be dead. He thinks this whole situation is going to make for a great report to his boss. Alan doesn't care about the small talk. He just tells Lycaron they're here to destroy the altar. The general isn't about to give up any information that easily, though. Meruz jumps into the fight, but Lycaron just laughs at how far the angel has fallen, mocking him for becoming nothing more than a summoned beast. Dogora charges in to back up the angel, but Lycaron is completely unfazed, promising them that they're all going to die right here. Alan's stats pop up. He's sitting at level 82 with a massive collection of summons ready to be deployed. He's definitely not holding back. He orders everyone to press the attack, while Lycaron fixates on trying to kill Meruz once and for all. We see the stats for Karina and Dogora. Both are at level 60 and holding powerful king and emperor class titles. These guys have been grinding. Viscount Connor and Cecil are also at level 60, bringing high-tier holy and magic power to the battle. The whole party is decked out. Sophie and Falmel round out the high-level squad, specializing in spirits and long-range archery. They're providing the perfect support. Cecil opens up the offensive with a fireball, but Lycaron dodges it effortlessly, mocking them for being too slow. Meruz doesn't give the general a second to breathe, but Lycaron is still holding his ground, completely unfazed by the initial hits. Sophie calls on her spirits for aid, summoning Gale Sama to help turn the tide of the battle. She's giving it everything she's got. Alan knows Sophie's attack potency is on another level, and even Lycaron is starting to look a little surprised by the power she's putting out. The general realizes these brats are way stronger than the reports from Rosenheim suggested. They've clearly been leveling up fast in the span of a year. Sophie and Nymph combine their powers for a massive blizzard attack. It's a perfect combination of spirit and magic. Lycaron just scoffs at the cute combination technique, insisting that a little extra strengthening won't mean anything against him. Alan realizes Lycaron is purely focusing on protecting the altar, so he signals Maruru that it's finally her turn to step up. Maruru gets her golem, Tam Tam, ready for a major blast, stacking up enhancement tablets to maximize the damage. With an insane attack stat of 36,800, Maruru fires Tam Tam's laser cannon straight at the altar. It's a point-blank hit. A massive explosion rips through the hall, aimed right at the Pillar of Light. The force is absolutely devastating. The blast is so intense that the group starts to worry they might be standing a little too close to the impact zone. They have to shield themselves from the heat. The smoke clears, and the pillar has completely disappeared. Everyone is hyped up by Maruru's romantic display of pure firepower. The whole temple starts to buckle under the force of the blast. Alan puts Maruru's and Sabaman on standby for the next phase of the plan. Lycaron is absolutely livid that his precious altar has been turned into a pile of rubble. He can't believe they actually pulled it off. He towers over them, swearing to kill every last one of them and claiming they have no hope of winning without the hero by their side. Alan realizes that despite the damage, Lycaron is transforming and his wounds are healing up at an incredible speed. He's only getting stronger. Meruz grabs the rest of the team and brings them back to Alan to regroup. They need to hit him with everything they've got right now. Alan tells everyone to pull out all the stops and use their extra skills to take down the general once and for all. There's no room for holding back. Karina hits him with a massive king of sword attack. Even Lycaron is shocked by the sheer power this girl is putting out. Alan cheers her on while Meruz and Fommel prepare their own heavy-hitting moves. They're finally making some headway. Meruz fires off a devastating arrow of light, dealing a serious blow to the demon general. He's starting to look a little rattled. Alan sees his opening and tells Sabaman to use homing instinct. It's time to move the battle to a more favorable location. In an instant, Lycaron finds himself warped completely out of the city and into a clearing. He has no idea what just happened. Alan waves him goodbye as the general realizes he's fallen straight into a carefully prepared trap. The look on his face is priceless. The entire party unleashes their ultimate moves at the same time. Thunder, hellfire, laser cannon, and meteor all rain down on the target. A massive pillar of destruction erupts, completely swallowing the general. He screams that this isn't over, but it's too late for that. But it definitely is over. Alan hits level 83, and the demon general has been successfully deleted from the map. Victory is theirs. We did it. The team celebrates as the dust settles from their victory. Alan is satisfied that everything went according to plan, and he's especially pleased with a new discovery he made during the fight. He explains a new use for his homing instinct skill, which lets him move any enemy he makes contact with to a nearby nest within a 1-kilometer radius. He admits he took a bit of a risk testing it on a demon general, but the payoff was worth it. Alan thanks his bird summons, Timmy-san and Leppy-san, for their hard work. He's already thinking about heading back to Rosenheim, which leaves Dogora a bit surprised that they're moving on so quickly. They discuss the ongoing war. The Elven army is coordinating with guerrilla squads to chip away at the Demon King's forces. Dogora notes that a defensive strategy isn't exactly the strong suit of the Beastmen. Sapphire-own, Sophie, the group's elegant elf magic user, warns everyone to keep their guard up. The prophecy is still hanging over them, and she's not about to let anyone get complacent just yet. Alan decides it's best to spread out and finish clearing the city in a single day. Maruru, their cheerful dwarf pilot, prepares her flying machine as Alan plans to report their success to Neil City. While the others get ready, Dogora is stuck in a loop of frustration. He's the only one who hasn't been able to use his extra skill, and the disappointment is written all over his face. The team turns to Meruz, their wise angel companion, for some answers. Meruz is reluctant to share the truth, claiming no good will come from that knowledge, but the group insists on hearing it. Meruz finally gives in, explaining that the gods prioritize universal balance above all else. Handing out abnormal blessings would tip the scales in a way they simply can't allow. Alan and Viscount Connor are struggling to grasp the concept. Alan tries to make sense of it by comparing the world to a game world littered with cheaters and exploiters who ruin the balance. Meruz elaborates, saying that there are always limitations to fixing things and that some people will always find loopholes in the system that the gods have to manage. He drops a bombshell on the group. If the world is deemed to be falling too deep into chaos, the angels, the representatives of the gods, would destroy the world themselves to reset it. The news is a huge shock to everyone. Meruz reveals that he's been saving humanity in his own way for 100,000 years, and the casualties from the Demon King are nothing compared to a divine reset. He explains the cycle of destruction and recreation, where the world is wiped clean and forced to rebuild with whatever mortals are left. Sophie and the others are horrified to realize the gods' methods are just as cold as the Demon King's. Meruz admits he can speak this freely now because he's become Alan's summoned beast. Personally, he doesn't want to see the world destroyed and wants the team to understand his position. He reflects on his long existence, admitting there were times he distanced himself from humans because he's had to kill so many of them in the past to maintain balance. The team is left wondering if they have more enemies than they thought. Alan points out that humanity wouldn't survive without the gods, so the Demon King is still their primary target. Viscount Connor and the others try to wrap their heads around all. Alan decides to keep the story moving, focusing on the future instead of the grim past. He's confident that whatever chaos comes their way will only make them stronger as a team. Meruz begins to explain the 8 Heroes plan, a divine strategy established to correct the chaos caused by the Demon King's growing army. Alan was summoned as one of those heroes, but a mistake occurred during the process. He ended up as an 8-star summoner with rare potential, and the gods were too drained to summon any more heroes after him. As a backup plan, the gods granted exceptional talent to Karina, Alan's childhood friend, so she could grow strong enough to fight without the Demon King's army noticing her right away. She became the nation's only sword saint. Meruz admits that the choice of who to fight or team up with was always up to the individual, and he was relieved when Alan decided to take on the Demon King on his own terms. He talks about the different kinds of divine power, like immense attack strength, the ability to revive the dead, or even techniques capable of taking down a demon god in a single hit. Crucially, Meruz reveals that extra skills have their own levels: General, King, and Emperor class. Everyone in the group, except Dogora, was granted general class power. Dogora finally gets his answer. Because his talent alone wasn't enough for a clear judgment, the gods granted him king-class power to compensate. Dogora is stunned to be the special one, but Meruz warns that king-class is extremely difficult to master. The fact that he managed to use it even once was a miracle, as some people go an entire year without being able to trigger it. Meruz compares Dagora's potential to the power granted to the hero Hermios to capture the demon god. It's a strength truly worthy of a hero, and Dogora is left speechless. Alan thanks Meruz for being so honest with them. Despite the heavy weight of the information, the team looks more determined than ever to carry on with their mission. Meruz has one final warning: the fact that Alan has 8-star talent and is playing in hell mode, requiring 100 times more express, must never be mentioned to anyone. Currently, the Demon King's army sees Alan as a liberator on the level of a demon god. If they found out he had even more divine power than their master, they'd resort to any dirty trick to stop him. Sophie knows how hard Alan has worked for his strength. Meruz admits that Alan has gone far beyond all of his expectations. Alan isn't quite sure if that was meant as praise, but he'll take it either way. Meruz looks at the group, hoping that they will be the ones to finally defeat the Demon King and restore a true sense of balance to the world. They look back at him with newfound resolve. It's a world with a high level of difficulty, caught in a battle between the Demon King's ambition and the god's cold judgment. Alan keeps his focus on the horizon. By the next day, they've returned to Neil City. Viscount Connor and the others are thanked for taking back the holy capital, and they're seen as messengers of the gods. Alan leaves some summons behind to help search for the High Pope. The team sets off once again on Maruru's flying machine, heading south toward their next objective. They're all feeling the weight of the task ahead. They talk about their target south of the Elmar theocracy. They're worried that if the Pillar of Light disappears, they'll lose their best chance to find the leader of the Dark God cult, Gashira. Dagora is fired up by the news of his king-class power and is itching for a sparring match with Karina. Alan is glad to see his friend's motivation is back at an all-time high. Half a day later, they're almost at the central continent. The journey has been smooth so far, but they're staying alert. As they look out over the landscape, something completely unexpected catches their attention, leaving everyone on board in a state of shock. Floating high in the sky is a massive island. It's a sight unlike anything they've ever seen, and they can hardly believe it's actually happening. Maruru and Viscount Connor are amazed. Is it a giant magic ship? Whatever it is, it's absolutely gigantic. Alan wonders how it's even able to fly, and they decide to get a closer look. As they approach the floating mountain, they spot a temple perched right at the very top. It looks like they've found their next destination. What is that? Is that a shrine of the gods? Meru stares up at the massive, pyramid-topped mountain floating in the sky, his usual composure shattered. Alan and the others can only look on in shock as Sophie notices a familiar, ominous pillar of light rising from the strange island. The situation is far worse than they imagined. There are 3 of these floating islands appearing in the east, west, and south. Alan realizes with dread that the horrific events of Tiamenia are likely about to repeat themselves on a much grander scale in the very near future. Panic spreads through the group as they realize another nation is already being overrun by magic beasts, only 7 days after the demon general's defeat. Alan is overcome with frustration, cursing himself for not anticipating this 3-pronged assault as the weight of the impossible task ahead settles on his shoulders. Alan and the crew are closing in on the temple on their bird summon, but it's not looking good. Turns out there's a barrier acting like a complete blockade, and Alan can't summon a thing near the temple. Even Meru's is stumped. The barrier is totally unaffected by their presence, and there's no sign of the enemy either. Knowing they can't just barge in, the group decides it's better to split into 3 teams and take out the altars separately. The girls are all for it, even though Alan's still weighing the risk of running into a demon god during the mission. Before they move out, Alan does a full inventory check of his magic stones and active summons across the continent. He decides to head west with Dagora and Cecil, while Sophie asks to lead the charge to the east. It's settled. Kill takes the south with Meru's and Karina, while Sophie heads east with her crew. Alan's got a bad feeling about this. The signals from the other continents are gone, and the whole plan is a total gamble. It's March 24th, and after a quick pep talk, the teams finally split up and head to their assigned fronts. The East team starts their trek with a solid lineup of summons to back them up on the long journey. By the next morning, they're approaching the edge of the continent, with Sophie keeping watch through the night. They hit the Muharino Desert, and Maruru spots their final destination shimmering in the distance. It's a massive landscape that looks a lot like Tiamenia, dominated by a huge pillar in the center. Sophie's wary about heading into the city itself, wondering if there are other hidden spots out in this desert. She studies the map, noting that the villages here are spread way out, some over 10 days apart. Maruru asks why she chose the east, and Sophie explains they're heading to Fabulace, the home of the Dark Elves. These guys have been living as an independent nation for 2,000 years, basically cutting themselves off from everyone. Maruru's worried since the Dark Elves once fought the elves over the World Tree, even if there was a ceasefire centuries ago. But Sophie's got a promise to keep, and as a princess, she has to be the one to bridge that gap. Maruru's ready to back her up no matter what happens as they prepare to talk to the Dark Elves. Meanwhile, a fortress nearby is getting absolutely swarmed by a massive wave of demonic beasts. The defenders are getting overwhelmed as the numbers keep climbing, but then a massive pit opens up in the sky. Olbers and his men can't believe their eyes. A dwarf's golem just dropped in, right in the middle of thousands of enemies. Sophie's team jumps right into the fray, with Maruru reminding everyone they've got to be smart about their magic. They unleash a massive wind attack that just shreds the demonic swarm, leaving the Dark Elves completely stunned. An hour later, they finally arrive at the Dark Elf Palace, but the heat of the desert has already taken its toll. The Dark Elf diplomats are waiting, thanking them for the save, but still acting skeptical of the Princess of Rosenheim. Sophie doesn't waste time and asks to see the king, though the diplomat tries to give her the runaround about prior notice. That is, until she reveals the spirit deity hidden in her clothes, which shuts them up real quick. With the mood shifted, the diplomats lead them inside, noticing that Sophie's starting to act a lot like Alan. Inside the walls, it's like a different world. Lush nature everywhere thanks to the Spirit King's blessing. They're escorted into the throne room, where Sophie and her team take a seat to meet the big boss. Olbers is waiting on his throne, clearly not expecting any visitors in his hidden village. He introduces himself as the King of the Dark Elves, looking every bit the warrior king. One of the kids calls out the dwarf in the room, and Olbers gets immediately hostile about what Sophie's wearing. He thinks she's mocking them by wearing that priestess outfit, basically threatening to decapitate her on the spot. But Sophie stands her ground, explaining the outfit was a gift, just as the spirit cat Fabre pops out to say hello. Suddenly, a little spirit boy appears, recognizing Fabre and completely breaking the tension in the room. Olbers calms down and finally agrees to listen to what the visitors have to say. Sophie gets right to the point, explaining that they received a distress signal and need to warn them about the continent's crisis. She tells them the whole truth about the Demon King's army and the sacred weapons, trying to get Olbers on their side. Things are looking even worse than Sophie expected after her talk with King Olbers. She warns him to stay far away from the city to the north, believing a demon general is holed up there. She explains how the Demon King has been prepping for decades, using heretics and holy water to turn people into monsters. Olbers is hesitant, but Sophie points out that they're the only ones currently trying to stop the army's advance. She's got two requests: a map of the desert and permission to set up a safe haven in the village. Sophie wants to build a proper refugee site with summons for defense, but then she brings up someone named Liesel. Olbers isn't having it, saying he already gave his answer to the elves about that last year. Sophie doesn't back down, reminding him of the millions of elves who died when the Demon King's army hit Rosenheim. She tells him she's already taken down the army before, shouldering that massive burden all on her own. Then she drops a bombshell, asking if the demon general Liesel is actually King Olber's father. The room goes nuts. The Dark Elves think she's being incredibly disrespectful and want to call off the ceasefire. Olbers shuts them all up, telling Sophie to be very careful with her next words since his father vanished 1,000 years ago. But Sophie stands by it, saying Liesel was defeated by the hero Hermios and Alan's team, the Game Junkies. She reveals that Liesel actually regained his senses before he died, staring at the world tree in his final moments. Sophie makes her final appeal, asking for cooperation since she knows the Dark Elves weren't part of the invasion. Olbers finally relents, ordering his people to start getting the refugee site ready. His advisors try to protest, but Olbers basically tells them to shut it or challenge his throne themselves. Sophie thanks them for the help as the king tells his subordinate to hand over the map they need. They discuss the tragedy of Liesel, who apparently sold his soul for the power to wipe out the elves. Olbers decides that working with the elf princess is the only way to prove they aren't in league with the Demon King. Meanwhile, we cut to the South team, who are currently managing a small army of summons. Kill and Karina are taking a breather, with Karina showing off the rabbit she just roasted for lunch. They've been stuck in the same spot for 2 days, and Kill's starting to get restless about finding that pillar of light. Meruz is off on his own, thinking about his past and all the humans he's had to take out. Kill's actually a bit worried. He wonders if Meruz would turn on them if the gods ever gave him the order. But Meruz promises to protect them no matter what, even if it means going up against the god himself. He tells everyone to get some rest because they're definitely going to be seeing some action tomorrow. The next day, the group finally enters the kingdom of Calvarna, which looks surprisingly well built. They look over the map, noticing a fortress built along the river to keep the neighboring republic in check. Meruz flies up to scout and immediately spots trouble at the border. One of the fortresses is already on fire, with a flood of magical beasts pouring in from across the river. Kil doesn't hesitate. He decides they need to prioritize saving the kingdom's side before things get any worse. There are 3 fortresses total, so Meruz takes 2 of them while Kil and Karina head for the middle one. Inside, the soldiers are panicking as monsters cross the river despite the bridge being blown sky high. The captain's in a bad spot, surrounded by monsters and cursing the Republic's army for the mess. Just as things look bleak, a massive wave of holy light washes over the entire battlefield. It's a massive heal. Soldiers' wounds are closing up instantly, and some are even growing back lost limbs. But the relief is short-lived when an A-rank magical beast shows up to finish the job. Suddenly, Karina drops from the sky with her overlord sword and absolutely obliterates the thing. She lands and introduces herself as the Sword Emperor, letting everyone know she's there to save them. At the same time, Meruz is busy taking out the sky monsters while purple lightning strikes the eastern fort. The soldiers can't believe their luck. S-rank adventurers from the Game Junkies have actually come to the rescue. Karina is pumped up, ready to keep protecting the fortress as long as she needs to while the captain looks on, impressed. After a hard-fought battle, a soldier reports to Kil and Karina that the magical beasts at all 3 fortresses have been completely wiped out. While Meruz assures Kil that his summons never get tired, Karina's stomach does the talking, and a soldier luckily arrives to invite them to a much-needed meal. Karina wasted no time, diving face-first into a mountain of food and declaring it the best thing she's ever tasted. The atmosphere in the dining hall is light as the local soldiers gather around, eager for a chance to speak with the legendary Sword Emperor. The captain expresses his deep gratitude to the group, admitting they would have been lost without their timely arrival, before asking why they came. He explains that their victory finally lifted the distress signal from the Elmar theocracy, confirming the monsters were part of the Demon King's plans. Kil shifts the conversation to the Gashera Holy Order, but the captain admits they've been too busy investigating a mysterious pillar of light to send reinforcements. It's exactly what Kil suspected, with cult followers and the Pillar of Light both present. The thread is definitely tied to the massive shrine being built in the Republic. Kil asks for a map of the Republic to start their relief efforts, but the captain hesitates, saying he doesn't have the authority to share intel on an enemy nation. Kil is frustrated by the red tape, knowing that waiting a few days for a higher official will only make their mission more difficult. Outside, the mood is much better as the soldiers cheer for Karina, treating her like a hero for taking down an A-rank beast single-handedly. Meruz suddenly appears at the window, noting how lively the celebration is while Kil looks up, clearly surprised by the angel's arrival. Meruz doesn't care about the festivities and asks if the humans are really refusing to hand over the map they need for the rescue. The soldiers are absolutely starstruck and terrified by the sight of a real angel, and they quickly decide that the map can be prepared immediately after all. Meruz is being as intimidating as ever. No one's going to turn down a request from a former First Angel, especially when he's looking down on them like that. Kil and Karina are thrilled. They finally got their hands on the map they needed to kick off the rescue mission. Karina is practically vibrating with energy. Meanwhile, the Western team is managing a massive swarm of summons. Alan's got his inventory locked down, 7 hatchling units and thousands of reinforcements ready to go. March 25th. Things are cooling down at the campsite. Kil's group luckily hasn't run into any enemies yet, but the swamp air is definitely getting to them. Alan gets word that Sophie's team pulled off a miracle. They didn't just survive the Dark Elves. They actually convinced King Olbers to let them use the area as a refugee camp. Sophie is really stepping up as a leader. It's a shame they're too far apart to talk properly, but Alan's confident she's handling the elven politics just fine. Their next destination is the Kingdom of Kreebel, the gateway to the underwater empire. Apparently, Princess Shia is already headed that way. Shia hasn't gone back to the Beast Kingdom yet. She's on a hunt for the tear of Macris, a legendary gem hidden somewhere in the west. Cecil is all over this. It turns out the gem is part of some famous romance manga she's obsessed with. She's convinced every woman in the world wants it. Alan isn't thinking about romance, though. If a high-profile target like Shia is out there, it's only a matter of time before things get messy. They call Shia the warplane for a reason, but even she might be in over her head if she runs into a demon general. They need to pick up the pace. The next morning, they reach the outskirts of Kreebel. A long line of refugees and soldiers is trudging through the fields, trying to reach safety. The soldiers are exhausted, pushing through just a few more days of travel. The merfolk aren't built for long treks on land, and it shows. Shia receives a grim report. 42 people didn't make it through the night. The casualties are piling up, and the vibe in the camp is getting darker by the hour. She's not letting the losses slow her down, though. If they want to survive, they need to keep moving toward her goal of domination, regardless of who's pursuing them. King Kreebel finally calls for her. He's looking pretty worn out himself, surrounded by his royal advisors in a makeshift command tent. They're debating strategy. Shia suggests bringing in more soldiers for rear defense, but she wants the merfolk to focus entirely on the civilians. The king is stunned when Shia calls them allies. It's a big move for the Beast Kingdom Albahar to offer this much support. He's skeptical. Forming an alliance usually requires permission from the Prostea Empire, and Shia is playing a dangerous game by skipping that step. Shia has a plan, though. She wants to use this connection to bridge the gap between her people and the Empire, despite the risks involved. And she drops the hammer. There are rumors that Kreebel is planning a rebellion against the Empire. The king's face says it all, complete shock. The king tries to laugh it off as nonsense spread by enemies, but Shia isn't buying the denial. She knows there's smoke where there's fire. She suspects the heretic god cult is the one fueling the fire, turning the Empire against them. The real question is whether the Empire will care about the truth. It's been 10 days since the Pillar of Light appeared, and the Empire hasn't lifted a finger to help. The king claims they're just preparing, but she is not convinced. She tells him point blank, he needs powerful backing if he wants to survive this. The advisors are horrified, but Shia is just speaking the truth. Suddenly, a scout bursts in. A massive horde of monsters is closing in on their rear. The panic is immediate as people scramble to find out the numbers. It's worse than they thought. 20,000 monsters versus their 2,000 troops. Shia doesn't flinch, seeing this as the perfect chance to prove her worth to the Empire. She gives everyone a choice. Follow her into a brutal battle or leave now. Her core soldiers aren't going anywhere. They're ready to fight for their future queen. The mood shifts to pure determination. Her men are ready to give everything they've got to buy time for the royal family. Shia takes command, ordering the magic units to put up a barrier wall. The archers take their positions as the first wave of monsters hits. The battlefield explodes into chaos. Spear-wielding monsters clash against the magic shield as the soldiers hold the line with everything they have. Shia jumps into the thick of it, but there are just too many of them. The sheer volume of the enemy is starting to wear her forces down. Another 4,000 enemies are flanking them from the sides. Shia realization hits. This might be where the path to becoming Beast King ends. One of her captains, Ras, unleashes a massive skill called Golden Mountain Needle to create some breathing room, but it's a drop in the ocean. Her men are begging her to retreat, but Shia is frozen. She can see the end coming as the monsters swarm over their defenses. That's when Alan and his crew make their grand entrance. They found her just in time, arriving right as the monsters are about to surround the unit. Alan doesn't waste time. He introduces himself as an S-rank adventurer and demands to know if he's found the right Princess Shia. He mentions Prince Zhu sent him to help. She is shocked. She didn't expect Zhu to actually follow through with his promise of reinforcements. Alan tosses a healing potion to the wounded captain. The man is stunned as his injuries close up instantly. It's the kind of high-level support they desperately needed. Alan's intervention is nothing short of a miracle for the exhausted soldiers. He's taking over the defense so the merfolk can get clear. He notes that the demon general isn't here yet, which is lucky. Alan gives the signal to Cecil to kick things off with a massive opening move. Alan rains down small meteors while Cecil backs him up with a flame lance. The monsters are being incinerated instantly. The tide has finally turned. The battle is far from over. Dagora tears through the enemy lines with a critical wave, while the soldiers scramble to keep up with the pure chaos. Alan reminds Dagora to stay close enough for heals. They're moving up now, with Alan summoning Orochi to really heat things up. If there's a boss hiding nearby, he wanted to show its face. The multi-headed dragon lets out a massive blast of magic, the Flame of Wrath. It's a total wipeout, leaving nothing but scorched earth where the monster horde used to be. She can't believe her eyes. This is the true power of the game junkies Alan was talking about. She tells her troops to follow their lead and keep the momentum going. 3 hours later, the silence returns. Every single monster in the area has been dealt with. The battlefield is quiet, and the threat to the merfolk is gone for now. Shia is staring at a weapon, the fire god's weapon, wielded by someone named Gashura. She seems conflicted about whether to turn him over or just end it right there. The talk turns back to the capture of Gashura. Apparently, his followers didn't make things easy, and the cost of taking him down was higher than they expected. Shia asks Alan if he's trying to make Prince Zu the next Beast King. After seeing him conquer an S-rank dungeon, she knows he's the real deal in this political power struggle. Alan just smiles and says he'll help whoever wants to protect the merfolk. Whether it's Zu or Shia doesn't matter to him, as long as the job gets done. Shia's ambition is clear. She wants domination, and she's not giving up the throne to anyone. She's officially asking for Alan's power to help her clear her path. Cecil and the others are a bit taken aback by her bluntness. Shia admits she isn't exactly close with her half-siblings, so the competition for the throne is personal. They shift focus to the Pillar of Light. It's coming from the Aqua Shrine, a place sacred to the merfolk right next to the capital. It seems the heretic cult has taken up residence inside. Alan's plan is simple. Get the refugees to safety and then head straight for that shrine. He knows the demon general is waiting in there, and he's ready to crash the party. Shia is surprised he's only bringing 2 companions, but Alan is confident. They already have the map they need, so the rescue mission is officially a go. 3 days later, they've successfully cleared enough room for the merfolk to reach the royal capital. Shia's army is holding the joint front line, managing the civilian movement. The situation in the capital sounds pretty hopeless for anyone still trapped inside. Alan offers Shia a faster way to travel to the fortress city using one of his summons. 2 days after that, they finally make it to the city. Cecil is just happy she can finally get a decent night's sleep. Adventure is great, but beds are better. Shia finds Alan and reminds him they're late for a greeting. They need to reassure their allies, even if Alan isn't exactly a fan of formal introductions. The Merfolk King is incredibly grateful. He formally thanks everyone for the hard work they've put in to save his people from brink. Formalities aside, the first order of business is a massive feast. Everyone digs into the delicious spread, finally taking a moment to breathe. The king is still in disbelief that they survived. Shia is more optimistic, telling him to cheer up because they're only a few days away from taking the capital back. Alan explains the logic. An S-rank adventure on their side makes anything possible. Once they take down the demon general, they can wipe out the heretics for good. The Prostia Empire has finally promised to send support, but the Merfolk Queen still feels bad that she can't do more to help right now. Alan thinks it's about time they got some backup. Shia suggests they postpone the rest of the plan until the country recovers a bit more. Alan, meanwhile, is just sipping his drink, keeping the peace. The queen brings out a special gift, the holy gem of Macris. The team is stunned. This is the legendary treasure Cecil was geeking out over earlier. Cecil confirms it's the real Tears of Macris. It's famous back home as the center of a tragic romance manga, but seeing it in person is something else entirely. The story goes that Prince Macris fell in love with a commoner, but their wedding was ruined by a monster attack. He made a deal for power, but lost his human form in the process. When his lover fled in fear, Macris was left to protect the empire alone, forever crying tears that turned into these powerful gems. She just thinks the story sucks. The king asks Alan to accept the gem as a token of his gratitude. It's a priceless relic, but he wants it to go to someone who can truly help the capital. Alan hands it over to Cecil. She's shocked, but he points out that a magic-boosting item is wasted on him. He wants her to have the best gear for the fight ahead. The stats on this thing are insane. It cuts magic activation time and cooldowns by half, plus adds massive boosts to mana and intelligence. It's basically a cheat code. The queen is delighted that they like it. Alan, ever the gamer, is just happy about the efficiency. Cecil is just overwhelmed by the gesture. Cecil takes a moment to thank him properly. The group dynamic is solid as they prepare for the final stage of their journey. After that, they join forces with the Beastmen to finish clearing the royal capital. With the city finally safe, there's only one thing left: the Demon General. July 4th arrives. All three teams finally reunite at the Kreebel royal capital. It's been 12 days of separate campaigns, and everyone has a lot to catch up on. Kill and Karina report that the south is mostly cleared out. Sophie's team is still working on the desert, which is just too massive to finish so quickly. Karina is already eyeing the new gear. She wants a holy gem of her own, but Alan points out that her necklace is already top tier. Magic specialization is Cecil's lane. Alan promises to get another gem for Sophie if they find one. He asks Meruz what exactly a holy gem is, since the angel seems to know everything about divine artifacts. Meruz explains that holy beasts are those who made a covenant with a god. The holy gem is created by those beasts, which is why it holds such massive power. The catch is the price of that power. Meruz asks if they've heard what happened to the crown prince, implying that making a covenant isn't exactly a walk in the park. Alan isn't deterred. He thinks it all depends on the negotiations. He tells Shia he's sorry for the wait, and it's time to move toward the shrine. The game junkies are finally all together, including the top angel. The local soldiers can't believe their luck. The group that conquered an S-rank dungeon is here to save them. Shia Van Albar, the Beastman princess, officially introduces herself to Safia Roan, the elf princess. Realizing they're both royalty, Shia suggests they drop the stuffy titles and just be Shia and Sophie. Shia is caught off guard when Sophie calls Alan Sama, a high honorific she wasn't expecting. But there's no time for social politics. Alan steps up, calling for a strategy meeting to finally take down the Demon General. Just outside the Kreebel royal capital, a war room is set up in a temporary tent. Alan gathers his elite team to lay out the final strategy for taking down the demon. Shia looks over the plan, surprised Alan even has a literal god on his side for this raid. Alan explains that just winning the fight isn't the goal. They need to squeeze the demon for information. He points out they can't rely on the 10 beasts' help this time around. Shia refuses to back down, insisting she'll be on the front lines until the demon is crushed. Alan does a final check on his elite squad, featuring heavy hitters like the Hammer Beast King and the Grand Beast Healer. He plans to use debuff skills to strip the enemy's defenses before they go in for the kill. The rest of the group chats about their heavy hitters, noting that even without extra skills, they've got plenty of raw power. Shia keeps it realistic. If things get too hairy, they're retreating immediately. The veteran warriors are impressed that a 15-year-old can act like such a seasoned tactician. They arrive at the water temple, where a massive figure is already waiting with an orichalcum sword. The giant sits relaxed, noticing they even brought an angel along for the party. Alan and Shia are stunned to find out the demon was actually once a human. Meruz identifies him as Bask, a legendary S-rank adventurer who vanished 2 decades ago. Bask admits he only took the S-rank title for the perks before joining the Demon King's army. Back in the day, he was a monster obsessed with battle, and no amount of fame could satisfy his thirst. He laughs, claiming demonhood feels amazing, and even invites Alan to join him. Alan realizes Basque is a blabbermouth, which is perfect for gathering some easy intel. Basque explains the altars are for soul harvesting, millions of them across the continent. Enough talk. Basque readies his blade, planning to leave no survivors. The raid officially begins as Alan orders the front line to charge. Basque is a blur of motion, easily pushing past the initial assault. A single heavy swing connects with Alan, slamming him into the stone wall. Alan's stat window shows his endurance is holding up, but he's shaken by the demon's raw power. Sophie jumps in with a Spirit King blessing to keep Alan in the fight. Basque spins into a whirlwind of blades, taunting the summoner to keep playing. The team retaliates with high-level magic, hitting Basque with flares and thunderbolts. Alan realizes the debuffs aren't sticking because Basque is wearing some top-tier magic nullifying gear. The demon is a walking treasure hoard, decked out in orichalcum and specialized magic tools. Alan calls for a coordinated strike to create an opening while Meru's charges a judgment bolt. A massive lightning strike hits Basque dead on, but it only buys them a few seconds. Alan dives back in using homing instinct to keep the pressure on. Basque gets knocked back, clearly annoyed by the persistence of Alan's army. The archers let loose a volley, but Basque barely considers them a threat. He bats away the arrows with his sword as if they were flies. Alan goes all out on the buffs, stacking attack power and critical rates to the max. 1,000 phantom soldiers rained down extra attacks in a massive wave. The heavy artillery follows up with petit meteor and laser cannons firing at once. Basque is barely standing after the explosion, his mask shattered and body smoking. Just before they can land the final blow, he activates a teleportation tool and vanishes. Alan can't believe the guy survived that. He boosted his damage as high as possible, and the demon still slipped away. Meru's watches as the teleportation energy fades, confirming that their target has successfully escaped. Alan is fuming. He hates losing out on all those experience points and potential loot drops. He quickly shifts gears to the next objective, reaching the Sky Island before the demon general can regroup. The team discusses their plan to wipe out the remaining evil spirits and hunt down the demon once and for all. Shia takes command of the Beastmen, splitting the troops to secure the capital while the elite group moves on. Alan realizes Shia's determination hasn't wavered, even after seeing how strong a demon general really is. 3 days later, the party arrives at Midapoi, the capital of the Carlonia Republic. They witness a massive pillar of light as another soul-gathering ritual is completed. Alan checks his progress. He's hit level 84, but there's no time to celebrate while threats remain on the continent. The local soldiers thank them, believing the city is finally safe from the manifestations of evil. Alan knows better. They haven't won the war yet, only a few small skirmishes. Their next stop is the Eastern Desert, where they hope to get some answers from the Dark Elves. Outside the walls of Fabulace, King Olbers greets the game junkies personally. He meets Olbers' son, Luke, who is surprisingly close in age to him. Olbers is stunned to learn that Alan and his grandfather, Yos, were once on the same legendary adventuring team. Luke is curious about their powers, asking Alan what his talent is. Alan proudly demonstrates his summoning abilities, though his avian companion seems more interested in snacks. The Dark Elves are amazed. They've heard prophecies of a boy who drives away darkness, and Alan fits the bill perfectly. Another 3 days pass, and they finally reach the town of Lukoke on April 10th. They manage to take down another manifestation, and Alan's level keeps climbing, now hitting 85. Best of all, a new ability has finally been unsealed, Kingification. They notice the light barrier on the Sky Island has vanished, which probably means Basque is already there. Olbers explains that Basque wasn't always a demon. He was once part of their elite squad, Majestic Might. The group consisted of legendary figures like the Fist King and the Holy King, but even they couldn't stop Basque's rampaging greed. Bask grew powerful by stealing holy jewels and magic tools from other nations before he finally vanished. Alan realizes that the secret to Bask's abnormal strength was his massive pile of enhancement items. A mysterious hooded figure approaches, asking Alan to carefully consider joining them. Alan decides it's time to test his new kingification power before heading into the desert. He summons Tam Tam in turtle mode, providing a perfect shield and shade for the beastmen. Then he brings out Meruz, who transforms into a six-winged angel with stats that are absolutely off the charts. Alan doesn't stop there, applying kingification to his entire roster of summons. The battlefield is suddenly crowded with massive beasts, from multi-headed dragons to giant rock golems. Each one looks identical to their original form, but radiates a far more menacing power. Alan explains that kingification works similarly to his under-command skill, but at a much higher tier. The summons are categorized into kings, generals, and soldiers, each with their own unique scaling and transformations. Xia is stunned. With this kind of army, even a demon general might be easy pickings. Alan pores over his books, refining the math behind his new strategic blueprint for victory. He notes that while they're stronger, they're still only at half the strength they were back when they fought Kubel. They need to upgrade even further if they want a guaranteed win against the high-level demons. By April 15th, the party is ready to infiltrate the Sky Island and put their training to the test. They approach a massive pyramid temple, unaware that they are walking straight into a meticulously designed trap. Meruz looks out at the altar, pointing out the familiar faces. Along with the demon General Bask, there's a mysterious figure in a purple cloak and an undead creature lurking nearby. Alan identifies the cloaked figure as Gashura, the leader of the evil god cult. Realizing they won't get any information by playing nice, he decides on a much louder approach. Instead of a stealthy entrance, Alan orders Meruz to just level the place. A massive explosion rips through the temple, sending debris everywhere. The dust settles, but the temple is still standing. Alan realizes a powerful barrier is protecting the structure, which means they've only got one way in, the front door. Looking at the massive entrance, it's clear the enemy is challenging them to a face-to-face fight. Alan weighs his options, wondering if they should walk right into the trap. They decide to wait and prepare. The plan is locked in. They'll infiltrate the temple the next morning and take the fight directly to the cult. While they wait, Alan breaks down the intel. With 2 demon generals and 3 million souls already harvested across the continent, they're running out of time. Despite the grim numbers, the team is ready. Everyone puts their full trust in Alan, determined to reclaim the sacred treasure and put an end to the enemy's scheme. Dogora asks for Alan's final take on the mission. Alan admits he's done his best to minimize the danger, but this time there's no backup plan and no way out. Luke is surprisingly relaxed, joking that Alan is overthinking it. He's confident that his extra skill will let them breeze through whatever the cult throws at them. Alan turns to Xia, asking for her resolve. She's not just in it for the glory. If she doesn't face the cult head-on now, she'll never feel like she's truly earned her place. For Xia, this is about more than just one battle. Her ultimate goal is to become the first Beast Emperor in history and unite all the Beastmen nations under one banner. The Beastmen warriors are fully behind her vision. They're betting their lives on a future where everyone is equal, regardless of where they were born. Xia thanks them for their loyalty. Alan nods, agreeing it's time to review the assault plan one last time before they commit to the raid. April 16th arrives, and a massive army stands before the temple. Alan gives the final orders. Once the barrier is shattered, he'll give the signal for the main force to attack. As the mission begins, Xia admits she feels like she hasn't accomplished enough in her 3 years on this continent. She's tired of feeling useless. Captain Ludo tells her to knock it off. They've been together for 10 years, and he'll follow her into any battle, no matter how desperate it gets. They step inside and are immediately hit by a sickening stench. The path ahead is a gauntlet, crawling with grotesque undead that they'll have to cut through to reach the top. The party doesn't waste any time. pushing straight through the lower levels with their sights set on the temple summit. After a grueling climb, they finally reach the top floor. The doors swing open, revealing the heart of the enemy's lair. Bask is already there, lounging on the altar. He mocks Alan for taking his sweet time to show up for their rematch. Alan isn't bothered by the trash talk, reminding Bask that he was the one who fled last time. As long as he's breathing, he's still in the game. Looking around, Alan notes the cramped space and low ceiling. It's a disadvantage for his larger summons. Then he spots the sacred treasure of the fire god burning on the altar. Gushera steps forward, and Shia's blood begins to boil. The Beast Princess is done with words. She's here to end the cult's sacrifices once and for all. Gushera just laughs, revealing that she's had two goals all along: to draw them here and to prepare a very specific trap. She explains that this entire room was designed as a stage of despair where Alan and his friends will be at a massive disadvantage. Suddenly, a familiar jester-like figure appears, shocking Merus. It's Kubel, the Demon Lord's strategist, and the one who supposedly killed Merus in their previous encounter. Kubel starts monologuing about a plan 20 years in the making, all centered around preparing and then manipulating potential heroes. Alan tries to wrap his head around it. If these heroes are bound by common sense, they can only achieve so much, but someone with a true spirit of exploration is a different story. Kubel confirms that their mission is to eliminate anyone who could become a threat to the Demon King. That's why they chose this continent as their hunting ground. Kubel is impressed that Alan exceeded his expectations, but says the chit-chat is over. While Shia wonders if Alan was chosen by a god, Alan just focuses on the fight ahead. Alan doesn't let the talk rattle him. He came here to finish this and immediately activates kingification on Merus to even the odds. Merus lunges at Kubel, but the jester just dodges with a mocking laugh, telling the angel to get out of the way. Kubel taunts Merus, asking if he's actually gotten stronger or if it's all just Alan's doing. Then he calls out his first heavy hitter, the beast Falmeans. Everyone freezes as a massive, corrupted creature emerges. It's the reconciling god, a deity who went to judge the Demon King's army 50 years ago and never returned. While they're distracted, Kubel turns his attention to Bask. Using the power of the sacred treasure, he prepares to bring the warlord back to full fighting strength. Bask revels in the new power, his broken weapons transforming into a single, massive blade fueled by dark energy. But they aren't done yet. Kubel reveals another puppet, Great Pope Ister, now a high-level undead priest capable of massive healing. The trap is fully sprung. They're surrounded by 5 legendary tier threats, and Kubel makes it clear no one is leaving this room alive until the party is defeated. The cast of despair closes in. Bask, Gushera, the undead pope, the fallen god, and Kubel himself, all ready to end the party right here. Alan realizes how bad the situation is. This isn't just another raid. It's a desperate struggle for survival. He tells Sophie to use her extra skill immediately. The battle kicks off with a deafening crash as Bask clashes with Merus. The warlord laughs, telling the angel that even at full power, they're going to lose. The battlefield becomes a chaotic mix of elemental fury as Sophie calls upon the nymphs for a massive blizzard. Alan can see the strain on his allies, quickly summoning Rockinol to provide some much-needed backup as their defenses start to buckle. The enemy has an answer for everything. A magical wall rises to absorb the party's barrage, and before the smoke can even clear, the undead pope unleashes a massive healing spell that instantly restores his demonic allies to full health. Alan notices that Bask and Gushera have abandoned their defense for a total offensive. Realizing the danger, he shifts the strategy, ordering the team to focus entirely on staying alive, while Karina prepares to unleash her extra skill. It's a brutal race against time. Alan knows they're burning through their most powerful abilities far too quickly. If they don't break the stalemate before their extra skills run out, they won't stand a chance. Watching from a safe distance, Kubel finds the whole struggle entertaining. He's genuinely surprised by how much Alan has grown in such a short time, but he's still waiting for the moment when their hope finally turns into pure desperation. Gathering a swirling mass of dark energy, the strategist prepares his final gift for the Demon King. As he looks down on the carnage, he views the souls of the fallen as nothing more than fuel for the next stage of his twisted game.